Chapter 1: The Global Apocalypse Game. In the realm of the Global Apocalypse Game, where every player is a participant, a century hence, within a safe zone, the endeavor to reconstruct human civilization unfolds, guided by extraordinary players. The despicable gray citizens reside in the slums of District 081, amidst the dark sun and black moon, burdened by overdue rents and usurious loans, with Tang Ping as one of them. A tingling sensation coursed through his consciousness, and in an instant, a myriad of unfamiliar memories erupted within Tang Ping's mind. It was as though he had lived an entirely different life, one curious and bizarre. Gradually, his awareness returned to his corporeal form, brimming with sensations from the external world. How cold it was! Where was he that it felt so frigid? Tang Ping felt as though he had awoken from a dream, one in which he had drifted in darkness for what seemed an eternity. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with droplets of icy water splattering against his face. How chilling! The bone-numbing water sent shivers coursing through Tang Ping's body, jolting him awake as if from a nightmare. He gasped for air, bewildered by the unfolding events. Where am I? How'd I end up here? Tang Ping stared in disbelief at his surroundings. This was certainly not the rented room he called home. His usual dwelling, albeit modest, could never descend to such depths of squalor. The walls were adorned with mold. Fissures snaked across the surface, exposing rough grains of sand beneath, while the cement ceiling leaked water. The mattress beneath him was stiff, marred with dark, congealed stains. The entire room was minuscule, barely 6 square meters, devoid of even a single window apart from the door. Yet it was cluttered with a disarray of items: rusted cans, corroded steel bars, tattered cloth, and frayed ropes, all haphazardly piled in the corner. Beyond this chaos lay a narrow bed measuring merely 0.6 meters in width and a dilapidated table occupying half a square meter. The air was thick with a stench of decay and sourness. How could I find myself in such a place? Tang Ping was taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. He recalled leaving work early due to certain circumstances. He should be lying in his 20 square meter rental. Suddenly, the flood of unfamiliar memories surged back like a tidal wave. Countless fragments of information inundated Tang Ping's mind, causing a splitting headache. He clutched his head tightly, his muscles spasming as cold sweat dripped from him. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally regained control of his body. Yet the alien memories and the weight of a century's history rendered him utterly dazed. Sitting on the narrow bed, he gasped heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief and an inability to accept the reality before him. The sharp pangs of hunger jolted Tang Ping back to clarity. He needed sustenance, or he would surely perish. The overwhelming sensation of hunger drove him nearly to madness as he frantically searched for even a morsel of food. Nothing. There was nothing to be found in this cramped, dimly lit room, save for a heap of refuse. Not even a crumb of bread remained. He was on the verge of starvation. In despair, Tang Ping slumped to the floor, still unable to accept the truth of his transposition. For his situation was indeed dire. Am I destined to starve? Tang Ping let out a bitter laugh. In the era he lived, the thought of dying from hunger was inconceivable, yet in the present, it seemed all too common. From the memories of the original owner, he learned that he resided in the most impoverished area of the 081 zone, the outermost section of the safety zone, which was itself the most destitute slum within 081. The original owner's identity was that of a gray citizen, those who could not access the system panel. Deprived of this panel, these individuals lacked even the most basic level talent, rendering them the lowest of the low. It was evident that the original owner was such a person. At the age of 16, he failed to obtain a system panel or awaken any talent, thus relegating him to the status of a lowly gray citizen. Each day, he had to risk his life just to secure a morsel of food. Am I truly on the brink of death? Tang Ping sighed, pondering that it would be better to toil like a beast of burden. He could not fathom why fate would play such a cruel joke on him. Was it merely for grumbling about the drudgery of life after being unfairly blamed by his superior? The broken clock, stripped of its casing, continued to tick away. Time slowly approached noon. Tang Ping's consciousness began to fade. He felt utterly drained. Suddenly, a loud, violent knocking echoed from outside. Tang Ping, you've been 3 days late on your rent. If you don't pay today, pack your things and get out. Bang, bang. Tang Ping, are you even listening? Don't think closing the door will absolve you of your rent obligations. The outside voice was laced with curses, accompanied by the jangle of a set of keys. With a creak, the rusted door swung open, revealing a woman of ample proportions, her visage more fearsome than any man's, with 3 deep scars across her face as if marked by some wild beast. Tang Ping. He opened his eyes, recognizing this woman as the landlord of his building. Regardless of age or gender, all refer to her as Fat Tiger Mom. Though she was also a gray citizen, her life was undeniably more comfortable than that of 99 of her peers, as evidenced by her ample physique. It seemed that he was on the verge of being cast out, destined to perish outside. He wondered if he would become a wandering ghost, starving in death. The look of disdain in Fat Tiger Mom's eyes was palpable. So, you're on the brink of death? Just don't die in my house. I have plenty of gray citizens who can rent it. Her greasy hands, with dirt lodged beneath the nails, reached toward Tang Ping. Suddenly, the clock chimed with a crisp tick. Noon had arrived. At that moment, Tang Ping felt his consciousness being tugged away, abruptly severing from his body. His vision brightened, and the clean sunlight flooded the room. The half-eaten instant noodles on the table released an enticing aroma. Tang Ping stared in astonishment at the noodles before turning to the window, where brilliant sunlight poured in. The 20-square-meter rental space, though modest, was immaculate and clear. The wind outside stirred the curtains and carried the scent of the noodles directly to his nostrils. He had never realized how beautiful his life could be. Could it be that I just had a dream? Tang Ping pondered. However, he soon realized that this was undoubtedly not a dream, for within the recesses of his mind, another person had emerged, complete with 18 years of vivid memories. This phenomenon could not merely be attributed to a dream. A look of astonishment crossed Tang Ping's face. The recent scene had been so palpably real that he could distinctly recall the agonizing sensation of hunger that twisted and throbbed in his stomach. Have I returned to a century ago? Or am I in an entirely different realm? Tang Ping hastily rose, grasping the mobile phone that was charging by his bedside. He yearned to ascertain the date, what month and day it was. To verify whether he shared a world with the one 100 years hence, he need only wait. January 1st, 2030. Tang Ping gasped, his breath quickening. If he truly inhabited the world of a century past, then at 8 o'clock tonight, the apocalyptic game would commence. Chapter 2. Preparations before the apocalypse. Game. Only 8 hours remain. Regardless of the veracity of it all, he needed to prepare supplies in advance. Tang Ping began to fervently rummage through his memories concerning the onset of the global apocalypse game. First and foremost, what left the deepest impression was that everyone, upon selecting a shelter, would become a player, acquiring a system interface, and awakening a unique talent, something that the future Tang Ping longed for. Secondly, there was the shelter. It could be said that the safe zones of a century later were established around the shelters of advanced players. The safe zone he inhabited comprised a total of 81 districts, expanding outward in 4 layers from the core of the advanced players' shelters. As for these shelters, they were not fixed or immovable, rather, they could be carried at one's convenience. However, players must locate an object to serve as a medium to establish their shelter. To enter the shelter, one merely needed to toss the object onto the ground, and the shelter would materialize. Conversely, when departing, it could be taken along. Moreover, this object could not be damaged or discarded. It served as the fundamental means for the initial players to survive through various calamities. The shelter functioned as a mobile bastion of safety. Furthermore, depending on the type and function of the object, the shelter would acquire a range of diverse attributes. Some players used ancient swords as their shelters, gaining the characteristic of sword immortal. When the shelter transformed into the essence of the ancient sword, they could soar through the skies on their blade, striking down foes from 100 paces away. In the future, they could even sever heads from 1,000 miles away. Others adopted a golden Buddha as their shelter, acquiring the characteristic of golden lotus barrier. The area surrounding the shelter would be safeguarded by an impenetrable golden lotus barrier. Some chose the white jade guanine as their shelter, gaining the characteristic of jade purification vase. The shelter could generate a miraculous water capable of healing wounds and promoting rapid plant growth. Yet, Tang Ping lacked the strength to obtain these extraordinary items, but he possessed one object that boasted equally remarkable attributes. Tang Ping clutched his mobile phone, feeling a surge of excitement. This object, indeed, was his phone. However, in order to compare with those shelters, a specific condition must be met. Only the first individual to utilize a mobile phone as a shelter can acquire the SS grade characteristic, an intriguing minigame. One must not underestimate this characteristic in later times. Tang Ping also underwent 9 years of compulsory education, which included lessons on the SSS characteristic and history. That esteemed player initially obtained a minigame known as Pixel Farm. Within Pixel Farm, one could physically enter and refresh seeds each day. These remarkable seeds, though only cultivable within Pixel Farm, could yield harvests in just a few days, with some requiring as little as half a day. Subsequently, all characteristics obtained from the shelter scrolls would grant various mini-games, each endowed with extraordinary abilities. Tang Ping grasped his mobile phone tightly should the apocalyptic game truly arrive. This would be his chance to defy fate. He needed to prepare thoroughly, for the arrival of the game would be accompanied by relentless calamities. Tang Ping meticulously recalled information about disasters from his memories. These calamities, well known to future generations, initially arrived without any forewarning. After the global apocalypse game descends, the first disaster is known as corruption. All food will spoil beyond edibility within a mere month, and consuming corrupted food poses a risk of infection. Only food stored within the shelter during the 30-minute selection window can be spared. The second disaster is termed pollution, wherein land, water sources, and air will be thoroughly contaminated within 3 months, leading to the mutation of all flora and fauna into terrifying polluted beasts. The third disaster is referred to as Gray Sunday. Over the following 8 months, the sun will gradually be shrouded in a gray mist, ultimately becoming completely obscured. Thus, Blue Star will irrevocably enter an era referred to as the Age of Calamity by those a century hence. Tang Ping shuddered at the thought of the devastated world from his memories. Could this truly be a realm where humanity could survive? No. Regardless of its veracity, I must prepare ample supplies to endure the initial disasters, minimizing the time spent seeking resources to secure more opportunities for development. Resolved, he glanced at his bank balance, 27,800 yuan. As a recent graduate, his salary was modest, and despite frugality, he had only managed to save this amount. Yet it was sufficient. Tang Ping swiftly hailed a taxi and arrived at a wholesale food market, where he purchased Wild Soldier's elite compressed biscuits, 35 yuan per box, containing 40 packets of 100 grams each, convenient for transport and ready to eat. He stockpiled 200 boxes, spending 7,000 yuan due to the bulk purchase. He received a discount of 5 yuan per box, totaling 6,000 yuan. Following that, he acquired 2,000 cans of luncheon meat from the same brand, benefiting from discounts as well, and with a shelf life of only 6 months, each can cost merely 5 yuan for 200 grams, culminating in an expenditure of 10,000 yuan. Though abundant in quantity, these items occupy a modest space. The initial shelter measures 3 meters in width, 4 meters in length, and 3 meters in height, a sufficient area to accommodate these provisions. As for water, he procured 50 packs of mineral water, each containing 24 bottles. These supplies were nearly adequate. By the time he transported everything back to his rented accommodation, it was already 6 in the evening, leaving less than 2 hours until 8. With the remaining sum of over 10,000, he refrained from acquiring additional supplies and instead purchased a beautifully crafted gold ring. Should he fail to secure the first player who utilized a mobile phone as their shelter, he would opt to unbind and employ the gold ring as his own refuge. A shelter fashioned from gold is generally not of inferior quality. At the very least, it will possess clever characteristics, serving as a safety net. Gold is also a universally acknowledged item that guarantees the baseline characteristics of a shelter. With all his savings exhausted, Tang Ping chose not to prepare further, but to await quietly. As time drew nearer, Tang Ping felt increasingly anxious, his grip on the phone and the gold ring trembling slightly. Ding! The global apocalypse has arrived. All inhabitants of Blue Star will partake in an apocalyptic game. Please select any item within 30 minutes. The game will use this item as a medium to generate a shelter measuring 3 by 4 by 3 cubic meters. Should you fail to select any item within 30 minutes, it will be deemed an automatic forfeiture. Note, The item selection box is a cube with a 20-centimeter edge. Any item exceeding this dimension cannot be chosen as a shelter. I choose the mobile phone. Chapter 1: The Global Apocalypse Game. A wave of consciousness washed over Tang Ping as a multitude of unfamiliar memories erupted within his mind. It was as if he had lived an entirely different life, one that was peculiar and bizarre. As his awareness gradually returned to his corporeal form, he sensed the frigid air enveloping him. Where am I? Why is it so cold? Tang Ping felt as though he had just awakened from a long, dark dream. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sensation of icy droplets descending upon his face. The biting cold water sent shivers coursing through his body, jolting him awake as if from a nightmare. Gasping for breath, he was bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Where am I? How did I end up here? He gazed around in astonishment. This was undeniably not the rented room he inhabited. Although his living conditions were poor, they were not nearly as deplorable as this. The walls were festooned with mold, fissures snaked across the surface, exposing the coarse sand within. Water dripped from the cement ceiling, and the mattress beneath him was stiff, marred by dark, coagulated stains. The entire room was exceedingly cramped, measuring a mere 6 square meters. Besides a solitary door, there was not a single window. Yet, this minuscule space was cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items: battered tin cans, rusted steel bars, tattered fabric scraps, and frayed ropes were all heaped in disarray in the corner. Aside from this debris, there was only a narrow bed, barely 6 meters wide, and a half-square meter dilapidated table. The room exuded a putrid, rancid odor. How did I find myself here? Tang Ping was bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion. He distinctly remembered leaving work early due to some matters, and he should have been lying in his 20-square-meter rented room. Suddenly, the alien memories surged back like a tidal wave. Countless pieces of information flooded his mind, causing an excruciating pain as if his head were about to burst. He clutched his head tightly, his muscles convulsing as cold sweat poured down his brow. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually, Tang Ping regained control over his body. Though the unfamiliar memories and the history spanning a century rendered his gaze vacant. Sitting on the narrow bed, he panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief and an overwhelming sense of denial. The gnawing pain in his stomach finally jolted him into reality. He needed sustenance or he would perish from hunger. The intense craving for food drove him to the brink of madness. In that moment, the young man in the room could no longer focus on the fact of his transmigration. He frantically searched, hoping to uncover even the tiniest morsel to eat. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. In this small, dark room, amidst the refuse, he could not find even a crumb of bread. He was on the verge of starvation. Despondently, Tang Ping slumped to the floor, still struggling to accept the truth of his new existence. The situation was simply too dire. Was he truly destined to starve to death? Tang Ping let out a bitter laugh. In the era he lived in, dying of starvation was an inconceivable notion. However, in the present day, it appeared to be a common occurrence. Through the memories of the original owner, he learned that he resided in the most desolate area of the safety zone, specifically the impoverished District 081, which was itself the most wretched part of that district. The original owner was, in fact, a member of the Gray People, a term used to describe those who were unable to obtain a system panel. Devoid of such a panel, these individuals could not even possess the most rudimentary F-level talent, rendering them the lowest of the low. It was evident that the original owner was one such person. At the age of 16, he failed to acquire a system panel or awaken any talent, relegating him to the status of a lowly gray person, whose daily struggle for a morsel of food often involved risking his very life. Am I destined to perish? Tang Ping sighed, contemplating that it would be preferable to serve as a beast of burden. He could not fathom why fate would play such a cruel jest on him. Was it merely because he had lamented his subservient existence after being scapegoated by his superior? Did it warrant such a grand spectacle? Executed in this manner, the broken clock, devoid of an outer casing, continued to tick away relentlessly. Time inched closer to midnight. Tang Ping felt his consciousness fading, his strength waning. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. Tang Ping, You have 3 days' rent overdue. If you do not pay today, I will pack your things and have you thrown out. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Ping. Are you listening? Don't think that closing the door will absolve you of your rent obligations. Outside, a torrent of curses ensued, accompanied by the clattering of keys. With a creak, the rusted door swung open, revealing a rotund woman whose visage was more fearsome than any man-ass. Her face bore 3 deep scars, reminiscent of fierce animal claw marks. Tang Ping. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Ping recognized this woman as the landlady of his building, known to all, regardless of age or gender, as Fat Tiger Mom. Although she was also among the gray people, she lived a more comfortable life than the vast majority of them, evident from her ample frame. It seemed that he would soon be cast out, left to perish outside, and he wondered if death would transform him into a ghost of starvation. Fat Tiger Mom's eyes glimmered with disdain. So you're on the brink of death? Just don't die in my house. I have plenty of gray people renting. Her greasy, dirt-laden fingers reached out towards Tang Ping. At that moment, the clock's hand emitted a crisp tick, signaling the arrival of midnight. 12 o'clock suddenly. Tang Ping felt a force tugging at his consciousness, abruptly pulling it away from his body. His vision brightened instantaneously. Pure sunlight flooded the room, illuminating the table where unfinished instant noodles emitted an enticing aroma. Tang Ping stared in astonishment at the noodles before turning to the window, where brilliant, clean sunlight spilled in. The 20-square-meter rental unit, though modest, was immaculate and clear. The breeze outside billowed the curtains, carrying the scent of the noodles straight to his nostrils. He had never before perceived his life as so splendid. Could it be that I have just awakened from a dream? Tang Ping pondered in uncertainty. However, he soon realized that it was unequivocally not a dream, for within his mind there vividly emerged another person, complete with 18 years of memories. This could not possibly be attributed to a mere dream. A look of astonishment adorned Tang Ping's face. The recent scene was so strikingly real that he could even distinctly recall the agonizing sensation of hunger that caused his stomach to convulse in pain. Have I returned to a century ago? Or is this an entirely different world? Tang Ping hastily rose to his feet and reached for his phone, which was charging beside his bed. He yearned to ascertain the current date, to determine whether he and the world a century hence were indeed intertwined. He needed only to wait. January 1st, 2030. Tang Ping's breath quickened. If he truly found himself in the world of 100 years past, then at 8 o'clock tonight, the cataclysmic game for all humanity would commence. Chapter 2. Preparations before the apocalypse game, with merely 8 hours remaining, regardless of the veracity of the impending event. He recognized the necessity of amassing essential supplies in advance. Tang Ping fervently delved into his memories regarding the onset of the global apocalypse game. Firstly, the most indelible impression was that upon selecting a shelter, every individual would transform into a player, acquiring a system panel and awakening a unique talent, an aspect that the future Tang Ping held in the highest regard. Secondly, there was the shelter itself. One could assert that a century hence, the safe zones would be established around the shelters of advanced players. The safe zone he inhabited comprised a total of 99 districts, expanding outward in 4 layers from the core of the advanced players' shelters. Moreover, these shelters were not static. They were portable. Players needed to identify an object to serve as the medium for establishing their shelter. When it was time to enter the shelter, one merely needed to cast the object onto the ground for the shelter to materialize. Conversely, when departing, the object could be taken along. Furthermore, this object was indestructible and could not be discarded, serving as the fundamental cornerstone for the initial players to survive one catastrophe after another. The shelter resembled a mobile fortress of safety. Additionally, depending on the type and function of the object, the shelter would acquire various attributes. Some chose an ancient sword as their shelter and gained the attribute of Sword Immortal. When the shelter manifested as the ancient sword itself, the player could soar through the skies on their blade, striking down foes from 100 paces away. In later times, some could even decapitate adversaries from 1,000 miles away. Others opted for a golden Buddha, obtaining the attribute of Golden Lotus Barrier. The location of a shelter would be impervious under the protection of the Golden Lotus Barrier. Some selected a white jade guanine, acquiring the attribute of jade purification bottle. This shelter could generate a divine water, not only capable of healing wounds, but also accelerating the growth of plants. However, Tang Ping lacked the strength to attain such extraordinary items. Yet, there was one object that possessed attributes akin to these: his mobile phone. Holding his phone tightly, he felt a surge of excitement. This item, however, could only compare to those shelters if one condition was met. The first individual to utilize a phone as a shelter would be granted the SSS level attribute, minigame. One must not underestimate this attribute. The future Tang Ping had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, where such historical details were imparted, including a lesson dedicated solely to SSS level attributes and minigames. The esteemed advanced player initially acquired a minigame, Pixel Farm. This pixelated farm allowed one to enter in person, refreshing seeds daily. Although these marvelous seeds could only be planted within the confines of the Pixel Farm, they yielded harvests in just a few days, with some maturing in as little as half a day. Furthermore, all subsequent shelter attribute scrolls would yield various minigames, each endowed with incredible capabilities. Clutching his phone tightly, Tang Ping realized that if the global apocalypse game truly descended upon them, this would be his opportunity to alter his fate. However, he still needed to make adequate preparations, for with the arrival of the game came an unrelenting series of calamities. Tang Ping meticulously recalled the memories concerning these disasters. The calamities, well known to future generations, initially descended without any forewarning. Following the onset of the global apocalypse game, the first catastrophe was termed corruption. All food would spoil within a mere month, rendering it completely inedible. Even consuming corrupted food posed a risk of infection. Only by storing food within the chosen shelter during the 30-minute window could one escape this fate. The second disaster was referred to as pollution, where land, water, and air would be thoroughly contaminated within 3 months, leading to the mutation of all flora and fauna into terrifying, abominable beasts. The third calamity, known as Ashen Sun, would see the sun gradually shrouded in a veil of gray mist over the subsequent 8 months, culminating in its total obscuration after that period. Thus, the blue planet would irrevocably enter what those a century hence would term the era of calamity. Tang Ping shuddered at the recollection of the ravaged world depicted in his memories. Was that truly a world in which humanity could survive? No, regardless of its veracity. He must stockpile sufficient resources to endure the initial disaster, minimizing the time spent in quest of supplies to maximize his opportunities for advancement. He resolved firmly, glancing at the balance in his bank account, 27,800 yuan. As a recent university graduate, his salary was modest. Through frugality, he had managed to save this amount. It was sufficient. Tang Ping swiftly hailed a taxi and arrived at a wholesale food market, where he purchased the elite combat soldiers' compressed biscuits, 35 yuan per box, containing 40 packets of 100 grams each, convenient for transport and ready to eat upon opening. He stockpiled 200 boxes, spending 7,000 yuan. Due to the bulk purchase, he saved 5 yuan per box, totaling 6,000. Next, he acquired 2,000 cans of luncheon meat from the same brand, benefiting from discounts and selecting items with only 6 months until expiry, each can costing just 5 yuan and weighing 200 grams, amounting to a total expenditure of 10,000. Although the quantity was substantial, the space it occupied was minimal. The initial shelter measured 3 meters in width, 4 meters in length, and 3 meters in height, ample enough to accommodate these provisions. As for water, he procured 50 packs of mineral water, each containing 24 bottles. With these supplies nearly sufficient, he returned to his rented apartment, arriving at 6 in the evening, leaving less than 2 hours until 8. With over 10,000 yuan remaining, he chose not to acquire further supplies, but instead purchased an exquisitely crafted gold ring. Should he fail to secure the first player who would use a mobile phone as a shelter, he would opt to unbind and utilize the gold ring as a sanctuary. A shelter fashioned from gold would generally not be subpar. At the very least, it would possess C-grade characteristics, serving as a safety net. Gold is also universally acknowledged as a material that guarantees the basic characteristics of shelter. Having exhausted all his savings, Tang Ping ceased his preparations and chose instead to await the inevitable in silence. As the appointed time drew nearer, his anxiety intensified. His grip on the phone and the gold ring trembled slightly. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! The global apocalypse has arrived. All inhabitants of Blue Star will partake in a Doomsday game. Please select an item of your choice within 30 minutes. This item will serve as the medium for the generation of your 3x4x3 cubic meter shelter. Should you fail to make a selection within 30 minutes, it will be deemed a voluntary forfeiture. Note, the selection box for items is a cube with a side length of 20 centimeters. Any item exceeding this dimension cannot be chosen as your shelter. I choose the phone. Chapter 3. SSS level shelter. The Doomsday game has truly descended. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to utilize a mobile phone as a shelter, which has acquired SSS level characteristics. Note, your dexterity is remarkably swift. You must have practiced diligently. The player has successfully selected a shelter and received the system panel. Congratulations to the player for awakening the F-level talent. Flickering Flame. Note, there are no useless talents, only unworthy players. Keep striving, you can do it. Player, Tang Ping ID, 000000003 Physique, 5 Spirit, 5 Strength, 4 Speed, 6 Talent. Flickering Flame, F Talent Level, 10100 and F Level Talent. A twitch of Tang Ping's lips betrayed his discontent. Without a stroke of luck, he might not survive beyond 2 episodes. However, it is fortunate that talents can be developed over time. With an SSS level shelter, he might still have the opportunity to rise among the elite players. Tang Ping took a deep breath and gazed out the window. The Doomsday game had arrived. In 30 minutes, many might fail to select a shelter for various reasons, consequently forfeiting their player qualifications, forced to survive in the apocalypse, reliant on others for their existence. Their descendants, a century later, would be known as the Ashen Folk. Moreover, after 30 minutes, such opportunities to secure a shelter would no longer be readily available. Although there is a chance for awakening talents later, it is exceedingly rare, and the offspring of the first generation of Ashen Folk would have even slimmer chances of awakening their panels. For players with shelters, as long as the shelter exists, their bloodline descendants are guaranteed to awaken their panels. The extraordinary families within the safe zones are founded upon this principle. For any awakened panel assures at least in F-level talent, making them unattainably superior to the Ashen Folk. In the decades to come, countless individuals would lament their choices made today. The calamity known as corruption is a disaster that strikes without warning. However, the initial catastrophe does not solely consist of this corruption, but is also accompanied by a level 10 tempest, a sandstorm. Tang Ping withdrew his gaze from the window and promptly summoned his shelter. The mobile phone in his hand transformed into a gray house, the initial form of the shelter. Though it resembles a house, it can manifest anywhere, underground, underwater, or even in the sky. The shelter itself appears to be a game element. Placing it is akin to positioning items in a game, effortlessly bypassing any obstacles with a single tap. This functionality bestows tremendous advantages upon shelter, allowing players to conceal it underground, underwater, or in the sky whenever danger looms. Tang Ping swiftly stored all his purchase supplies within the shelter and hurried downstairs. In a seldom traveled alley, he discarded his mobile phone, establishing the shelter underground, with the entrance cleverly disguised as a manhole cover. The phone itself is indestructible. However, once transformed into a shelter, it becomes vulnerable to attacks. If the shelter's health is depleted, it will not be destroyed, but rather enter a state of abandonment, necessitating rebinding. This signifies that shelters are subject to being seized. However, after 3 years, the system will undergo an update, permanently binding shelters to their players, rendering them immune to plunder. Yet, within these 3 years, countless players have met their demise, leading to shelters being claimed by others. Additionally, many shelters have fallen into a state of abandonment. Even a century later, whispers occasionally surface of individuals discovering these shelters. The 10th level storm is imminent, and I recall there being treasure chests within its tempest. Tang Ping's eyes gleamed as he turned and slipped into the manhole, returning to his shelter to await the storm's arrival. The space within the shelter was limited, prompting him to dismantle half of a bed from his rented apartment and transport it inside. Alongside it were a bedside table, a small desk, and various supplies piled in the corner. The entire cramped shelter was nearly devoid of any free space. Tang Ping opened his phone, revealing some group chats that had not vanished. In the company group chat, Sister Wong from next door. Have you all heard strange sounds? What is this global apocalypse game? Only from Tiny U. I have heard it too. What's going on? It feels rather eerie. We even have to choose shelters? Sister San, how incredible. I just tried it, and my thermos truly transformed into a shelter. I tossed it on the ground, and lo and behold, it turned into a house. Old slave, doesn't T want to rent? Fantastic. It's real, a portable house. I want T need to rent anymore. I've already messaged my landlord, giving her a piece of my mind. She raised my rent 3 times in 3 months. I am a flying bird. How wonderful. I can move my things in and sleep there at night. It will be so convenient for work. I could just toss my house on the ground when I leave the office and save over $2,000 in rent each month. Cow and horse. Wait, folks. Did you not notice the words apocalypse? We're in the apocalypse, yet you're still thinking about work? Cow and horse the dog. I've already resigned. I wrote a lengthy 2,000-word scathing letter to that BTCH. She truly treated me like a dog, making me do the work of 6 people while paying me for half. Manager Wang Yin. Cow and horse, you don't want to work anymore? What about your wife? What about your children? Hurry up and write a 4,000-word reflection. Otherwise, forget about your full attendance this month. Cow and horse the dog. You, me, and your ancestors. Manager Wang Yin. All right, Li Chong, I see you truly wish to resign. Just wait for it. Little grass. Is this really all right? What if all of this is a hoax? Indestructible Xiao Qiang. Have you not yet bound your shelter? Quickly choose an item. Binding it to the shelter will reveal its wonders. The apocalypse is undeniably real. Little grass. I've bound it. I chose my cactus, and I received some S-level traits. 10-fold growth speed for crops, along with an S-level talent. Thorn wall. Cow and horse. Sister. Sister, do you still remember me? It's Zaya Dong Dong. I even brought you breakfast before. Please take me under your wing. Alas, I possess only an F-level characteristic of lush grass and an F-level talent of vine entanglement. Oh dear, let us leap together. My goodness, a double S-level. Sister Grass is undoubtedly the protagonist of the apocalypse. I implore you accept me. I have 8 abdominal muscles, and I can even use them to polish the floor. I am Thanos, the harbinger of destruction. I feel rather capable myself, with a shelter characteristic of A-level diamondization and a talent of A-level metal manipulation. Manager Wang Yin. Haha, spare me your characteristics and talents. You still must diligently report to work. Dark magic is as opaque as night. You, vile wretch, be gone. Even if I were to work, it would not be for you. Damn it. Last time I secured an $8 million project, and you, old boy, only compensated me with 800. Not even enough to treat someone to tea. Niuma ben niu, evolvit bradivs. Outside, the wind is rising. Chapter 4. The Doomsday Chest. The apocalypse has arrived. A tempest of level 10 uprooted trees, and the glass of towering skyscrapers was swept away by the ferocious winds. Alongside the storm came swirling sands, instantly shrouding the sky in a veil of yellow dust, rendering the sun invisible. One moment, the world was serene and beautiful. The next, it had morphed into a scene of desolation. Indeed, it has come. Tang Ping sighed, recalling the terrifying images of the apocalypse from the future, shuddering at the thought. He crawled out of his shelter, bending low against the gusts. He must do everything in his power to grow stronger. He did not wish to become like another Tang Ping a century later, desperately fighting for a morsel of food, ultimately succumbing to starvation at only 18. As the storm raged, many sought refuge indoors, unaware that this tempest would present the most opportune moment to acquire the coveted treasure chests of the apocalypse. Tang Ping trudged forward with great difficulty. On the first day of the apocalypse, within the initial 10 minutes, one could find at least one treasure chest simply by venturing outside, such was the abundance of these treasures. Indeed, as Tang Ping emerged from the alley, he spotted a black and gray treasure chest on the road. In this global Doomsday game, the treasure chests contained food, water, essential supplies, and even precious items such as talent upgrade stones, shelter characteristic scrolls, and attribute stones. The contents were entirely dependent on luck. However, on the first day of the apocalypse, the treasure chests within those crucial first 10 minutes were not only easy to find, but also most likely to yield valuable items. The winds howled fiercely, and to avoid being blown away, Tang Ping crawled on the ground like a gecko, swiftly approaching the chest. "Look, there's a chest amidst the sandstorm," exclaimed a young man with a buzz cut. His punk companion's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I know, that must be a treasure chest from the Doomsday game. It surely contains something valuable." The buzz-cut youth rejoiced. "A treasure chest. Wonderful. Let us hurry and seize it." Upon hearing their voices, Tang Ping immediately stood up, quickening his pace. That kid is trying to steal our chest." The buzz-cut youth bellowed in fury. The punk youth, seething with rage, shouted, "Damn it. He dares to take our treasure." A bolt of lightning, as thick as 2 fingers, suddenly shot towards Tang Ping's chest. Startled, Tang Ping realized this was at least a B-level ability. Seeing no way to evade it, he swiftly tossed his phone forward, summoning his shelter to intercept the attack. He quickly grabbed the treasure chest and turned to dash back into the alley. The lightning struck the shelter, causing a slight decrease in its health. However, as Tang Ping sprinted further away, the shelter vanished, transforming back into his phone, returning to his side. Damn it, the chest was snatched. The buzz-cut youth spat in frustration. "If I see you again, I'll 1T let it go." The punk youth's eyes glinted with murderous intent, clearly intent on vengeance. "Bro, look, there's another treasure chest over there." The buzz-cut youth exclaimed joyfully. "Let us go." The punk youth dashed toward it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Ping, having exited the alley, was panting heavily, muttering, "Why did I have to receive an F-level ability?" With a flick of his finger, a small flame erupted at its tip, scarcely larger than a candle's flicker, truly deserving of its title as such. Tang Ping inwardly cursed, but soon his spirits lifted. Another Doomsday treasure chest awaited him. Nestled within the greenery ahead lay a dazzling chest, and without hesitation, Tang Ping dashed forth. This time, he encountered no one else, swiftly stowing the chest and rolling away with the wind. 2 treasure chests already. Indeed, just as the memories foretold. The first 10 minutes of the apocalyptic storm were the prime time for gathering treasures. Tang Ping felt invigorated. Seizing more opportunities would ensure a better life for him in the future. Perhaps he might even live to see a century. For once his talent ascended from level 6 to 7, his lifespan would transcend human limits, potentially extending to 200 years. Clutching his phone, Tang Ping turned his back to the wind to shield himself from the stinging sands and resumed his search for more chests. Although the probability of acquiring valuable items from the chests obtained within the first 10 minutes was high, the risk of receiving mundane items remained. Thus, it was imperative to gather as many chests as possible. Suddenly, a shard of glass came crashing down before him, sending a chill of sweat cascading down his spine. Even on the very first day of the apocalypse, perilous threats lurked around every corner. Tang Ping remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings while hunting for treasures, ever watchful to avoid being struck by falling debris. The roads remained littered with vehicles, those who had not returned home in time, now caught in a sudden, fierce sandstorm. The chaos erupted like a powder keg as car after car collided, resulting in fiery explosions. A heavy-duty truck barreled over a cluster of smaller cars, while steel coils rolled off another truck, crashing into a supermarket. The harrowing screams pierced through the dust, and even from across the road, Tang Ping could envision the tragedy unfolding within. Yet in this dire situation, no one could save another. Survival in this new world hinged solely on oneself. Clenching his fists, Tang Ping surged onto the road, spotting yet another treasure chest. Boom! A car was sent flying by the truck's collision, hurtling towards him like a rampaging bull. Without hesitation, he summoned his shelter once more to shield himself. The shelter's health bar diminished, but in that moment, He quickly seized the treasure chest and fled to the roadside. 3 treasure chests now. Turning back to glance at the car, he saw the front end, crumpled by the truck's impact, now further crushed by the shelter's intervention. He could only imagine the fate of those trapped inside. As he turned to leave, he steadied his emotions, striving to cast aside any remnants of morality in this apocalypse. What was once deemed ethical now felt like a dagger poised to plunge into his own heart. Suddenly, he spotted a middle-aged man sprinting toward a young girl in the middle of the road as a car's horn blared ominously. By the time the driver noticed, the man had already leaped to the roadside, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the little girl appeared paralyzed with fear, frantically running towards the opposite side of the road. Tang Ping lowered his head, braving the fierce wind, feigning ignorance to the middle-aged man, pleading for help, and continued onward. The treasure chest. Only the apocalyptic treasure chest could compel him to halt his advance. At the entrance of a nearby community, another treasure chest materialized. Tang Ping charged towards it, mere steps away from reaching the chest. Get lost! A rock, the size of a head, hurtled towards him. Tang Ping rolled with the wind, tumbling on the ground, and spotted a corpulent figure greedily approaching the treasure chest. A kitchen knife appeared in Tang Ping's hand, his gaze fierce as he hurled it at the plump man, who was 4 to 5 meters away. The man clutched his bloodied thigh, howling in agony. Tang Ping darted forward, swiftly touching the treasure chest, then discarded the shelter behind him to thwart any rock projectiles the man might unleash. Damn it, you better not move. Tang Ping kuset in wali. Only a fool would stand still. He quickly veered into a narrow path. Upon glimpsing another apocalyptic treasure chest, he felt a surge of delight and approached to touch it. But the chest suddenly began to flicker. Alarmed, he lunged forward. His hand made contact, and the treasure chest was secured within his shelter. He hastily retrieved his phone, and upon checking, he confirmed that 10 minutes had indeed elapsed. He released the shelter, disguising the door as a manhole cover, before returning inside. Chapter 5. Minigames, Plants vs. Zombies. Tang Ping returned to the sanctuary, his tense body finally relaxing. Within the confines of the shelter, as long as its health bar remained intact, he felt utterly secure. The portion of health lost during attacks would replenish to full at midnight each day. Gazing at the 5 Doomsday chests in the room, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He wondered what treasures these 5 chests might hold. Perhaps a scroll of sanctuary characteristics would be among them. Tang Ping felt a surge of excitement, wondering if he might be fortunate enough to acquire the minigame, Pixel Farm. With Pixel Farm, he would never again need to worry about food, as the crops within were of the highest quality, nutrient-rich and delectable, with some rare crops possessing extraordinary effects. He picked up 1 chest, praying for good fortune. Open the chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the Doomsday chest and received stale bread 10, sweet mineral water 10, strength attribute stone 1. Is that all? A hint of disappointment flickered within Tang Ping, yet he was not entirely disheartened. At least he had obtained a strength attribute stone. Use the strength attribute stone. Congratulations, player. You have used the strength attribute stone. Strength 1. Current strength attribute, 5 points. He stacked the stale bread and mineral water in the corner and continued to open the chests, convinced that there must be a scroll of sanctuary characteristics among the remaining 4. Open the chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the Doomsday chest and received stale bread 10, sweet mineral water 10, E-rank talent upgrade stone 1. A talent upgrade stone. Tang Ping was instantly thrilled. The heavens had shown him mercy. His F-rank talent, Flickering Flame, had been a struggle to ignite, but now, with the talent upgrade stone, he could elevate it to E-rank. Although E-rank talents are still considered rudimentary, it was nonetheless an improvement. With the talent now at E-rank, how far could he be from attaining D-rank? From S-rank? Not far at all. Without hesitation, Tang Ping used the talent upgrade stone. Congratulations, player. You have used the talent upgrade stone. Talent upgraded to E-rank, Weak Flame. Eager to test his enhanced abilities, he opened his palm, and a fireball the size of an egg erupted forth with a pop. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Damn it, Tang Ping kuset. Realizing that E-rank talents indeed warranted tempered expectations, he pressed on, determined to open another chest, still yearning for Pixel Farm. His desire for this minigame was fervent. Open the chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the Doomsday chest and received Cream Bread Tin, Cola Tin, F-Rank Extraordinary Weapon, Black Diamond Knife 1. An extraordinary weapon. Tang Ping felt invigorated. This was far superior to the Attribute Stone. Although merely an F-Rank Extraordinary Weapon, its utility would surpass that of elevating his talent to E-Rank. Moreover, possessing an extraordinary weapon, his innate abilities could be infused into it, resulting in even more formidable attacks. Tang Ping was in high spirits, finally acquiring something truly practical. With this exceptional weapon in hand, he no longer had to flee at the mere sight of a formidable opponent. He resolved to dedicate some time to honing his swordsmanship, aiming not for mastery, but at least for proficient usage. Tang Ping retrieved the Black Diamond Blade, a sword reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, exuding a sense of ancient elegance. The blade shimmered with a cold light, appearing remarkably sharp. Embedded in the hilt was a black diamond, the key element that enabled the Black Diamond Blade to harness his talents. Tang Ping felt quite content with this F-grade extraordinary weapon, although its level was somewhat modest. It was entirely sufficient for his needs. Should he acquire a higher-grade extraordinary weapon, he might find it unwieldy, as this F-grade Black Diamond Blade already weighed 4 pounds. After placing the sword and supplies in the corner, he resumed opening treasure chests. Only 2 remained, and a slight tension crept in. If he failed to obtain the Shelter Trait Scroll this time, future opportunities would be even more elusive. He opened the treasure chest. This was the 4th one. Congratulations, player. For opening the Apocalypse chest, you have received Chocolate Tin, Fresh Fruit Bag Tin, Shelter Trait Scroll 1. Gold. At last, gold. Tang Ping clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, the Shelter Trait Scroll had appeared. For others, the Shelter Trait Scroll merely provided random F to S grade shelter traits, with a significantly higher probability of lower grade traits and an almost negligible chance of acquiring S grade traits. Moreover, higher grade shelter traits could not be obtained from scrolls. However, for Tang Ping, who possessed an SSS grade shelter trait minigame, the scroll would randomly grant him various minigames. Some of these games were trivial, yet others were remarkably advantageous. In fact, certain monster fighting minigames could yield items directly transferable to reality, becoming extraordinary weapons. Tang Ping took a moment to calm his racing heart, praying for a worthwhile minigame, hoping it would not be something as futile as a black and white piano, Go, or candy-crushing games. Even a simple game that required daily water collection would suffice. Using the Shelter Trait Scroll. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the Shelter Trait Scroll. Detected possession of an SSS grade trait minigame. You have received the minigame, Plants vs. Zombies. Wow. Tang Ping leaped up in sheer exhilaration. Chapter 6. The Mysterious Pet Egg. This minigame is truly extraordinary. In the memories of Tang Ping from a later era, information regarding this minigame also exists. However, it does not originate from the players of the SSS level minigame featuring the Sanctuary characteristics. Rather, this game, Plants vs. Zombies, comes from an advanced player with access to a mobile device. This minigame possesses an incredibly remarkable function. It generates 200 sunlight units daily, which can be used to purchase plants. The plants acquired can then be directly utilized in reality, aiding in combat or protecting the sanctuary. Furthermore, sunlight can be extracted independently. A single unit of sunlight can provide half an hour of natural light for the sanctuary. One must not underestimate this capability, as it becomes particularly advantageous when the sanctuary reaches level 5 and acquires a manor. In a year's time, sunlight will vanish entirely from Blue Star. Without sunlight, plants cannot grow properly, illustrating the critical importance of sunlight in Plants vs. Zombies. This signifies that once his sanctuary is upgraded to level 5 and possesses the manor, he will be able to cultivate crops effectively. At that point, merely selling healthy and pure produce will yield substantial profits. However, such prospects are still premature. Tang Ping gazed at the minigame Plants vs. Zombies on his phone, feeling a surge of excitement. His fortune in acquiring such an excellent game for the first time was indeed commendable. Although this minigame does not allow for physical immersion like Pixel Farm, nor does it serve as a large storage facility. Its potential to enhance his self-defense capabilities is immense. Upon opening the game, he was greeted with 200 sunlight units and 3 unlocked plants. In this minigame, there are no sunflowers generating sunlight. It is strictly limited to the daily quota of 200. Currently, only 3 types of plants are available for selection: pea shooter, walnut, and potato mine. After pondering briefly, Tang Ping decided to spend 100 sunlight units on a pea shooter, utilizing the remaining sunlight to acquire potato mines. 4 plants appeared in the mini-game's inventory. All these mini-games have been modified under the SSS-level sanctuary characteristics, distinctly differing from the original. The original game involved progressing through levels, but now he was engaging in reality. Curious about the pea shooter's attack power, Tang Ping resolved to conduct an experiment and promptly exited the sanctuary. He lifted the manhole cover, scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was present, and quickly climbed out. Setting up the pea shooter, a creature that starkly contrasted with reality emerged. The pea shooter began to attack the wall. Capable of understanding commands, it would not merely target zombies. A pea, the size of a fist, was shot forth towards the wall. Bang! The pea exploded, creating a 1-inch deep crater in the concrete wall, accompanied by several deep cracks. The power displayed was formidable. Tang Ping was overjoyed. Striking the concrete demonstrated such formidable power that one could only imagine the devastation it would wreak upon a human skull. He pondered whether it was possible to direct the attack elsewhere. Observing the pea shooter, which was poised for a straightforward assault, he commanded, "Pea shooter, attack to the left." The pea shooter blinked but remained motionless. Sighing, Tang Ping realized this limitation was quite significant. After further scrutiny, he ultimately confirmed that the pea shooter could only attack along the linear path within a 1 square meter area centered on its position. Overall, it was still quite impressive. Tang Ping retracted the pea shooter and returned to the shelter, eager to open a treasure chest he had yet to unlock. Even if the chest contained nothing of note, he wouldn't be too disappointed, for his current haul had already brought him immense satisfaction. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations, player. You have opened the Doomsday chest and received hamburger 10, mineral water 10, unknown pet egg 1. A pet egg? Tang Ping was taken aback, never expecting to acquire such an item. He retrieved the egg, a massive specimen standing a foot tall, adorned with delicate lavender patterns. Words emerged from the shell. Hatching progress. 001. Could it hatch automatically? Resisting the urge to taste it, Tang Ping placed the purple giant egg on his bedside table. Having opened all 5 treasure chests, he had amassed a significant bounty, including not only special treasures but also a plethora of food and beverages. Within the confines of his shelter, he need not worry about expiration, as even the canned luncheon meat he had purchased was nearing its sell-by date. With the addition of a multitude of bread, hamburgers, and drinks, Tang Ping felt the space was becoming somewhat cramped. It wasn't that the space was genuinely insufficient. Rather, these items cluttered the floor, and the shelter's potential had not been fully realized. He contemplated, perhaps I could retrieve some shell from the supermarket. Now, past 9 in the evening. It was far beyond the time for selecting shelters, and he believed many would deeply regret their choices in the coming days. Once again departing the shelter, Tang Ping gripped his black diamond knife and stealthily made his way toward a small supermarket. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, swirling dust and obscuring visibility in the darkness. The intense storm, which had previously allowed him to gather treasure without interruption, had now plunged the city into chaos and darkness. Tang Ping cautiously pressed against the wall. Navigating toward the small supermarket, he remembered. He was not far from the one where he often purchased cola, soon arriving at a supermarket tightly secured with a rolling shutter. Most people remained at home in a state of panic, either hiding from the 10-level storm or unaware of the need to venture out to gather supplies. Regrettably, the food outside has now succumbed to the calamity of decay. Even if it were to be brought into the sanctuary at this moment, it would merely postpone the inevitable deterioration, failing to halt the corruption at its source. Moreover, as the decay deepens, consuming such provisions could very well lead to infection. The infected can be likened to creatures resembling zombies, bearing a striking resemblance to the undead depicted in films. Tang Ping arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. raising his obsidian knife to slice through the shutter. The razor-sharp blade cleaved the metal as effortlessly as slicing through paper, creating a small opening in the shutter. Upon entering, he swiftly dislodged the chaotic assortment of snacks from the shelves, opting to take the shelves themselves. Before long, he had transported all the shelves from the supermarket into the sanctuary. Inside the refuge, Tang Ping began to organize his findings, arranging compressed biscuits, luncheon meat, bread, and hamburgers neatly upon the shelves. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Who could be calling him at such an hour? Hello, Tang Ping, it's me. Manager Wang Yin from the company. Chapter 7. The future is uncertain. The past is contested. Is that you, Tang Ping? I am Manager Wang Yin. The woman's voice was imbued with a sense of arrogance. Following a unanimous decision by the company's board of directors, plans to establish a survivor base were set in motion. As an employee of the company, you possess the privilege of preferential admission. However, prior to joining, it is imperative to register your shelter's characteristics and talents, as the company will make reasonable work arrangements based on this information. Beep, 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 hello. Hello, Tang Ping, Wang Yin exclaimed, her astonishment quickly morphing into fury. How dare you hang up on me, Tang Ping? You can forget about joining the Shengtian survivor base. From within the room, a man's voice emerged. Wang Yin, what is the cause of your ire? Instantly, Wang Yin adopted a sycophantic demeanor, speaking in a higher pitch. It's nothing, Chairman Sheng. Merely an unappreciative young man who dares to refuse joining our Shangtian survivor base. The man's tone carried a hint of surprise. What is his name? He must possess a commendable shelter or talent. If possible, promote him. We must bring him into our fold. Wang Yin's expression fluctuated between anxiety and reluctance as she cautiously replied. Chairman Sheng, this young man just graduated a year ago. He is rather brash. If he indeed possesses a remarkable shelter or talent, he may be insufferably arrogant and difficult to recruit. The man chuckled lightly. Arrogant? Merely a buffoon. If he truly refuses to join, we shall eliminate him. This Jiangcheng will undoubtedly belong to us, Shengtian. Indeed, Chairman Sheng is correct. Wang Yin quickly offered her flattery, not perceiving any exaggeration in his words. She was well aware that the esteemed Chairman Sheng possessed a shelter valued in the hundreds of millions, featuring an SSS-level shelter characteristic and having awakened an S-level talent. He was destined to be a dominating force in the future. Nevertheless, Wang Yin had no desire to pursue Tang Ping further. She feared that if he were to join the group and catch Chairman Sheng's eye for his talents, he could ascend to a high-ranking position within the organization, potentially overshadowing her. Thus, she chose to forget about him and privately seek an opportunity to eliminate him. As she gazed at the charismatic Chairman Sheng, a sudden warmth surged within Wang Yin as she touched her face, murmuring, Chairman Sheng. On the other end, Tang Ping hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. What nonsense! Even in the apocalypse, they want me to be their beast of burden? Are they out of their minds? Indeed, there was something amiss, for only someone deranged would utter such words. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Ping, causing him to tremble. Wait a moment. The Shengtian survivor base. I recall that the safety zone where my body survived a century later belonged to the Shengtian group. Tang Ping's mood darkened, for in his memories, the Shangtian group a century hence was an overwhelmingly colossal entity. It was an existence that the Tang Ping of the future, whose soul had transmigrated, could scarcely fathom. Not only the Shangtian group, but even the safety zone he resided in was insurmountable for the Tang Ping of the future. Within the confines of the safe zone, an abundance of seasoned players thrived. According to the recollections that linger in his mind, this sanctuary was characterized by sunlight, pristine air, and fresh water, resembling a veritable paradise on Earth a century after the apocalypse. The 9 years of compulsory education had lavished the safe zone with effusive praise, leaving an indelible impression on Tang Ping. Towering sun trees, reaching heights of over 100 meters, were said to purify all pollutants, allowing sunlight to bathe the land in vitality. There were also endless springs, ceaselessly flowing with clean water capable of cleansing even the most tainted bodies and washing away all weariness. Moreover, majestic beasts, standing 100 meters tall, vigilantly guarded the peace and stability of the safe zone. Such wondrous and extraordinary phenomena were effortlessly showcased in textbooks, illustrating the immense power of the Shang Tian group. Yet, despite this, Tang Ping held no desire to join the Shang Tian group. What significance did their strength hold when it pertained to the distant future? With his presence, would this colossal entity truly resemble the one chronicled in history? Everything was subject to change. Exiting the small supermarket, Tang Ping realized that after the initial 10 minutes had elapsed, the quest for treasure chests had become a daunting endeavor. Thus, he resolved to find a secluded corner to conceal his shelter and rest for the night. So much had transpired that day, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. He eventually discovered a remote alleyway where he set up his shelter, camouflaging the door to resemble a manhole cover before entering. Once inside, he experienced significant relaxation, yet he refrained from immediate rest. Instead, he took a bite of a hamburger while activating the chat channel, an essential feature in this apocalyptic game available to every player. The channel comprised 3 sections: the world channel, the regional channel, and the server channel. He found himself within the server channel designated as 012369. Upon reviewing the server, he noted that it was composed of a random selection of 10,000 players from the regional channel. The regional channel featured a map encompassing the entirety of Jiang City. The server chat was formed by this random assortment of players. However, Tang Ping quickly observed that the number of participants in the server chat had already dwindled significantly. The tally read 9,862 out of 10,000, and, astonishingly, over 100 players had perished within just an hour. This revelation sent a chill through him. Considering Jiang City's population exceeded 20 million, the mortality rate was staggering. Yet, upon reflection, the situation did not seem overly exaggerated. A level 10 sandstorm had struck suddenly, likely claiming many lives through vehicular accidents or being struck by heavy debris. The number of fatalities due to natural disasters was likely minimal, for although the storm was fearsome, it had not reached apocalyptic proportions. As long as one found shelter, safety was attainable. Moreover, there existed the option of a designated shelter. He pondered how many souls had successfully chosen the shelter. In his heart, he mused that the emergence of such sanctuaries was profoundly unfair for the Great Xi'an nation. Upon opening the group chat, a surge of messages inundated the screen. Have you stumbled upon the treasure chest? I just found 2 purported Doomsday chests outside, and am bringing them back to the shelter, though I haven't dared to open them yet. Brother, it's all right. There are marvelous treasures inside. Hurry and open it. Who knows what might enhance your strength? In these changing times, an extra measure of power is a safeguard. Little brother, don't listen to his nonsense. I just witnessed someone open a chest, and a monster sprang forth, severing that person's head. Disregard his words. This fellow is lying, attempting to dissuade you from opening the chest. I've opened 3 Doomsday chests myself, and I have yet to encounter the monsters he speaks of. Yes, you. There are indeed monsters inside. Little brother, consider the futility of my deception. I have no intention of seizing your chest. Do not heed him. This individual possesses an item capable of pinpointing one's location. Previously, a fellow quarreled with him, and he brandished this item as a threat. Brother, I do not deceive you. The chest contains valuable items. After careful analysis, the least one might obtain is an attribute stone, which can enhance one's 4-dimensional attributes, genuinely augmenting one's strength. What exactly are these Doomsday chests you speak of? I have yet to encounter one, and the power is currently out. How'd you find these chests? I heard in the group that the chests are easy to locate, nearly visible with every few steps, yet now it seems they're hard to find. I have been hiding at home, unaware of the situation. Little sister, there is no need to search. I discovered that Doomsday chests seem to appear only within the first 10 minutes of a sandstorm. During that time, one can stumble upon them quite readily, but they are now exceedingly rare. They are gone. Is there any kind soul who could spare a chest for me? I would dearly like to see one. Urgent. I just managed to contact my parents as well as my grandparents, but they did not choose a shelter. Is there any way for them to reselect a shelter? It is hopeless. Wasn't it previously stated that there are only 30 minutes? I fear they may never appear again. If you wish for your loved ones to survive the apocalypse, you must bring them into your shelter. I have a method to secure a shelter. What method? What method? My two younger brothers did not choose a shelter either. Kill, eliminate other players, and collect their dropped shelter items. You can claim them as your own. I have tried it, and it is effective. With a sinister chuckle, the group chat fell into an eerie silence. Tang Ping gazed at the flurry of messages, sighing. The apocalypse has finally begun. Chapter 8. A century later, the seeds of suspicion have been sown. Even parents and kin may fall under the shadow of doubt. The true onset of the apocalypse begins with the disintegration of human nature. While living for oneself is not inherently wrong, it signifies that civilization and order shall descend into a prolonged winter of desolation. Within the confines of his chamber, Tang Ping practiced his cleaving techniques for half an hour. It must be said that wielding a 4-pound blade for such a duration is indeed exhausting. Eventually, he succumbed to fatigue, leaning his body and collapsing onto the bed. When he awakened, it was already past 5 o'clock the following morning. Upon rousing, Tang Ping immediately opened the game Plants vs. Zombies, expending all 200 sunlight points to purchase 2 pea shooters. His in-game inventory now boasted 7 plants. Equipped with a black diamond knife, Tang Ping ventured out from the shelter. This time, he exercised greater caution. He vividly recalled that on the first day of the apocalypse, after a single night had passed, mutated flora and fauna had already begun to emerge. These aberrant creatures were collectively referred to as pollution beasts, which emanated an unknown infectious energy capable of contaminating water sources, air, and soil. Moreover, should one be injured by these pollution beasts, there exists the daunting 99% chance of succumbing to the infection. Even players are not immune to the risk of infection. After all, their physical constitution is akin to that of ordinary individuals, and the awakening of their talents has not significantly enhanced their resilience against pollution. At present, Tang Ping did not require resources. He sought only treasure chests, while avoiding the pollution beasts whenever possible. Engaging these creatures would yield no rewards nor experience points to enhance his abilities. Experience points for talent enhancement could only be acquired by defeating disaster beasts, the true experience-giving adversaries spawned by calamity. Currently, the disaster beasts that had emerged included the corruption beast, storm beast, and sandstorm beast, 3 formidable foes. Conventional firearms proved ineffective against these powerful entities, and their mere presence heralded disaster in the early days of the apocalypse. Tang Ping, fully aware of his current capabilities, wished to evade disaster beasts and focus solely on seeking as many treasure chests as possible. Alas, there was nothing, indeed. The quest for treasure chests in this desolate world was exceedingly arduous. Tang Ping observed others, who had likewise adapted to the apocalypse and were now scouring for chests amidst the swirling sands. Under such circumstances, the search for treasure became even more challenging. In this environment, shrouded by sandstorms, players resembled hunters in a dark jungle. They were not merely seeking treasure, but also posed a threat, capable of striking from behind. Thus, Tang Ping remained in a state of heightened vigilance, constantly attuned to his surroundings. As midday approached, he sighed, having yielded no rewards throughout the morning. He resolved to find a concealed spot to retreat to his shelter for a brief rest and to replenish his energy with some sustenance. He located a small grove behind a residential building, placed his shelter underground, camouflaged the entrance with grass, and then entered the sanctuary. From the shelf, he retrieved the hamburger from yesterday's treasure chest, just as he was about to take a bite. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt his consciousness being tugged once again. In an instant, he comprehended the unfolding events. He was destined to return back to the body of Tang Ping a century later. What to do? He vividly remembered that emaciated body, on the brink of starvation. If he returned, he would undoubtedly perish within an hour. The memory of that insatiable hunger was etched deep within his bones, a singular experience that haunted him. Unfortunately, he had no means to refuse. As his awareness sharpened, he heard the voice of Fat Tiger's mother. "You little rascal. If you're to die, don't do it in my house." Fat Tiger's mother extended her claws toward Tang Ping. Opening his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. In front of him appeared a countdown. 5:59, 57, what was this? Suddenly invigorated, he pondered that this might be the time he had to linger in this dimension. A flicker of excitement coursed through Tang Ping. If he could endure these 6 hours, he would gain the knowledge to fundamentally alter his fate. For he intended to eliminate a player from a century ago. After ascertaining his current location in Jiang City, he planned to bury the belongings of that player's sanctuary beneath, to see if, transcending 100 years of history, this sanctuary would manifest in this timeline. If it did appear, and he successfully located it, he would have the opportunity to defy the odds and reshape his destiny. With the knowledge of his future self, he could unearth the fortunes from a century past and, upon returning, seize those opportunities from the early days of the apocalyptic game. Wait, Tang Ping weekly in does it? You little brat. What? Planning to pay the rent? Fat Tiger's mother retorted. Let me tell you, if you can't pay this month's rent, you'll still have to vacate. Don't waste my time with your tenancy. She chuckled, revealing 3 claw marks on her face that twisted like a vengeful spirit. Just give me 1 more day. After that, I will pay you 2 months' rent. This 2 months' rent will only count as 1 month. What do you say? Tang Ping propped himself up, sitting upright. Fat Tiger's mother scrutinized the boy before her. She was perplexed by the sudden bravado emanating from him. Huh, don't think you can delay your rent this way, she scoffed, clearly unconvinced that Tang Ping possessed the means to continue paying. Tang Ping grinned. Tiger mother, it's merely 1 day. Besides, you won't be able to rent this place out today anyway. But after today, you could receive an additional month's rent, and that surplus would be entirely yours. He understood that Fat Tiger's mother was not the actual owner of the 6-story building. She merely managed it, scraping by with the leftovers from the affluent tenants each month. Thus, the equivalent of 1 month's rent would fall into his hands, with the only cost being an extra day of his presence. Tang Ping knew that the greedy Fat Tiger's mother would undoubtedly acquiesce. Indeed, her gaze wavered. Yet she remained non-committal. If you fail to deliver, wouldn't I have taken you in for naught? Tang Ping leaned against the wall, stating his willingness to enter the arena and engage in a deadly game with the beasts, fully aware that he might perish in a single encounter. Nevertheless, the potential monetary reward was substantial, all of which would be recorded in your name. Upon hearing the mention of the arena, even the notoriously fierce mother Fat Tiger trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on Tang Ping, lost in contemplation. Struggling to maintain his composure, Tang Ping seized a pen and paper, swiftly inscribing his pledge. He then pricked his finger, pressing onto the page to create a blood seal. This is for you. Should I fail to gather the rent, I will certainly venture into the arena. Mother Fat Tiger scrutinized the document closely before exclaiming, very well. You shall have 1 more day. As she prepared to depart, Tang Ping interjected, wait. What now? Are you afraid? No longer wish to confront the arena? Mother Fat Tiger's smile bore an ominous edge. No, it's not that. I am quite famished and require something to eat. If I cannot repay the rent by tomorrow, heading to the arena, I would rather not burden you with carrying me there, Tang Ping replied. Mother Fat Tiger gazed intently at him, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Ultimately, she left him with a single remark, wait for me. Upon hearing this, Tang Ping felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He had survived. His body had endured. He wanted to smile, but the pangs of hunger distorted his expression. Yet, he remained genuinely pleased. This identity, too, was destined for transformation. Chapter 9. Beneath the gray sun, Tang Ping took a moment to compose himself, turning once more to survey the room. Despite possessing the memories of another individual and having visited this place before, he still felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation upon encountering it again. Memories of this world surged to the forefront of his mind. This was the environment in which the majority of the gray populace was destined to exist throughout their lives, often crammed into a single space as a family of 3. Outside, the light of the gray sun contaminated the body, while the black moon tainted the spirit, and the bone-chilling winds incessantly eroded one's very essence. Without a shelter, venturing outside meant certain death. Within the safety zone, the outermost ring, the 5th ring, was comprised entirely of buildings resembling high-rises, each a minimum of 6 stories and a maximum of 10, with no privately constructed homes. Here, there was no land belonging to the gray citizens. Inside these buildings, many of the living quarters were cramped, akin to the size of a toilet from a century ago, mere pigeonholes. Though small, they had become a refuge for countless gray citizens who risked everything to enter. For the terror of the night outside was unbearable. The agonies wrought by the bone-chilling winds and the nightmares brought forth by the black moon were akin to the most brutal of tortures. The fifth ring of the safety zone, being the outermost of 32 districts, was devoid of sunlight. However, the 24 districts of the fourth ring enjoyed an hour of sunlight each day. In the 16 districts of the third ring, residents basked in 3 hours of sunlight daily, unaffected by the black moon. The 8 districts of the second ring experienced 5 hours of sunlight each day, similarly shielded from the black moon's influence. The central district of the first ring, however, mirrored the world of a century ago, with a normal cycle of day and night, gentle breezes, and verdant flora, an image starkly contrasting the apocalyptic landscape outside. This was precisely why it earned the title of paradise on Earth. Countless gray citizens, including the former Tang Ping, yearned to enter the central district. Yet, access to this area was limited to 2 categories of individuals. The first category consisted of awakened ones whose talent had reached level 3. These individuals possessed a talent panel, had acquired a gift, and elevated it to level 3, thereby earning the right to enter the central district. Their bodily pollution levels were minimal, posing little threat to the environment within. The second category included the white citizens, those born within the inner 3 rings whose pollution index was below 3. However, even for residents of the third ring, who enjoyed 3 hours of sunlight, achieving this pollution index was exceedingly difficult unless they consumed a glass of pure spring water daily to maintain their pollution levels below 3. Tang Ping understood that even if he became an awakened one and activated his talent, he would still lack the qualifications to enter the central district, as his pollution level undoubtedly exceeded 80. The sole path to entering and eventually residing in the central district was to elevate his talent to level 3. Only then would he gain access to the deeper secrets that lay within. Tang Ping gazed at the countdown before him, his expression contemplative. The duration of his stay in this world rendered it impossible for him to swiftly secure qualifications for access to the central zone. Moreover, should he experience rapid growth, suspicions would surely arise regarding his acquisition of resources from the fallen players' shelters, leading to an unending stream of trouble. No, he recalled, this world still boasted internet CAFS. Many events from a century ago should not be shrouded in secrecy. After all, they were merely remnants of the past, immutable in the eyes of others. A spark of fervor ignited in Tang Ping's gaze. Many things deemed unchangeable by others were, for him, effortlessly attainable. The next time he returned here, he must conceal a shelter item in a location, testing whether he could retrieve it a century hence. Bang! The door swung open. Fat Tiger's mother bellowed, "Tang Ping here. Don't let me starve." A bag of dry flatbreads was tossed on a Tang Ping. Inside the bag were 7 pieces of flatbread, and Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. When had Fat Tiger's mother become so benevolent? She had actually given him 7 pieces of flatbread. In his recollection, receiving even half a piece would have been indicative of her good mood. Fat Tiger's mother, then, made a startling move. She took the paper with Tang Ping's blood handprint that he had previously given her and tore it in half. This thing is of no use. No need to bother with such fanciful items outside. No one will believe the promise of a mere piece of paper. Hurry and eat, and then get out of here. Subsequently, she tossed a small cloth bag that jingled. It was money. Money from the apocalypse. Tang Ping furrowed his brow. Was this really the Fat Tiger's mother he remembered? Why was she bestowing upon him such a bounty of food and even a bag of money? The bag contained no small sum. He could discern that it held at least 100 Sheng Tian coins. Fat Tiger's mother instructed him to leave and had torn up the paper, which, while insignificant in this post-apocalyptic world, clearly indicated that she had no intention of sending him to the arena. Grasping the bag of Sheng Tian coins, he did not refuse, as he was in dire need. Leaving this place would necessitate renting a new residence, and rejecting this money could lead him to sleep on the streets, enduring the nightmares of the black moon and the torment of the bone-cutting wind. "Why are you giving me money?" Tang Ping could not suppress his curiosity. The fierce Fat Tiger's mother revealed a profound glint in her eyes. Let bygones be bygones. I hope you will not seek me out again or reappear in Area 81. The money within this bag is sufficient for you to relocate to another area and rent a place for a few months. Bang! The heavy, rusted door closed with a finality. Tang Ping bit into the flatbread in his hand, bewildered by Fat Tiger's mother's sudden transformation, her unexpected generosity of food and coins. Opening the cloth bag, he discovered 121 yuan coins, the currency issued by Sheng Tian Group, with each coin capable of purchasing 5 flatbreads. The rent for the room he currently occupied was merely 30 coins per month. After finishing the flatbread, Tang Ping finally felt a significant sense of comfort in his stomach, and his body gradually began to regain its strength. He rolled up his bedding, slung his knapsack over his shoulder, and opened the first door to this dimension. Departing from the house, regardless of past circumstances or intentions, he etched this act of kindness into his memory. The room he entered appeared relatively tidy, spanning approximately 50 square meters, indeed a spacious abode. "Mother, why did you give that person so much?" A boy, seemingly around 16 or 17, expressed his confusion within the room. Fat Tiger's mother replied nonchalantly, "Remember, forget this person as if he never existed." The boy, perplexed, chose not to dwell on it, for that individual, merely a year or two older than himself, seemed utterly ordinary, hardly warranting attention. Fat Tiger's mother possessed a profound gaze. She recalled every inhabitant of this building, and the boy had changed. The aura and intensity in his eyes were uncharacteristic for someone of his social standing. What could provoke such a transformation? She neither wished to know nor cared to uncover the truth. Her current life was far superior to that of countless others, stable and serene, devoid of disruption. Awakening. She murmured, the phrase both intoxicating and maddening, before she closed the heavy window shutters. Tang Ping traversed the dim corridor, flanked by closely situated doors, most of which were for rent. A few had been purchased, yet even a meager 6 square meters was beyond the financial reach of most. His rented quarters were on the 4th floor, housing 20 units, divided into 2 sections, effectively blocking out the oppressive gray sunlight and the chilling winds from the outside world. Today, however, he would bid farewell to this place. As he stepped beyond the building's threshold, he beheld the sky of this world. It was gray. The heavens seemed shrouded in a thick, somber haze, with a dim gray sun casting a muted glow upon the desolate earth below. The sensation of suffocation, experienced firsthand, resonated far more deeply than mere memories. He could scarcely fathom how the inhabitants of this world managed to survive. If individuals from a century ago were to dwell here, surely many would succumb to madness. Feeling the coins and provisions nestled in his arms and gripping a rusted blade, Tang Ping steeled himself for his journey to District 66 of the 5th Ring. Chapter 10. A return to confrontation. Tang Ping found himself once again in Area 66. Having secured a modest 6 square meter dwelling, yet the monthly rent demanded a staggering 40 Sheng Tian coins. In the dimly lit chamber, a map had materialized in his hands. To his surprise, the Jiangxing ruins lay just beyond the safety zone, a sanctuary constructed on the outskirts of Jiangxing a century ago. He swiftly pinpointed the street where he had resided 100 years prior, resolved to venture towards that very location. If his actions could indeed influence this temporal reality, the awakening of his latent talents hinged upon this singular opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Ping rose once more, provisions in hand, and ventured alone beyond the safety zone, heading towards the wasteland. The coarse winds and sand lashed against his face like daggers, while the ground bore the scars of acid rain erosion. Curiously, amidst the desolation, an abundance of peculiar flora thrived, most of which bore hues of gray and black, their appearances oddly distorted. Tang Ping treaded cautiously across the Jiangxing ruins. A century had passed, and the majority of high-rise buildings lay in ruin, yet a few remained steadfast. Their surfaces were pockmarked, marred by the relentless assault of wind and acid rain, exposing the naked steel beneath. Fortunately, he was near the safety zone, where most infected individuals and mutated beasts had been largely eradicated. Nonetheless, Tang Ping remained vigilant, for no one could assure him that remnants of the infected or mutated beasts did not linger. An encounter with either would undoubtedly prove fatal. Fortuitously, he arrived at his destination without encountering any threats. Gazing at the dilapidated street before him, he recognized it instantly as his former residence, despite the passage of a century. His eyes fell upon a building that had originally boasted 7 stories, now reduced to a mere 4.5. He wondered if his old room still existed. Approaching with caution, he navigated the path without incident until he stood before the house he had inhabited a century ago. The memories of yesteryear intertwined with the present, stirring a complex array of emotions within him, leaving him bewildered about what had transpired in his life. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ping resolved to focus on the task at hand, altering his circumstances as much as possible. The countdown before him continued to dwindle, inching closer to its conclusion. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. In an instant, he was yanked back into consciousness, awakening in his shelter once more. At this point, he felt little surprise at the phenomenon. He finished the hamburger in his hand, devoured 2 more, and downed a bottle of mineral water before setting out again. This time, his purpose was clear: to kill. Emerging from a secluded alley, he stepped onto the main road, his piercing gaze cutting through the swirling dust in search of his target. Suddenly, something caught his eye: a treasure chest. A Doomsday chest had materialized right before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized it. "Hey kid, hand over that treasure chest." Amidst the swirling sands, 3 burly men approached, evidently having witnessed the freshly unearthed treasure chest on the expansive highway. Though Tang Ping swiftly claimed it, their eyes had already caught sight of him. Without uttering a word, Tang Ping promptly withdrew his pea shooter, aligning it in a precise formation. "Attack! What on earth is this?" One of the robust men's pupils dilated, instinctively urging him to retreat. Yet, retreat proved futile. Within 100 meters directly in front of the pea shooter, a hit was guaranteed. 3 peas were launched. This was the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies. One of the men recognized it, his expression a mix of disbelief. "Quickly evade." Alas, it was too late. The peas fired from the pea shooter were not as lethargic as in the game. Rather, they moved with astonishing speed, locking onto the 3 men in an instant. The size of fists, the peas detonated upon impact, transforming the scene into a chaotic display of blood and dismemberment. Those players, who had been lurking in the shadows, initially hoping to ensnare their own unsuspecting prey, froze in place. Tang Ping cast a cold glance around, causing the hidden players to feel a chill run down their spines. Approaching the 3 fallen men, he promptly gathered 3 shelter items. He then hoisted 2 pea shooters onto his shoulders, cradled another in his arms, and gradually vanished into the dust, appearing to depart. After a long pause, the remaining players finally dared to speak. "Am I hallucinating? Did I just witness someone wielding a pea shooter, obliterating 3 individuals?" Thank goodness it wasn't me who ventured out. Had I been a moment quicker, I might have been the one sprawled across the ground in pieces. Damn, that individual possesses a pea shooter. How can one contend against 3 cannons? This is utterly impossible. I'm leaving. I refuse to linger in this area any longer. That person killed without even a flicker of an eye. They're a true savage. Wait for me. I'm leaving too. How about we stick together on the way? Yet, there were those who remained unwilling to concede. How did that person acquire the pea shooter? What if we seized it? Greed sparkled in some eyes. One teammate exchanged glances with another and spoke. "Apologies, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, pretending we never saw anything." "TCH, cowards!" The man scoffed, his gaze fixated on the direction Tang Ping had just departed into the swirling sands. If I could just seize those 3 pea shooters suddenly. Something loomed large before him. Initially perplexed, terror swiftly flooded his eyes. No! Boom! The peas shattered the man's skull. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, and many anxiously retreated, leaving even the shelter items on the ground untouched. Tang Ping emerged from the dust once more, retrieving the items before making his exit. The sand severely obstructed visibility, compounded by the vehicles scattered across the highway. Has that individual left? Whether he has or not matters not. I must depart. Do you not desire those 3 pea shooters? With the 3 of us, each possessing one, we would undoubtedly soar ahead. No, if you want them, Go on your own." The two individuals hurriedly departed. This small group, merely due to Tang Ping's sudden appearance, swiftly diverged in their paths. "If you shall not go, then I shall," the youth in tight pants whispered, turning toward a specific direction. Suddenly, 3 Ps magnified in proximity. The youth in tight pants gasped, contemplating in his final moments. That cunning old fox. The resounding explosions of the Ps once more compelled the remaining few to scatter in a flurry. The entire intersection was devoid of players. Once again, it was the refuge of worthless traits. Tang Ping held a pebble in his hand, this pebble being the item from the youth sanctuary. At this moment, Tang Ping had accumulated 5 sanctuary items, and he intended to conceal 3 of them in various locations. Chapter 11. The Resurrection Scroll within the confines of 5 sanctuary items. 3 possess F-rank characteristics, while the other 2 bear E-rank traits. Tang Ping returned to the vicinity of his rented apartment building, guided by memory to the untouched locales. He first approached the corner of the building, excavating a depth of over a meter until his Tang knife could penetrate no further, at which point he ceased his efforts. Subsequently, he cast pebbles into the hole, concealed the entrance, and covered it with a collection of twigs and fallen leaves. Employing the same technique once more, he secured 2 additional sanctuary items. One was hidden beneath the flower bed of the opposite building, a sight that, according to his recollection, would endure for a century. The other sanctuary item was concealed beneath a grand tree, which, too, remained alive and would grow remarkably robust over the next 100 years, its roots fracturing the road beneath. Having accomplished this, Tang Ping now awaited his next journey, hoping to uncover these 3 items in a future era. Upon returning to the sanctuary, he opened the apocalyptic treasure chest he had recently discovered. "Congratulations, player! You have opened the apocalyptic treasure chest and received underwear 3, toilet paper 3, speed attribute stone 1. Indeed, the quality of the treasure chest had significantly diminished, lacking even basic sustenance. Tang Ping shook his head, acutely aware that food was of paramount importance in these dire times, a truth that many remained oblivious to regarding the silent catastrophe of corruption. Utilizing the acquired speed attribute stone, Tang Ping elevated his speed from 6 to 7, marking it as the highest among his 4 primary attributes. He chose not to venture outside just yet. Instead, he accessed the trading zone, preparing to exchange the remaining 2 sanctuary items for something of greater utility. He listed the 2 sanctuary items for trade. Special sanctuary treasures available for trade. Interested parties, please message directly. Clearly, sanctuaries were a hot commodity in the trading zone. Almost immediately, a flurry of messages flooded in, and the number continued to escalate rapidly. Although many players possessed their own sanctuaries, there were numerous individuals whose parents or children, for various reasons, had not secured one. The absence of a sanctuary meant the inability to access a personal panel, and without that panel, one could not awaken their talents. Lacking these essentials rendered survival in the apocalypse exceedingly difficult. With the apocalypse now a stark reality, it was evident that many had keenly recognized the value of sanctuaries and had begun to amass sanctuary items. Among them, there might even be affluent magnates, prominent families, major conglomerates, and even governmental bodies from various nations. This phenomenon inadvertently thrust players possessing sanctuaries into the limelight. Moreover, there were many children gathering items for their parents, parents collecting for their children, and couples seeking treasures for their beloveds. At this juncture, humanity had not yet descended into complete despair. Many might still be willing to procure valuable items from the apocalyptic treasure chests at high prices to secure sanctuaries for their loved ones. Thus, Tang Ping decided to sell the sanctuaries without delay. Although these items would only grow in value over time, becoming increasingly rare after a century, he could not afford to wait for that moment. He accessed the back end of the trading zone and perused the messages, frowning at the abundance of derogatory remarks. With a cold scoff, he promptly blacklisted these individuals. After all, what did it matter if self-righteousness barked at him? If given the chance, they would likely revel in slaughtering others more than themselves. These individuals, lacking in strength, could only act as lambs awaiting slaughter, directing their fear into accusations against others. Tang Ping blacklisted one after another, leaving only those earnest in their trades. Brandy, is the attribute stone available? I possess 2 strength attribute stones. Trading them for your 2 shelters would be perfect. Tang Ping, fool. Jeslov, 2 mental attribute stones for 1 shelter. Tang Ping continued to sift through the offers. 2 tons of snacks from the supermarket could be exchanged for these 2 shelters. A spatial backpack, would he trade it? It offered a cubic meter of space. An F-grade extraordinary weapon, a dagger capable of effortlessly cleaving through stone. A strength pill that, when consumed, could temporarily boost 1's strength attribute by 10 points. An F-grade extraordinary item, the shelter necklace, which would automatically activate a protective shield during times of danger, an invaluable asset for 2 shelters. An F-grade extraordinary item, the sleep lamp, ensuring a good night's rest with unlimited power supply. Zhang Shila, big brother, I implore you, please trade it to me. My parents and grandparents have no shelter. I am willing to exchange a precious treasure from my chest for a resurrection scroll. Tang Ping paused, his finger hovering, fixated on the reply, his breath momentarily faltering. A resurrection scroll. He quickly responded. What do you mean by resurrection scroll? Zhang Shila promptly replied, Brother, you finally responded. I'll send you the information on the resurrection scroll. Take a look. I dare say, if you can offer something better than I can. Tang Ping knew the other party spoke the truth. He opened the image, his gaze igniting with fervor. It was indeed a resurrection scroll. Moreover, it allowed revival within a shelter and even the ability to teleport up to 1,000 meters. A true life-saving artifact. Tang Ping replied, All right, I can trade with you, but only for 1 shelter. Zhang Shila, brother, this lacks sincerity. Given its value, trading 2 shelters is already a tremendous bargain for you. Tang Ping, how about this? I'll offer you another valuable item. What do you think? He opted for a single shelter in the trade because he had discovered something else that piqued his interest in the exchange messages. Zhang Shila, then brother, what is this other item? Meanwhile, Zhang Shila gazed at the other party SID, swallowing hard. The top search result for shelters had been this esteemed individual. Good heavens! What impressive ID! 000000003. Through the message scroll, he learned that many items selected for shelter for the first time often possess superior characteristics. Yesterday, he opened a treasure chest and obtained 5 message scrolls. Among them, 1 scroll contained the information that any shelter with an ID between 1 and 10 must possess an SSS level characteristic. Unfortunately, he realized that this knowledge was futile, as he had no means to make a different selection. In truth, he had displayed considerable quick-wittedness. Yet he still bore an ID far beyond the reach of the average player. Thus, it was evident that this formidable individual possessing such an ID was extraordinarily powerful. His choice to engage in trade was primarily motivated by a desire to add this prominent figure as a friend. With such a valuable item, he could effortlessly acquire numerous shelters. Regrettably, he understood that the abundance of shelters available for sale typically featured characteristics of merely F or E grades. Rather than exchanging for a greater number of shelters, he would rather secure a connection with someone influential. In the future, even if this powerhouse were to inadvertently share a fraction of their bounty, it could prove immensely beneficial to him. Soon, he received a short video from a formidable player. The imagery transitioned from a pockmarked wall to a plant. His eyes widened in astonishment. After watching, Zhang Shila couldn't help but exclaim, What the heck? A pea shooter. Chapter 12. Potato Mine. Zhang Shila's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was no mere pea shooter. It was unmistakably a mobile artillery platform. Tang Ping inquired, So, shall we proceed with the transaction? Absolutely, esteemed one. Zhang Shila Rablia. However, may I request one favor from you? Tang Ping, contemplating the request, responded, Go ahead. Could you possibly add me as a friend? Tang Ping paused momentarily before replying. Certainly. Ding. Player 00000291347 Zhang Shila requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. Player 00000291347 Zhang Shila has sent a trade request. Tang Ping promptly listed his items and completed the transaction. 1 shelter item vanished, and the pea shooter was reduced by 1. Thank you, esteemed one. Zhang Shila exclaimed. Whenever you have time, do take your humble follower under your wing. Tang Ping, slightly puzzled, asked, Why do you refer to me as esteemed one? Zhang Shila responded, Oh, esteemed one, I have come into possession of some message scrolls. They mention players with IDs ranging from 1 to 10, and their shelter characteristics must be of the SSS rank. Your speed truly is remarkable. I am in awe. Tang Ping began to understand. This was the reason behind Zhang Shila's reverence. He glanced at his own ID, feeling somewhat vexed, for it was indeed quite conspicuous. However, he soon noticed an icon adjacent to his ID and decided to click it. Would you like to hide your ID? To his surprise, he could indeed conceal it. Tang Ping felt relieved, as this meant he could keep his impressive ID under wraps. He promptly opted to hide it. He then replied to Zhang Shila, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to me. The first friend was indeed a unique experience. Upon seeing the esteemed one depart, yet still acknowledge him, Zhang Shila felt elated. Understood, esteemed one. By the way, I shall send you the information from the other 4 message scrolls. They might prove useful. 4 images were sent over. Tang Ping opened them to examine their contents. Please store as much food as possible in the shelter. Eating bread can alleviate hunger. Once the shelter's health bar reaches 0, it will drop, requiring rebinding. Do not consume food found outside after 10 days. Among the 4 messages, 1 was of no value, while 3 were pertinent. However, with a century's worth of memories, Tang Ping recognized the implications of these 3 messages at a glance. Clearly, they offered him no substantial assistance. Tang Ping scrutinized the detailed description of the resurrection scroll and understood that once bound, it would activate upon death, alleviating any concerns about its ineffectiveness. Thus, he immediately bound the resurrection scroll and affixed it to the wall with tape. Having completed these tasks, Tang Ping opened the trading area and sought out another individual he had noticed earlier. Nan Jiao, B-grade water purifier, in exchange for shelter. Tang Ping felt a surge of desire. A B-grade water purifier, this extraordinary item could purify even sources of water with pollution levels reaching 60. To envision a century hence, it is anticipated that the majority of water sources will exhibit a pollution level not exceeding 50%. With the acquisition of this water pump, the prospect of locating a viable water source signifies a resolution to the drinking water dilemma. There is no need to fret about another calamity, pollution, occurring a mere month later. Moreover, this water purification pump is substantial in size, akin to agricultural irrigation pumps, capable of extracting 200 cubic meters of water per hour. What does this imply? It suggests a future opportunity to sell water. Tang Ping promptly contacted the seller to finalize the transaction for the B-grade water purification pump. Nan Jiao inquired, Do you have any other intentions behind acquiring this water pump? Her curiosity stemmed from the apparent lack of utility in such an item. Tang Ping simply replied, No. I merely desire clean drinking water. Nan Jiao sensed that the other party was privy to significant information, yet despite her repeated inquiries, she received no further clarification and was left with no choice but to resign to her uncertainty. It seems prudent for me to stockpile additional water sources. Nan Jiao contemplated, gazing at the meager 3 cases of mineral water within the shelter. She then stepped outside, determined to visit the supermarket in search of more mineral water, while heading homeward to find her mother. She felt an unsettling conviction that the so-called apocalypse was far from the current state of affairs. Meanwhile, Tang Ping, having gleaned substantial rewards, once more departed the shelter. This afternoon bore no fruitful discoveries, and he observed a palpable shift in the demeanor of those around him. Everyone had become exceedingly cautious. The moment anyone was detected, they would heighten their vigilance. Compounded by the blinding sandstorm, in the densely populated Jiang City, he found himself encountering very few individuals throughout the afternoon. The treasure chests had become exceedingly elusive. With a heavy sigh, Tang Ping resolved to continue his search for another hour. As darkness enveloped the sky, compounded by power outages, visibility was rendered nearly non-existent. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air amidst the swirling sandstorm. Tang Ping swiftly hoisted 2-piece shooters onto his shoulders. Seeking refuge behind a wall, his gaze fixed warily upon the tempest. What he beheld caused his breath to catch in his throat. It was a calamity beast, the storm beast. Towering at nearly 2 meters, this grotesque creature resembled a toad, its gaping maw drawing in the swirling sands. In a horrifying spectacle, a nearby individual was unceremoniously sucked into the beast's cavernous mouth. The anguished cries mingled with the ghastly sounds of chewing, sending shivers down his spine. The storm beast turned its gaze toward Tang Ping, prompting him to flee. He stood no chance against such a monstrosity. Yet the beast, fixated on Tang Ping, would not relent. With a menacing gulp, its terrifying suction force yanked him back. Damn it! So you can suck air, huh? Tang Ping grasped a nearby pillar, feeling himself being pulled off the ground. This could not continue. Otherwise, the resurrection scroll he had just obtained would be lost. Tang Ping's expression darkened as he assessed the looming threat of the storm beast. Could he possibly vanquish this foe? What means could he employ? Alone, he certainly stood no chance. Even the black diamond blade might not pierce its hide. The pea shooters might inflict some damage, yet they could also provoke the beast, leading to a swift and fatal reprisal. There remained the potato landmines. Tang Ping gazed intently at the receding hands, gritting his teeth as he hurled 4 potato mines to the ground. Instantly, 4 potato mines were embedded into the earth. Yet these devices required a brief moment to activate, merely 30 seconds. As for the storm beast, Tang Ping was acutely aware that once it settled in a location and opened its mouth in preparation to feed, it would not depart easily. Before indulging, the storm beast would meticulously select a spot, conjuring a vortex of wind that amplified its voracious consumption, even in the face of danger. It could utilize this wind vortex to elevate its cumbersome form with remarkable swiftness. Tang Ping fixated on the mines, wagering that his forthcoming use of the pea shooter would provoke the storm beast, although the creature instinctively preferred to remain within the safety of the wind vortex. It would roam freely when no threats loomed in its vicinity. At last, the potato mines on the ground began to emerge. Chapter 13. First kill and tenfold experience. Pea shooter. Tang Ping commanded the pea shooter perched on his shoulder. The 2 leaves of the pea shooter clung firmly to Tang Ping's shoulder as it puffed up, launching a pea with remarkable speed toward the storm beast. Bang! The pea exploded within the jaws of the storm beast, causing a trickle of blood to seep forth. The storm beast was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, its eyes turned crimson, and it leaped forward. The sudden cessation of suction caused Tang Ping to slide down from the pillar. He immediately activated his shelter, burying it deep underground, and opened the manhole cover to burrow inside. Just then, the storm beast landed. Feeling a sudden warmth beneath its feet, it looked down in confusion. The potato mine, glowing a vivid red, detonated with a resounding boom. Boom! 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 For successive blasts erupted. Inside the shelter, Tang Ping's eyes widened. The terrifying explosions caused the lengthy health bar of the shelter to plummet by more than half. Yet, instead of worry, Tang Ping felt an exhilarating rush. How powerful this potato mine is! He did not emerge immediately. Once the sounds of explosions ceased, he cautiously lifted the manhole cover. Before him lay a scene of devastation. The nearby building was shattered. The storm beast lay gasping for breath on the ground. Gripping his Tang Dao, Tang Ping marveled at the resilience of the disaster beast. He approached the abdomen of the storm beast, where a pouch-like area indicated its wind sac, the creature's vulnerable spot. Piercing this area would disrupt the internal organs with the very winds it harbored. The Tang Dao fell. It penetrated the wind sac of the beast. The already weakened storm beast's eyes dimmed, and soon it fell silent. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating a level 1 storm beast. You have earned 10 points of talent experience and 1 shelter fragment. Congratulations, player, for becoming the first to slay the disaster beast, storm beast. You have received 10-fold talent experience. Your current experience meets the requirements for a level up. Do you wish to upgrade your talent? Tang Ping recognized that slaying a disaster beast would yield experience, but was astonished to discover that a first kill granted 10-fold experience. He promptly agreed to level up. Congratulations, player. Your talent has advanced to level 2. Player, Tang Ping ID 000000003 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 5 Strength, 5 Speed, 7 Talent. Weak Fire, Talent Level, 201,000. Upon reviewing his attributes, Tang Ping could not help but acknowledge the remarkable transformation he had undergone. To achieve such progress within a single day warranted a prestigious title. The orange-red flames emanating from his hands were a testament to his advancement. Previously, his F-level talent flames were a pale yellow, while now, with E-level talent, they blazed a vibrant orange-red. Although the color of the flames remained unchanged with the level increase, their potency had evidently intensified significantly. The flame, once the size of an egg, has now grown to the dimensions of a fist, transforming into a formidable fireball. However, due to a lack of mental fortitude, the fireball fails to coalesce properly, dissipating shortly after being hurled. Clearly, when attached to the F-grade Tang Dao, it not only conserves energy more efficiently, but also enhances its destructive power. Tang Ping tidied up his surroundings, his gaze settling upon the cramped shelter, which was overflowing with supplies, leaving little room to stand. He wondered when he would be able to upgrade his refuge. To achieve such an upgrade, he needed to collect shelter fragments. After defeating a storm beast, he had acquired 1 fragment. Yet, a single fragment was far from sufficient. He required a total of 10 to elevate the shelter to level 2. The thought of gathering 10 fragments and the time it would take to upgrade to a level 2 shelter was daunting. After organizing his shelter, Tang Ping opened the chat group on his phone to check on the situation of others. It struck him as odd that, despite the global level 10 windstorm, the internet remained connected. Perhaps it was a quirk of the apocalyptic game. As he observed the peculiar state of his phone's network, he noticed that the battery was still at 22. It seemed that he would need to scavenge for power banks the following morning. He mused that since the phone still had connectivity, it clearly indicated it could be used normally. In the company group chat, a user named I Am a Flying Bird exclaimed, "Help! A monster has appeared here. It bites like a zombie." Mary, a third sister, responded, "What? A zombie? Is that for real? The level 10 sandstorm outside is already despair-inducing. If there are zombies too, how can we possibly survive?" Old servant doesn't want to rent inquired, "What is the situation there?" "Quickly hide in your shelter." I Am a Flying Bird replied, "My shelter's health is almost depleted. Hiding inside would be suicidal. I can only run with the ordinary people. Right now, I'm hiding in a small supermarket." "Cow horse is a cow advised." Sister bird, "Quickly sneak up to the rooftop. Elevate the shelter into the air. Then you won't have to worry about those zombies." Cow horse is a cow continued, "Make sure those ordinary people don't notice you. They've gone mad since they Haven Tea obtained shelter. If they find out you're a player, they will do everything to eliminate you." I witnessed a player being discovered while entering a shelter, and a mob armed with axes and hammers brutally depleted his shelter's health. In the end, the items were stolen, and that player was reduced to mere flesh. Little Grass added, "Exactly. If you lack self-defense capabilities and your talents are weak, do not provoke those ordinary people. They know they cannot survive and wish to ensure others share their fate. Being discovered by them is more perilous than facing zombies." Cold Crow laughed maniacally. "Let them all perish. If we cannot survive, no one shall." The group chat member Cold Crow was then removed from the conversation. Let's Jump Together remarked, "How is it possible that there are still people in our company who have not chosen shelter? Haven't they all been tagged?" Nyoma Ben Yo. This individual previously visited a KTV establishment and became quite inebriated. We need not concern ourselves with him, as he is not a person of good character. Next door, Sister Wong. "Has anyone joined the Sheng Tian survivors base that our company has established?" Nyoma Ben Niu. "Join? That scoundrel Wong. Yin Yin has directly led that group of old leeches to withdraw from the group, seemingly fearful that we might ascend to a higher position and cause them trouble. Nyoma Bingo, damn. Those scoundrels, truly lacking in decency." Xiao Chow, what did you call me? Nyoma Bingo. "Huh, Sister Xiao Chow. I was not referring to you." Next door, Sister Wong. "What do you all think about the people in our group gathering together? With the current sandstorm and the presence of infected individuals outside, who knows what else may come in the future? It is surely safer to be together." Marrying a third sister, Sister Wong is indeed wise. "I find this suggestion quite favorable. Everyone, what are your thoughts? 1. 1. 1. Chapter 14. The outbreak of infected individuals. Tang Ping observed the suggestions within the group and, after careful consideration, resolved to forego the idea of joining them. Relying on the knowledge of the future, he was certain to uncover numerous secrets. Clearly, becoming part of an organization fraught with many eyes and ears would prove inconvenient. In the adjacent conversation, Sister Wang inquired, "Xiao Tang, will you be joining us?" Xiao Tang replied, "Sister Wang, I doubt I will remain in Jiangcheng much longer." Sister Wang responded, "Very well, but you need not leave. Stay in the group. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to us. We will certainly assist you." Xiao Chao chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Tang. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me. I am an S-class sanctuary with extraordinary talents." Nioma Benyo added, "That Wang Yinyan is truly a despicable person, always bullying newcomers like you. Xiao Tang, should you find yourself in trouble, reach out to your older brother." Xiao Tang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Upon closing the company group chat, he noted that it had been renamed Starry Club. Starry? Tang Ping furrowed his brow, feeling an inkling of familiarity with the name. He realized it must have surfaced in his 18 years of memories. This implied that the Starry Club had likely existed for quite some time, even resonating with the Tang Ping of a century later. However, it seemed that this Starry had already ceased to exist. A chill enveloped Tang Ping as he contemplated the future safe zone, now governed by the Shengtian group. What if this safe zone was not originally established from scratch by Shengtian? His heart sank at the thought. It seemed that upon his next return, he would need to investigate the Starry Club further. If his suspicions were correct, perhaps he could effect some change. Tang Ping then discovered a building and concealed the sanctuary within a storage room underground, disguising the door as a section of the floor tiles in the corner, and securely locking it. The current external situation was perilous. With the appearance of the infected, the contagion would swiftly spread from 1 to 10, and then to 100. Soon, Jiangcheng would truly become a hell on earth. No one could discern whether the silhouettes behind the swirling sand were indeed human. As the winds howled fiercely, sand swept across the ground, uprooting various plants and sending shattered furniture soaring through the air. Some buildings caught fire, and under the relentless gale, entire structures were soon engulfed in flames. Inside, the wails of the trapped filled the air. Some, unable to endure the despair and terror, leapt from windows. Yet, before they could touch the ground, a fierce wind swept them away, with some tragically caught on iron railings. Amidst this calamity, within the obscured darkness and swirling sand, a series of tragedies unfolded in succession. The moment order disintegrated marked the collapse of humanity itself. In the shadows of the night, some individuals succumbed to exhaustion, while ordinary people without a sanctuary clutched kitchen knives even in their slumber. In one particular room, a family of 3 was present. The woman wept sorrowfully. "What shall we do? Without a sanctuary, we cannot survive." The man silently smoked one cigarette after another. He opened his phone and gazed at a friend, remaining silent for a long while before typing. "Leave it to me." He sent the message, concealing the truth that he had not secured shelter, fabricating a few casual remarks instead. Clearly, his friend, as always, placed unwavering trust in him and promised to come find him early the next morning. A pang of guilt washed over the man, yet as he glanced at his wife, who had not rested for an entire day, and their 2-year-old daughter, his heart settled. Sore. The wind was gentle today. In the early morning, Tang Ping awoke around 5 o'clock, realizing that the apocalypse had arrived. Yet he found his sleep surprisingly restful, adhering to his routine of early rising. After practicing with a knife for half an hour, primarily focusing on slashing and thrusting, he considered himself reasonably adept, at least competent enough to fend off attackers. After a brief rest, drinking some water, and consuming a bit of food, he exchanged the sunlight for a pea shooter and 4 potato mines, then began preparing to venture out. As he crawled out of the shelter, a heaviness enveloped his heart. Infected. There were infected outside, and it seemed there were many. The low, guttural growls seeped into the storage room, weighing heavily on Tang Ping's spirits. Although he possessed a talent, his physical constitution was not particularly strong. To fully evade infection, he would need at least a constitution of 30 or a level 3 talent. Clearly, he had not achieved either, meaning that if he were to be scratched or bitten by an infected, he too faced the risk of contamination. Tang Ping crouched by the small window at the door, peering outside. In the entire first-floor hall, he could see 6 infected. This was a dire situation. He could not guarantee his escape without alerting the infected. These creatures relied on sound and the scent of blood to locate humans, and attempting to open the old storage room door would undoubtedly draw their attention. The door itself was quite antiquated and would creak loudly upon opening. Inside the room, Tang Ping meticulously examined his surroundings, searching for a feasible solution. His gaze finally landed on the open window. He cautiously moved a stool to observe the outside. Initially intending to climb through the window, he hesitated upon seeing the infected outside, abandoning that plan. He had to devise a method. He could not remain trapped here indefinitely. Suddenly, he retrieved the pea shooter. Pea shooter, aim at the building across and fire. The pea shooter discharged peas with a sound nearly imperceptible. Although a level 1 pea shooter had a range of only 200 steps, it was sufficient to attract the infected. The pea shooter perched on Tang Ping's shoulder began to unleash a barrage of powerful peas, exploding against the opposite building and drawing the nearby zombies toward it. Hearing the roars of the infected outside the storage room, Tang Ping felt a surge of determination. He would soon be able to leave. Even if he could only divert half of the infected outside, he was confident he could escape from this place. After launching more than a dozen peas, Tang Ping felt it was time to act. He returned to the door of the storage room and peered through the small window, his heart swelling with delight as he realized only 2 infected remained. He could surely escape. Moreover, it seemed many of the infected outside had been lured away. He opened the door to the storage room, the creaking sound immediately attracting the attention of the 2 remaining infected. Tang Ping had no desire to linger, for defeating these creatures offered no reward, neither crystalline cores nor experience points. Even a century later, no beneficial aspects of the infected had been uncovered. The toxins and flesh of the infected rapidly lost their vitality and decayed upon death. At this moment, Tang Ping's speed, rated at 7, proved invaluable. He leapt over the counter and burst through the front door. Seizing the opportunity while the infected were distracted, he sprinted toward the distance. With the number of infected increasing, he realized he must devise a plan to escape Jiang City. The first location that came to mind was the site where the safe zone would be established a century later. Chapter 15. A century later, awakened S-Class talent ideally. It would be best to venture beyond the safety zone. He recalled a small hill in the vicinity. If he could reach the summit, it would facilitate the transmission of information, should the shelter truly influence the future timeline. Moreover, Jiang City would inevitably become increasingly perilous. Presently, at the onset of the apocalyptic game, the city boasted a population exceeding 10 million. Once the infection spread thoroughly, the danger would be immense. If surrounded by thousands of infected individuals, even the shelter would offer no refuge. A single kick could deplete its defenses entirely. However, departing was evidently no simple task. Tang Ping quickly sought refuge in a corner, cautiously concealing himself as he observed a group of individuals encircled by the infected. If they were to discover him, he could easily be dragged into their predicament. He cautiously peered out, noting that the group consisted entirely of ordinary people. Judging by their equipment and fierce demeanor, they did not appear to be scavenging for supplies. These were robust men, likely not in search of resources, but rather out to hunt players and seize the shelter. Be careful. I am here to assist you. Suddenly, a student charged forward from the outside, brandishing a blazing flame and hurling it at the infected. Tang Ping's gaze sharpened. A flame talent. Its power must be at least B-class. 5 individuals clad in school uniforms appeared across from him, and he recognized them as students from the local high school. Clearly, these high schoolers possessed impressive talents, whether it be fire, ice, lightning, or metal. Their abilities were of high caliber, and their attacks remarkably potent, effectively dispatching a significant number of the infected surrounding the men. Ultimately, through coordinated efforts, they eradicated the last of the infected. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You students from Jiang City High are remarkable. Without your aid, we might have perished today, the leader of the men exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp the hand of the student who had wielded the flames. We are immensely grateful. Your talents are truly formidable. Another man approached a different student, expressing his gratitude, though the students remained oblivious to the greed glimmering in the men's eyes. No need for thanks. In the face of such apocalyptic disasters, humanity ought to support one another and work together to restore order and revive society. Spoke the student who appeared to be the class leader, maintaining a calm demeanor. This is our class leader, possessing an S-class fire talent. Impressive, isn't it? A nearby girl raised her chin proudly. Truly remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. The men beamed, yet their eyes exchanged glances laden with ulterior motives. At that moment, the group of men had encroached upon each student. All right, you are safe now. Quickly take cover. We must proceed to other locations to eliminate the infected, the girl proclaimed. The leader of the men smiled. You have saved our lives. How can we not extend our hospitality? Why not come to our home? We have gathered quite a bit of supplies and would love to prepare a feast in your honor. The class leader shook his head and said, no need. We still have to clear the infected nearby. Time is of the essence, so we shall not linger. The man at the forefront wore a smile that did not reach his eyes and replied, very well then. This group slowly drew the daggers from behind their backs. Tang Ping was contemplating whether to assist these students when he suddenly felt a disembodied sensation. Alarmed, he hastily set down the shelter, concealed it, and swiftly slipped inside. His consciousness detached from his corporeal form, plunging him once more into familiar darkness. When he opened his eyes again, a century had passed. Have I returned here once more? As his consciousness reclaimed control over his body, he retrieved an electronic watch from his backpack, discovering that only 3 seconds had elapsed since he last checked the time, indicating that this brief interlude was merely the span of time it took to extract the watch. It appeared that each time he shifted his consciousness, time remained constant to the moment he departed. To outsiders, it seemed as though he had undergone no transformation whatsoever. Rising, Tang Ping wrapped himself in layers of tattered clothing, his heart filled with trepidation as he descended the stairs. He wondered if the items from the shelter still remained. He first approached the position of the great tree, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? The once mighty tree had vanished. He rushed to the spot beneath the tree and, upon seeing the large pit in the ground, his expression darkened. Evidently, the items from the shelter had disappeared. These shelter items emitted a faint glow in dimly lit surroundings, akin to glow sticks. In the current environment, which bore little distinction from nighttime, he would have easily spotted them had they still been present. Refusing to succumb to despair, he dug around a bit more and confirmed that the shelter items were indeed gone. Even the grand tree had vanished. Yet, this revelation allowed Tang Ping to ascertain one critical fact. He could genuinely influence this timeline. He was certain that the tree's disappearance was directly attributable to his burial of the shelter item. Kneeling on the ground, he observed closely and was horrified to discover that the tree likely hadn't been felled by another, but had fled instead. If it had been cut down, who would have taken the time to dig 3 feet deep and uproot all its roots? Damn it, the tree had become a corrupted beast. It might even have awakened intelligence and bound itself to the shelter. Tang Ping cursed under his breath, realizing that although the shelters were initially exclusive to humans, those abandoned shelters could also be claimed by intelligent, corrupted beasts. In this world, there existed numerous beast kings possessing advanced shelters. Tang Ping felt a heavy weight in his heart, uncertain if the other 2 shelter items remained. He approached the location of the flower bed, but upon seeing it split in 2, he understood that it was over. Nonetheless, he stubbornly began to dig. When he reached the depth where he had buried the item, he sank to the ground in despair. Nothing. He couldn't shake the feeling that the disappearance of this shelter item was somehow linked to the great tree. Only one remained. I refused to believe it. This last one was also his most secretive hiding place. Rushing to the corner of the building across, he began to excavate. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged. Tang Ping's anxious heart finally found solace, and he subsequently retrieved an item from the shelter, a smooth pebble. A mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Discovery of shelter item. Would you like to bind it? Bind. Tang Ping replied immediately. Congratulations, player, on successfully binding the shelter. This shelter item can be carried at all times, cannot be destroyed, nor discarded. However, it can be unbound. The shelter possesses an E-grade characteristic, accelerated growth. Note, the shelter may be destroyed within 3 years. To achieve a permanent bond with the player, one must wait for 3 years. After 3 years, should the player perish, the shelter will also vanish. Ding! Congratulations, player, on binding the shelter and becoming a player, awakening the system's personal panel. Congratulations, player, on awakening the S-grade talent, Extreme Ice. An S-grade talent. Chapter 16. The Starshine Save Zone. What? An S-grade talent. Tang Ping was taken aback, standing frozen in place. It was truly an S-grade talent. Following this revelation, a surge of excitement overcame him. This was the highest level of talent that could be awakened by successors after the original players. How could it be that his own body lacked such fortune? Was he, in fact, a failure? Tang Ping took a moment to compose himself, hastily checking his personal panel. As players who had become part of the game by scavenging the shelters of others, they possessed only the personal information panel, devoid of any other functionalities such as chat channels or trading zones, which were exclusive to the original players. Player Tang Ping ID 007-935-1681 Constitution, 3 Spirit, 7 Strength, 3 Speed. For talent, Extreme Ice S, talent level 1/100. Indeed, it was an S-grade talent. Tang Ping sighed, a sudden wave of frigid energy enveloping his hand as he pressed it against the wall, and instantly, a layer of ice crystals began to spread. It expanded to a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He withdrew his hand, and before him materialized a 2-foot-long ice spike. He thrust it towards the wall, 6 meters away. The ice spike penetrated the wall completely, even unleashing an aura of extreme cold, encasing the surrounding half-meter section of the wall in ice crystals. Incredible! Tang Ping cheered. This was what it meant to awaken a talent and gain extraordinary power. What was his meager flicker of a flame compared to this? The items from the shelter could not be carried with him. Gazing at the glowing pebble in his hand, he understood that this object would not provide him any assistance, and if discovered by others, could lead to dire consequences. The only advantage it offered was a mobile shelter and the ability to locate Doomsday treasure chests. However, a level 1 shelter posed a significant risk of being obliterated by a mere mutant beast in the wasteland a century hence. As for the Doomsday treasure chests, they rarely contained anything valuable, mostly comprising uncontaminated food and water, which were not worth the peril of carrying the shelter. He needed to return to the safe zone, even venturing into the inner ring to the historical library to uncover more secretive information. Thus, it was imperative to discard the shelter item. He was acutely aware that there were numerous methods available to detect shelter items now. Within the safe zones, extraordinary families established through shelters typically had leaders who never left their posts. Furthermore, these individuals had all elevated their talents to at least level 4. Although he now possessed an S-grade talent, he was merely at level 1, lacking the strength to protect a shelter. Therefore, it was crucial, undoubtedly essential, to abandon it. Even if others discovered that he had awakened a talent, they would merely regard it as a natural awakening. Although 16 years have passed, and the probability of awakening the panel has significantly decreased, there are still a few fortunate individuals who awaken after the age of 16 among the over 1 million inhabitants within the safe zone. Particularly, the closer one gets to 16, the higher the likelihood of awakening becomes. His current body, though appearing more weathered than his 24-year-old self, is merely 18 years old. After careful contemplation, Tang Ping made a resolute decision. He immediately unbound the shelter and buried it back in its original position. He then set off toward the safe zone, intending to visit an internet CAF to investigate the matter of the familiar Xingyao. He returned to the safe zone without incident. The area is encircled by 20-meter-high city walls, while the 81 districts within are separated by 10-meter-high barriers. Although these walls are said to protect the inhabitants of each district, Tang Ping knew all too well that they serve merely as human shields against the perils outside. Even if a beast tide were to breach the walls and invade the safe zone, they would retreat once sated. As for the lives of the gray citizens, Tang Ping shook his head with a hint of self-mockery. The white and upper citizens hardly regarded the gray citizens as human beings. To put it bluntly, they viewed them as a group of infected individuals with a semblance of humanity. Upon returning to District 66, he noticed that the countdown timer displayed less than 3 hours remaining from the initial 6. Tang Ping sought out an internet CAF. In an era where most gray citizens earn less than 2 Shang Tian coins a day, equivalent to about $2, the CAF charged 3 coins per hour. Perhaps it was due to Tang Ping's soul originating from a century prior, having witnessed exorbitant prices, or perhaps it was the result of awakening in S-class talent. Regardless, spending 3 coins felt trivial, akin to discarding 3 iron pieces, prompting the attendant to cast an extra glance in his direction. After all, District 66 is merely the outer zone of the 5th ring of the safe zone, where many gaming enthusiasts appeared as though they were sacrificing their flesh to afford their habits. Nonetheless, the attendant, being well acquainted with the diverse clientele, quickly returned his focus elsewhere. He understood that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. In this world, there are many matters that a mere CAF attendant cannot afford to provoke. Certain individuals, through their appearance and aura, clearly indicated their social standing. The attendant may not possess any remarkable skills, but the bustling nature of the CAF, frequented by returning upper citizens and scavengers, had endowed him with a keen eye for discerning people's statuses. Just from Tang Ping's fair complexion, the attendant could deduce that he undoubtedly belonged to someone from within the 3rd ring. Tang Ping, oblivious to these observations, settled into a seat and prepared to search for information on Xingyao. To his surprise, the internet speed was exceptionally good, and soon a series of messages regarding Xingyao appeared on the screen. Upon reading the top entry, Tang Ping's entire being trembled. It turned out that 15 years ago, this very safe zone was known as the Xingyao Safe Zone. Tang Ping felt an irresistible urge as he contemplated the illustrious Starry Club, established by his esteemed colleagues in the company group. Although the leadership of the company he had worked at for a year was nothing short of abysmal, his colleagues were remarkably supportive, fostering a harmonious environment where everyone bonded closely. At the end of the workday, they would leave together, with no one permitted to linger behind. Those who arrived early would often sit on the first floor, patiently waiting for the entire team to assemble before commencing their duties. As long as the tasks were completed, there was no obligation to exceed expectations. Consequently, the managers, who were often demanding and unreasonable, could only seethe in impotent fury. Even the last time he was unfairly blamed. Had it not been for Sister Wong and his supportive colleagues, he would not have received a week of paid leave, but rather been dismissed without ceremony. Reflecting on these circumstances, although Tang Ping had no desire to align himself with any faction, he was equally disinclined to see the safe haven cultivated by his esteemed colleagues fall into the hands of others. Yet, how could he instigate change? Lost in thought, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. What if he could entice more talent, particularly highly gifted players, to join Sister Wong and Brother Niu? Instantly, he thought of that group of high school students. Chapter 17. 5 students. Upon conceiving this idea, Tang Ping felt an irresistible urge to return. Yet the time had not yet come. Perhaps he could delve into the matter concerning the dungeons. As a Doomsday game, it is inconceivable that there are no game dungeons. These are unique spaces accessible only to players, where black wormholes randomly manifest across various player territories. By entering these wormholes, one can partake in dungeon challenges, where not only are Doomsday treasure chests readily obtainable, but the rewards for completing these challenges are also exceedingly enticing. Of course, these dungeons are fraught with peril. However, with proper coordination and a comprehensive understanding of the dungeons, casualties can largely be averted. The most crucial aspect is that one can exit the dungeon at any moment. On the computer screen, information regarding the dungeons began to materialize. Clearly, aside from providing talent to the Starry Club, these dungeons hold significant merit. Many dungeons impose limitations on the number of entries. Once a certain threshold is surpassed, the black wormhole will vanish, potentially reappearing in another territory or perhaps never to be seen again. As for players, each individual can only enter the same dungeon 3 times, or even fewer. Moreover, upon completion, one cannot re-enter the same dungeon. Upon discovering these dungeons, Tang Ping realized that rather than allowing the remaining opportunities to be squandered on outsiders, it would be wiser to reserve them for Wang Jie, Lao Niu, and the others. Thus, Tang Ping commenced his search for information regarding the dungeons in the region of Jiang City during the early onset of the Doomsday game. To his delight, he unearthed several intriguing finds. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the apocalypse, a dungeon appeared on the outskirts of East Jiang City, by the banks of a Four Seasons lake. This dungeon is said to vanish on the 7th day of the apocalypse and is purportedly the only dungeon, allowing a total of 10 entries, with each player granted but one opportunity. The information regarding this dungeon, on the 6th day of the apocalypse, a dungeon emerged on Tianhua Avenue in Jiang City. This dungeon is set to disappear on the 10th day of the apocalypse. The renowned diva, Li Hua, fortuitously stumbled upon it while departing from Jiang City. She has personally attested that the rewards from this dungeon significantly aided her journey toward becoming a diva. It is said that this dungeon, Tang Ping, continued to explore the other dungeons that had appeared, discovering that the 3rd one was not set to occur until 2 months later. Who, he wondered, was this diva Li Hua? Returning to the information regarding the 2nd dungeon, he noted that Li Hua's name was specially highlighted. Though Tang Ping was unfamiliar with her identity, the title of diva resonated profoundly with him. Few are the individuals unaware of the esteemed significance represented by the titles of king and diva. To attain such a title, one must first meet 2 criteria. The first being that one's talent level must reach level 7, and the second that the talent must be classified as S tier. Only by fulfilling both conditions simultaneously can one earn the titles of king or diva. These individuals are predominantly the original players, and after a century has elapsed, they stand atop the pyramid, each one far from ordinary. Behind each of them looms a vast power, commanding countless resources. Their hidden strengths, amassed over a century, are unfathomably formidable. If one were to provoke an individual bearing the titles of king or queen, it would be without question that they would not need to engage in combat themselves. Countless factions, families, and bounty hunters would eagerly vie to eliminate this person, seeking to curry favor with these sovereigns. Tang Ping was acutely aware of the significance of these titles, and thus his curiosity about Queen Li Hua, who hailed from Jiangqing, deepened. Unfortunately, his searches yielded scant information, with only a few mentions of Queen Li Hua in various texts, lacking any substantial details about her. Tang Ping understood that to genuinely acquire knowledge about a queen, one would likely need to venture into the inner sanctum of the safe zone. Only there might he uncover the truth behind a legendary queen. As time drew near to its end, Tang Ping returned to his rented accommodation. Although his current abode remained shrouded in darkness, it was undeniably cleaner and more organized than before, thanks to an additional 10 Sheng Tian coins each month. And it even featured a small light bulb. As the countdown concluded, his consciousness was drawn into the void, and upon awakening, he found himself transported back a century. Prepared for this moment, Tang Ping burst forth from the shelter. "Be careful," he shouted, prompting the men to change their expressions and swiftly draw their blades. However, a player capable of manipulating vines reacted swiftly, sending tendrils sweeping towards the men surrounding his classmates. Despite this, kitchen knives and fruit knives still managed to graze the shoulders of the students, with one nearly suffering a fatal neck wound. Among the 5 students who had just endured the ambush, the class leader responded with remarkable speed, unleashing flames directed at the chests of the assailants. Those struck let out anguished cries, their chests charred and exuding the scent of scorched flesh. Witnessing the knife embedded in his classmate's shoulder, the class leader's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze upon the men. "Why, we saved you," the leader among the men sneered, a bunch of kids. So full of chatter. If it weren't for that person just now, you would all be lying on the ground. It was evident that the man recognized his inevitable fate. As an ordinary person, he stood no chance against these students, whose talents were no less than B grade, and they would not afford him the opportunity to approach. One female student, clutching her bleeding arm, could not hold back her tears as she cried out, "Why are you doing this? We saved you." A man lying on the ground, his chest charred, stared at the girl as if she were a fool. He offered no explanation, only a derisive remark, "You fools. Someone warned you this time, and you didn't die, but sooner or later you'll join me in the grave." With that, the class leader unleashed a torrent of flames, the terrifying inferno consuming him whole. The others were similarly engulfed by the merciless flames, with some attempting to flee. Yet none could escape the fate of being devoured by fire. From the moment he saved these men to the instant he dispatched them, the class leader acted with unwavering decisiveness. Tang Ping praised inwardly, "Beautiful." This student, who had not perished if she were to endure without falling along the way, might very well transform into a formidable king in the future, one with unparalleled strength. Class leader. The girl clearly panicked. The class leader has killed. Though she had become adept at eliminating the infected, the act of taking a life remained an unbearable notion. Class leader, how could you commit murder? A short-haired girl, as complexion, turned pale. The class leader's gaze was devoid of warmth. These lives are not worth mourning. By ending them, we have saved countless others. The short-haired girl looked at the class leader with a tinge of fear, yet she persisted in her inquiry. But if we, too, resort to murder, how are we any different from the infected? Were we not promised to our teacher that we would protect our classmates? To safeguard the purity of our hearts? By taking a life now, you will unleash this Pandora's box, leading to even more deaths in the future. The class leader remained silent. Turning away, we must return to school. Wait. Tang Ping emerged from the swirling sands, shouldering two-piece shooters and cradling another in his arms. Hey, I just saved you all, and not a single thank you? Be careful, or I shall report you to your teacher. Chapter 18. Altering history, 5 high school students were evidently astounded by Tang Ping's equipment. The girl with a ponytail exclaimed in disbelief, "Dave?" The student class leader paused for a moment, then replied, "Thank you for your earlier reminder. If you need anything, feel free to come to our school." "Actually, I do have a matter to discuss," Tang Ping began. "What is it?" The class leader pondered internally, questioning what this individual could possibly want. Although he had just rescued several of them, the class leader remained wary after the recent events. Tang Ping refrained from making a direct invitation, recognizing that such straightforwardness would likely lead to refusal, diminishing the chances of their joining the Starry Club in the future. "You must have witnessed the recent events. The world outside has changed. Yet, you students have scarcely ventured beyond the confines of your campus, making it difficult to comprehend certain realities and acquire essential knowledge. Some ideas could lead you into a profound abyss. To adapt to the current state of affairs may come at a tremendous cost, potentially resulting in the loss of classmates, friends, and loved ones. Moreover, I presume you wish to return to school to protect the remaining students, and clearing out the infected is likely a part of that intention. However, it is apparent that you lack the necessary experience in management. If it is agreeable, I would like to recommend that you join a club filled with seasoned individuals. Of course, you may converse with them first. Ultimately, the decision to join rests with you." Tang Ping took out his phone and said to the class leader, "How about exchanging contact information? I could put you in touch with someone from the club." Upon hearing such a simple request, the class leader felt relieved. After a moment's consideration, he agreed, "All right, I will give the club serious thought." Thus, Tang Ping successfully obtained the class leader's contact information. The individual was named Zhou Zheng, and he passed this information along to Sister Wang. Tang Ping sent a message to Sister Wang, succinctly summarizing the recent events. "Sister Wang, I encountered a student from Jiancheng High School on my way. He is the class leader who just saved lives and nearly fell victim to a farmer and snake scenario. This student possesses remarkable talent, rated S class. I was wondering if we could potentially bring him into the Starry Club you just established. He is accompanied by a group of students, whom I estimate to possess no less than B-class talent, likely A-class. I just recommended him for the Starry Club's group chat. Whether he successfully joins depends on you and the others." Sister Wang replied, "What? An S-class talent and still in high school. Great job, Xiao Tang. Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to me. We will depart shortly for the high school. Coincidentally, old Nio's son is studying there as well. Also, don't refer to it as the club established by Sister Wang. It makes me sound like that old hag Wang Yin Yin. From now on, it is our club. Understood? Understood, Sister Wang. Please be cautious. There are many infected individuals outside. If we are scratched, we players face a significant risk of infection. Sister Wang, there's no need for concern. Inside the staff dormitory, everyone has previously gathered quite a number of treasure chests, filled with valuable items. Old Neo has unlocked a unique shelter trait scroll, granting the shelter an S-class trait, Holy Healing. We have confirmed that even if someone has been infected, as long as they have not turned into an infected being, they can recover after spending less than an hour inside the shelter. Tang Ping was astonished. He had not anticipated such a shelter trait existed. The most significant threat currently is the infected, but with Old Neo's shelter, there is little to fear regarding infection. Tang Ping. All right, Sister Wang. Please be cautious on your journey. I must leave Jiang City now, so I want to prolong our conversation. Sister Wang, take care as well. I know you are resolute, but do not act impulsively. Maintaining composure in the face of adversity is already half the battle won. Tang Ping, I will. As their conversation concluded, Tang Ping gazed at his phone, pondering whether his choices had altered events in another timeline. Did the Xingyao safe zone still exist? Or had it been overtaken, becoming a stronghold for the Xingtian group? After gathering his belongings, Tang Ping shouldered 2-piece shooters, gripping his Tang knife, and continued his journey outside Jiang City. As for returning home, he had followed his grandfather since childhood, who had passed away long before Tang Ping entered university. Perhaps his parents were still alive, but he did not know them, so it held no significance. The wind persisted, yet its intensity had noticeably diminished, now around a force of 6, posing no threat. The swirling sands gradually dissipated, and it would not be long before the skies cleared. However, the infected were now ubiquitous outside, and the ordinary people who had ventured out to seek supplies yesterday had become a rare sight. Jiang City had transformed into a dead city. Tang Ping advanced at a deliberate pace. The infected were particularly sensitive to noise and the scent of blood. Fortunately, with the help of the pea shooters, he directed them to create distractions, drawing the infected away and ensuring his path remained perilous yet uneventful. Treasure chest. Apocalypse treasure chest. As afternoon approached, around 2 o'clock, Tang Ping spotted an apocalypse treasure chest beside a vehicle on the main road. Direct the pea shooter to lure the infected to that location. Tang Ping commanded with excitement. The pea shooter unleashed an attack on a car approximately 80 to 90 meters away, its pea-sized projectiles shattering the glass with a thunderous sound. The nearby infected immediately redirected their attention, howling as they charged toward the noise. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Ping swiftly retrieved the apocalypse treasure chest and fled several hundred meters, turning into a corner before stopping. He promptly opened the apocalypse treasure chest to see what treasures lay within. Congratulations, player. You have opened the apocalypse treasure chest and received Socks 10, Steamed Buns 10, Shelter Fragment 1. To his delight, he had obtained a shelter fragment, bringing him one step closer to upgrading his shelter to level 2. Tang Ping was exceedingly pleased with this acquisition. The level 2 shelter, consisting of 2 rooms and a hall, will significantly enhance the available space, allowing ample room for his supplies to be stored in the additional room. However, the level 2 shelter lacks a bathroom, necessitating outdoor trips for such needs. Fortunately, the sparse population outside makes it relatively easy to find a suitable spot. Tang Ping yearns for the blueprint of a bathroom, as he perceives the act of relieving himself outdoors to be perilous. The strong odor may attract nearby, infected individuals, who could even resort to consuming excrement. Nevertheless, he has yet to acquire any blueprints. He dreams of obtaining a minigame like Pixel Farm, where he could attend to his needs in safety. Tang Ping noticed a hardware store not far away and immediately felt compelled to explore it for any items that might prove useful in the future. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Sister Wang. Chapter 19, The Doomsday Instance. The Last Spark, Part 1, Sister Wang, Xiao Tang. We have just acquired the serum from the infected. With this, you need not fear infection. Here, at our sanctuary, under the protection of Lao Niu, it is of no use to us, so I shall give it to you. Tang Ping, filled with delight, promptly responded, Thank you, Sister Wong. The prospect of enhancing his physique to 30 or elevating his talent to level 3 seemed distant, yet obtaining the serum undoubtedly diminished the risk significantly. Sister Wong, here is my ID number. Please add me. All right. Soon after, a trade request was sent, with the items exchanged being rather trivial. Tang Ping did not accept the gift without offering something in return. This is a potato mine. It possesses formidable power and can penetrate concrete walls. Sister Wong, do exercise caution when using it. Sister Wong, and what peculiar item is this? Understood. Tang Ping extracted the infected serum and, upon reading the system's description, felt a wave of reassurance, hastily consuming it. It tasted somewhat sweet and metallic, yet left him with no discernible sensation. However, he was not foolish enough to seek out an infected individual for testing. He made his way towards the outskirts of Jiangcheng, to the banks of the Four Seasons Lake, where an instance was soon to emerge, an exclusive one, promising extraordinary rewards. As the clock neared 3 in the afternoon, Tang Ping finally reached his destination. The Four Seasons Lake was modest in size, easily visible across its expanse. Given its location within a scenic area, it was sparsely populated, and with the onset of the Doomsday game, most had departed, leaving few infected behind. Finding a viewing pavilion, he decided to wait there. As time passed, when the clock struck 5, a black vortex suddenly manifested by the lakeside. It was the exclusive instance. Tang Ping's heart raced with anticipation as he approached the gaping black hole. The entrance resembled a void, towering about a yard high, and as players drew near, a line of text became discernible above it. Player instance, exclusive the last spark existence duration. 4 days without hesitation, he stepped into the instance. A whirlwind of sensations engulfed him, and he found himself in a room. To his surprise, he was not alone, for foreigners accompanied him. Clearly, this exclusive instance had multiple entrances, and these individuals must have entered through different ones. The 5 maintained a wary stance towards one another. Tang Ping held a Tang Dao, leaning against a wall. Among the others was a young man clad in a black tactical jacket, a northern national wielding a long sword 2 inches wide. Next to him was a young woman from Japan, dressed in a kimono, greeting them with a cheerful konnichiwa. The remaining 2 were a blonde woman and a burly man with chestnut hair. Tang Ping swiftly scanned the surroundings, soon drawn to a line of text that appeared before him. Main quest: successfully escort the serum from the infected to safety zone number 9. Quest reward: unknown. Indeed. Tang Ping mused inwardly, echoing the information he had sourced from the future. This instance was indeed tasked with delivering the serum from the infected. However, in addition to the main quest, he was aware of a concealed mission to safeguard a young soldier within the team. This soldier was no ordinary individual. He was, in fact, a student of the professor who had developed the serum for the infected and had actively participated in the research of this serum. Despite being in his early 20s, this student had already inherited a significant portion of the professor's expertise. In comparison to the serum for the infected, this soldier with a hidden identity was the true person to be escorted. Thus, Tang Ping understood that his task was to ensure the safe passage of this soldier to safety zone number 9, while simultaneously completing the main quest. As the door to the room swung open, a doctor clad in a white coat entered. You are the chosen ones to escort the serum, correct? Your mission is to deliver the serum to safety zone number 9. To prevent the loss of this precious serum, each of you will carry a portion, and a squad of soldiers will accompany you. After explaining, the doctor concluded, time is of the essence. You must depart immediately. Each of the 5 received a backpack containing the serum. Apart from the overly emotional girl from Yamato, the others remained quite cautious. Tang Ping had no intention of engaging in deep conversation. He merely wished to expedite the completion of the quest to acquire the desired rewards. It was said that upon completion, one would receive a substantial amount of attribute stones and shelter characteristic scrolls. Upon exiting the room, Tang Ping was struck by the uncanny resemblance of the world within this instance to that of a century later. The sky was shrouded in a heavy gray haze, and a pallid sun emitted an eerie glow. The land lay barren, with gusts of black wind sweeping across the desolate terrain, rendering the grayish foliage as if it had been ravaged by a cruel blade. gripping his knife tightly. Tang Ping fell in line with a fully armed squad of 30 soldiers. They began their trek through the wasteland, heading towards safety zone number 9, located 100 miles away. The other 4, clearly witnessing such a scene for the first time, were momentarily awestruck. Perhaps they were unaware that this very landscape would soon manifest in Blue Star, marking the moment when golden sunlight vanished, and the old world would irretrievably fade into history. The journey was fraught with peril. Numerous infected creatures and even contaminated beasts lurked along the way. Although players had the option to abandon the instance when faced with danger, doing so would yield meager rewards, often limited to mere ordinary food and water as consolation prizes. The 5 players, hailing from various regions, maintained a respectful distance from one another. Despite the language barrier, a temporary group chat for the instance was established. Sakura. Hello, everyone. My name is Sakura, and I possess an A-level talent for charm. We can assist one another. I surmise that the rewards for completing this instance will be quite generous, as upon entering, I utilize an information scroll that indicated this is a unique instance that will never recur, and each person can only enter once. To ensure our success, why not introduce ourselves? Kylie. I am called Kylie, possessing the A-rank talent, Radiant Judgment. BASF. I am known as BASF, with a B-rank talent, Black Wind. Jess. My name is Jess, endowed with a B-rank talent, Heavy Rock. Tang Ping also responded. I am Tang Ping, possessing the E-rank talent, Weak Fire. Following Tang Ping's reply, everyone cast peculiar glances his way. Amidst a gathering of players with talents predominantly rated A or B, the presence of an E-rank talent was indeed conspicuous. Sakura. Let's assist each other and provide mutual support. I firmly believe we can succeed together. This cherry blossom girl glanced at the others, deliberately overlooking Tang Ping. He seemed to be entirely disregarded, though he paid it no mind, as he had no intention of joining the group. Moreover, there were certain matters along the way that would facilitate his solitary departure when the time came. Chapter 20. The Doomsday Instance. The Last Spark, Part 2. The team began to advance. Initially, the soldiers were able to suppress the infected, but as time progressed, an ever-increasing number of infected congregated behind them. The pressure on the 5 began to mount. Kelly exclaimed, "Hurry, we must extricate ourselves swiftly. A horde of infected is surrounding us from the front." Jess retorted, "Forget about these ordinary people. They will only hinder us. We must leave." Sakura hesitated, but is this truly the right thing to do? Her eyes shimmered with a pink hue, and while her words echoed the sentiments of a good Samaritan, she was secretly controlling the soldiers to charge toward the infected outside. Basford declared, "We can't wait any longer. We're moving out." The 4 seemed to reach a silent consensus and departed, leaving Tang Ping behind, an E-class talent, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person, and thus forsaken. A sergeant laughed bitterly, seemingly having anticipated this. "Brothers, hold back these infected. We will fight our way out." Turning to Tang Ping, he asked, "Aren't you coming?" Tang Ping replied calmly, "I will ensure your escape." The sergeant was taken aback, offering a wry smile. "You truly are different from them. You should leave. We can still hold off the infected." Tang Ping said nothing, counting down 5-4. The sergeant, puzzled yet aware of the dire circumstances, prepared to confront the infected. 3, 2, 1. Dozens of infected charged in, completely encircling them. Suddenly, a tendre explosion érupted. The ground split apart. The outer ring of infected was instantaneously obliterated. The tremendous roar sent shockwaves that knocked the remaining infected and the fewer than 20 soldiers off balance. Tang Ping had been prepared. He swiftly produced 3 pea shooters. Fire. Each pea shooter dispatched an infected with a single projectile, the fist-sized peas crashing down to scatter the infected like mere fragments. This was far more formidable than any game. After the potato mines obliterated a significant portion of the surrounding infected, the 3 pea shooters quickly dealt with the remaining downed foes. The sergeant stood in astonishment, momentarily stabilizing himself. Now is not the time for words. Such commotion will undoubtedly attract even more infected. We must retreat. Tang Ping's gaze fell upon the pale-faced soldier. Reassured to see him unharmed, compared to escorting the serum, This individual was far more invaluable. Understood. The sergeant responded, promptly ordering everyone follow my lead and retreat. The other four, having already sprinted over a kilometer away, clearly heard the resounding explosion. Jess remarked, it seems they have cleared out the infected. Basford added, without the burden of these ordinary people, our speed has indeed increased. Sakura offered a silent prayer. I hope they find peace in the afterlife. The four raced across the wasteland, unaware that, having lost their soldiers, they would soon enter the next phase, the polluted beasts. Had they had a soldier accompanying them, they would have faced the infected, but alas, they did not. Tang Ping was under no obligation to disclose the concealed protective mechanism to them. On a rocky, exposed hill, a group of soldiers huddled within a narrow cave. From their refuge, Tang Ping extracted compressed biscuits, bottled water, and canned meat. Consume these quickly to regain your strength. We shall continue our journey, he urged. One soldier opened a can, took a bite, and was astonished to find no trace of decay. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is untainted food. My heavens, such a rarity, only available decades ago. The remaining soldiers halted, clutching their portions in disbelief. This food was far too precious to eat. The sergeant, too, paused, initially thinking it was merely ordinary sustenance, only to realize it was devoid of any contamination. Tang Ping shook his head. It has already been exposed to the corrupting disaster. Even if we put it back, it will be tainted. You must eat it now. The sergeant felt a surge of guilt. Chosen one, we will ensure your safe passage to the secure zone. The remaining 17 soldiers savored a delicacy they might never encounter again in their lifetimes. Food that bore no unpleasant flavors. After a half-hour's respite, they resumed their journey. Though infected individuals still roamed the path, their numbers seemed diminished. This route was one Tang Ping had discovered beneath a particular website. While this unique instance would vanish after 4 days, numerous entrances to this instance existed worldwide. During this brief window, several players had entered, and many who had safely exited had even reached level 7, surviving well into their centenary. Thus, he had unearthed a wealth of useful information, including hidden quests and safer routes. This path has remarkably few infected, the sergeant exclaimed with excitement. If we document this route, future communications between the two safe zones will minimize casualties significantly. Indeed, this was a route I had once fortuitously obtained from an elder. Once we return to the secure zone, you could draft a map, but be sure to remember it well. Tang Ping gestured towards a distant mountain shaped like a turtle shell. There resides a level 7 contaminated beast. A level 7 contaminated beast. The sergeant's pupils constricted, clearly filled with trepidation. There is no need for undue concern. It is merely a giant turtle. As long as one does not provoke it, it generally remains lethargic. Tang Ping spoke in a calm tone. The sergeant steadied his nerves. A turtle, you say? Thank you. I will report this accurately. Internally, he marveled. No wonder there were so few infected along this route. Such a terrifying presence must be the reason. However, if utilized wisely, it might indeed pave a way connecting the two safe zones. The sergeant felt a flicker of excitement. Among the soldiers, a fair-faced young man observed Tang Ping with curiosity. As they advanced, Tang Ping drew nearer to the secure zone. You all rest here for half an hour. I shall step out for a moment, he suddenly announced. The sergeant was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded in agreement, realizing that their survival was entirely due to the other party's intervention. Very well, everyone. Let us rest here for half an hour. The soldiers were indeed quite fatigued. Meanwhile, Tang Ping made his way towards a mountain. This rocky hill was not particularly tall, standing at just over 300 meters, yet it harbored an exceptionally precious treasure. This treasure, in a century hence within that realm, would give rise to an individual of dual S-rank talent, a true king. Moreover, it was a unique artifact. Once collected by one, no other would encounter it again, even if they re-entered the dungeon. As Tang Ping braved the biting wind, he found it to be oddly sinister, as if blades were scraping against his very bones. Upon reaching the summit, he felt utterly exhausted. There it was, a single red lotus, gently swaying, a striking contrast to the bleak and desolate world surrounding it. Chapter 21. The Doomsday Instance. The Last Spark, Part 3. Tang Ping, with a fissure looming above him, struggled to rise and seize the swaying lotus with fervor. This lotus, devoid of stem, leaves, or roots, flourished quietly in a shallow pool merely half a meter wide. At last, he had obtained this precious entity, and now he could awaken his second ability. A surge of excitement coursed through Tang Ping as he consumed the crimson lotus in its entirety. As the red lotus entered his mouth, it felt akin to a warm flame, flowing through his veins like a gentle stream. Tang Ping mat vel. For it was indeed as described in the posts. This red lotus could not only aid in awakening a second extraordinary ability, but also enhance his four core attributes comprehensively. Before long, he sensed a remarkable change. Extending his hand, a peculiar flame ignited in his palm, taking the form of a lotus. Red Lotus Flame. Player, Tang Ping ID. 000000003 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 10 Strength, 8 Speed, 9 Talent 1. Weak Fire, E, Talent Level, 201,000, Talent 2. Red Lotus Flame S, Talent Level, 10100. Gazing at his personal information panel, joy welled up within Tang Ping. Even in the absence of further rewards, this alone constituted a significant triumph. His constitution had increased by 5 points, spirit by 5 points, strength by 3 points, and speed by 2 points. Merely from this red lotus, he had propelled himself to the forefront of the current players. After all, awakening an S-class talent is a rarity, and once such a talent reaches level 7, it signifies the emergence of a king. Armed with the formidable red lotus flame, he would undoubtedly be an immensely powerful king. Tang Ping understood that his red lotus flame was not as serene and gentle as it appeared on the surface. Rather, it was exceedingly domineering. Having acquired what he sought, Tang Ping promptly descended the mountain. With his greatly enhanced constitution, he now possessed greater resistance against the bone-corroding wind, and the pain he felt was no longer as unbearable as when he ascended. Mr. Tang Ping, the officer stood up, already familiar with Tang Ping's name by this point. Let us prepare and head straight for safety zone number 9, he declared. Very well. The officer responded with enthusiasm. They were now merely 30 miles away from safety zone number 9, and with a swift pace, they could arrive in about an hour. Tang Ping was well aware that the safety zones within this instance were relatively close to one another, each spanning only 1 or 2 square kilometers. They paled in comparison to the vast safety zone he hailed from, which was one of the 81 districts. Meanwhile, for other players were desperately fleeing from a formidable, contaminated beast. Damn it, why is there always a contaminated beast stalking us? Jess exclaimed in frustration, his body drenched in blood. The pursuing contaminated beast was a grotesque sight, resembling a giant wolf but with 8 spider-like legs, compound eyes akin to a fly upon its forehead, and a scorpion-like tail. It was a hideous amalgamation of various creatures. This contaminated beast was as large as an elephant, yet moved with remarkable speed, traversing the rugged terrain as if it were flat ground. The pollution beast suddenly leapt into the air, landing atop Sakura's head. Jace, save me. The enchanting voice echoed in Jace's ears, momentarily stunning him with its allure, replacing his anger with a dazed admiration for Sakura. Miss Sakura, you must flee. I shall block the pollution beast. Jace stomped his foot against the ground, and a formidable wall of rock surged up, obstructing the creature. Yet, this act drew the beast's attention towards Jace. Without a second thought, he charged the pollution beast. Miss Sakura, run! The black scorpion tail sliced through the air, piercing Jace's chest. Sakura, his eyes filled with affection, he urged her to escape. The pollution beast lifted Jace entirely and swallowed him whole. In the next moment, the creature erupted into a myriad of fragments, scattering Jace's remains throughout the vicinity. Kylie and BASF gazed at Sakura in horror, fully aware that this was a consequence of Sakura's enchanting abilities. Once ensnared by her charm, escaping the scenario became impossible. They exchanged glances and suddenly directed lethal intent toward Sakura. The dark winds and the radiant holy sword converged upon her. Sister Kylie, Brother BASF, why are you doing this to me? Sakura evaded, feigning vulnerability as she looked at them. The pink hue in her eyes began to spread, transforming her pupils into a rosy shade. This is bad. We must eliminate her. Kylie's gaze turned frigid, and a crossbow appeared in her hands. The bolt, seemingly guided by an unseen force, pursued Sakura relentlessly. BASF showed no mercy either, aware that with Jace's demise, he was next. The allure of a woman's charm wielded a terrifying power over men. A card materialized in BASF's grasp, which he tore apart, unleashing dozens of ice shards aimed at Sakura. Sakura, with a sultry gaze, called out, "Brother BASF." Suddenly, he hesitated, tearing another card. It transformed into a protective barrier around her. "BASF, what are you doing?" Kylie seethed as a shadowy presence invaded BASF's mind. The intense pain jolted him back to reality, leaving him incredulous at the scene before him, and his expression darkened. Wretched harlot, seeking death. Enraged, BASF tore through 3 cards. "Brother BASF, how could you treat me this way?" Sakura's eyes brimmed with sorrow, but at that moment, BASF activated a card that shielded his psyche. Initially, he believed Sakura was doomed. However, the ground trembled suddenly, and a colossal worm emerged, intercepting all attacks. Within its eyes bloomed a cherry blossom. Kylie exclaimed, "This is certainly not an A-class talent." The worm before them was as thick as a van, stretching over 10 meters long. Even Kylie, though not the brightest, recognized that an A-class charm ability could never reach such magnitude. BASF has withdrawn. Having witnessed the worm protect Sakura, he left, unaware of how he would ultimately fall victim to a woman from the Yamato Nation. This time, he suffered a considerable loss, leaving with a heart heavy with sorrow. On an icy lake, BASF appeared amidst the biting winds, his gaze fierce. "Sakura, do not let me encounter you again." Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Kelly wore a grim expression, realizing the complexity of this scenario. It was a one-time entry, meaning once she exited, re-entry would be impossible, and she may never cross paths with him again. "Sister, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me?" Sakura looked at Kelly with a pitiful gaze. Kelly avoided meeting her eyes, focusing instead on the enormous worm, taking a deep breath. "You hail from the Yamato Nation, do you? I shall remember you. I hope you return safely." With a cold laugh, she dismissed the Yamato Nation as merely a pawn of the Eagle Empire, while her own family held considerable power within the empire. Sakura tilted her head playfully. What is sister talking about? Sakura does not understand. Her eyes grew increasingly vibrant. Kelly felt a momentary dizziness, biting her tongue. She coldly scoffed and exited the dungeon. Had she been a man just moments ago, she feared she might have succumbed to control. Sakura's expression darkened. "Everyone, it seems we are being threatened. But they are merely a bunch of worthless fools." Chapter 22. A bountiful harvest at this moment. Tang Ping had successfully arrived at safety zone number 9, having completed his mission and exited the dungeon. "Congratulations, player. You have cleared the dungeon, the last spark, completed the main quest, and received the following rewards. Doomsday Treasure Chest 2, Infected Serum 5, Shelter Trait Scroll 1, Mental Attribute Stone 5. Congratulations, player. You are the first to complete this dungeon. You have received a hidden reward, Spark Medal. Your main quest rewards are doubled. Congratulations, player. You have completed the hidden quest, the True Spark. You have received the following rewards. Level 3 Shelter Blueprint 1, Shelter Fragment 3. Congratulations, player. You are the first to achieve the hidden accomplishment in the dungeon, the Soldier's Return. You have received the reward, Soldier's Blessing Badge. The rewards were exceedingly generous, leaving Tang Ping in a daze. He felt as if he could soar into the sky. Eagerly emerging from the dungeon entrance, he was filled with excitement. Instead of immediately checking his rewards, he sent a location pin and a short video to Sister Wong. "Tang Ping, Sister Wong, there's a dungeon here with valuable treasures. Each person can enter only once, and a total of 10 entries are allowed. I have used one, leaving 9 entries remaining. I will block the entrance shortly. If you plan to come, do so quickly." He then sent screenshots of some of the rewards along with a few notes about precautions, hidden tasks, and hidden rewards. He found it tedious to pursue some of the less useful rewards, such as ordinary food, water, and clothing, as they were of little utility to him and would waste his time. Without waiting for Sister Wang's response, Tang Ping fetched several large cabinets, first placing them in the shelter, then rushing back to the dungeon entrance to block it with 2 cabinets. Done. He snapped a quick photo and sent it to Sister Wang. Tang Ping, Sister Wang, I'm leaving now. I have concealed the entrance, but who knows if a strong wind might arise again. If you have the time, come as soon as possible. Sister Wang, little Tang, I know I was right about you. Don't worry, we will set off tonight. By the way, I'm sending you some items. Don't be picky. Once I obtain good treasures from the dungeon, I will properly thank you. Beep. Your friend Wang Xiuhua has sent a trade request. D-grade extraordinary item. Holy light bracelet. Trading for a handful of soil. Tang Ping's mouth twitched. Trading a D-grade extraordinary item for a handful of dirt was indeed a comical transaction. However, he did not refuse and promptly accepted the trade, then scooped up a handful of soil from the ground. Extraordinary item. Holy light bracelet grade. D effect. Automatically activates holy light protection upon being attacked. Usable a total of 10 times. An automatic life-saving item. What a treasure. Tang Ping marveled, realizing this was indeed a D-grade item. In the early days of this apocalypse, it was undoubtedly a life-saving artifact. He immediately donned it on his wrist. Subsequently, Tang Ping found a secluded spot to set up the shelter and entered it. He began to utilize the rewards he had just acquired to enhance himself in every possible way. The Spirit Attribute Stone, after the reward was doubled, granted him 10 pieces, all of which he utilized. With the already doubled Spirit Attribute from the Crimson Lotus, it surged once more, reaching a total of 20 points. This newfound Spirit Attribute enabled Tang Ping to harness his E-grade talent, Weak Fire, to conjure a fireball and launch it 10 meters away. Additionally, he received 2 shelter trait scrolls following the reward doubling. Eagerly, Tang Ping employed one of the scrolls, anticipating the nature of the mini-games it might unveil. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the shelter trait scroll. Detected that the player possesses an SSS grade trait minigame. Acquired minigame, planting oranges. Congratulations, player, for successfully using the shelter trait scroll. Detected that the player possesses an SSS grade trait minigame. Acquired minigame, Magical Girl. Tang Ping found himself puzzled by the purpose of these 2 minigames. Upon further examination, he quickly grasped their functions. The first minigame, planting oranges, allowed him to collect rainwater each day to nourish an orange tree. Once the oranges ripened, he could harvest them, all of which could manifest in reality. This somewhat compensated for his lack of fruit, though he preferred more tangible rewards. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to the prospect of raising cats, playing the piano, or engaging in mindless match 3 games. The second game, Magical Girl, involved a young girl in a room where Tang Ping could bestow real-life items upon her, earning her gratitude and increasing her fondness towards him. Tang Ping was left incredulous. Did he appear to be a fool? He deemed this mini-game even more of a scam than raising cats, as at least the cat-raising game allowed players to earn coins through tasks and offered daily fixed coin rewards without requiring real-world resources. Yet this magical girl expected him to part with his actual belongings. He indignantly declared that he would rather not engage with such nonsense. Turning his attention to the Doomsday treasure chests, which also boasted doubled rewards, he found himself with 4 chests. Open all Doomsday treasure chests. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. Received Pizza 10, Mineral Water 10, Strength Attribute Stone 1. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. Received Level 3 Pollution Beast Dung 10, Glutinous Rice Cake 10, Strength Attribute Stone 1. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. Receive Sports Suit 10, Travel Boots 10, Shelter Fragment 1. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday treasure chest. Received Pink Teddy Bear 10, Dog Slippers 10, D-grade Talent Experience Stone 20. Tang Ping examined the D-grade Talent Experience Stone and discovered it was intended for D-grade talents or those below. Each stone could augment experience by 10 points, which was commendable, sparing him the need to hunt the calamity beasts. In truth, the majority of players advance their talent experience chiefly through experience stones. as the calamity beasts were notoriously formidable and exceedingly rare to encounter. Player Tang Ping ID 000000000, 3 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 20 Strength, 10 Speed, 9 Talent 1. Weak Fire E, Orange Red, Talent Level 2, 2001000, Talent 2. Red Lotus Flame S, Talent Level 10100. Tang Ping gazed upon his spirit attribute, which was truly unparalleled, though not as directly impactful as the other 3 attributes. The enhancement of his spirit attribute bore significant advantages from mastering his talents. A flame, the size of a fist, emerged from his hand. Previously, he could only conjure such a flame. However, now the flame gradually diminished in size, transforming into a small fireball the size of a walnut. Despite its reduced dimensions, its potency had increased exponentially. Moreover, he could effortlessly launch this diminutive fireball over considerable distances. Indeed, the spirit attribute proved to be crucial for the mastery of his talents. Tang Ping retracted the small fireball, organized the items obtained from the treasure chest, and proceeded to examine the other rewards. Chapter 23. Mini-games, Magical Girls, Blueprint for Level 3 Shelter. Essential for upgrading a Level 2 shelter to a Level 3 shelter. Extraordinary item. Soldier's Blessing. Badge when carried or placed within the shelter. It bestows a measure of good fortune. Treasure. Spark Metal. In moments of life-threatening danger. All attributes receive a 100 boost. No side effects. If one possesses the Soldier's Blessing badge, the luck enhancement rises to 500. The Level 2 shelter remains a distant goal, yet the blueprint for the Level 3 shelter has already been acquired. Tang Ping placed all items within the shelter. He felt immense satisfaction with the latter 2 items. Although they might not be of everyday use, their value in critical moments is incomparable to mere survival tools. Particularly noteworthy is the treasure, distinctly labeled as such, indicating its extraordinary nature. Its effects further affirm its potency, granting a 100 boost to all attributes. While this occurs only in perilous situations, it hardly qualifies as a drawback. Currently, with Tang Ping's modest attributes, a 100 boost may seem negligible, yet, as his attributes escalate to hundreds or even thousands in the future, such an enhancement will be nothing short of divine. Both medals were hung on the wall beside his bed. He had recently upgraded his sleeping arrangements while departing from Jiang City. Exchanging his previous bed for a bunk, he discovered, significantly optimizing the space within the shelter. The upper bunk was filled with assorted items, including 10 pink teddy bears procured from a treasure chest, which he chose not to discard, as they were indeed treasures. As for Tang Ping, he took residence in the lower bunk, utilizing the space beneath his bed to store a selection of shoes, 10 sets of athletic shoes, 10 pairs of slippers, and 10 pairs of travel shoes. In his previous gaming experiences, he had a penchant for retaining all items obtained from defeating monsters, meticulously categorizing them. Even in construction minigames, he had a dedicated box for unused sand and soil. Thus, in this real-world scenario, it was second nature for him to retain every possession, for they might prove useful. After thoroughly organizing the shelter, he placed the acquired clothing, shirts, socks, and underwear into the storage boxes on the upper bunk, arranging everything neatly. The shelves brimmed with previously stockpiled compressed biscuits, nearing expiration canned meats, and an array of beverages and foods acquired from treasure chests. Despite the shelter's modest dimensions, it enveloped Tang Ping in a profound sense of security. Nothing offers greater peace of mind in an apocalyptic world than a bounty of food and a safe haven. Having tidied everything, Tang Ping began to explore the mini-games with care. The first he opened was the orange seed he had just obtained on his mobile phone. The game interface was simplistic, featuring a solitary orange tree set against a charming two-dimensional backdrop. Above it loomed a large sun, which, at a glance, appeared to be on the verge of setting. Within the scene, there are whimsical cartoon birds and butterflies fluttering about, while beneath a tree, one can spot a small rabbit and a groundhog. On the far left, 2 buttons await manipulation, one resembling a droplet of water and the other a fruit basket. The water droplet facilitates the collection of water sources, while the fruit basket allows one to harvest ripe oranges simply by clicking on them. Once gathered, One may click the basket to choose the quantity of oranges to extract, thereby bringing them into reality. Tang Ping observed a display indicating 3 beneath the droplet, signifying that he had already collected 3 droplets of water. Subsequently, he clicked on the droplet to water the orange tree, which shook gently, seemingly in delight. With all 3 droplets poured, he was rewarded with the sight of tiny blossoms blooming on the tree. Surprisingly, he found the experience quite enjoyable. Tang Ping discovered that he could also click on small droplets appearing within the scene to expedite water collection. Furthermore, he could commandeer water from the rabbit, groundhog, and birds, causing them to leap about in agitation, ultimately fleeing the screen, only to return shortly thereafter with droplets adorning their mouths. Those droplets could also be clicked for collection, revealing the little creatures wearing expressions of sheer enjoyment. Thus, through Tang Ping's relentless efforts, the flowers gradually enlarged, eventually yielding small oranges. However, these little oranges grew at a rather sluggish pace. With a flick of his fingers, Tang Ping opted to engage in another mini-game, Magical Girl. The visual displayed the interior of a dilapidated house, showcasing both a bedroom and a living room. Within, he could rearrange the furnishings at will, and even spend coins to repair the house or add new furniture and decorations. As for the source of the coins, Tang Ping's gaze fell upon the food on the shelves. 2 minutes later, he found himself devoid of 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of mineral water, 5 pizzas had vanished, and a quilt had mysteriously disappeared. Only 2 pink teddy bears remained, forlornly paired together. Magical Girl, not even a dog would play. Tang Ping said, "If dogs won't play, then I shall." It seemed the Magical Girl was not at home. However, Tang Ping paid little heed to this. He was solely focused on adorning his abode. Indeed, the minigame was his domain, and naturally, the house within it belonged to him as well. The original house was grimy, with many wooden planks decayed and damaged, windows allowing the wind to whistle through, and the roof letting in light. Now, thanks to the resources he had recharged for coins, the once dreary room sparkled anew. Even the bed, which had once been covered with a tattered quilt that was rather off-putting, was now transformed into a clean, thick floral comforter. The 8 pink teddy bears were neatly arranged beside the bed. Tang Ping, gazing at the drab table, felt something was amiss. His eyes wandered around the room, finally resting on a cactus, a plant he had nurtured in his rented apartment for a year. Without hesitation, he clicked to bless it and placed the cactus onto his phone. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing in his inventory. He then dragged the cactus out from inventory and moved it toward the table. At that moment, the door in the game swung open, and a gaunt girl clad in a black robe entered. Upon entering the room, the young girl was momentarily taken aback. Soon, exclamation and question marks erupted above her head. However, upon noticing the cactus serenely positioned atop the pristine wooden table, she unexpectedly knelt down and began to pay homage to the table. Above her head, words began to materialize. "I am grateful for the divine blessing. O benevolent deity, Sophia shall offer you her sincere loyalty. Oh, how warm this room is. At last, Sophia is free from the torment of the cold. Sophia humbly thanks the merciful deity. Heavens, is this the divine artifact bestowed by the deity? It can purify the air. Oh, my such pristine air. Thank you, divine one." Sophia ventured into the bedroom and was instantly awestruck. Such a beautiful and clean quilt. Could this be a gift from the deity? O great deity, Sophia shall undoubtedly become your most devout follower. Ah, one adorable doll. So soft and warm. Tang Ping gazed at the frail and petite magical girl, his eyes then falling upon his pizza. With a final resolve, he declared, "Charge." Chapter 24. Survival of the fittest. Tang Ping deftly inserted a slice of pizza into his mouth, then dragged it from the warehouse to the side of the magical girl. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected scene, the magical girl exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Benevolent deity, is this sustenance bestowed upon me by your grace?" With a sense of reverence, she carefully took the pizza slice and, after savoring a small bite, her face lit up with an expression of utter disbelief. Such pure food. This is even cleaner than the holy water of the church. Oh heavens, I feel as though my body has been purified, she proclaimed. benevolent deity, all-powerful deity. Tang Ping noticed the magical girl's complexion blossoming with vitality. Was the pizza truly that delectable? He licked his lips and took a slice for himself, discovering that it was indeed scrumptious. As he indulged, 3 hours slipped away unnoticed in the game. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly midnight, and hastily grabbed a small blanket to prepare for sleep. Upon awakening, it was already past 8. Emerging from the shelter, he sought refuge in an abandoned building, where he practiced his swordsmanship for an hour. With his enhanced physique and strength, he wielded the Tang Dao effortlessly. The once heavy black diamond blade now felt like a mere toy in his hands. Even without employing any specific techniques, his strikes, bolstered by a strength rating of 10, could easily sever an infected's head. After an hour of practice, Tang Ping aimed to seek out infected foes for real combat. Having already consumed the serum, he was no longer concerned about the risk of infection. Exiting the building, he noted that the winds outside remained moderate, around 6 or 7 on the scale. Yet, the world had been ravaged by storms and dust during the initial days of the apocalyptic game, leaving it in disarray. Moreover, numerous infected roamed the streets. Currently positioned outside Jiang City, he observed many individuals attempting to flee the area. Some had successfully escaped, while many more were besieged by the infected. Retracting his gaze, Tang Ping gripped his black diamond blade and struck a piece of metal, producing a thunderous sound that attracted a dozen nearby infected. The nearest infected, its body grotesquely decayed and eyes a ghastly white, lunged forward with a chilling shriek. Taking a deep breath, the black diamond blade ignited in flames. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt, he swung at the approaching infected. The creature was cleaved in two mid-air, its foul blood and pus splattering all over Tang Ping, leaving him utterly repulsed. Unable to contain himself, he retched violently, expelling the remnants of his previous meal. In previous encounters, he had relied on the pea shooter for long-range kills, never feeling the weight of the gruesome aftermath. However, now, in close combat, the infected's vile fluids coated him entirely, and he found it unbearable. Yet, Tang Ping understood that such experiences required gradual acclimatization. While the pea shooter had served him well in the early days of the apocalypse, its efficacy waned as the infected grew stronger and the emergence of pollution beasts began, rendering the pea shooter somewhat obsolete. As for upgrading the plants, he currently finds himself at a loss, having not yet unlocked any additional varieties. He cannot entrust his future to a mere game. He must seize the present moment to grow as much as possible, adapting himself to this new world. The infected come one after another. Tang Ping spat out the remnants, wiped his mouth, and plunged his fiery blade directly into the skull of an infected. With a fierce swipe, half of its head flew off. Kicking the infected away, Tang Ping turned and swung his sword, cleaving another assailant in two from behind. There was no finesse, merely brute strength. Although Tang Ping had practiced with the sword for 2 days, he could barely wield it, and any notions of technique were fanciful at best. However, throughout his encounters with the infected, his formidable spirit granted him remarkable insight and comprehension, allowing him to gradually hone his own method of combat. He began to explore how to dispatch the infected with swifter, more decisive strokes. On the road, a van carried 10 individuals. A little girl by the window noticed Tang Ping. "Mom, look at that brother, he's so amazing." Her eyes widened, showing no fear of the gruesome scene. Instead, she was thrilled by the sight of that dashing, flame-wielding blade. The girl's mother had been anxiously focused on the area beside the vehicle, unaware of the distant spectacle. Upon hearing her daughter's exclamation, she turned to look. What a powerful person! The girl's mother was equally astonished. "Honey, you must see that man." She tugged at the arm of the man beside her. The girl's father had already been drawn to the scene at the sound of his daughter's voice, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "He is undoubtedly a formidable player. If we could recruit him into our convoy, it would be of immense benefit to us." A refined woman nearby immediately interjected with a refusal. "Impossible. With so many infected attacking, he must be injured. What if he turns into one of them?" A woman in the front seat echoed her concern. "We can't let him on board. If he transforms into an infected inside the vehicle, we won't escape. Look at him. It seems he is actively pursuing the infected. Perhaps he isn't even worried about being infected, a female college student remarked. That doesn't matter. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? The refined woman retorted. The college student fell silent. At that moment, the man driving the vehicle spoke up. All right, let us not concern ourselves with others. We can't accommodate more people in this van. It's already quite fortunate if we can leave safely ourselves. The little girl gazed at Tang Ping, who was receding into the distance. That big brother is truly remarkable. She sensed that he was far superior to anyone else in the vehicle, for her innate talent was an A-grade intuition. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to her words. Each of the 10 individuals in the vehicle were players with shelters, each possessing their own unique talents. Where shall we go next? The girl's mother inquired. The woman in front replied, the authorities have established a safe zone. Of course, heading there would be ideal. Moreover, it has been said that the fortunate possessors of shelter, are entitled to a rather lavish treatment. A meticulously adorned woman, however, promptly refuted. No, this is the apocalypse. No one can trust that we have sanctuary, that we can thrive anywhere. Furthermore, if we venture into a safe zone, what if we are compelled to surrender our shelter? And what about the provisions within? Would you be willing to part with them? The elder sister fell silent, clearly realizing that such a possibility was not entirely unfounded. At that moment, the man behind the wheel interjected. Let us first steer clear of Jiang City and other densely populated areas. We shall find a secluded spot in the wilderness to stay for a few days, all the while monitoring the situation of the official safe zones. If the opportunity arises, we shall proceed. The refined woman scoffed. You may go if you wish, but I shall never consent to such a venture. Unbeknownst to the others, her shelter possessed A-grade characteristics. Who could say if her sanctuary would still belong to her if she entered the safe zone? For now, she could easily find a secluded mountain and rely on her shelter to sustain herself comfortably. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they traversed the highway, distancing themselves further from Jiang City. Many others, similarly inclined, were also retreating from the city. By the lakeside of Four Seasons, Tang Ping busied himself polishing his blade before making his way towards Tianhua Avenue. There lay a dungeon, but it would not manifest until the 6th day of the apocalypse. And as it was only the 4th day, Tang Ping felt no urgency. Chapter 25, the still perishing Starry Safety Zone Starry Club. Ahead lies Jiangxi No. 1 High School. Old Neo was filled with excitement, for he was on the verge of finding his son. Yet, he pondered whether his son had opted for the shelter, as high schools were enclosed, and he had been unable to contact him. Sister Wang raised her hand, prompting those behind to halt. There are numerous infected individuals at the school gate. We shall scale the walls from another location. Sister Xiao Chao said, Leave it to me. I will enter first to assess the situation. If it is safe, I will usher you all in. Very well, Sister Wang nodded. A vine emerged beneath Sister Xiao Chao, binding her waist and pulling her over the wall. Soon, the vine reappeared, accompanied by Sister Xiao Cao's voice. All is secure. The infected within Jiangxing know. One high had been cleared. The vine coiled around the others, beginning to lead the members of the Starry Club into the campus. At that moment, a group emerged from the teaching building. It was the very team of students that Tang Ping had encountered. Zhou Zheng approached, recognizing Old Neo. Uncle Neo, you have arrived. To think it truly is you. Old Neo exclaimed in astonishment, for Zhou Zheng, his neighbor, had awakened an S-rank talent. Sister Wang smiled and said, Zhou Zheng, there is no need for pleasantries. Henceforth, the Starry Club shall be your home. We are all family here, and we shall support one another. Even if we part ways in the future, as long as you do not commit any heinous acts, you will always be regarded as family. Zhou Zheng gazed at the hopeful Uncle Neo, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. All right, Sister Wang, I shall join. Ha ha ha, welcome. Sister Xiao Chao joyfully approached and patted Zhou Zheng. You are now the second player with S-rank talent in our club. Let us go, gather your belongings. We are heading to the Four Seasons Lake. Sister Wang's eyes sparkled. To what purpose are we going to the Four Seasons Lake? Zhou Zheng inquired in confusion. Sister Xiao Chao winked. A little brother from our club has discovered something remarkable there. Something remarkable? Zhou Zheng felt a surge of curiosity within him. Meanwhile, in a towering building, Another group was also preparing to depart. Director Sheng, has the helicopter not arrived? Wang Yinyan asked, puzzled. Standing in front was a tall, handsome man. We encountered an unusual bird attack. The helicopter is unable to come. An unusual bird? Wang Yinyan wondered. What sort of bird could attack a helicopter? Sheng Tianqi's gaze was profound. The world has begun to change. It is not only humanity, but also every blade of grass and every tree. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish, all is transforming. Wang Yinyan nodded thoughtfully. So, from where shall we depart, Jiangqing? To Sheng's mountain villa? Tianhua Avenue. At noon, Tang Ping once again felt a tug within his consciousness, signaling that he was about to traverse. Swiftly, he concealed the shelter curling up inside. Though he would return at the same moment, Tang Ping preferred to secure this body. He lay obediently on the bed, his consciousness plunging into darkness. Upon awakening once more, I found myself in Zone 66. I pondered whether history had been altered. Was the current safe zone governed by the Shangtian Group or the Xingyao Club? Tang Ping rose hastily, making his way to the internet CAF. His soul did not reside within this temporal reality. Thus, even if history had shifted, he would remain oblivious to the changes at first glance. The CAF's attendant cast a curious glance at Tang Ping, for from the attendant's perspective, he had only just departed. And yet here he was again. Tang Ping paid another 3 Shangtian coins, his mind racing with thoughts of the need to earn some money. Otherwise, he would soon find himself destitute. He resolved that after perusing the information, he would venture outside the safe zone to hunt some contaminated beasts for profit. Finding a suitable spot, Tang Ping began to search for information regarding the safe zone. However, the results rendered him speechless once more. He had indeed altered history. The safe zone that had originally been dominated by the Shangtian Group 15 years ago had reverted to its state from 10 years past. Many still vividly recalled the harrowing battle, and some footage had even been captured. On that day, the Qing Tianhou and the Rongyan Tianwang of the Xingyao safe zone were besieged by 2 kings and 1 queen, 5 individuals standing at the pinnacle of power. Their terrifying talents and abilities dispelled the haze that shrouded the sky. The searing flames of Rongyan resembled the legendary sun, while the indomitable Qing vine soared into the heavens. However, under the betrayal of 3 similarly powerful allies and poisoned, the Qing Tianhou and Rongyan Tianwang ultimately fell. The leaders of the Xingyao safe zone were utterly annihilated. And this massacre did not begin to subside until 3 years later, with countless lives lost in this catastrophe. Ultimately, the terrifying hegemonic force seized control of the Xingyao safe zone, which was thereafter renamed the Sheng 14 safe zone, presided over by the Lihua Tianhou. Yet, it is said that the former leader of the Xingyao safe zone, the enigmatic Wang Jie, remains untraceable. With her bounty still prominently displayed at the top of the Sheng 14 safe zone's wanted list. Tang Ping closed the webpage, seated in silence. Initially, he had believed that the Shangtian Group's targeting of the Xingyao Club was solely due to the presence of a singularly weak Tianhou, which had led to its downfall. Yet now, with the addition of the formidable Rongyan Tianwang, the Shangtian Group had dispatched 2 kings and 1 queen. It appeared that merely strengthening the Xingyao Club's power would not suffice to ensure Wang Jie and her allies' survival. It was imperative to also diminish the strength of the Shangtian Group. Tang Ping's gaze darkened. Who then was this Lihua Tianhou? He recalled that this Lihua Tianhou was known to venture into the Tianhua Avenue instance. If that were the case, he resolved to eliminate this formidable Tianhou within that very instance. The loss of such a powerful ally would surely inflict significant damage upon the Shangtian Group. Suddenly, he was reminded of betrayal. Who had betrayed the Xingyao Club, even managing to poison Xiao Jie and Zhou Zheng? He opened the web page again, searching diligently, yet found no useful information. It appeared that this traitor was deeply concealed, their identity remaining undisclosed even after the successful execution of their treachery. If that is the case, Tang Ping pondered, to uncover the identity of the hidden traitor, one must seek out the core members of the Xingyao safe zone from the past. Has Sister Wang not yet been apprehended? Tang Ping mused internally, yet he did not rush to search for her. He had ample time to alter his fate. At present, The paramount objective was to relentlessly seek opportunities, enabling his early self during the apocalypse to grow formidable, thereby facilitating the swift development of his current body. He aspired to at least ascend to the level of a king, ensuring a measure of self-preservation. Thus, upon realizing the futility of the situation, Tang Ping ceased to focus on the Xingyao Club in this timeline and had no intention of searching for individuals. Instead, he dedicated himself to gathering information on various opportunities. These opportunities, if they were repeatable, such as dungeons, could likewise be shared with the Xingyao Club. If 2 king-level entities were insufficient, then he would strive for even more. Chapter 26. The Wasteland Market. Tang Ping commenced his exploration of other opportunities and extraordinary tales from the early days of the apocalypse. In his search, he indeed discovered a forum aptly named Apocalypse Games. Within its digital confines, numerous individuals endowed with awakened talents engaged in discussions pertaining to the nascent stages of the apocalypse. However, genuine players were notably scarce. While many had found refuge in shelters, the majority were mere inheritors of legacies. They were not the original founders of these sanctuaries. Thus, in the truest sense, they could not be considered players, for they lacked interactive features such as chat pages or trading zones, possessing only personal panels devoid of any other functionalities. In this world, a century after the cataclysm, the number of surviving players had dwindled significantly. Most had perished, and even those who had evaded numerous calamities could not escape the inexorable passage of time. Until their talents reached level 7, they were shackled by the limitations of mortality. Even those fortunate enough to still draw breath had surpassed the centenary mark, their vitality waning. However, Tang Ping noted that the forum was populated by many descendants of the original players. Due to the considerable distances separating them, they remained unacquainted, allowing for bolder exchanges. Much of what they discussed bore authenticity. Tang Ping swiftly unearthed a thread that piqued his interest. The post was made 9 years prior. Fei Yuge. Do you know why Xingtian Group sought to seize the Xingyao safe zone? Super P. Indeed, I find it puzzling. While the Xingyao safe zone is commendable, its strength is formidable. The 3 sovereign-level powerhouses who endeavor to capture it suffered 1 death and 2 injuries. It hardly seems worth the cost. Digging chicken. I believe I have heard something regarding this. The leaders of the Xingyao safe zone were, prior to the apocalypse, employees of a subsidiary under Xingtian Group, and upon the cataclysm, they turned traitor. Black dog egg. Nonsense. Can such a term as traitor be applied here? Xingtian Group was never virtuous, even before the apocalypse, and after, it became utterly ruthless. Moreover, a group of laborers who toiled like beasts, and you dare to call them traitors? You, Sheng Dog, take your nonsense elsewhere. You're idle. I'm somewhat aware of this as well. But to incur such a heavy price to annihilate the Xingyao safe zone seems rather far-fetched. I suspect that Xingyao possesses some treasure. Scorpion Dragon. I am not concerned with that. I am merely curious. I have heard that a traitor from the Xingyao safe zone poisoned the Queen of Heaven and the Flame King, leading to their demise. I wish to ascertain who it was. Holy Angel, I too am intrigued. To have administered poison to 2 sovereign-level powerhouses before battle. That individual must surely have been a core member of the Xingyao safe zone. Skies only. Who knows? Only the original core leaders of the Xingyao safe zone would have knowledge of the traitoress identity, but alas, they are all deceased. Fei Yuge. It seems none of us are particularly enlightened regarding this matter. However, I have heard that the reason Xingtian Group annihilated the Xingyao safe zone was due to that traitor's illicit liaison with the Queen of Lihua. Pudding. How scandalous. Please elaborate. In the realm of Chang'an, a sense of unease enveloped Tang Ping as he whispered, Hush, do not speak, do not pry. Good night, Makabaka. His heart raced, entangled in a web of confusion, as he found the post he had encountered to be most peculiar. Opting not to dwell on it further, he resumed his search for other posts. However, this endeavor yielded no fruitful discoveries, leaving him somewhat disheartened. With 4 hours remaining, he resolved to venture beyond the safety zone to hunt for contaminated beasts, hoping to earn some money. With financial resources, he could explore the historical libraries within the inner circles of the safety zone in search of clues. District 66 marked the outermost perimeter of the safety zone, boasting a gateway that led directly to the wilderness beyond. At this juncture, the entrance was thronged with scavengers and hunters alike. Scavengers, mere mortals emboldened by sheer courage, traversed between the safety zone and the desolate wasteland, eking out a living by collecting discarded remnants. These individuals, lacking in strength, were easy prey for even a single infected creature. In contrast, hunters were endowed with innate talents, often operating in teams, possessing formidable combat prowess that enabled them to hunt contaminated beasts without fear of infection, venturing far from the safety zone. The distinction between scavengers and hunters was stark, a mere letter apart, yet worlds away. Swathed in thick garments, Tang Ping arrived at a bustling square before the city gates. Here, numerous merchants were engaged in the trade of contaminated beasts, alongside others dealing in peculiar flora and fauna. Makeshift stalls displayed an array of essentials for venturing forth: blades, ropes, provisions, and various oddities. Tang Ping paused to observe, astonished to discover vendors peddling extraordinary weapons. Yet, all were of F grade, most damaged, yet still exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest knife commanded a price upwards of 10,000. The most expensive blade soared to over 100,000, a staggering sum for Tang Ping. Scram! If you can't afford anything, what are you staring at? Keep your eyes to yourself, or I'll have your eyes for blocking my business, barked a formidable woman. Her left eye marred by a deep scar, exuding an aura of immense power, one not to be trifled with, as evidenced by her ability to maintain her stall. Obediently, Tang Ping departed. What choice did he have? Others might play the fool, but he was genuinely outmatched. Despite possessing an S-grade talent, he knew that should the woman become displeased, her blade could sever his head in an instant, without the need for her talents. In this world, attribute stones had become exceedingly precious commodities, devoid of side effects. Yet each one cost tens of thousands, often beyond the reach of mere wealth. Tang Ping aspired to enhance his physical attributes, for his body was lamentably weak. His constitution and strength were a mere 3 points, inferior even to many ordinary adults. This predicament stemmed from prolonged malnutrition and excessive toil. In his eyes, it was miraculous that the original owner of this body had survived to the age of 18. If possible, I should procure some attribute stones to enhance my physique and speed. Tang Ping pondered over the valuable items he possessed during the early days of the apocalypse, contemplating what he might bring next time. Suddenly, it struck him. How could he have forgotten the infector's serum? He slapped his forehead. This item could grant him immunity against the infections, significantly reducing the dangers of traversing the wasteland. Moreover, it held considerable monetary value and could be sold. This way, he would no longer need to risk his life hunting contaminated beasts outside the safe zone for profit. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Ping halted his steps towards the city gate and resumed his search for items in the wasteland market, hoping to discover something that would aid him. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a stall displaying books. Sword Technique? Chapter 27. Secret Techniques, Extraordinary Skills. How much for these sword techniques? Tang Ping mentally rehearsed the art of negotiation, contemplating how to haggle over the price. 2 yuan for 1 book, 5 yuan for 3. The scruffy middle-aged man at the stall, with unkempt feet, was fixated on an antiquated mobile phone, scribbling on a blank notebook. Upon noticing a customer, he casually remarked. Tang Ping nodded, preparing to bargain, when suddenly he paused. Wait, how much was it again? He scrutinized the disheveled man with suspicion. You're not trying to sell me fakes, are you? The scruffy man immediately straightened up and exclaimed, You may question my character, but you certainly cannot doubt the authenticity of these martial arts manuals. I assure you, none of those so-called divine techniques or legendary secrets are available in my stall. Tang Ping grew even more skeptical and was about to rise. Hey, young man, I see potential in you. I'll give you a discount. 1 yuan per book, buy 1 get 1 free. The scruffy man hurriedly interjected, Don't rush off. You can take a look first. You can inspect the goods. Upon hearing that he could examine the items, Tang Ping paused, thinking there was no harm in taking a closer look. As he opened the book, he was instantly struck with a jolt of realization. This thing? Only 1 yuan? He stared intently at the manual, his hands trembling. This was indeed real, absolutely genuine. The language was straightforward yet eloquent, each word a gem, complete with illustrations and guidance on utilizing extraordinary weapons in alignment with innate talents. What he was perusing was a sword technique tailored for the ice affinity. The talent matched him perfectly, and he discreetly activated the technique as described, feeling a surge of icy energy almost burst forth from his hand. Thus, he could truly appreciate the excellence of this sword technique. If he practiced diligently as instructed, his combat prowess would surely double in no time. "Boss, I'll take them all," he declared. "Oh, you wish to purchase? Ha ha ha. I knew you had discerning taste. How many would you like? Wait. How many did you just say?" The scruffy man suddenly froze in shock. "All of them." Tang Ping waved his hand grandly. "Ha ha ha. Very well. Moments latte, Tang Ping da parta." The scruffy man gleefully counted the money in his hand, while a nearby vendor selling provisions watched with envy. "Old Zhang, you've tricked another one. You've sold over 30 yuan this time. Enough for a month's rent." The provisions vendor exclaimed enviously. "Don't be ridiculous. How can this be considered deceit? I ask you, is any of this merchandise fake? Is there anything wrong with my manuals?" The scruffy man retorted, visibly displeased. The provisions vendor sheepishly withdrew, muttering, "The items are genuine, but you could easily find a plethora of similar information at an internet CAF for just 3 yuan. This kid clearly isn't thinking straight. At that moment, Tang Ping remained blissfully unaware that the manuals he had purchased for 38 yuan could have been procured for merely 3 yuan online. Yet, he was already envisioning the immense resources he could acquire by selling these manuals, even if he sold just one to each person. "Perhaps I can utilize these invaluable tomes to exchange for a plethora of attribute stones, or even experience stones from the trading zone." Tang Ping's eyes sparkled with fervor. Possessing such resources would undoubtedly place him ahead of others in the early days of the apocalypse, far ahead, clutching a stack of books as if they were treasures. He hurriedly made his way back to his rented room. Upon his arrival, the countdown was nearly at its end. Tang Ping hastily grasped a flatbread, gulping it down, and began to peruse the text from memory. Suddenly, darkness clouded his consciousness. "Damn it, I've only finished one book." In the final moments of awareness, Tang Ping resolved that next time he would return with a whole box of mental attribute stones to enhance his mental prowess and document everything meticulously. As his vision cleared, Tang Ping found himself back in shelter. Without delay, he sought out paper and pen. Fortunately, his shelter was well stocked, and he quickly retrieved what he needed. He commenced transcribing the content he had memorized. Tang Ping could sense that these tomes contained the true, profound techniques derived from countless battles. Although he was puzzled as to why one could buy one book and receive another for free, he was merely pleased that the goods were authentic. What Tang Ping was unaware of was that during the 2 hours he was away, the disheveled man had replenished his collection once more. Soon, Tang Ping completed the transcription of the flame blade technique. The text was not lengthy, comprising just over 2,000 words, yet each sentence resonated with an enlightening clarity. Each line seemed to embody the survival principles of the apocalypse. Tang Ping's eyes glimmered. This was indeed valuable, though he could only speculate how much he could trade it for. The 2,000 words were perhaps a deliberate design by the author, neatly divided into 5 sections with 2 paragraphs each, leaving one itching for more. It was likely that the original seller understood the nature of this work as a one-time transaction, hence the format that allowed for multiple sales. Tang Ping promptly captured a photo of the first segment and posted it in the trading zone. S-grade technique obtained from the Apocalypse treasure chest. With it, slaying infected beings is as effortless as chopping vegetables. Even ordinary individuals can thrive in the end times. Interested parties, please message. This technique has system-imposed dissemination restrictions. Exceeding these limits will render it unlearnable. With a polished product description, he awaited responses regarding the trade. As for the mention of system restrictions, those were mere fabrications of his imagination. Good items require no excessive embellishment, and soon enough, he received replies. In a certain dojo, a young man clad in a robe gazed intently at a photo in the trading zone. He attempted to replicate the technique depicted in the image. The winds atop the mountain gradually calmed, and the surrounding creatures fell silent. The robed youth closed his eyes, gradually entering a state of harmony. His long sword moving gracefully in his hand, flames coiling around it like a serpentine creature. Suddenly, the robed youth opened his eyes. With a flick of his sword, the fiery serpent surged forth. It struck a tree, as thick as a bowl, piercing it directly and leaving behind a charred hole. This technique is indeed genuine. The robed youth's eyes sparkled with clarity. What he just demonstrated was the secret technique recorded within the half-page scroll, characterized by its crooked script resembling the crawling of insects. This technique is known as the one-character long serpent. It must be acquired at any cost. The youth in the Taoist robe gazed with determination. This was no mere manual, but a pathway, a celestial road to enlightenment. Master, you must come and see this. The youth in the Taoist robe was eager to discuss it with his master. If his own comprehension could be likened to a prodigy, then his master was undoubtedly the pinnacle among prodigies. The youth looked at him with reverence. What is it? Why the rush? In the courtyard sat an elderly man, with flowing hair and a long beard, astonishingly perched upon a cloud of mist. The youth gazed in awe. This was his master, gifted with SS-level aptitude, the sovereign of mist. Now, his master had seemingly grasped the mythical ability of cloud riding. However, at this moment, he could only sit upon it, yet to fully comprehend the art of soaring through the skies. Master, please take a look at this. The youth transmitted the image to his master. Initially, the elder paid little heed, but as his gaze fell upon the parchment, he suddenly trembled with astonishment. The elder opened his eyes wide, and in an instant, the cloud beneath him shifted and soared upward. Ha ha! Excellent, excellent. My disciple, this individual has conferred upon me great favor. Although the subsequent techniques may no longer serve us significantly, you should indeed use this item to negotiate with him. Master, this Mo Xuanji stared in disbelief at the jade stone in his hand. Chapter 28. The breathing technique. Before long, someone had arrived. Indeed, the world is never short of discerning individuals. Tang Ping opened the trading section to peruse the messages left by others. Mo Xuanji, esteemed friend, may I inquire about the price of the secret technique you possess? Tang Ping was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had traversed into a world of cultivation. Tang Ping, do you possess any talent upgrade stones? This question left the other party momentarily speechless. Mo Xuanji, well, that might prove to be somewhat challenging. Tang Ping replied directly. Then please, enlighten me about what you can offer. If it appeals to me, I shall agree to the trade, but do not attempt to deceive me with trivial items. You are surely aware of the value of such things. Montak soigni natureli. I possess an ancestral breathing technique that I am willing to trade. With prolonged practice, this technique can significantly enhance one's four-dimensional attributes. Tang Ping was stunned. En ancestral breathing technique? How had it come to him? Tang Ping, a breathing technique? Ancestral? Is it not acquired from the apocalyptic games? Mo Xuanji, esteemed friend, our world is not as simple as it appears on the surface. While it may not be as exaggerated as the myths and legends, there are indeed some extraordinary phenomena. Tang Ping understood, and his heart stirred with excitement. Undoubtedly, this breathing technique capable of enhancing four-dimensional attributes was exceedingly precious. It turned out that in this world, there truly were individuals who could consume the essence of the heavens. He marveled in awe. Tang Ping replied, very well. But how shall we conduct the trade for this breathing technique? Mo Xuanji, this technique is something that can only be comprehended intuitively. To learn it requires exceptional insight. Otherwise, one must rely on an elder who has mastered the technique to impart their understanding through divine insight. However, rest assured, my master has refined a divine insight stone. Simply pressing it to your forehead will grant you immediate comprehension. Tang Ping readily agreed, astonished that such a valuable item could be exchanged. Excellent. Yet it is evident that this item is singular in use. Therefore, I shall provide you with the first 2 parts now, and the remaining 3 will be sent to you in a couple of days. At this moment in the dojo, Mo Xuanji quickly grasped the intent behind the other's words and chuckled lightly. He was not of the sort to act in bad faith. Fear not. I assure you, I shall not exploit your items for personal gain in the trading section. Tang Ping paid little heed to such remarks. He understood that once he sold these items, they would inevitably plummet in value, which did not concern him in the least. Ultimately, all he needed was to reap the rewards from the first, most bountiful harvest. Just like now, he was indeed able to trade for such an extraordinary item as a breathing technique. For Tang Ping, this was already a return on his investment, especially since the other party had not stipulated that he could not pass it on to others in the future. Ding! Player Mo Xuanji has sent you a trade request. Tang Ping swiftly captured a few photos and completed the transaction. Tang Ping, let us become friends. I shall send you the remaining 3 parts in a couple of days. Mo Xuanji agreed. Before long, Tang Ping added Mo Xuanji as a friend. Mo Xuanji surprisingly possessed a technique known as the breathing method. Perhaps a century hence, he might emerge as a formidable figure. Tang Ping made a mental note to investigate this matter upon his next return. He then received the item the other had spoken of, the Divine Intention Stone. The powerful waves of mental energy emanating from it left Tang Ping in awe. With a mental capacity already reaching 20, he had transcended the realm of ordinary individuals and crossed into the threshold of the extraordinary. Tang Ping could faintly sense that if one's mental prowess reached a certain level, even with closed eyes, one could perceive the external world. The Divine Intention Stone before him was imbued with immense mental strength. What level of mastery was required to embed one's mental energy into the external realm and preserve it within a jade stone? It appeared that this world harbored phenomena beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Tang Ping felt a profound shock. He had initially believed such things only existed in tales and stories. Yet here, they were in reality. Were it not for the Apocalypse game, he might never have encountered such wonders in his lifetime. Upon examining the system's notes, he discovered that although this item was not produced by the system, it bore its certification through trade. This is an astonishing artifact, nurturing an extraordinary system unique to this world. It can absorb the energies of heaven and earth to refine essence. You may use it with confidence. Note, this is a commendable, extraordinary system. It seems your world is not as primitive as imagined. The system has retained a portion of this item as compensation and will replicate a Divine Intention Stone for you. Suddenly, the jade stone in Tang Ping's hand transformed into 2. He was taken aback, gazing at the system's notes, realizing for the first time that this system possessed consciousness. Moreover, what did the phrase "your world" imply? Did it suggest that the Apocalypse game extended beyond his own realm? Tang Ping's mind raced back to the instance he entered, the instance known as the Last Spark. Perhaps this instance was indeed a genuine world, albeit one where their safe zone paled in comparison to his own safe zone a century later. Though one had endured the apocalypse for 100 years and the other for 50 or 60, the disparity should not be so vast. The very thought sent a shiver down Tang Ping's spine. If this were true, then the Apocalypse game likely exceeded his wildest imaginings. If each instance harbored a world facing its own apocalypse, then what are the thousands of instances? Taking a deep breath, he decided to set aside these concerns. They were not his to bear, much like how ordinary citizens might fret over world wars to no avail. What he needed now was to diligently enhance his own strength. Clearing his mind, Tang Ping pressed the Divine Intention Stone against his forehead. The Xian Yuan breathing method, in the primordial chaos before the division of existence. The innate qi flows with each breath, transforming yin and yang. The Xian Yuan connects to the heavens, and through the 9 transformations, one perceives the true essence. At dawn, facing the eastern purple aura, one absorbs the pure spirit in a rhythm of 3 long and 2 short breaths. The Dantian resembles an ocean, cradling the stars, while within it, the furnace refines the true form. With 1 inhalation, heavenly light sinks to the ocean's depths. With 2 exhalations, the earth's veins surge forth with a resonant sound. 3 rotations circulate back to the purple palace, where the dark pearl silently condenses the brilliance of the 100 bones. 3 hours later, Tang Ping gradually awakened, his slightly opened eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light that vanished in an instant. Is this the breathing method? It turns out that this world harbors such incredible phenomena. Previously, He had underestimated the depths of his world. Indeed, the waters run deep. He still possessed one divine essence stone. Tang Ping gazed at the other divine essence stone, a product of the system's replication. This stone held no utility for him, as his consciousness remained singular. Thus, even a century hence, he would still master the Xian Yuan breathing method. Faced with such a precious item, Tang Ping found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. The notion of selling it had not crossed his mind. This object was unlike a manual. Manuals merely outline techniques and methods, skills derived from talent and the application of weaponry. Ultimately, they are mere tools that, once conditions are met, anyone can learn. Their contribution to personal enhancement is severely limited. However, the Xian Yuan breathing method is a genuine cultivation technique. With diligent practice, it continuously augments one's four-dimensional attributes, far surpassing any manual. Therefore, selling it is out of the question. Such a treasure must be retained in one's own hands. For now, he would keep it. Chapter 29. A significant enhancement of four-dimensional attributes. As for Sister Wang and the others, to be candid, Tang Ping felt that their relationship had not yet reached that level. The previous recommendations of talent and sharing of dungeons were solely due to the absence of any detriment to his own interests. In fact, delegating such matters to Sister Wang could greatly benefit him. After all, although he had not explicitly stated his membership in the Starry Club, the club had not expelled him either. By all accounts, he could be considered a part of the Starry Club, even a core member. In the group, Sister Wang did not conceal who had recommended the prodigy Zhou Zheng or who had brought in the dungeon. It was all quite transparent. Additionally, Tang Ping had saved Zhou Zheng and his classmates, which further solidified his standing. Thus, despite appearing inactive in the Starry Club, his status was on par with Sister Wang, Sister Xiao Xiao, and Brother Laoniao. For the time being, he decided to hold on to this situation. After concluding his transaction with Mo Xuanji, a multitude of messages appeared in the background. Clearly, the insights regarding the utilization of talent and the incisive teachings of the swordsmanship had greatly benefited many. The previous segment allowed the execution of a formidable technique, the long snake of fire. The subsequent segment built upon this foundation, enabling the use of the advanced technique, the serpentine three paths. The original straightforward fire snake, upon mastering this skill, could now shift positions, rendering its attacks unpredictable. Although many had not reached a level of cross-disciplinary understanding, a significant number had awakened their flame talents. Tang Ping was subsequently occupied with trading matters. Many players evidently possessed nothing of value, yet he welcomed all. However, to safeguard against any eventualities, he instructed these individuals to issue trading requests first. This was because one needed to list their items when creating a trading request. Once the counterpart supplemented their offerings and the system verified the transaction, they could trade directly. Thus, Tang Ping planned to accumulate these trading requests and execute them in bulk once he had a sufficient quantity. This way, even if others acquired his items and sold them to others, he would still reap his rightful profits. Tang Ping's system was inundated with trading requests, akin to a bustling tea shop receiving orders. Most of these trades consisted of attribute stones and experience stones. As for superior items, they were indeed challenging to procure. Individuals like Mo Xuanji, who were willing to pay a premium, were rare. After all, while his secret manual could enhance combat abilities, it was fundamentally reliant on one's own foundation. It was akin to constructing a house where the bricks and groundwork were prepared, yet only the blueprint was missing. His manual served as that blueprint. Thus, while one could argue its preciousness, it was indeed valuable. Conversely, in the early days of the apocalypse, it held limited worth. Even though the manual was relatively advanced, allowing for prolonged utility and effective performance, even as talents progressed to level 7, its value remained constrained by the circumstances of the time. However, this is an apocalyptic game, and who can truly ascertain whether they will survive until tomorrow? Thus, the prices are subject to individual interpretation. Tang Ping remains indifferent to such matters. After all, acquiring a book for a mere $1, with an additional one thrown in for free, is a fortunate outcome in itself. Glancing at the transaction requests filled with various attribute stones and experience stones, Tang Ping feels a sense of joy as if he has finally achieved something significant in this lifetime. This is merely the first installment. Although subsequent pieces may not yield as much profit, they will still provide opportunities for further gains. Regardless of the quality, the priority is to secure what one can. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Ping refrains from venturing outside, engaging in continuous communication with others. Eventually, as typing becomes cumbersome, he opts for voice messages, his fervor evident as he passionately articulates his thoughts, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand debate. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Tang Ping concludes this lengthy trading session and opens the numerous golden transaction requests. Snap, upolat, snap, upolat, snap, upolat. After several minutes, Tang Ping shakes his weary wrist, gazing into the storage box filled with stones, a broad smile stretching across his face. E-grade experience, stone 80. D-grade experience, stone 200. C-grade experience, stone 100. B-grade experience, stone 50. A-grade experience, stone 30. S-grade experience, stone 11. Each experience stone contributes a value of 10. However, the E-grade experience stone can only enhance E-grade talents, while the D-grade experience stone is limited to D-grade talents. Consequently, as the quality of the talent stones increases, the number of required experience stones does not diminish. Level 1 talent advancement necessitates 10 stones. Level 2 requires 100, and Level 3 demands 1,000. Currently, Tang Ping possesses a Level 2 E-grade talent and is merely short by 80 experience stones. With this acquisition, he can directly elevate his talent to Level 3. As for the remaining experience stones, he decides to reserve them until his talent ascends from E-grade to D-grade for utilization. In addition to experience stones, he has also acquired attribute stones. Constitution Attribute Stone 69, Spirit Attribute Stone 56, Strength Attribute Stone 55, Speed Attribute Stone 51. Tang Ping is filled with exhilaration. These attribute stones, if presented a century later, would command a value in the thousands. Yet now, with a simple purchase of a book for $1, he has obtained such wealth. If that disheveled man were to discover this, he would likely suffer a fit of rage. Tang Ping resolves to elevate all his current attributes to 40, burying the remainder in a designated spot to be unearthed a century hence. With this plan in mind, he begins to utilize the attribute stones, enhancing his attribute panel until all 4 core attributes reach 40. The consumption is as follows. Constitution Attribute Stone 30. Spirit Attribute Stone 20. Strength Attribute Stone 30. Speed Attribute Stone 31. Player Tang Ping ID 00000000003 Constitution, 40 Spirit, 40 Strength, 40 Speed, 40 Talent 1. Weak Fire E. Talent Level 3 10,000. Talent 2. Crimson Flame S. Talent Level 1 100. Current remaining. Constitution Attribute Stones 39. Spirit Attribute Stones 36. Strength Attribute Stones 25. Speed Attribute Stones 20. These attribute stones are sufficient for the body of the future, allowing for a substantial transformation. Furthermore, he possesses 11 S-Class experience stones, which can be utilized to enhance S-Class talents. Tang Ping intends to reserve these for his future incarnation instead of using them himself. Presently, he finds himself in the early stages of the apocalypse, equipped with a Level 3 E-Class talent, alongside useful items such as the Pea Shooter, Resurrection Scrolls, D-Class Holy Light Bracelet, and Starfire Medallion, rendering him largely safe from threats to his life. However, the situation for his future self is markedly different. A century hence, formidable masters at the level of kings and queens abound, with the infected being exponentially stronger than they are now, not to mention the presence of even more powerful variants. Additionally, the pollution beasts are prevalent, lurking just beyond the safety zones. Thus, Tang Ping resolves to allocate the S-Class experience stones to his future self, which will be ample to elevate his talent from Level 1 to Level 2. Having organized all his matters, Tang Ping listed the second volume of his swordsmanship for sale. This time, the pricing was straightforward, 1 attribute stone or 10 experience stones of D-Class or higher. Those interested in purchasing should send me a trade request. I will process it upon awakening tomorrow. Tang Ping commented beneath the listing, planning to sell the third, fourth, and fifth volumes once the second was sold out. After profiting from the fire attribute talent, he would subsequently market his work to water attribute players, enjoying a continuous cycle of gains. Perhaps lacking the motivation to scavenge for apocalypse treasures, Tang Ping awoke, already past 9 o'clock. With a time travel plan for noon, he sought a suitable spot to bury his belongings. However, after much contemplation, he remained dissatisfied with his options, fearing loss. Resolutely, he decided to return to Jiang City. Upon arriving at his rental property, his gaze fell upon the flower bed and the large tree. To his dismay, these locations had housed the shelters he had previously lost. Thus, he promptly began to excavate. Surely, unearthing them now would ensure their safety. With this in mind, Tang Ping dug up the items he had buried beneath the flower bed and the tree. Spitting at the tree, he exclaimed, "Ha! You dare attempt to steal my possessions." Subsequently, he confidently proceeded to the building where he had buried his shelter, moving to the corner to continue his excavation. After unearthing the shelter's special item, a smooth pebble, Tang Ping unbound his original shelter and reattached it to this one, placing all items intended for a century hence into it. Finally, he re-unbound and returned to his own shelter. Then, he buried the items from the sanctuary, filled with attribute stones, infected serum, and experience stones. Soon, the clock struck 12. Tang Ping tossed it onto the ground of the sanctuary. Transcend. Activate. Chapter 30. S-Class Talent of Extreme Ice. Level 2. I have transmigrated once again. Tang Ping lamented that while others experience a single transmigration, his occurrences are as frequent as his daily necessities. Observing a pile of manuals on the ground, Tang Ping resolved to transport these tomes to the ruins of Jiang City. After utilizing those attribute stones, his physique has significantly improved, rendering him largely impervious to the bone corrosion wind. Moreover, residing within the Jiang City ruins would allow him to openly utilize the items from a sanctuary, seeking refuge within its confines as night falls. As for his return, Tang Ping, burdened with a sack full of manuals, decided to exhaust their potential before contemplating his comeback. Who knows, by that time, his current body and S-Class talent might even ascend to level 3. Should his S-Class talent reach level 3, he would genuinely possess a fundamental means of self-preservation. An S-Class talent at level 3 could contend with an A-Class talent at level 4, and in his safe zone. Such formidable individuals are scarce. Upon his next return, he intended to venture directly into the inner third ring, where he could confidently unveil the sanctuary without hesitation. Bolstered by his ample strength, the journey was devoid of peril, with no jesters emerging to declare, "This path is mine." Tang Ping arrived at the Jiang City ruins and reached the building where his rented apartment was located. Where could it have run off to? He immediately spotted the grand tree. Last time, it had fled, but now it seemed to remain steadfast. Do you think my possessions are so easily acquired? With determined strides, Tang Ping approached, casually expelling a phlegmy sputter. This was a kiss of the century, transcending 100 years. Upon arriving at the rear of the building, Tang Ping skillfully excavated, quickly unearthing the sanctuary. He had previously stored his belongings within, and with a mere rebinding, he could retrieve everything inside. Physique attribute stones 39. Mental attribute stones 36, strength attribute stones 25, speed attribute stones 20, infected serum 5, S-Class experience stones 10. I recall that as long as the items within the sanctuary are free from corruption contamination, they could be preserved indefinitely. Next time, I could consider storing some food within the sanctuary to bring along. Tang Ping pondered that perhaps he could also acquire some bedding, clothing, a mobile phone, and a power bank. This body ought to enjoy a good life. He pinched his cheek, satisfied as he bound the sanctuary, then found a century-old basement. Tossing the sanctuary onto the ground, concealing it beneath the earth, with the door camouflaged as aging flooring. Upon entering the sanctuary, Tang Ping discovered that it already contained a bed. At that moment, he recalled that although he had slain the sanctuary's former owner, he had neglected to inspect what was inside. Simultaneously, Tang Ping observed a variety of food items, most of which had transformed into mere stains. clearly a consequence of being tainted by corruption over the course of a century. However, a select few items remained in pristine condition, leading Tang Ping to surmise that these were undoubtedly procured from within a treasure chest. Thus, he resolved to enhance his four-dimensional attributes and talents without delay. The four-dimensional attribute stones and S-grade experience stones were promptly consumed in their entirety. Player Tang Ping ID 007-935-1681 Physique 42 Spirit 43 Strength 28 Speed 24 Talent Extreme Ice S Talent Level 2-0-1000 Chapter 31 The Celestial Monarch Mingxian, the formidable strength of an S-level talent at level 2 is indeed astonishing. Tang Ping marveled at the power coursing through his body, recognizing that it represented an entirely different realm compared to an E-level talent. He could discern with clarity that a level 2 S-level talent could effortlessly dominate a level 3 E-level talent, akin to slaughtering a chicken. With this newfound prowess, he could barely survive in the wasteland. Tang Ping retrieved the infected serum, although his physique had surpassed 40, granting him a stronger resistance to infections. Consuming the serum was still more prudent than foregoing it entirely. Once he prepared these essentials, he tidied up the shelter, transforming it into a clean and orderly haven. There remained a matter concerning Mo Xuani that required investigation, but for now, he decided to defer it until his return to the safety zone. Curiosity piqued. He pondered whether Mo Xuani still existed a century later. However, having already departed from the safety zone, he had no immediate plans to return. Moreover, the provisions within the shelter were sufficient to last several days if rationed wisely. Tang Ping then unearthed a tome, authored by a monarch-level powerhouse, proficient in ice attributes and skilled in swordsmanship. After his mental acuity surpassed 40, he could nearly read 10 lines at a glance and swiftly committed 3 volumes to memory. Suddenly, the shelter trembled violently. A slight decrease in his health bar startled Tang Ping, causing the tome to slip from his grasp. Regaining his composure, he observed the diminishing health bar and resolved to venture outside. If the situation proved precarious, he needed to distance himself. Who could predict the consequences of being ensnared in such chaos? He promptly exited the shelter, his pupils quivering in shock. Before him loomed a calamity beast. Though it lay at a distance, he recognized it as a storm beast. Yet this storm beast was colossal, sitting like a mountain, towering between 80 to 90 meters high, far surpassing most skyscrapers in the Jiangcheng ruins. The presence of such a storm beast here indicated that it had undoubtedly reached level 6. A shiver of dread coursed through Tang Ping's heart. A level 6 storm beast. As a calamity beast, its combat prowess was terrifying, equivalent to that of an S-level player of the same tier. With its formidable physique, exaggerated stature, and devastating destructive capabilities, complemented by its extraordinarily abnormal talent, only a player with an S-level talent could hope to contend with it. Who had provoked this fearsome calamity beast? Filled with trepidation, Tang Ping hastily fled toward the outskirts of the Jiangcheng ruins. He had scarcely traversed a short distance when he beheld the gloomy sky engulfed in violet flames. The intensity of those violet flames was searing. Even the heat waves made him feel as if his spirit were being scorched. This was a flame targeting the psyche, and it was undoubtedly S-level. Tang Ping swiftly activated his talent, Extreme Ice, enveloping himself in frigid air to shield against the residual waves of the violet flames. Fear gripped his heart. Who was the master of those violet flames? The mere temperature radiating from the flames left him in such a state of disarray. He could only imagine the consequences of being caught at the center of that inferno. Rounding the back of a towering edifice, Tang Ping came to a halt, casting a glance over his shoulder. In the heavens above, a figure stood resolute. Violet flames enveloped the sky, illuminating the world beneath. Though the distance was considerable, Tang Ping, whose physical prowess had transcended the 40th threshold, could still discern the features of that individual with clarity. A sense of incredulity enveloped him. It was old Nyo. Suddenly, his mind recalled a post he had seen earlier, wherein someone spoke of betrayal within the Starshine safe zone. Now, standing in proximity to that very zone, As remnants of starshine faced relentless pursuit, old Neo appeared brazenly in the vicinity. The implications were unmistakable. Tang Ping thought of that simple-hearted elder brother, struggling to accept the notion that he could be the one to betray the starshine safe zone. He cast another hurried glance at the figure. This time, he immediately sensed a discrepancy. No, this was not old Neo. Narrowing his eyes, he observed that while this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to old Neo, subtle differences were evident. Furthermore, the aura surrounding this person was markedly youthful. After more than 20 years, old Neo could not possibly exude such vibrant energy. Upon further confirmation, Tang Ping was certain this was not old Neo. Yet, the resemblance was too striking to dismiss any connection. Before he could ponder further, he witnessed the violet flames engulfing the storm beast. The beast exhaled gusts of wind, and the already ravaged remains of the surrounding buildings were instantly obliterated. However, the violet flames, burning fiercely, suddenly extended a colossal hand that extinguished the tempest. Level 7. S-Class Talent. This was a being of Titan caliber. Tang Ping lowered his gaze, hesitant to look any longer, as if fearing that a mere glance might draw attention. The anguished wails of the storm beast echoed in his ears, only to fade into silence moments later. Ah, congratulations to you, Niu Mingxian. No, I should now address you as King Mingxian. A sultry voice resonated through the sky. Empress Li Hua, what brings you to seek me? Came a detached voice, laced with caution. Oh dear, we are all family here. Why the tension? Since you are already here, why not come to my abode for a visit? Empress Li Hua responded with a smile. After a brief silence, the voice on the opposite end replied, very well. Upon hearing the name of Empress Li Hua, Tang Ping felt a jolt of tension course through him. His gaze swept over the two figures once more, and upon seeing Empress Li Hua's face, recognition struck him like lightning. It was her. Indeed, it was her. That detestable visage was etched into his memory. He would recognize it even if it morphed into that of an old crone. It was Wang Yinyan. Empress Li Hua was none other than Wang Yinyan. Tang Ping's expression darkened. This revelation was entirely unexpected. If Empress Li Hua was Wang Yinyan, then the demise of the Starshine safe zone began to seem somewhat plausible. This woman, riddled with suspicion, feared most those she had once suppressed surpassing her. It was worth noting that the core leadership of the Starshine safe zone largely consisted of her former subordinates, individuals whom she had ground down to a state worse than that of mere swine, relishing in the suppression of their wages. Often, a pressure lasts for half a year. With so many employees under his command, withholding their salaries for such an extended period, he relies on the company's advantages to engage in high-yield investments, gradually piecing together fragments of luxury cars. Once, Wang Jie's mother fell gravely ill and urgently needed funds. Wang Jie sought to reclaim her withheld wages, but all the money had been diverted by Wang Yinyan for investments, leaving her with nothing. Consequently, the delay in treatment exacerbated her mother's condition. Even with the collective efforts of colleagues to contribute, it proved insufficient, leading to a deterioration in her health. Ultimately, after 6 months, Wang Jie's mother removed her oxygen mask and passed away. Who exactly is Niu Mingxian? Tang Ping Mu. Yet, deep down, he already suspected who it was. But should he truly disclose this to Brother Niu, especially when he was the Brother Niu from a century ago? Perhaps it would suffice to merely inform Wang Jie. Tang Ping's expression grew solemn, for he believed that Wang Jie would make a sound judgment. In the sky, the purple flames vanished, and a man and a woman made their way back to the safe zone. Tang Ping withdrew his gaze and returned to his previous position. Niu Mingxian, he repeated quietly, patiently awaiting the return. The mental tug-of-war resurfaced, plunging Tang Ping into a state of confusion. Chapter 32, Encountering the Talent Upgrade Stone again upon returning. Tang Ping immediately contacted Sister Wang. Tang Ping, Sister Wang, could you inquire if Brother Niu's son is named Niu Mingxian? Sister Wang, what is the matter, little Tang? Why the sudden interest in Brother Niu's son? I must remind you that he is merely a high school student. While I have no objections to modern romantic relationships, that one is far too young. If you wish to meet someone, I can introduce you to Xiao Chao's younger brother. He is in university and studying sports. Tang Ping, no, Sister Wang, what are you talking about? I I have an urgent matter. Please just ask Brother Niu if his son is indeed Niu Mingxian. And remember, don't be too obvious. Just make a casual inquiry. Sister Wang, with a hint of confusion in her eyes, responded, "All right, I will ask." Before long, Sister Wang replied, "Indeed. His name is Niu Mingxian." What's going on? A heaviness settled in Tang Ping's heart. It was indeed Brother Niu's son. He hesitated before responding to Sister Wang. "Sister Wang, please keep a close watch on this individual and remain vigilant. It is crucial that you monitor him discreetly. Never let your guard down, and above all, do not trust him. I realize this may sound cryptic, but you must exercise caution regarding this person." On the other end, Sister Wang pondered Tang Ping's message, feeling somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she took note of his concerns, understanding that Tang Ping was not one to speak without reason. Sister Wang, "Understood. I will keep an eye on him." Tang Ping, "This period may feel interminable, Sister Wang. You must remain vigilant." After conveying this, Tang Ping sat on his bed, realizing that there was little else he could do. It would be unreasonable to harm Brother Niu's son over potential future events. What if Niu Mingxian did not betray the Xingyao safe zone after all? After all, that was a matter for 90 years hence. He would wait and see the outcome next time. If the situation remained unchanged, he would surely take action against this individual. Tang Ping's gaze turned cold, his emotions gradually detaching from the recent events. After all, he was not merely a being existing a century later. What others perceived as immutable history was but a marionette in his hands, easily manipulated at will. Perhaps, should the Xingyao Club prove incapable of contending against the Shengtian group, seeking external assistance could be a viable option. Tang Ping's thoughts drifted to Mo Xuanji's acquaintances. After some contemplation, he took action, transcribing the 3 ancient texts he had memorized, including the accompanying illustrations. He sent them all to Mo Xuanji. Tang Ping, "Brother, do these hold any value for you?" Mo Xuanji, taken aback by the 3 new texts, acknowledged that while his master had grasped the current methodologies, developing his own unique texts would require additional time. After careful consideration, Mo Xuanji replied, "Friend, these texts are extraordinarily precious, yet I find myself without anything of equal worth to offer you in return." Tang Ping, "No need for you to offer anything in exchange. I simply wish to request your assistance." Mo Xuanji, "Feel free to speak, my friend." Tang Ping, "In Jiangsheng, there exists a club known as the Starry Club. If in the future you possess sufficient strength, you may lend this faction your nominal support." Mo Xuanji furrowed his brow. This price, seemingly trivial, was in fact quite substantial. However, the other party had expressed it delicately, merely suggesting that one should possess adequate power and provide only nominal protection. After contemplation, he replied, "Agreed. But should they act unethically and attract enemies, I shall not offer my protection." Tang Ping responded without hesitation, "Naturally, I would not put you in a difficult position. Should the Starry Club commit any heinous acts, it is their own affair. However, if in the future they encounter a more formidable force, I hope you might extend your assistance. I have over 10 manuals that I will present to you once I have organized them." Mo Xuanji was immediately intrigued. He could discern that each manual offered a path to reach an exalted state. With such a wealth of knowledge, it was not unreasonable to contemplate certain heartfelt actions. "Very well. Rest assured, should anyone speak ill, I shall address it." Tang Ping felt a wave of relief. "Thank you." Although he was unaware of the future that awaited Mo Xuanji, the mere fact that he stood in a realm unattainable by ordinary individuals before the advent of the apocalyptic game was sufficient proof that, barring any major upheaval in this Taoist sect over the next century, he would undoubtedly become a dominant force, potentially rivaling the Shengtian group. Tang Ping closed the chat. For now, he had done all he could, alerting Wang Jie and forging an alliance with a faction that might one day stand on par with the Shengtian group. As for what the future held a century hence, that remained in the hands of fate. He opened the trading back end and indeed found numerous trade requests. Tang Ping promptly filtered out the worthless offers, retaining only those for attribute stones and experience stones, and proceeded with all transactions. The harvest this time was significantly less than before. While searching further in the trading area, he discovered that those who had previously purchased his initial manuscript had begun to sell their own versions. In just half a day, prices had plummeted to the level of bread and bottled water. Tang Ping sighed, "This is truly madness. It won't be long before these items can be searched for free online." Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the scruffy man who had seemed to profit immensely. No way. Tang Ping's expression shifted as he observed the astonishingly low prices of these rare manuals in the trading area. It dawned on him that such materials might indeed be freely available online in the future. Damn it, I was swindled out of $38. Tang Ping's face contorted in frustration. It wasn't the $38 that mattered, but the realization that he had been made a fool. Charging me for something that could be free. 38 coins. That is sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for an entire month. Curse it. Let me not encounter you again. Tang Ping completed the sale of his second manuscript and proceeded to sell the third. Although the previous 2 had impacted the subsequent sales. These 5 pieces were designed to build upon one another, with each surpassing the last in excellence. Moreover, he was the pioneer. Thus, Tang Ping had no intention of lowering his prices. In fact, the remarkably low price of the first piece attracted quite a number of buyers, prompting Tang Ping to raise the price, doubling it without hesitation. By all accounts, the finest first harvest of leeks belonged to him. Tang Ping extracted the items from the trade request. Although he anticipated this outcome, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Alas, we no longer reside in a peaceful society. Otherwise, he would secure a copyright. Who would dare to steal? The penalties would be severe, and he could elevate his standing once more. Gazing at the stones within the storage box, Tang Ping sighed. Suddenly, a trade request materialized before him, bold and striking. 1 C rank talent upgrade stone, capable of elevating any talent below C rank by 1 level. Trade me all subsequent chapters of this manuscript. A talent upgrade stone. Chapter 33. Cherry Bomb. Although it is merely a C-grade talent upgrade stone, capable of elevating a D-grade talent to C-grade at most, it cannot enhance an S-grade talent. However, for Tang Ping, it suffices as it allows him to elevate his E-grade talent by 1 tier, reaching D-grade. Nevertheless, Tang Ping has no intention of trading all 3 subsequent pieces to the other party. This piece, although yielding less profit at present, will still provide him with dozens of attribute stones, sufficient to elevate his 4 primary attributes to levels far exceeding that of an ordinary person. The other party's willingness to trade such an item suggests they have no use for it, and the C-grade talent upgrade stone, being only of C-grade, holds limited value. Moreover, the talent upgrade stone can only promote a talent by 1 tier. It cannot directly elevate an F-grade talent to C-grade. Thus, its worth is significantly diminished. Tang Ping, I can offer you the third piece. Don't expect more. And Z.E. This talent upgrade stone is a precious resource. Enough to elevate a D-grade talent to C-grade. 1 piece is simply insufficient. Tang Ping, not at all. As you mentioned, it can only upgrade a D-grade talent to C-grade, not directly elevate an F-grade talent to C-grade. You are eager to trade early, likely to profit from attribute stones and experience stones in the trading area. Selling you 1 piece feels like a loss. And Z.E. How about 2 pieces? The talent upgrade stone is not easily obtainable. Seeing the other party's stubbornness, Tang Ping countered with a bold negotiation. If a C-grade talent upgrade stone is insufficient, then I require an F-grade extraordinary weapon, specifically a sword. On Z.Y. Tang Ping, do you want it? If not, then forget it. And Z.Y. gritted his teeth. I do, but you must guarantee that the transaction is not completed within a day. Tang Ping, at midnight tonight, we shall simultaneously click to finalize our respective trade requests. And Z.E. You must keep your word. I paid a hefty price for this. You cannot sell the third piece immediately after our transaction. Tang Ping, a promise is a promise. Beep. And Z.E. has sent you a trade request. Tang Ping was astonished. He did not expect the other party to procure an F-grade extraordinary weapon so swiftly, likely having had it from the outset. It was indeed of high quality, demonstrating genuine intent. Tang Ping promptly clicked to agree. The transaction was completed, and he acquired a talent upgrade stone along with an F-grade extraordinary weapon. For him, obtaining a talent upgrade stone was a significant gain, as both S-grade and D-grade talent upgrade stones serve the same purpose. They can only elevate his E-grade talent by one tier. To upgrade his S-grade talent, he would require an SS-grade talent upgrade stone. First, he would elevate his E-grade talent to D-grade. Tang Ping utilized the talent upgrade stone to enhance his E-grade talent, Weak Fire. Congratulations! The player has successfully used a C-grade talent upgrade stone to elevate their talent by one tier. E-grade Weak Fire has been upgraded to D-grade Blazing Fire. A sphere of flame, akin to the size of a basketball, materialized in Tang Ping's palm. The original orange-red hue had transformed into a vibrant crimson, and with its new level 3 status, its potency was now formidable. Possessing a third-tier D-grade talent and a first-tier S-grade talent, with all 4 attributes reaching 40. I believe I can hold my ground, even against a calamity beast. Tang Ping's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. It was only the 6th day of the apocalypse, and few could reach his level, excluding those who were inherently extraordinary. Tang Ping retrieved a transcendent weapon acquired through trade, a sword, the Frostlight Blade. Although it was of no use to him at present, he could store it for a century hence. With the Frostlight Blade in hand, Tang Ping departed from the shelter, unearthed his buried haven, and proceeded to unbind and rebind it. After a series of operations, he placed the transcendent weapon alongside some bottled water, food, a mobile phone, a power bank, clothing, and footwear into the shelter. Just as he returned, a message from a friend appeared in the system. Zhang Shila? What could he possibly want from me now? Tang Ping opened the friend list to check the message. Zhang Shila, boss, do you have any pea shooters left? My parents and I are trapped in the mountains, surrounded by a pack of wolves, enormous and ferocious, even larger than tigers. Our shelter can barely withstand the onslaught. Please, I implore you to save my parents and my grandparents. I am willing to offer a servant contract. I beg you, boss. Beep. Player Zhang Shila is using a servant contract. Do you wish to accept the contract and become his master? Tang Ping was taken aback. Servant contract? Before he could ponder further, Zhang Shila sent another message. Zhang Shila, boss, our shelter's health is nearly depleted. We can hold out for only a few more minutes. If you're unable to assist, after we perish, my belongings will be offered to you in trade. Tang Ping gazed at the contract before him. A servant contract. After a moment's hesitation, he sensed that it might not lead to any significant detriment. Still, Tang Ping inquired, what are the characteristics of your shelter and your personal talent level? Soon, he received 2 images. Zhang Shila, boss, my shelter's characteristic is A-grade manor, encompassing a territory 24 times larger than an ordinary shelter, where any crops and livestock can thrive. The specifics of their growth remain unclear to me. Zhang Shila, my talent is also A-grade, radiance, but aside from emitting light, I have not discovered any other applications. Tang Ping's gaze shifted. An A-grade shelter characteristic and A-grade talent, while not exceptionally high, were indeed commendable. Tang Ping replied, very well, I shall assist you this time. He clicked to agree. Beep. Congratulations on utilizing the servant contract. You are now the master of player Zhang Shila. Tang Ping said, I will send you some items. Look for an opportunity to throw them into the midst of the wolves. He dispatched 4 potato mines to Zhang Shila, along with 2 pea shooters. Remembering that he had not yet utilized the 200 sunflowers from today as Plants vs. Zombies. He opened the interface and was pleasantly surprised to discover a new plant, the cherry bomb. This was indeed a valuable item. He purchased one and sent it to Zhang Shila. Zhang Shila, to my astonishment, there are cherry bombs. Splendid. Thank you, my esteemed friend. Tang Ping. Just don't play recklessly, or I shall suffer greatly. Zhang Shila. Fear not, dear friend. From this moment forth, I, Zhang Shila, shall be at your service. At that moment, Zhang Shila found himself ensconced within the confines of a cramped shelter, watching as the shelter's health bar plummeted at an alarming rate. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to open the door. Son, what are you planning to do? A middle-aged woman asked, her voice trembling with dread. Shila, please don't do anything foolish. An elderly lady wept, wiping her tears. Nearby, a middle-aged man and an old man sat smoking. The middle-aged man rose, saying, Shila, I will go out and draw them away. You must take your mother and the grandparents and flee quickly. Nonsense. Everyone stay put. the old man exclaimed, knocking the ashes from his pipe. He stood up and retrieved an old hunting rifle from the wall. "Leave this to me. Mother, father, grandparents," Zhang Shila declared solemnly. "Trust in me." He then turned and flung open the door. A pack of enormous wolves, their size rivaling that of fierce tigers, surrounded the shelter. Zhang Shila's face contorted in anguish as he raised the massive cherry bomb in his hand. To oblivion with you all. Chapter 34. Fortune. In the second preceding the terrifying explosion, the necklace around Zhang Shila's neck suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A protective shield enveloped him and the sanctuary behind. The aftershocks of the explosion lingered for over 10 seconds before dissipating. Yet, ahead, the air remained thick with smoke, obscuring visibility. Zhang Shila promptly unleashed 3 pea shooters to safeguard the sanctuary. "Pea shooters, fire," he commanded, disregarding the ominous black smoke that may conceal the monstrous wolves, urging the pea shooters to unleash their assault. Meanwhile, the potato mines had long been buried before the sanctuary. As anticipated, 2 blood-soaked giant wolves, their eyes ablaze with rage, surged forth from the smoke. However, Zhang Shila felt no fear. The potato mines lay primed. With a thunderous explosion, the already battered wolves were instantly torn asunder. As the black smoke began to clear, Zhang Shila gripped a kitchen knife firmly, his gaze fixed within the haze. A roar erupted as the giant wolf's growl dispersed the final remnants of smoke. One of its legs had been blown off, leaving it with one blinded eye and a grotesquely drooping jaw, rendering it a terrifying sight. This was the last of the giant wolves, the Wolf King. Even at the epicenter of the explosion, it had survived. Zhang Shila repositioned the pea shooters, directing their fire towards the formidable creature, with eyes filled with hatred. The Wolf King locked onto Zhang Shila, and to his surprise, it turned and fled. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Shila, just as he heard the sound of a gun being chambered behind him. A shot. Bang! The bullet struck true, piercing the wound on the wolf's head. Zhang Shila turned in astonishment to see his grandfather, having emerged unbeknownst to him. The old man took aim once more and fired. The bullet, having already struck the Wolf King's ghastly scar, sent it staggering. This shot burrowed deep into the Wolf King's skull. With a mournful howl, the Wolf King collapsed. It still clung to life, its eyes fixed intently on the grandfather and grandson. Realizing the urgency, Zhang Shila swiftly repositioned the pea shooters and unleashed a barrage upon the Wolf King. The old man, resolute and succinct, fired 3 consecutive shots. At last, the giant wolf's head drooped, lifeless. For a moment, Zhang Shila was engulfed in disbelief. All 9 giant wolves had truly perished, a fact that seemed utterly surreal. "Well done, Xiao Lu," the old man said, patting his grandson on his shoulder with pride in his eyes. "Grandfather." Zhang Shila finally succumbed to emotion, bursting into tears. "Let out. It's all right to cry. If we let it out, our family will continue to live well," his grandfather reassured him. An hour later, the Zhang family began to tidy the cave. Their sanctuary was nestled within a cave atop the mountain. Due to the explosive power of the cherry bombs, the cave had expanded significantly. They decided to relocate their sanctuary to the cave entrance, necessitated by the need for land around their estate. Another shelter, acquired through a transaction with Tang Ping, has been bound by his father and situated within the rocky walls of the cave, with only a single entrance visible. Both shelters are entirely accessible to the family. Zhang Shila gazed down the mountain, his eyes filled with confusion. The villagers consist largely of elderly residents and children, many of whom retire early, resulting in a scarcity of those seeking shelter. As for the youth, they have all migrated to the city, where an outbreak of infected individuals has been reported, information he had already gleaned online. Curiously, the mountain village, which previously experienced intermittent signal issues, now boasts full connectivity in this apocalyptic game. He pondered whether anyone would ever return. Zhang Shila murmured to himself, had he not lost his job, he likely would not have returned to the village. Nevertheless, he had resolved to live well with his family, regardless of circumstances. Suddenly, he recalled his benefactor, the one who had ensured his family's survival. At that moment, Tang Ping, munching on a bun filled with compressed biscuits, noticed Zhang Shila's message. "Zhang Shila, Dankyo. Big boss, we have survived. Tang Ping. Yes, survival is key. By the way, you must develop that shelter well. It will prove invaluable in the future. Tang Ping recalled the peculiar characteristics of Zhang Shila's estate, which appeared rather unpromising given the shelter's small size. However, should the shelter upgrade to level 5, it would yield a mansion-like shelter, further amplified by the A-grade estate trait, expanding it by a staggering 24 times. A level 5 shelter would encompass 100 acres, and when multiplied by 24, it would amount to 2,400 acres. Tang Ping astutely remembered that Zhang Shila had mentioned the crops within the estate were thriving normally. This was genuinely a professional farming endeavor, provided there is sufficient strength to develop further. Upon upgrading to a level 7 shelter, it could potentially sustain an entire safe zone. The crucial aspect of the crop's normal growth is of immense value. While Zhang Shila may not fully comprehend this, Tang Ping certainly understood the future implications. Normal growth signifies untainted food, which is indeed priceless. Among friends, Zhang Shila replied, Zhang Shila, rest assured, big boss, I will certainly do so. By the way, I have returned the pea shooter to you. Tang Ping, no need, it holds little value for me now. Keep it for yourself. By the way, do your parents and grandparents still lack a shelter? Zhang Shila, yes, currently, only my father and I possess a shelter. Tang Ping, I have 2 additional shelters here. One with an F-grade trait and the other with an E-grade trait. Feel free to take them for your use. Tang Ping, moreover, shelters can be unbound, allowing others to bind to them and awaken their talents. Once they awaken, you can unbind them again, which is a clever exploit. This discovery was made by Tang Ping himself. Unfortunately, even if someone were aware, few would likely pursue such an approach. What if the other party awakens a formidable talent and retaliates? However, it is evident that Zhang Shila's family harbors no such concerns. Zhang Shila exclaimed with delight, Really? I didn't know it could be done this way. Boss, I won't need those 2 shelters. I'll manage with mine later. Tang Ping replied, It's no problem. Those 2 inferior shelters wouldn't yield anything of value anyway. While one could exploit the unbinding bug to help others awaken their talents, without a shelter, one cannot procure the Doomsday treasure. Awakening a talent without a shelter merely renders one an extraordinary individual, not a player. Zhang Shila responded, I can't believe there's more to it. Boss, as expected of you, your knowledge is vast. Since I'm now your servant, what's mine is yours, and I shall not hold back. Tang Ping retorted, Cut it out. Act normal. And from now on, call me Brother Tang. Stop with the boss. It's making me feel inflated. Zhang Shila cumplía. Yes. Brother Tang. Tang Ping rummaged through the items of the 2 shelters and initiated a trade with Zhang Shila, requiring only a handful of soil. The transaction was completed swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhang Shila, elated with his 2 shelter items, sought out his family. Unbeknownst to his parents and grandparents, he had traded himself for these rewards. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, come quickly look. I've acquired 2 shelter items. Bind them right away. The family exchanged polite refusals. But Zhang Shila soon asserted that everyone at home could awaken their talents, and it did not matter where the shelters were. Thus, one shelter was placed with Zhang Shila's mother and the other with his grandmother. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, what levels are your awakened talents? Zhang's mother sighed. I awakened the 4th to last talent, merely a C-level gardening expert. However, this talent suits me well. I've been growing vegetables since I was little, and my produce is always abundant and excellent. Pride swelled within her as she spoke. Zhang's grandmother interjected. Mine is an A-level mastery of animal husbandry. It's said to enhance the growth of chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, making them thrive and even allowing for the breeding of spirit beasts. I don't quite understand the jargon, but I do have a knack for raising poultry and livestock. Calmly, Zhang's grandfather cleaned his gun, stating, I possess the Gun King talent, which allows my talent to manifest as a hunting rifle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shila's spirits soared. Grandpa, what level is your talent? His grandfather replied, S level. Oh, S level. That is quite impressive. Zhang Shila nodded, but suddenly paused, his eyes widening in shock. What? What level? Just then, Zhang's mother rushed in from outside, shielding the chicks, who was trying to harm the chickens. Chapter 35. The avenue of heavenly splendor at midnight, as the clock struck 12. Tang Ping focused intently on the final second. The moment arrived. He swiftly clicked on the transaction request and quickly uploaded the photographs. One transaction after another was executed with astonishing speed, his dexterity almost transcending earthly bounds. Tang Ping felt a surge of gratitude for his frequent practice, which prevented those players from having the opportunity for refunds. At last, it was accomplished. The profit from both the morning and evening had accumulated generously in his storage box. Tang Ping began to organize the attribute stones and experience stones. Constitution Attribute Stone, 65, Spirit Attribute Stone, 57, Strength Attribute Stone, 62, Speed Attribute Stone, 61, D-Class Experience Stone, 400 C-Class Experience Stone, 130 B-Class Experience Stone, 40 A-Class Experience Stone, 20 S-Class Experience Stone, 13 indeed. There was a significant shortfall. Tang Ping shook his head. The total from the two transactions barely exceeded the first. He speculated that the subsequent two would yield even less. However, a deficit was a small price to pay, for it had nonetheless bolstered his strength. This time, he had acquired several S-Class Experience Stones. Clearly, these would be insufficient to elevate his innate talent to level 3 for his future self. It would be far more advantageous to utilize them for his present self, enhancing the S-Class talent, Crimson Lotus Flame, to level 2. As for the D-Class Experience Stones, he had indeed gathered a fair amount this time. Yet he still remained far from upgrading his D-Class talent, Blazing Fire, to level 4. Tang Ping utilized the S-Class Experience Stones to elevate his S-Class talent, Crimson Lotus Flame, to level 2. A formidable power coursed through his entire being. He then regarded the Attribute Stones. His future self's current attributes were already sufficient to handle ordinary circumstances, and at this moment, he was relatively stable, not in urgent need of strength enhancement, considering his need to venture onto the avenue of heavenly splendor, to enter that instance and seize opportunities, as well as to eliminate Wang Yanyan, thereby erasing her from history entirely. Tang Ping resolved to employ all the attribute stones for himself, preparing to set forth on the morrow. Having made this decision, Tang Ping applied all the attribute stones to his own being. He also utilized the D-Class Experience Stones from this occasion and the previous one. The enhancement of his S-Class talent resulted in a significant increase in his 4 primary attributes. His panel experienced an impressive upgrade once more. Player, Tang Ping ID, 000000003 Constitution, 105 Spirit, 97 Strength, 102 Speed, 101 Talent 1. Blazing Fire, D, Talent Level, 3, 6,000 10,000, Talent 2. Crimson Lotus Flame, S, Talent Level, 2, 0 1,000. Current remaining Experience Stones, C-Class Experience Stones, 230 B-Class Experience Stones, 90 A-Class Experience Stones, 50 S-Class Experience Stones. For Tang Ping gazed contentedly at his personal panel. Now, only 3 points separated his spirit attribute from breaking the 100 mark. His D-Class talent, Blazing Fire, had also reached level 3, and he was merely 400 Experience Stones away from advancing to level 4. Moreover, he possessed a level 2 S-Class talent, Crimson Lotus Flame. I cannot believe it. I will not allow Wang Yanyan to escape unscathed. In Tang Ping's mind, Wang Yanyan has already been placed on his list of those destined to perish. No matter how great her fame or strength may become in a century, she remains merely a minor character at the onset of this apocalypse. Even the Shang Tian Group is nothing but a crumbling financial giant, not the terrifying force that commands numerous safe zones in the future, a name that others dare not even utter lightly. It remains a mystery who the most formidable individual within the future Shang Tian Group might be. If I could ascertain his identity and eliminate him now, perhaps the Shang Tian Group would not even exist in the years to come. Yet, Tang Ping reflects that this notion may be rather naive. To ascend to the leadership of such a dominant power as the future Shang Tian Group, one must possess at least an S-Class talent, if not higher, especially considering the exceptional nature of their sanctuary. Even if he were to encounter this person, it would not be certain that he could defeat them. However, Seizing the opportunities that may arise from this individual would indeed be advantageous. Unfortunately, Tang Ping does not even know who this person is. Although there is an abundance of information about the Sheng Tian group online, it divulges not regarding the identity of its highest leader, let alone Tang Ping's desire to uncover the deeds of this individual and seize their fortune. Suddenly, a new thought strikes Tang Ping. If he could ensure the continued existence of the Xingyao safe zone, he might eventually establish contact with Sister Wang and Brother Liu, gaining their trust, which could lead to many hidden opportunities. His spirits surged with excitement, recognizing the potential of this endeavor. As for how to earn their trust, he is confident that with his S-class talent, joining the Xingyao safe zone and meeting the upper echelons would pose no issue. He could simply masquerade as his own descendant. Yet, he is uncertain whether the Xingyao safe zone will still exist when he next traverses a century into the future, or if it will remain under the oppressive grasp of the Sheng Tian group. Tang Ping is also unsure whether Mo Xuanji will truly intervene or risk offending the Sheng Tian group for the sake of the Xingyao safe zone. Furthermore, will Mo Xuanji even be alive a century from now? After all, in the face of apocalyptic trials, even the most gifted talents might quietly perish in some forgotten corner, lost to the annals of history. The hour is late. After posting the preliminary section of the 4th article on the flame blade technique in the trading area, Tang Ping retires for the night. Upon awakening, he realizes that it is already the 6th day. He must hasten to Tianhua Avenue, but fortunately, he has ample time. With his current strength, he may not dominate the apocalypse, but he can certainly face most dangers without fear. The first order of business upon rising is to access a mini-game and purchase a cherry bomb, a device of remarkable destructive power. He is confident that should a calamity beast appear, a single cherry bomb would surely send it to meet its end. After preparing everything, Tang Ping makes his way to Tianhua Avenue. On the west road of Tianhua Avenue, Director Sheng, when will we be able to depart from Jiang City with these individuals? Wang Yinyan's voice tinged with sorrow as her gaze fell upon the bodyguards accompanying them, all of whom were from the Sheng family. While referred to as bodyguards, a more fitting term would be akin to the esteemed offspring of ancient nobility. The lineage of these protectors often traces back to their grandfathers, who served alongside the venerable patriarch of the Sheng family. Although they may not be extraordinarily wealthy, their lifelong association with the Sheng family ensures that from birth, they're shielded from the anxieties of existence, following a predetermined path that guarantees a life of abundance. Furthermore, they are trusted confidants of the Sheng family. Thus, Sheng Tianqi certainly did not heed Wang Yinyan's counsel. Despite possessing the sanctuary granted by an SS-level trait and an S-level talent, returning to the Sheng Manor necessitated traversing a considerable distance, fraught with myriad dangers. Although he was unafraid, relying solely on himself could lead to unforeseen complications. Confronting that terrifying creature alone would undoubtedly exact a significant toll. The pace of their journey remained uncertain. Let us depart. After a night's rest, we shall set forth early this morning, striving to completely leave Jiang City by tomorrow. Chapter 36. Convergence of heavenly splendor. The number of infected individuals is increasing. Tang Ping swiftly dispatched one of them, deftly retracting his tang knife. A sound sliced through the air. He immediately tilted his ear to evade, his attributes nearing 100, allowing him to effortlessly dodge bullets. It was an arrow. Tang Ping's gaze turned icy as he kicked the charging infected away and dashed towards the direction of the arrow with astonishing speed, almost leaving an afterimage in his wake. Meanwhile, inside a shop, a man in his 30s looked on in disbelief at the individual who had evaded the arrow. He had actually avoided it. In the next instant, his pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to flee, believing he was over 100 meters away, thus easily able to escape. However, just as he reached the back door, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his eyes widening as they fell upon the knife that had pierced through. How could it be so fast? This was the man's final thought. Tang Ping stood behind him, withdrawing his knife and casually rummaging through the corpse, collecting the items from the shelter scattered on the ground, including the bow and arrow. This was no ordinary bow. It was an F-grade extraordinary weapon. The D-grade shelter's attributes were indeed commendable. Tang Ping spared the fallen man a mere glance before casting a fireball and turning to leave. Not long after Tang Ping's departure, two individuals descended from upstairs. A young man in a baseball cap trembled, exclaiming, "So fast! How can a person run that quickly?" The other, clad in jeans, swallowed hard, suggesting perhaps he isn't human. The young man in the baseball cap gazed at the nearly incinerated corpse on the ground, fear evident in his eyes. "We should leave quickly. We must escape Jiang City." The jeans-clad youth nodded in agreement. The number of infected is growing. I even saw online that someone reported terrifying monsters in Jiang City. A frog as tall as a story, capable of spitting out tornadoes. "We need to hurry. We must leave today." The two youths hastily exited the shop. Tang Ping continued cautiously toward Tianhua Avenue. Although his strength was formidable, he remained wary of certain players who might unexpectedly unveil extraordinary items from treasure chests. Suddenly, Tang Ping's pace halted as he noticed a treasure chest resting at the entrance of a clothing store. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly discerned that several players were lurking nearby, none daring to approach first. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair could no longer restrain himself and charged towards the chest. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking directly at the man's back. Yet, a radiant light flickered around him, miraculously deflecting the lightning. As the slick-haired man prepared to seize the treasure chest, the onlookers could no longer remain passive. "You think you can claim the chest just because you spot it first? Over my dead body." A young man in a blue jacket, eyes filled with resentment, conjured an ice spear and hurled it towards the slick-haired man. What a waste. If you were the first to see it, why didn't you dare to step forward?" The slick-haired man sneered, and suddenly a shield armed with a razor-sharp blade appeared in his hand, effectively blocking the ice spike. The young man in the blue robe glared with resentment, as if he wished nothing more than to eliminate his adversary. "If it weren't for you, the treasure chest would have been mine. It's all your fault." The slick-haired man hastened his steps, dismissing the useless rival, and continued towards the treasure chest. However, a stone wall rose abruptly before him, obstructing his path. "You dare to challenge me?" The slick-haired man's eyes glinted with menace as he bellowed, striking the stone wall with his blade shield. In an instant, the already thin wall, merely 3 inches thick, shattered into fragments. A woman with noodle-like hair darted forward with the agility of a nimble rabbit, nearly reaching the Doomsday treasure chest. The slick-haired man raised his shield, his muscles bulging as he propelled himself off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. The noodle-haired woman, clearly flustered, continued her movements without pause. She raised her hand, summoning a torrent of water that engulfed the slick-haired man. At that moment, as she attempted to seize the treasure chest, she suddenly sensed something flash before her eyes. Looking down, she realized the Doomsday treasure chest had vanished. The woman stood frozen in place. "Hand over the chest," the slick-haired man demanded, striking at her. "No, it wasn't me." The noodle-haired woman, swift on her feet, rolled away to evade him. The slick-haired man, however, would not be swayed by her words. He pursued her relentlessly. Surrounding players, along with some ordinary people resembling ravenous wolves, joined the chase, clearly eager to seize any opportunity. Unfortunately, the Doomsday treasure chest was already in Tang Ping's possession. Such fierce contention arose over a single treasure chest. Tang Ping gained a deeper understanding of the apocalypse as he observed the throng of players and ordinary individuals pursuing him, even noticing the stirred infected behind them. He chose not to linger on them any longer and proceeded to open the Doomsday treasure chest. "Congratulations, player. You have opened the Doomsday treasure chest and received a dry bread 10, a slightly sweet mineral water 10, and a mental attribute stone 1. Only a single mental attribute stone. Tang Ping was not surprised, as most treasure chests nowadays yielded little of worth. The appearance of an extraordinary item like the attribute stone was already a stroke of good fortune. In the World Channel, some individuals even calculated that the probability of obtaining extraordinary items was now less than 30%. Yet, despite this, every Doomsday treasure chest that appeared attracted a swarm of combatants. As food gradually succumbed to corruption, its value would become exceedingly precious, intensifying such conflicts even further. After utilizing the mental attribute stone, Tang Ping continued on his journey, now just a short distance from Tianhua Avenue West Road. At the Four Seasons Lake, a group of 5 emerged from a peculiar black vortex. Leading them was Sister Wong, her face adorned with a smile, clearly pleased with their recent gains. How did everyone fare this time? Oldie replied, nice. With this haul, we'll definitely outpace the others. Bird Brother gazed at the shelter scroll in his hand. Not bad. We can add a characteristic to the shelter now. I hope it turns out to be a gold one. Sister Xiao Xiao excitedly raised her fist and exclaimed, oh yeah. We have successfully completed the main quest, hidden tasks, and even unlocked hidden achievements, which will undoubtedly enhance our abilities significantly. Sister Wong sighed slightly. It's a pity that our hidden achievements only grant us a D-grade extraordinary item. Sister Xiao Xiao laughed. That is still quite good. Let us quickly utilize our rewards to bolster our strengths. Agreed. As the 5 of them awaited the remaining 4 to emerge, they began to employ the spoils from their recent dungeon venture to enhance their capabilities. 5 spirit attribute stones were at their disposal, each bestowing an increase of 5 points to their mental attributes. The Infector Serum ensured they no longer needed to fear infection. The Shelter Trait Scroll allowed their sanctuary to gain an additional characteristic. Furthermore, the hidden achievements bestowed upon them each a D-grade item. Some received defensive tools that automatically protected their masters. Others acquired supportive items that enhanced their 4-dimensional attributes, while some obtained a disposable item that temporarily elevated their talent level by 1 rank. In addition, each person was rewarded with 2 treasure chests. Before long, 4 more individuals emerged from the dungeon. Upon their exit, the entrance to the dungeon vanished entirely. Wonderful! My sanctuary has acquired an S-grade trait. Sister Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight. How unfortunate! Yet another F-grade sanctuary trait. Brother Niao lamented. I've come to realize that Sister Xiao Xiao is truly the favored child of fortune. Old Li remarked with a hint of envy. Sister Xiao Xiao placed her hands on her hips, as if that needed stating. Sister Wong had also enhanced her rewards and then spoke. All right, our next destination is Tianhua Avenue. Xiao Tang mentioned that there are valuable treasures to be found there. Yes, let us go. Chapter 37. The long-awaited existence of the Starry Safety Zone. As noon approached, Tang Ping swiftly sought refuge in a tall building, descending to the underground parking lot where he found a secluded corner to establish his sanctuary. Before long, his consciousness slipped away. Upon awakening again, he found himself in the sanctuary a century later. Tang Ping surveyed his surroundings and, as expected, discovered the F-grade extraordinary weapon, the Frostblade. In addition, he found a mobile phone and a power bank, items he had brought with him from 100 years ago. He had previously sensed that, following the cataclysmic onset of the Doomsday game, the network seemed peculiar. For instance, during sandstorms and successive calamities, although the signal had not disappeared entirely, it was significantly weakened. However, in this time, the network was astonishingly robust, with a signal that was full strength everywhere. With a mobile phone in hand, Tang Ping was eager to see if it would function here. Upon turning it on, he was elated to discover a full signal. Indeed, there was connectivity. This meant he could forego the internet CAF, saving himself an hour and $3 in fees. The phone automatically opened a search application, which Tang Ping recalled seeing on the computers at the CAF. To his astonishment, it was a tool brought forth by the Doomsday game. Tang Ping matvi internali. Although many of the initial players had perished, and even those within the sanctuary had lost access to global chats, regional discussions, and trading zones, the network still thrived, facilitating rapid information exchange. Moreover, this network appeared to be governed by the Doomsday game itself, making it impervious to throttling or censorship. It was no wonder that the secrets of the Celestial Kings had become commonplace. Tang Ping speculated that apart from a select few of the most powerful celestial beings who had sold their knowledge, many secrets had likely been disseminated against the will of their bearers, perhaps by adversaries or traitorous subordinates. Nevertheless, this inadvertently benefited the common folk, indirectly elevating the average level of scavengers in the wasteland. Tang Ping commenced a swift search for the information he sought online. Upon querying the nearby Jiang City ruins and the name of the safety zone, a striking title emerged: The the Starry Safety Zone. It truly existed. His excitement surged at the thought that the current leadership of the Starry Safety Zone might indeed be Wang Jie and her companions. He hastily continued his inquiry. In no time, Tang Ping uncovered the history of the Starry Safety Zone. He soon realized that it was indeed due to Mo Xuanzi. In the 36th year of the apocalypse, the Starry Safety Zone had already been established for over 20 years. That very year, it faced an unprecedented tide of infected corpses. According to the original historical trajectory, the Starry Safety Zone suffered tremendous losses during this onslaught, severely weakening its vitality, yet it managed to endure. However, the course of history had been altered. A mysterious powerhouse named Xuanzi descended like a celestial being, clad in a flowing white robe, as if an immortal. With a single unsheathing of the sword, the world fell silent, and thousands of fiery swords were unleashed, instantly decimating the majority of the horde. At that moment, no one recognized the individual, yet as time progressed, a dominant force emerged, the Xian Yuan Temple. This transcendent power had cultivated a sanctified realm, governing numerous safe zones under its aegis. Moreover, the vicinity of the Xian Yuan Temple enjoyed perpetual spring, free from the disturbances of the gray sun and the black moon, surpassing even the prestige of the Sheng family manor of the Sheng Tian group. Tang Ping delved into the history of the Xingyao safe zone, and later, through her connections, Sister Wang established contact with the Xian Yuan Temple. Although the reasons for their refusal to accept the affiliation of the Xingyao safe zone remained unclear, the relationship was undoubtedly more intimate than that with other safe zones. Even the inhabitants of the Xingyao safe zone were oblivious to the reasons behind this. Tang Ping felt a sense of relief and delight, recognizing that Mo Xuanji was indeed a man of his word. However, as he continued to investigate, his brow furrowed in concern upon discovering the aftermath of the Beast King calamity. After the fall of the Fiery King and Sister Wang's severe injuries, old brother Niu was missing, and with Ming Xian assuming the throne, Tang Ping's heart plummeted into despair. Indeed, the safe zone remained known as Xingyao Safe Zone, untouched by the influence of the Lihua Empress. Yet the true authority lay with Ming Xian. Tang Ping could have accepted any other individual in this position, but it was precisely this person, Niu Ming Xian, who caused him distress. Moreover, Tang Ping noted that the Xingyao safe zone not only shared a close bond with the Xian Yuan Temple, but also maintained significant ties with the Shang Tian group. Through the Xingyao safe zone, this notorious dominant force, previously scorned by the Xian Yuan Temple, began to engage in dealings. Following Ming Xian's ascension, the two powers surprisingly started to intersect, with the Shang Tian group even acquiring a breathing technique through this alliance. After reading this, a surge of fury ignited within Tang Ping, prompting him to strike the wall with force. How infuriating! It felt as though he had crafted a wedding gown for another. His eyes blazed with anger as he cursed Niu Ming Xian and the Shang Tian group, to assert that the deaths of Sister Xiao Xiao and Zhou Zheng, alongside Sister Wang's retreat into the shadows, bore no connection to these events was something he could not accept. He lamented that he had only confided in Mo Xuanji about protecting the Xingyao Club, now the Xingyao Safe Zone, without mentioning the betrayal that had occurred. Very well, Niu Ming Xian, you are bold indeed. A cold glint flickered in Tang Ping's eyes as he placed Niu Ming Xian on the same death list as Wang Yanyan. The transaction between the Shang Tian group and the Xian Yuan Temple had begun with the union of Niu Ming Xian and Wang Yanyan, a king and a queen, backed by two dominant forces, celebrated in a grand wedding 3 years ago. Yet, his sister Wang could only sit like a vegetable in a wheelchair, accepting tea from two demons, while old brother Niu remained unaccounted for. Tang Ping took a deep breath, glancing at his phone, where applications from a century ago still resided. He attempted to search for old brother Niu's contact in that messaging app. Niu, ma bin Niu. Soon a contact popped up. He could indeed find it. Tang Ping's breath quickened. He was uncertain whether the account truly belonged to Old Cow, or if it was merely a trap. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Could the other party truly reach him through the internet? Tang Ping decisively added Old Cow as a contact, accompanied by a note. The three swordsmen of cattle and horses, cow, dog, bird. Pray tell, Why is there no horse? Soon, the friend request was accepted. After all, the horse had been released to berate Wang Yin. Before long, a video call came through. Tang Ping donned a century-old pair of underpants as a makeshift hood and answered the call. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and visibly trembling with excitement, appeared on the screen. However, upon noticing Tang Ping's peculiar headgear, his expression became stiff and then darkened. Who are you? How do you know this question? My ancestor is named Tang Ping. Please continue reading. The verification period boasts daily updates of 4,000 words, with an explosive debut of over 10,000 words. One can easily ascertain the author's capabilities by checking the update dates of the chapters. Chapter 38. Sheng Tianqi what? What did you just say? Lao Nyoji's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, fixated intently on Tang Ping, his eyes brimming with bloodshot intensity. With an air of calmness, Tang Ping replied, My ancestor is named Tang Ping. In truth, he too was curious whether there existed another version of himself in this timeline. However, Lao Nyoji's reaction evidently confirmed the existence of Tang Ping in this realm. Yet, was he alive or deceased, and what connection did he have with Tang Ping? Lao Nyoji's breathing grew heavy. Are you truly serious? You are indeed a descendant of Tang Ping? Without a doubt, Tang Ping affirmed. Though he was not a direct descendant, he undeniably was Tang Ping. Lao Nyogu gradually regained his composure. Very well. Since you claim to be a descendant of Tang Ping, I must inquire about something. Tang Ping nodded. Go ahead and ask. Though I do not possess extensive knowledge about my great-grandfather, there was a diary circulated from his time working at the company that I perused during my childhood. Lao Nyoji's eyes flickered. All right then, tell me, what brand of instant noodles did Tang Ping enjoy? Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Lao Nyogu. After pondering, he confidently answered, the one with an approaching expiration date. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over Lao Nyogu as he appeared to genuinely believe Tang Ping's words, tears streaming down his face. So, it is true. You are indeed Tang Ping's great-grandson. Tang Ping felt a surge of awkwardness. Stating it himself was one thing, but hearing it from another's lips felt rather peculiar. Wiping his tears, Lao Nyoji's expression sharpened once more. Young man, have you come to me due to some troubles? If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Although I am now aged, the final blade I possess, buried for a century, remains unmatched beneath its seal. Tang Ping's heart raced. To be honest, he was still unaware of Lao Nyoji's true abilities. He spoke, Lao Nyogu, what if I said I could contact my great-grandfather from the past? What do you think I should say to him? Upon uttering these words, he pressed his lips together tightly, gazing at Lao Nyogu, unafraid of exposure. For with a single alteration of history, his words would be forgotten. Lao Nyoji's body stiffened. His previously dazed expression transformed into one of disbelief, suddenly filled with excitement. A whirlwind of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. Ultimately, his hands trembled with elation. You have awakened the talent of the time-space system. Tang Ping paused momentarily before nodding. Yes, but it can only be used once. That is sufficient. The Tianhua Avenue. Lao Nyogu exclaimed with sudden exuberance. Tianhua Avenue, the Doomsday urban dungeon. It was imperative to complete the singular hidden task. His gaze fixated on Tang Ping. Filled with unrestrained joy, the current leader of the Sheng Tian group, that scoundrel, completed the unique hidden task here and obtained a top-tier, extraordinary treasure, the Savior's Ring. This artifact elevated his already SS-grade talent to SSS grade. In the 21st year of the apocalypse, after the shelter reached level 7, it merged with the sanctuary to establish a pure land spanning 100 miles, the Sheng family estate. This marked the foundation of its dominion over the realm. Young man, should you truly manage to convey a message to Tang Ping from a century ago, let him know to fulfill that solitary hidden task. It is imperative that Sheng Tianqi does not acquire it. You must act. Tang Ping has returned. Emerging from the shelter, he found himself in a secluded underground parking lot and hastened towards Tianhua Avenue. Sheng Tianqi, possessing an SS-level talent and an SSS-level characteristic shelter, stands as a jade mountain. Tang Ping repeated this in his mind, his expression grave. Indeed, he is the supreme leader of the Shang group 100 years hence, the master of a formidable power. Remarkably, in this instance of the quest, he has elevated his talent to SSS level. Breathing rapidly, Tang Ping has come to understand the nature of this singular hidden task. If he accomplishes it, he will be rewarded with an extraordinary artifact, the Ring of the Savior. This would elevate his S-level talent to SS level. Furthermore, upon the shelter reaching level 7 in the future, he could attain a vast expanse of pure land, impervious to the calamities of the apocalypse. He must obtain this artifact. With unwavering determination, Tang Ping recognized that whether for himself or due to the treachery that led to the usurpation of the Xingyao safe zone, he must secure this item. Especially since it could elevate his S-level talent to SS level, he could never relinquish it. At this moment, Tang Ping navigated Jiang City with ease. Even if infected individuals detected him, he could swiftly evade them. His speed of 101 was far beyond what the current infected could pursue, unless he encountered other calamity beasts that might impede his progress. As time passed, he finally arrived at Tianhua Avenue, proceeding eastward along the thoroughfare. Suddenly, squinting his eyes, he recognized a familiar face, Wang Yinyan, and beside her stood none other than Shang Tianqi. Tang Ping's breath caught, and 2 cherries appeared in his hand, each as large as a football. In front of him loomed a group of 20 black-clad bodyguards, along with Wang Yinyan and Shang Tianqi. Eliminate them. This was Tang Ping's singular thought. He inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. He could not afford to act impulsively. The cherries in his hand likely lacked the potency to eliminate Shang Tianqi, for even a century later, few understood the true depth of this cunning individual S-talent. How formidable is this SSS-level talent? The common folk remain entirely oblivious. Even the details of Shang Tianqi's shelter are shrouded in ambiguity. The earliest record recounts how, in the 12th year of the apocalypse, he shattered a level 7 corpse king with a single palm from thousands of meters away. It is crucial to note that this was merely the 12th year of the apocalypse. The extent of his strength a century later remains unfathomable. Although there are numerous individuals renowned for their formidable powers, it is indisputable that Shang Tianqi stands among the elite. While Tang Ping harbored no certainty of vanquishing him, he was exceedingly confident in eliminating the other bodyguards and Wang Yinyan. Grasping a cherry bomb in his hand, Tang Ping swiftly departed from the roadway, utilizing his remarkable speed to circumvent their path and ascend to the rooftop of a 7-story residential building adjacent to the road. There he lay in wait, quietly biding his time. Even if he could not bring about Shang Tianqi's demise, he could certainly deprive him of valuable support in the upcoming quest. Moreover, he aimed to thwart their discovery of the mission, thereby affording himself additional time to fulfill the solitary hidden task. In this apocalyptic game, one must fight. As for the innocent bodyguards, they should not blame him. If blame is to be assigned, let them fault their poor choice of company. As the approaching figures drew nearer, Tang Ping slowly raised the cherry bomb in his hand. Chapter 39. The Doomsday Instance. The City of Despair. Part 1. Director Shang, perhaps we should take a break. Wang Yinyan lamented, shielding her eyes from the merciless sun, her feet blistered from the arduous journey. Shang Tianqi responded in a grave tone, we must leave Jiang City today. Those infected individuals are becoming increasingly agile. They were once weaker than ordinary humans, but now they move like leopards. I fear that if we delay any longer, unforeseen calamities may arise. Wang Yinyan's gaze fell upon a group of infected in the distance, yet her expression bore little fear. Instead, she seemed somewhat exhilarated. I wonder how these infected transformed from humans into such creatures. Director Shang, once we return to the Shang family estate, we could capture a few for research. Let us discuss it upon our return. Shang Tianqi replied, his deep-set eyes fixed on the horizon. Here we are, Tang Ping whispered, suddenly hurling a cherry bomb into the air. What is that? Shang Tianqi's attention was instantly drawn to the object plummeting from the rooftop, moving with alarming speed. He reached out, attempting to grasp it midair. A tremendous force compressed the cherry bomb, immobilizing it in an instant. What is this? Shang Tianqi pondered, puzzled by the sight of a cherry bomb. At that moment, it was only 3 or 4 meters away from their group. due to some bodyguards being positioned ahead. The cherry bomb hovered ominously above them. Seeing the cherry bomb suspended in midair, Tang Ping acted without hesitation, his mind commanding the explosive. Boom! Not good. Sheng Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically, but it was too late. The catastrophic explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity, and in a heartbeat, several bodyguards beneath the cherry bomb were reduced to mere fragments. Aya! Wang Yinyan screamed. Half of her arm vanished in the chaos. Suddenly, a mountain of white jade, no larger than 2 inches, was flung from Sheng Tianqi's hand. The jade mountain expanded dramatically in the wind. The shockwave and flames from the cherry bomb seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force, unable to advance further. Who is it? Sheng Tianqi shouted angrily, as the air in front of him twisted and compressed, launching forth like a cannonball towards the rooftop. What kind of ability is this? At that moment, Tang Ping was no longer on the rooftop. He had leaped down the instant he threw the cherry bomb, distancing himself from the chaos. Sheng Tianqi's gaze mirrored his own, as Tang Ping's eyes also remained fixed on a rooftop, eager to discern the nature of Sheng Tianqi's ability. Boom! This explosion, however, was devoid of flames or heat. Instead, it unleashed a violent shockwave. This ability? A shockwave? Tang Ping's expression darkened as he pieced together the earlier incident where the opponent had suspended the cherry bomb in midair, leading him to surmise the nature of Sheng Tianqi's talent. In combat, one must never allow proximity. Tang Ping felt a chill. This seemingly air-manipulating ability would be deadly if one were to get too close, especially considering it was an SS-grade talent. Meanwhile, on the road, noticing the rooftop silence, Sheng Tianqi narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. Clearly, he did not believe he had eliminated the ambusher. Young master, a bodyguard arrived late. A surge of green energy emanating from his hands. Sheng Tianqi raised his hand, asserting, "I am unharmed. Prioritize the other's treatment." His gaze fell ahead, his countenance dark and foreboding. 9 bodyguards lay dead on the spot, with 5 of them unrecognizable, their flesh utterly obliterated. Had it not been for his prompt reaction, no one else would have survived the recent ambush. Who could be responsible for this? In Sheng Tianqi's hand, a sphere of highly compressed air pulsed ominously, radiating an aura of danger. Suppressing his fury, he commanded the remaining individuals, everyone, evacuate swiftly and find a place to recuperate. This unforeseen assault had inflicted grievous losses upon him. 9 dead, 5 severely injured, and the rest, apart from Sheng Tianqi himself, bore significant wounds. From the shelter, Sheng Tianqi retrieved a cup of peculiar water, which emanated a gentle jade glow, unmistakably a rare substance. "Distribute this amongst everyone," he instructed. "But sir, this is S-class life water," one bodyguard exclaimed, though his eyes betrayed a deep yearning, clearly recognizing its immense value. "I am aware. Hasten the distribution." Sheng Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, sir." The bodyguards, who had initially felt resentment and fear upon witnessing their comrade's demise, were now filled with gratitude. A shadow flitted across Sheng Tianqi's eyes. This assault had severely tarnished his reputation and compromised several of his most trusted associates. Who could orchestrate such treachery? Meanwhile, Tang Ping, after the ambush, made his way directly towards Tianhua Avenue East. He contemplated that Sheng Tianqi would likely remain inactive for the time being. Although his methods were ruthless, in this apocalyptic reality, there were no honorable individuals. One must fight to survive or perish without contest. No one to blame but the game of the apocalypse itself. Those who cannot adapt to its brutal rules should depart swiftly, lest they meet a more horrific demise. With 18 years of memories from a future world, Tang Ping understood the harshness of existence in this new order. Thus, he approached everything with decisive ruthlessness, unyielding in his methods. These memories to him were equivalent to possessing an S-class talent. While others adapted slowly, fumbling through moral dilemmas, he had already grasped the underlying principles of this apocalyptic world. He had witnessed the future and was acutely aware of his desires. He had no intention of meeting an inglorious end, like the original host of his body, suffocating in a dim, cramped, damp room rife with decay. In times of great upheaval, one must rise or fall. Success brings life, while failure leads to death. The path ahead revealed a slowly expanding black, which gradually transformed into a vortex of considerable height. This time, however, Tang Ping noticed many players observing around the entrance to the instance, clearly aware of the inscription hovering above the black hole. Copy, Doomsday City. However, the entrance is exceedingly peculiar, and none have dared to venture forth. Human nature harbors an inherent fear of the unknown. Everyone is inclined to wait for others to take the plunge. Yet, those who have entered the instance have either perished or emerged with fortuitous revelations. Fully aware of the instance's benefits, and naturally reluctant to share such knowledge, Tang Ping is no exception. He merely relayed the information to the Xingyao Club, for he is, after all, a quasi-member of that esteemed group. The principal members of the Xingyao Club are seasoned veterans, having navigated the complexities of society for over a decade, and thus are unlikely to divulge this treasure to outsiders. Swiftly, Tang Ping dashed forward, piercing through the hidden gazes surrounding him, and plunged directly into the instance. Outside the entrance, the other players erupted in astonishment. Did someone just enter? Are you certain that was a person? How could anyone move so swiftly? Surely, it cannot be an infected. No, the infected do not possess such speed. Furthermore, the infected cannot even perceive the instance. But if it is not an infected, then what could it be? Why is it impossible for it to be human? I posit that it must be a formidable player. Indeed, I concur that it is a player. Only a player can access the instance. So tell me, with such urgency to enter, is there not something valuable within? Outside the entrance, a throng of players exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet their eyes shimmered with anticipation. Chapter 40, Doomsday Instance, The City of Crisis, Part 2, a simple piece of information materialized before Tang Ping. This time, he did not see himself, nor did he appear alongside other players. However, Tang Ping was aware that within this Doomsday Instance, there were 300 players, each randomly dispersed across various locations. He mentally reviewed the circumstances surrounding the Doomsday City instance and began to assess his surroundings. He found himself in a classroom, cluttered with disarrayed desks and chairs, littered textbooks, and footprints stained with blood, all bearing witness to an extraordinary peril that had transpired here. I recall that there were still survivors in this city, a place that had endured a crisis of infected beings for 3 years. Although only 3 years had passed, the infected in this instance had undergone multiple mutations for unknown reasons, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Their agile limbs and erratic movements were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human to contend with. Nevertheless, the resilience of humanity persists, as a small fraction of individuals still manage to survive within the city. However, it is undeniable that the repeated mutations of the infected have rendered this instance exceedingly perilous. Particularly concerning is the fact that the players who have entered are mostly new to the Doomsday game, having only experienced it for a few days. The majority possess talents that remain at level 1, with their attributes not exceeding 10 points. Yet, the backdrop of this instance is set 3 years post-infection outbreak, with the infected having undergone multiple transformations. Thus, escaping from this place is no simple feat. Tang Ping was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, being surrounded by the infected would yield little benefit. I recall there being a hidden task that everyone could undertake, to slay 10 infected beings, which would reward 1 Doomsday chest. For every additional 10 infected slain, another chest could be obtained, with a maximum of 5 Doomsday chests attainable. Tang Ping cautiously approached the window, peering outside. This hidden task was no trivial matter. The infected here were not comparable to those in his home world, Blue Star, who had only recently transformed. Each infected being here possessed strength akin to the creatures he had seen in a film, resembling aliens, swift and robust, equipped with razor-sharp claws capable of effortlessly tearing open a human throat, as if slicing through tofu. However, the quality of the Doomsday chest here was also high, guaranteeing at least 2 attribute stones. Great dangers accompany great opportunities. After surveying the situation outside, Tang Ping quickly deduced his approximate location through the various buildings. He had also reviewed a rudimentary map of the Doomsday City instance. It appears I am approximately 4 kilometers away from the Pearl Tower. Tang Ping's expression turned serious. In this city filled with towering skyscrapers, this was no short distance. The necessity of heading towards the Pearl Tower was linked to the only hidden task at hand. The sole hidden task is to activate the backup power at the pinnacle of the tower and then manually trigger the air raid siren, drawing all infected individuals in the city towards it. While this may sound straightforward, the reality is exceedingly challenging. The Pearl Tower stands a staggering 600 meters tall, housing numerous formidable mutated infecteds. To reach the rooftop, one must carve a path through them. Moreover, completing this singular hidden task essentially signifies abandoning the main storyline. However, in comparison to the rewards of the hidden task, those of the main quest pale in significance. Thus, for Tang Ping, this is not a matter of choice. Coincidentally, he plans to make a stop at Sunshine Kindergarten along the way. Initially, in his eagerness to swiftly complete the hidden task and prevent Sheng Tianqi from competing for it, he had no intention of attending to other hidden missions. Yet, fortuitously, one such task lay along his route to the Pearl Tower. This hidden task could potentially offer him substantial assistance. With clarity regarding his objectives, Tang Ping no longer hesitates and promptly exits the classroom. Upon stepping out, he notices a woman emerging from the adjacent classroom. She is from the Great Xia Kingdom. The woman appears to be in her early 20s. With her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, clad in form-fitting leather attire, and equipped with blades strapped to her legs, along with 2 long swords on her back. Upon spotting Tang Ping, she momentarily freezes, but quickly adopts a wary stance. Tang Ping gradually retreats, clearly having no intention of engaging with her. He then leaps from the corridor, landing on the ground below. The ponytailed woman halts, her gaze filled with astonishment. Such a robust physique. This is the 3rd floor. How many ordinary people would dare to jump like that? Yet, he not only jumped, but did so without a trace of injury, and is now swiftly departing the school. Who is this person? In just 6 days, he has grown so powerful. Undoubtedly not an ordinary player. She is certain his speed exceeds 30 points. Moreover, anyone bold enough to leap from the 3rd floor must possess commendable physical attributes. Curiosity stirs within Zhou Ziki. That individual seems to have a clear purpose. Yet he is not heading towards the outskirts of the city. Her eyes flicker with the desire to follow him. She is convinced that he possesses knowledge regarding the instance. Beneath her feet, a writhing shadow begins to form. At this moment, Tang Ping, having exited the school, is on the lookout for solitary targets, preparing to dispatch a few infected individuals. After all, the treasure chests guarantee at least 2 attribute stones. You are the one. Tang Ping's body nearly creates an afterimage as he flashes beneath a towering building. An infected person is crouched against the glass wall of the edifice. Suddenly, a blade glints. The infected abruptly awakens from its slumber, springing from the wall. Such keen perception, such swiftness. Tang Ping narrows his eyes. It is no surprise. Given the numerous mutations these infecteds have undergone in this apocalyptic city, yet his 4-dimensional attributes each exceed 100. With a swift, piercing thrust of his blade, it is nearly imperceptible when the strike is made. However, as the blade came into focus, the Tang knife had already penetrated the skull of the infected. With immense strength, the infected was pinned directly against the wall. Yet, astonishingly, the creature was not dead. It pushed against the wall with its feet, its head skewered on the blade, and its claws reached out towards Tang Ping. Such a terrifying vitality. Tang Ping's expression shifted, knowing he could not afford to be clawed by the infected. He delivered a swift kick, drawing the Tang knife and transitioning from a thrust to a downward slash. With a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua, he severed the infected, who was pinned to the wall, in 2. Yet, even in this state, the infected did not perish. Writhing on the ground like a fish out of water, Tang Ping's complexion darkened as 2 fireballs, each the size of a chicken egg, materialized in his hands and were propelled into the infected's head. The flames thoroughly incinerated the creature's brain. Before him, a hidden task progress bar materialized. The bar contained 50 segments, with a Doomsday treasure chest marking every 10th segment. The final segment bore an emblem significantly larger than the others, indicating a treasure of far superior quality. The progress bar lingered for merely 3 seconds before vanishing without a sound. Hidden tasks are capricious. Tang Ping turned and continued his approach towards the Pearl Tower. Chapter 41. The Doomsday Instance. The Doomed City, Part 3, with 29 remaining. Tang Ping observed the progress bar, wiped his Tang knife, and stepped into Sunshine Kindergarten. Having become familiar with the infected here, dispatching these foes required little effort. He merely needed to plunge his blade into the infected skull, and flames would erupt along the knife, incinerating their brains completely, thus ensuring their demise. Sunshine Kindergarten, once a realm brimming with childhood joy, now lay in ruins. The shattered slides, scattered blocks, dark crimson blood, and grotesque handprints rendered this place eerie and terrifying. Tang Ping paused, quickly taking refuge behind the slide. Ahead, 2 players had also arrived at the kindergarten. Is it true? This kindergarten really has a hidden quest? The youth with facial scars spoke with skepticism. The information in the message scroll cannot be false. I opened 5 scrolls in this instance to uncover it. There must be a hidden quest here, the man with a horse-like face asserted confidently. What is this hidden quest? The scarred youth shrank back, fear glimmering in his eyes. The kindergarten was unsettlingly silent. The horse-faced man swallowed hard, clearly shaken. The scroll merely states that there's a little girl inside the kindergarten. If we bring her along, we need not fear the infected. The scarred youth gasped in astonishment. So powerful? A little girl can protect us from the infected here? The horse-faced man nodded. That's what the scroll claims. Then we must find this little girl. The scarred youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, are you here to play with me? Suddenly, the voice of a little girl echoed around them, the hollow reverberation sending shivers down the spines of the 2 men. Tang Ping, concealed behind the slide, tensed, knowing the appearance of the girl was imminent. This hidden quest comprised 2 phases. The first phase centered on companionship. Simply being with the little girl would yield rewards. The second phase involved escorting the terrifying girl to the biolaboratory in the Pearl Tower to seek a potion that could restore her human form. Thus, this hidden quest was not only fortuitously aligned with his path, but the girl's formidable abilities could also provide substantial assistance. Who is there? Step out. The scarred youth's face was etched with terror. Brother, are you here to play with me? At some unknown moment, a massive crimson mass had attached itself to the wall above the 2 men. This grotesque bore the face of the little girl, who smiled innocently. Ah, a ghost. The scarred youth's eyes widened, and bolts of lightning crackled between his hands as he desperately unleashed them. The lightning struck the girl, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. The youth's attack utterly enraged the little girl. The crimson mass opened a wide maw, and suddenly, a tongue shot out and engulfed the scarred youth in one swift motion. Thick saliva splattered onto the man with the horse-like face beside her, yet he desperately suppressed his fear, daring not to move an inch. The scroll of information had stated unequivocally that one must not attack. As long as the little girl was not harmed, she would not retaliate. This critical detail was withheld from his companions, for he yearned to claim the reward solely for himself. Contemplating this, a flicker of excitement replaced the fear in his eyes. This little girl, so powerful, if she could protect herself, he would surely manage to escape this city unscathed. Completing the main quest would also allow him to fulfill a hidden mission, leading to exceedingly generous rewards. Brother, are you here to play with me? The little girl, perched atop a scarlet mass, gazed innocently at the man with the horse-like face. If one disregarded her body and the flesh she was devouring, she would appear to be an exceptionally adorable girl. The man forced a smile, his facial muscles nearly frozen. Why, yes, brother will take you out to play, all right? The little girl's eyes widened with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Finally, someone has taken me out to play. I will make sure to protect you, brother. The already rigid smile on the man's face became utterly fixed, for he had lost his head. Tang Ping calmly wiped his blade, then beamed at the little girl. Is it all right if brother takes you to play? The little girl blinked. Okay. She then descended from the wall, her small limbs flailing excitedly. Brother, where are we going to play? To the Pearl Tower, shall we? The Pearl Tower. Is that true? That's fantastic. Nyonyo's greatest dream is to play at the Pearl Tower. The little girl beamed with joy. Thus, behind Tang Ping followed a towering 2-meter-high scarlet mass, from which the innocent voice of the little girl occasionally rang out. Does brother like to kill these little bugs? Nyo blinked, and the massive mouth of the scarlet mass suddenly opened wide. A long tongue, quick as lightning, ensnared an infected one. Brother, Nyo will help you tie him up. Tang Ping affectionately patted Nyo's head. Nyo is so good. Hee. Nyo is a good child. The face upon the scarlet mass stuck out its little tongue. Tang Ping unsheathed his tang knife, swiftly dispatching the infected individual ensnared by Nyo as flames engulfed the blade, incinerating the brain of the infected. Nearby, 3 fellow players watched in sheer terror at Tang Ping. What is that thing? From the mass, the voice of a little girl emanates. It's so eerie. That must be an exceedingly powerful infected. Yet why was this infected following that player? I believe this player's talent must be charm, asserted the blonde man with conviction. The girl with the red waves looked at her companion in disbelief. Are you saying that this person charmed that creature? Beside them, the dark-skinned man angrily struck the wall. Damn it. Why do I lack the charm talent, that pretty boy? The girl with the red waves shivered while gazing at him. It's just as well you don't possess the charm talent. Otherwise, sister-in-law would be remarrying. The blonde man nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. The girl with the crimson waves sparkled with intrigue. Have you all noticed that this individual seems to be heading away from the city? The blonde man's gaze turned contemplative. He must be aware of some hidden mission. The dark-skinned man gazed enviously at the scarlet meatball. Should we not follow him? The blonde man shook his head. I am not inclined to feed the meatball just yet. Let us proceed. We should focus on completing the main quest. As for any hidden tasks, we need not concern ourselves with them. Besides, we had just escaped from there. Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk? The girl with the crimson waves lowered her voice. Fear immediately etched itself onto the faces of the 2 men. Let us hurry. I do not wish to linger here a moment longer. Meanwhile, Tang Ping gazed at the treasure chest task he had finally completed, preparing to claim 5 Doomsday chests to enhance his strength. Nyo, let us rest here for a while. All right, brother Tang Ping. The little girl lay on the ground, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Tang Ping mused inwardly. What an innocent little girl she is she not? Though when it comes to devouring others, she is quite formidable. Open the Doomsday chest. Chapter 42. The Doomsday Instance. The City of Desolation. Part 4. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving bread 10. Spring water 10. Strength attribute stone 2. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving expired instant noodles 10, spring water 10, mental attribute stone 2. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving cake 10, juice 10, mental attribute stone 2. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving bread 10, spring water 10, speed attribute stone 2. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving a case of compressed biscuits, a barrel of bottled water, and S-Class Life Potion 1. The S-Class Life Potion. Tang Ping examined this item. Indeed, it was an exceptionally effective healing remedy. Even if one suffered from severed limbs, if the remnants remained, this potion could facilitate their reattachment. For various bodily injuries, just a few drops could restore one to full health. While it could not regenerate severed limbs, its efficacy was already astonishing. Tang Ping carefully stored it, organized the various supplies, and utilized the acquired attribute stones, finally elevating his previously subpar mental attribute beyond the 100 mark. Upon surpassing the 100 threshold in mental capacity, Tang Ping distinctly sensed a transformation within him. He attempted to close his eyes, and a peculiar sensation enveloped him. Subsequently, his mental energy began to emanate outward. I can truly project my mental essence. Tang Ping mat vel, as his mental energy traversed his body before extending beyond. Soon, he reopened his eyes. Although he could only project his essence to a distance of 1 meter, within that range, his perception was extraordinarily acute, akin to dynamic vision, even allowing him to slow down time like a cinematic scene. More importantly, his body could seamlessly keep pace with this newfound reaction. With a sense of elation, Tang Ping realized he was straying further down the path of the extraordinary. His confidence regarding this singular, hidden mission grew stronger. Nianyo, let us proceed. All right, Brother Tang Ping. Nianyo's 4 short legs supported her petite frame as she joyously followed alongside him. Tang Ping moved at a brisk pace, and Nianyo resembled a rampaging elephant. Ordinary infected individuals dared not approach upon sighting Nianyo. At last, towering skyscrapers reached for the heavens, with a spire shrouded in heavy gray mist. The once magnificent Pearl Tower now bore the scars of neglect, its walls and windows shattered, reflecting a glimpse of a once glorious metropolis in the dim light. Nianyo, we must be cautious from here on. Let's ascend to the 32nd floor and find a potion that can enhance your beauty. Enhance my beauty? Nianyo can also become beautiful? Nianyo's eyes widened in delight. Of course, Nianyo will surely return to her former self. I promise. Nianyo believes in her brother. Let's go up. The interior of the Pearl Tower was eerily quiet, as if the very air had solidified. The oppressive atmosphere felt suffocating, compelling one to scream in desperation. After an extended period of silence, the grand edifice welcomed the faint sound of footsteps, 2 peculiar figures, one large and one small. The smaller was a person, while the larger resembled a sphere. At this moment, Tang Ping possessed extraordinary sensory acuity. His perception sharpened as if endowed by divine intervention. Even without relying on sight, his keen hearing allowed him to discern the nests forged by the infected beneath the crumbling walls of the building. The first floor was teeming with these infected beings. Fortunately, Tang Ping's journey had been remarkably smooth. He managed to reach the 32nd floor without drawing the attention of any infected. This achievement left him in a state of disbelief. Nianyo, it's right here. We will soon find the potion that can restore you. Nianyo eagerly nodded, her crimson, spherical form's mouth opening and closing in joy, revealing jagged fangs that clicked together. Tang Ping reflected on the information he possessed and began searching for the potion. Meanwhile, on Tianhua Avenue, the day was growing late. Let us set off, Shang Tianqi said, gazing toward the end of the path. Wang Yinyin stared at her hand. Half of her left arm had vanished. Though the life water had staunched the bleeding and even encouraged the growth of granulation tissue, her appearance remained grotesque. Her face contorted in anguish. Who could it be? Who could it be? Now, with the arrival of the apocalyptic game, everything is possible. Your arm may yet be restored. Shang Tianqi reassured, moving ahead. He felt an urgent need to return to the Shang family estate, as his grandfather had repeatedly pressed him to do so. His cousins and younger uncles were also returning. The struggle for power would soon unfold here, and the victor would lead the family into the skies of this new world. This was not merely a matter of status, but also of resources. The family would spare no effort in supporting the new head. Shang Tianqi's eyes gleamed with fervor. The Shang family estate had a miraculous spring, which had undergone astonishing changes. Unbelievable and extraordinary. Let us depart, he commanded as he exited the supermarket and continued along Tianhua Avenue. Casting a cold glance back, their pace quickened, driven by an unrelenting urgency. At the rear, 3 bodyguards harbored inscrutable expressions. Before them, a chat panel appeared, visible only to them. What do you think of my proposal? Are we truly going to proceed with this? Do you understand the consequences of such actions? This is betrayal, and once we take this step, there will be no turning back. Huh? Betrayal? The Shang family treats us like mere dogs. Now, in the face of apocalypse, they still dare to think they can control us. It's laughable. Let's not forget, we 3 possess A-level talents. In this vast world, there is surely a place for us. Why should we serve another? But my parents and children are in the hands of the Shang family. One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, the heavens will punish the earth. A wife may be lost, yet one can remarry. A son may be gone, but another can be born. As for parents, they should be content, having enjoyed a substantial portion of their lives. I firmly believe they would willingly make way for us. The other 2 remain silent. You must consider carefully. Now that his loyal hound has perished, we can depart at any moment. However, once we return to the Shang family's manor, leaving will not be a mere whim. Very well. I concur. Shall we depart now? Not in haste. Do you not desire the protection offered by Director Sheng? You are mad. Yes, you. I am not mad. To speak frankly, I am not merely an A-grade telekinetic, but an S-grade. An S-grade slave mark. Do you not wish to witness the esteemed Director Sheng reduced to our servant? The chat panel fell into silence. Yet one could almost feel the oppressive heat of suppressed emotions. Are you confident? With the demise of those two S-grade loyal hounds, no one can hinder me. No matter how powerful Director Sheng may be, how formidable can he truly be? To be frank, aside from that wretched Wang Yinyin, everyone else is under my control. You, how dare you? I did not have the courage before, but now, Very well, let us first see your sincerity. Chapter 43, The Doomsday Instance, The City of Doom, Part 5, on Tianhua Avenue, beneath Sheng Tianqi's feet lay a pool of viscous crimson blood. The scarlet liquid stained his expensive leather shoes and dripped onto his tailored suit. Before him knelt a robust man, pleading, Mr. Sheng, please spare me. I shall never defy you again. I beg you. Let me go. The man bowed his head to the ground, terror evident in his eyes. Wang Yinyin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with a morbid intent to kill. A mere dog dares to bite its master. How amusing. The man trembled as he knelt, surrounded by scattered remnants of flesh adorned with pure white bones, while the warm sunlight caressed his hair. Sheng Tianqi cast a cold glance at the man on the ground, then raised his hand to grasp. No, please. The man's fear was palpable, but soon his skin began to crack, as if his very blood were being forcibly extracted from his body. With a resounding explosion, he shattered into pieces. Excitement flickered in Wang Yinyin's eyes. Mr. Sheng, now there are no burdens to hinder us. Sheng Tianqi's expression remained indifferent, his shoes sinking into the sticky ground, leaving shallow impressions. If I discover who planted that bomb, I shall ensure their suffering is beyond imagination. Mr. Sheng, there appears to be something ahead. A dark vortex began to expand slowly before them. The instance, the City of Doom. Sheng Tianqi narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached towards the rear of a nearby vehicle. A young man screamed in terror as bodies flew into the air. Who else has entered this place? In the City of Doom, at the Pearl Tower. What a formidable infected being. Tang Ping wiped the corner of his mouth and, with 2 fingers, removed the blood from his sword. Such a beautiful face wasted. The infected individual before him wore a loose white coat, seemingly indistinguishable from a human at first glance, especially with her stunningly beautiful face. Yet, she resembled a cold, unfeeling machine. The female doctor held a scalpel, her body suddenly swaying, and in the next moment, the dagger appeared before Tang Ping. The sharp blade magnified rapidly, its speed astonishing. But just as it entered within a meter of Tang Ping, he moved, extending his hand to seize the female doctor's wrist and then violently tossing her aside. The tiles on the ground shattered as her face was cut by the cold porcelain, leaving trails of blood. Tang Ping's gaze was fierce, and in his other hand, a red lotus blossomed. Roar! The female doctor struggled to rise, but at that moment, a fiery red lotus descended. The lotus, ethereal in nature, merged with her body. In the next instant, crimson flames erupted from within her, surging outward. This was Tang Ping's S-rank talent, Red Lotus Flame. The female doctor continued to struggle, but as she stood, her body weakened, as if her bones had been drawn from her. In truth, her internal organs, muscles, and skeleton had been incinerated completely. Ultimately, all that remained on the ground was an empty shell, which soon turned to ash. This marks Tang Ping's inaugural encounter with the Crimson Lotus Flame. Although he had long been acquainted with this talent prior to acquiring the Crimson Lotus, the sheer terror of witnessing its ferocity left him momentarily paralyzed. This talent seemingly disregards bodily defenses altogether, no matter how robust one's physique. It would only succumb to the searing blaze from within under the Crimson Lotus Flame. One can only speculate the formidable strength of the SS-grade Crimson Lotus Flame. Tang Ping pivoted and pushed open a heavy door behind the female physician, discovering what he sought. His gaze fell upon a vial containing a pale blue elixir. The reason the physician had not transformed into one of the horrific infected outside was due to this very potion. Regrettably, the potion's original purpose was to enable a perfect inheritance of the infected's power while retaining intellect and human form. The outcome, however, was far from ideal, merely preserving the appearance of humanity. Nyonya, quickly drink it. After consuming this potion, you shall be restored, Tang Ping said, affectionately patting the crimson orb at his back. The orb trembled in excitement, emitting the voice of a little girl. Really? If I drink this, I can return to normal? The girl's voice grew increasingly heated, raspy and layered, reverberating like the wails of innumerable tormented souls. The large maw of the crimson orb opened, producing the sound of her voice. Yes, Nyonya. Thank you. Thank you, brother. The little girl suddenly fell silent, her tiny hands grasping the vial and tossing it into the gaping mouth. The vial shattered against the jagged fangs, releasing a pale blue liquid that shimmered with an enchanting glow. Subsequently, Nyonya trembled violently. Large chunks of flesh began to shed, revealing a little girl's head behind the mass, devoid of hair. Following that, her neck, limbs, and finally her torso emerged, standing atop a pile of flesh that resembled peeling onions. Brother, I have become human. The little girl lifted her hands in astonishment, her eyes momentarily filled with a dreamy gaze. Silly girl, you have always been human, a delightful little girl. Tang Ping draped a white coat belonging to the physician over her shoulders. Hee, thank you, brother. Now, let us continue upstairs. Meanwhile, in a different space of the same instance, 300 individuals entered the Doomsday City. Among them was Sheng Tianqi. Director Sheng, where have we found ourselves? Wang Yinyan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dilapidated high-rises below. Sheng Tianqi moved to an office desk, perusing the documents atop it. Pearl Tower? A sheet of paper slipped from the files. Sheng Tianqi picked it up and unfolded it. Simultaneously, Tang Ping arrived at that level and opened the same sheet. On that day, the world changed. A virus emerged from nowhere, infecting the entire globe at a speed that caught everyone off guard. 90% of humanity transformed into what the Doomsday game refers to as the infected. What is the Doomsday game, and from whence does it originate? No one knows. Perhaps it is a creation of an advanced civilization or the design of deities. Yet, this is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that this world has been utterly annihilated. No one can save it, even if I were to become the chosen one, endowed with formidable talents. In the end, this world inevitably fell into ruin. Within merely a decade, it succumbed entirely. When the Doomsday game proclaimed that scarcely a fraction of humanity remained, it signified the game's failure. The world did not transform, nor did we face any repercussions. Even after many years, I remain oblivious to the cost of failure, or what success might yield. The Doomsday game revealed to me that the brilliance index of human civilization in Pearl City met the required standards, allowing it to become a dungeon that would manifest in other realms. As a reward, we were promised a genuine sanctuary, Pearl City. This revelation filled me with astonishment, joy, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ultimately, we still faced defeat, and it was through the Doomsday game that we secured a meager refuge. How absurd, how ironic. To those beyond this world, should you come across this letter from a denizen of another realm, I sincerely wish for your triumph in this game. Though I am unaware of what awaits after a successful conclusion, it surely cannot be worse than the desolate existence of my own world. Go forth, ascend to the pinnacle of the Pearl Tower, and pull the lever of hope. As a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a precious gift. Chungthan, congratulations. Player, you have triggered the unique hidden mission, Redeemer. Will you accept it? Chapter 44. The Doomsday Instance. The Doomsday City, Part 6, Accept. Congratulations to the player for accepting the only hidden quest. Current number of participants, 2. Tang Ping's heart suddenly tightened. What is happening? Why are there 2 participants? Could it be? A disquieting suspicion took root in his mind. Nyonya, we must hurry. He was certain that the other player who had also accepted the unique hidden quest was none other than Sheng Tianqi. How long had he been ahead? Was he already nearing the rooftop? How could he have progressed so swiftly? Surely he couldn't have appeared directly within the Pearl Tower upon entering the instance. Calming his racing thoughts, Tang Ping ascended the stairs. Nyonya, from here on, we shall make our utmost effort to reach the top. Nyonya, with her newly sprouted hair and wide, innocent eyes, chimed, "Nyonya will definitely help Big Brother." At that moment, they had reached the 72nd floor, with only a few dozen levels remaining to the rooftop. If all went well, with his speed, he could reach it in no time. However, this place was rife with formidable mutated infectors. At the stairwell stood a small boy, appearing quite ordinary from behind. Yet, he was another mutated infector. The tip of Tang Ping's blade glided across the ground, and suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a shadow materialized before the boy. The blade edged closer to the boy's head. Suddenly, the boy's clothing burst open. No, to be precise, it opened wide. A massive vertical eye appeared on the boy's back. There are indeed others who have accepted the quest. However, it seems they have not completed it. Otherwise, I would not be able to accept it. Sheng Tianqi tucked the paper away. "Director Sheng, have you discovered something?" Wang Yinyan approached. "Let us go upstairs." In Sheng Tianqi's hand materialized his sanctuary. A meticulously carved jade mountain, alive with ancient pines and cypress, adorned with celestial cranes and koi, exquisite beyond compare. A beam of ethereal light descended, and the two swiftly approached the rooftop. Sanctuary, Jade Spring Mountain Sanctuary Trait, SSS level Fairyland. Such overwhelming mental power. Tang Ping felt as though his mind might explode. This mutated infector possessed a terrifying mental force capable of influencing reality. He had just been struck and sent flying by a powerful impact. Who dares harm my brother? Nyonyo's eyes turned crimson in an instant, and she leaped into action, her hands morphing into sharp claws. The enormous vertical eye on the boy's back attempted to launch another attack, but from behind Nyonyo, a grotesque bud of flesh suddenly sprouted. Then, the scarlet flesh unfurled like blooming petals, transforming into tendrils that shot forth like missiles towards the boy. Boom! The boy was sent flying. In a flash, a cold glint pursued him. Tang Ping appeared before the boy. The blade descended. The crimson-red lotus flames erupted from the blade's tip, and with a soft puff, it pierced into the boy's body. A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by a cascading wave of psychological shock that shattered the tempered glass in an instant. Tang Ping was hurled backward. His dagger embedded itself in the ground, anchoring him firmly, yet it only slightly mitigated his velocity. Brother, Nyonyo's flesh-like petals surged forth like lightning, enveloping Tang Ping. Coughing violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a modicum of relief, though it was evident he had sustained significant internal injuries. Hastily, he retrieved an S-grade life potion and consumed a few drops. His wounds began to stabilize and heal rapidly. "I am fine. Nyonyo, let us continue ascending." His gaze fell upon the young boy, now reduced to a gem resembling an eye on the ground, a mere lifeless object, signifying the boy's demise. Yet, a chill coursed through Tang Ping's heart, for even his red lotus flame had failed to reduce it to ashes. Let us store it within a shelter. This item surely holds considerable value. Even if it goes unrecognized now, I can sell it a century hence. Director Sheng, what manner of creature is this? Wang Yinyan gazed at the boy in terror. Utilize your talent to continuously disrupt him. I shall handle the rest. Sheng Tianqi's expression was grave. The boy's mental energy surged forth once more, a formidable force distorting reality, twisting the very air around them. The Jade Mountain shelter hovered above Sheng Tianqi, a cascade of ethereal light enveloping the two within its protective embrace. The boy's eyes shifted, launching an even more potent assault, the air erupting with a sharp, explosive sound. This time, both Sheng Tianqi and Wang Yinyan felt their bodies shatter like fragile images. However, the fragmented figures gradually morphed into mere illusions, dissipating into nothingness. Director Sheng. His eyes. I need his eyes. That artifact could elevate my talent. Wang Yinyan's frenzied voice resonated around them. Very well. The boy suddenly sensed his body tensing, and in the next moment, the vertical eye within him was brutally extracted. Ultimately, the eye detonated, revealing a gem shaped like an eye within. This is it. I can feel that with it, my talent can ascend to S-grade. Wang Yinyan and Sheng Tianqi's figures astonishingly reappeared from another direction. Talent advancement, you say? Sheng Tianqi nodded. Then you may proceed. Thank you, Director Sheng. Wang Yinyan exclaimed with a playful tone before pressing the eye gem against her forehead. Gradually, a third eye emerged upon her brow. A-grade talent. Spirit illusion evolved into S-grade talent. Mirage. All right. Since you are well, let us hasten our ascent. Understood, Director Sheng. We are nearly there. The mission has yet to disappear, indicating another individual has not completed it. Tang Ping panted slightly. Despite possessing a physique exceeding 100, the relentless combat had left him utterly fatigued, particularly facing numerous mutated infectors of considerable strength. My SSS-grade shelter trait is still too feeble in assisting combat. He let out a bitter laugh. Despite the SSS-grade characteristic of his shelter, it offered little aid in his battles. Those who opt for weapon models, ancient relics, or various antique vessels as shelters acquire items that not only serve as refuges, but also function as formidable weapons. Regrettably, most weapon models seldom possess advanced shelter characteristics. And as for the precious antiques, Tang Ping lacks the strength to obtain them. Nevertheless, he harbors no regret. The SSS-level shelter characteristic, mini-games, though seemingly of little assistance at present, becomes increasingly formidable as time progresses, particularly in auxiliary aspects. He recalls a player with a minigame, Pixel Farm, who later sustained an entire large safe zone through that modest farm. There is also a player with a Plants vs. Zombies theme, who in due course established an independent system beyond the innate talents of a safe zone. This allowed him to form contracts with plants, nurturing them alongside his growth. The flora in Plants vs. Zombies possesses the ability to evolve, and upon evolution, the contractor's attributes receive significant enhancement. Hence, his shelter characteristic is far from weak. Tang Ping is aware that Sheng Tianqi possesses an extraordinarily powerful shelter. He suspects its characteristics are certainly not inferior to SS level. According to Old Neo, it is a shelter item that embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities. Fortunately, his attributes are sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he might find himself at a disadvantage. With a swift strike, Tang Ping dispatched the infected before him, his body drenched in perspiration. The Ring of the Savior, an SS-level talent, must be mine. He rose and charged up the stairs once more. Chapter 45, SS-class talent. Crimson Lotus Flame in the same instance, but different dimensions. Two figures raced against time towards the rooftop. Sheng Tianqi furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Soon, comprehension dawned upon him, and his gaze grew solemn. He halted in place, refraining from ascending further. Well done, you have triumphed. Found it. With clues provided by the future, Tang Ping ultimately managed to stay a step ahead. He activated the power source and pulled the circuit breaker. The air raid sirens blared throughout the city at that moment. Countless infected beings awakened from their slumber, and a cacophony of howls erupted from the silent, desolate city. Shadows converged towards the Pearl Tower. Among those who heard the sound were survivors. Emerging from their various hiding places, their eyes sparkled with hope upon seeing the infected drawn by the noise. In that light lay the promise of the outside world. Congratulations, player. You have completed the unique hidden mission. Reward: rare item, Ring of the Savior. Rare item, Ring of the Savior. Description: can elevate any talent grade to at least S-class. Can enhance S-class and above talents by 1 tier. Can be combined with a level 7 sanctuary to create 100-mile pure land. To think that it could elevate any talent directly to S-class. Tang Ping glanced at his D-class talent, but, without hesitation, opted to enhance his S-class talent instead. An S-class talent, of course, pales in comparison to an SS-class talent. Enhancing S-class talent, Crimson Lotus Flame. Congratulations, player. You have utilized the Ring of the Savior to elevate S-class talent Crimson Lotus Flame to SS-class talent. Crimson Lotus Demon Flame. A surge of information regarding the talent flooded his mind. Suddenly, the glass outside shattered, and a creature with fleshy wings swooped in. Tang Ping opened his eyes, and black-red flames ignited within them. Faintly, one could discern a black-red flame lotus blooming within his gaze. In the next moment, the winged creature's eyes mirrored the same black-red flame lotus. Roar! The winged infected let out a shriek and plummeted. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on its body. This was even more bizarre than the S-Class Crimson Lotus Flame. The current SS-Class talent, Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, could directly incinerate a person's spirit. Tang Ping, Invincible. His gaze fixed outside, where countless infected were advancing towards the Pearl Tower. Further afield, he could see survivors desperately fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. Nyonyo, brother. Nyonyo's eyes suddenly shimmered with reluctance. Nyonyo, brother is leaving. Tang Ping gently ruffled her hair. Brother, will we meet again? Nyonyo looked up. Tang Ping smiled softly. We will. His form began to fade slowly. Congratulations, player. You have completed the hidden mission, Butcher of the Infected. Rewards have been claimed. Congratulations, player. You have completed the hidden mission, Lost Nyonyo. Upon receiving the first stage reward, the player acquires a 5 Physique Attribute Stone and a 5 Strength Attribute Stone. Upon receiving the second stage reward, a card from Nyonyo. Congratulations to the player for completing the unique hidden task, thus obtaining the Savior's Ring. The reward has been claimed. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt as though his body was being gripped tightly, rendering him nearly immobile. It was him. He had not left. Tang Ping's gaze turned icy, and in his eyes, a black-red flame lotus ignited. That person was right in front of him. Sheng Tianqi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his mind, as if he were being scorched by flames. In a moment of disorientation, he sensed a sharp sword's edge approaching. With a resounding clash, the sound of metal striking metal echoed. The long blade, enveloped in flames, collided with a jade-carved hillock. Tang Ping's strike missed, and he retreated sharply. Then, with a flick of his sword, 3 fiery serpents shot forth. Sheng Tianqi quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The palm-sized jade mountain above him trembled, shattering the fiery serpents as he raised his hand to grasp at his opponent once more. Tang Ping swung his sword, cleaving through the gathered air currents, retreating at a speed exceeding 100. Such swiftness! Sheng Tianqi's pupils constricted, yet he did not relent, stepping into the celestial light. A cyclone swirling madly in his palm. Tang Ping's wrist twisted, the Tang sword sheathed at his back, his palms slightly coming together as a black-red lotus slowly solidified. It was as though a tacit understanding belonged to the strong, with the world falling silent and insects and birds trembling. Sheng Tianqi unleashed an ultra-rapid spinning cyclone. Tang Ping hurled forth the black-red flame lotus. The rapidly compressed air clashed with the terrifying flames. Boom! In an instant, it was as if an oil tanker had ignited. The black-red inferno raging uncontrollably. Vehicles on the road were swallowed in the blink of an eye, and the ornamental trees along the roadside were reduced to ashes. Sheng Tianqi stood tall amidst the blazing sky, the jade mountain hovering above him, like an immortal. Behind Tang Ping, a halo suspended, remaining steadfast in the storm. Like a deity, so powerful, Tang Ping whispered, then stepped into the flames, breaking through the wind. We shall meet again. Sheng Tianqi narrowed his eyes, parting the crimson flames. Riding the winds, the two, in unison, chose not to continue their battle, for it was not yet the time. Director Sheng, why not eliminate him now? I cannot kill him. What? Even you cannot defeat him? Do not underestimate the world. Oh, I understand, but I am curious. Who is this person that can contend with you, Director Sheng? A dragon has emerged from Jiangcheng. A dragon? The woman laughed lightly, seemingly mocking. Well, the lone dragon. He is Sheng Tianqi. Impressive. Truly worthy of being a future powerhouse of the title. Tang Ping, with a long sword slung over his back, lowered his cap, clad in a loose white tracksuit, traversed through the shattered city. The strong winds swept up torn pages and debris, while the once magnificent office buildings stood desolate, and the bustling roads were left with only the scent of gunpowder. Surrounding infected individuals let out low growls, retreating in fear, seemingly terrified of the man in the cap walking along the road. Sister Wang has sent you a transaction request. Chapter 46. Level 2 Sanctuary, 20 Spirit Attribute Stones, 10 Sanctuary Fragments, an E-tier weapon upgrade stone, and a trade for a handful of earth. Message: do not hesitate to share the spoils from the instance. Without your information, we would not have garnered such rewards. Take this small offering, as it is merely what we each contributed from our own gains. After reading this, Tang Ping accepted the items and forwarded some details about the instance to Wang Jie, responding, I have sent you the specifics regarding the Tianhua Avenue instance, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. This instance will only disappear on the 10th day of the apocalypse, and each person has one opportunity to partake. Therefore, there is no need to rush on your journey, but do exercise caution, as there may be ambushers lurking near the entrance, seeking to slay others and seize their spoils. A short while later, Wang Jie replied, Rest assured, I have made arrangements for this already, and our strength is not to be underestimated. By the way, where do you plan to go next? Tang Ping, I am uncertain for the time being, but should any new instances be discovered, I will inform you. Wang Jie, no need for thanks. Just reach out if you need anything. We are preparing to establish a survivor base in the outskirts of Jiangsheng, across from the Four Seasons Lake planning area. We anticipate heading there after emerging from the instance, gradually clearing out the infected and gathering survivors. Suddenly, Tang Ping recalled the letter stating that the human population had dwindled to less than 1 in 10,000, and the game had failed. He wondered if the safe zones in the future were aware of this information, and whether the numerous gray citizens were connected to it. Although he had no desire to establish a base or safe zone himself, he was clearly supportive of Wang Jie's endeavors. Tang Ping replied, If you encounter any formidable infected creatures or calamity beasts that prove insurmountable, do not hesitate to reach out. I will return. Wang Jie, you sound quite confident. Can you give me an insight into your current strength? Tang Ping, I would say I am barely among the top echelon of players. Wang Jie, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I shall refrain from reminding you to be cautious out there. Feel free to visit the base whenever you have the time. Tang Ping, Li. After closing the chat, Tang Ping utilized the items sent by Wang Jie. Just in time, he could upgrade the sanctuary to level 2, establishing a 2-bedroom unit. Additionally, the E-tier weapon upgrade stone would allow him to elevate his Tang Dao to an E-tier extraordinary weapon. Before long, Tang Ping assimilated these items, significantly enhancing his foundation. He also completed the transaction for his 4th fire blade technique in the trading area, glancing at the haul, noticing a reduction in attribute stones and experience stones. He paid little mind to this. Whatever he could sell was profit, and even if it was merely 1 attribute stone, it was still a gain. In these early days of the apocalypse, opportunities abound, and he was disinclined to engage in petty rivalries over such matters, unless someone presented something worthwhile. Having digested the items, his strength increased substantially, with his mental attributes now surpassing all others. Player Tang Ping ID 000000003 Constitution, 133 Spirit, 148 Strength, 130 Speed, 125 Talent 1. Blazing Fire, D, Talent Level 3, 7,310,000, Talent 2. Crimson Demon Flame, SS, Talent Level 2, 1,000. As twilight descended, Tang Ping arrived at a towering edifice, where he established his sanctuary underground. Upon entering, he commenced the separation of the storage room from the bedroom. Level 2 sanctuaries are significantly more spacious than their Level 1 counterparts, boasting an impressive area of 60 square meters. Each individual room spans approximately 20 square meters, nearly doubling the size of a Level 1 sanctuary. With his strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he effortlessly relocated the shelves. After a considerable tidying session, the bedroom became remarkably expansive, yet this newfound space felt somewhat monotonous. Emerging from his sanctuary, Tang Ping ascended the building to visit some of the residents, knocking on doors to ascertain which households were unoccupied. Upon discovering a vacant room, he began to transport his preferred furnishings back to his sanctuary: sofas, wardrobes, large beds, dining tables, chairs, and stools were all fair game. He disregarded items that were unattractive or excessively worn. After all, there was no shortage of empty rooms, many of which contained new and appealing pieces. Is anyone home? If not, I shall enter, he announced, knocking on a door without receiving a response. With determination, he forcibly removed the door from its hinges. Inside the room, He surveyed the space and quickly spotted an elegant European-style wardrobe, which he promptly lifted. Suddenly, a girl tumbled out from within. "Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. I'll give you my food," she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Tang Ping, clutching the wardrobe, felt a twinge of guilt for pilfering furniture in front of its owner, but maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he claimed the towering wardrobe for himself. 1, 2, 3. The girl, witnessing the thief in silence, cautiously peered from the floor and observed her bedroom being systematically emptied. Her mouth gradually fell agape. "Impressive," she inadvertently exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth in shock. After relocating the wardrobe, Tang Ping's gaze shifted to the large bed. This bed was superior to the one he had just exchanged. He effortlessly lifted it, and it vanished in an instant, replaced by an ordinary bed in its stead. "Shall we swap beds? Do you have any objections?" he inquired, tilting his head. The girl trembled, her body shaking in fear. "No, none at all," she stammered. Tang Ping nodded, reassured by the absence of dissent from the owner. Turning to leave, his attention fell upon the door he had carelessly discarded on the ground. He glanced back at the girl and posed a question. "Are you a player?" In the wake of the apocalyptic game, the network had not ceased to exist. The girl shook her head in panic. "I am not a player. I do not possess a sanctuary." Casually, Tang Ping tossed an object, a thermos, towards her. "This sanctuary item is for you," he stated before departing. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback as she beheld the glowing thermos rolling toward her, a sudden realization dawning upon her. She swiftly grasped it with both hands. "Discovery of shelter item. Do you wish to bind it?" A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Yes, bind it. Congratulations, player. You have successfully bound the shelter." Ding. "Congratulations, player. You have bound the shelter and awakened the personal system panel." "Congratulations, player. You have awakened an S-level talent. Rainlight. S-level talent." The girl stood agape, clearly in disbelief. Joy surged within her as she turned around. "I have awakened an S-level talent." Tang Ping, having exited the building, found a secluded corner and returned to the shelter. Chapter 47. Historical Correction. A new identity within the sanctuary, meticulously arranged by Tang Ping. A sense of warmth enveloped the atmosphere. He activated his mobile phone, nibbling on a steamed bun filled with spicy strips as he launched a casual game. In Plants vs. Zombies, he had entrusted the pea shooter and potato mine to Zhang Shila, as these items could no longer keep pace with his advancement. Fortunately, he still possessed cherry bombs. Each day, he could procure one cherry bomb and an additional potato mine, the latter intended for Zhang Shila, to safeguard his future estate. As he opened the citrus planting section, he noticed a substantial accumulation of water droplets. With rapid clicks, he observed the small oranges on the tree growing at a visible rate. Soon, the oranges ripened, signaling their readiness for harvest. Although there were only 8, which was modest, it was a day's worth of yield. Naturally, Tang Ping did not anticipate any significant benefits from them. They merely satisfied a fleeting craving. After all, no matter how delightful the oranges were, they could not be exchanged for attribute stones. He retrieved 2 large oranges, each as hefty as his fist. The flavor was exquisite, prompting Tang Ping to marvel at how delightful these oranges were compared to those in the game. He extracted all the oranges, intending to share them with his magical girl, allowing her to indulge as well. In the immaculate room of the magical girl game, the magical girl sat at the table, conversing with herself. "Little ball, do you think the deity will appear again? Do you think the deity might abandon me? Sophia is indeed not devout enough. It has nearly been a month, and the deity has yet to show up." Tang Ping was taken aback. He hadn't realized that while only a day passed in reality, a whole month had elapsed in the magical girl game. The time discrepancy was indeed considerable. Without hesitation, he offered 3 oranges to the magical girl, dragging them before her. A look of surprise blossomed above her head. "Deity, you have finally come. Is this a divine gift from you?" "Thank you, deity. Wow, so fragrant, so fresh. Is this for eating?" Tang Ping moved the orange closer to her lips. The magical girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, deity. Sophia will surely savor it thoroughly." This little girl almost wanted to take a bite directly. Tang Ping chuckled, shaking his head at the clever design of this game. He promptly withdrew the orange from her mouth, peeled it, and offered it to her. Ah, so this divine gift is meant to be consumed in this manner. What a marvelous and beautiful fruit. Goodness, the flesh inside this divine offering is as pristine as crystal. Is there truly such pure food in this world? Incredible. Thank you for your blessings, deity. A flurry of pink hearts floated above the magical girl's head. Tang Ping found the experience quite enjoyable, unable to resist feeding her all the oranges. If only this game were not so ordinary. With a regretful shake of his head, he lamented that this was merely a game of one-way engagement. Nonetheless, indulging in it for entertainment each day was not without merit. After closing the game, Tang Ping navigated to the forums on his phone. He had yet to explore the changes that had befallen the world since the advent of the apocalyptic game, particularly regarding the plight of ordinary individuals. It was evident that the circumstances for the average person were dire. However, to Tang Ping's surprise, the authorities had begun to establish safe zones, guarded by military forces equipped with shelters. Given the presence of firearms, there remained a significant deterrent against the infected, rendering these areas relatively secure. As he perused the forum, he observed many individuals fleeing towards the official safe zones. Some expressed relief that such a zone was nearby, while others faced the daunting prospect of traversing 300 to 400 kilometers, fraught with peril along the way. Tang Ping understood that these official safe zones were not truly safe. Many would likely crumble in the face of the impending second disaster, characterized by the emergence of large-scale polluted beasts, alongside the fully adapted, even mutated, infected individuals. The complete corruption of food sources would result in a severe scarcity of sustenance. These fragile safe zones would be utterly incapable of protecting the multitude of ordinary people. Ultimately, it could be said that barely 1 in 10 of these initial safe zones would survive. Humanity would confront a protracted dark age lasting over a decade, only to witness the emergence of powerful players who would expand survivor bases like mushrooms after a rain, establishing new safe zones. Regrettably, during this interim, only a scant few would endure, most of whom would be the ordinary individuals residing within those survivor bases. Managing a survivor base entailed a multitude of responsibilities, and thus Tang Ping felt no inclination towards it, recognizing that he lacked the requisite aptitude. After browsing for quite some time, he gained a clearer understanding of the current state of the world. The internet had not vanished, allowing information to flow freely. Many ordinary citizens were aware of the players' affairs, with several even sharing their acquired shelters on the forum, the means of acquisition being all too evident. He further explored the global, regional, and local channels, finding most to be filled with trivial complaints, boastful displays, and lamentations. Tang Ping shook his head and chose not to engage further. By this time, the sun had already set. Having traversed the apocalyptic city dungeon, he felt mentally exhausted. After a deep slumber, he awoke to find it was already past 11. Aware that he would soon return to the past, Tang Ping hastily arose to complete the final transaction for a skill book in the trading zone. He collected all the attribute stones he had acquired and made his way back to the location of his buried shelter. Before his journey across time, Tang Ping had stored the 4 types of attribute stones and the eye gem within his pebble shelter. As his consciousness descended into darkness, he lay within his sanctuary, once again transported a century into the future. Tomorrow marked the day of awakening, the pivotal turning point in their lives. While it was likely that the majority would fail to awaken successfully, there was no need for despair. In our esteemed safety zone, there exists immense potential for ordinary individuals to ascend. In other regions, the common folk possess little to no opportunities for advancement. Some, having graduated from middle school, may not even proceed to high school. However, our esteemed safety zone stands apart. Every individual, through diligent effort, can receive the enlightenment of the Rainlight Sovereign, cleansing themselves of all impurities and gaining entry into the inner third ring, thus becoming part of the privileged class. Therefore, even if one does not awaken their innate talents, there is no need for despair. A calm disposition is all that is required. Additionally, everyone should contemplate the high school they aspire to attend. Today's high schools differ vastly from those of a century ago, as they now focus on teaching various skills and specialized knowledge. Possessing a unique skill ensures that one can earn a living no matter where they go. Unlike individuals in other safety zones who risk their lives daily just to secure their next meal or resort to scavenging, we are fortunate to reside in the esteemed safety zone, where a monarch and 2 sovereigns reign, alongside 4 A-grade talents who are level 7 powerhouses. I shall refrain from further rambling. There is no need to overly fret about the awakening tomorrow. Rest well, for should you awaken, it will indeed be a cause for celebration, and, if not, it shall not hinder your future. As your teacher, I wish you all a future filled with brilliance. At this moment, Tang Ping felt a wave of dizziness before suddenly regaining clarity. An unfamiliar memory surfaced in his mind. Have I been corrected by history and my identity? Chapter 48. The Rainlight Empress Tang Ping gazed at the countdown before him. The original countdown of 6 hours had now transformed into 3 days. It appeared that his identity was not entirely detached from the flow of time, but rather subject to correction and reassignment whenever significant alterations occurred in history. Upon accepting the new memories, it became evident that the Xingyao safe zone had thrived peacefully for a century. Wang Jie, Old Bull, Little Grass, Zhou Zheng, and others still existed, and, astonishingly, they had welcomed a new empress, the Rainlight Empress. Her contributions to the Xingyao safe zone were undeniably substantial. Though her combat prowess was somewhat lacking compared to the likes of the Fiery King and the Azure Empress, her auxiliary capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Particularly, her healing abilities were unparalleled. Most crucially, thanks to the Rainlight Empress, the agricultural yield in the Xingyao safe zone was remarkably high. This starkly contrasted with the initial safe zone he had once inhabited. Although the residents might not indulge in exquisite feasts, they were free from the gnawing fear of starvation. Compared to other regions, their quality of life had escalated several tiers. Tang Ping found himself intrigued by the identity of this Rainlight Empress. However, a sudden tension gripped his body as a thought struck him. He hastily checked to see if his personal panel still existed. Upon confirming its presence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his S-rank extreme ice talent remained intact. As he paused in contemplation, he noticed that the shelter item, which would typically require 3 years to fully bind with him in the spiritual realm, had already established a connection. This revelation filled Tang Ping with immense joy, indicating that as long as he refrained from allowing others to inspect his mental domain, the reality of his possession of a shelter would remain undiscovered. Furthermore, even if it were to be discovered, he need not fear theft, for the shelter items were now irrevocably bound to him. With the awakening of his talent now a reality, Tang Ping's heart raced at the thought of what tomorrow's awakening might hold. Would it yield nothing? Or would he awaken yet another talent? After concluding his classes, Tang Ping gathered his belongings and made his way home, as per the memories that resided within him. However, upon recalling home, a frown creased his brow. His current identity was indeed a marked improvement over the last. He still bore the name Tang Ping, but was now 2 years younger, nearing graduation from junior high. The conditions of his household were infinitely better than those of his previous identity. The original Tang Ping's parents were seasoned scavengers who had later been incorporated into the Xingyao safe zone as official personnel, tasked with patrolling the vicinity. Though this position was undeniably safer than scavenging, it still entailed navigating the perils of the wasteland. Tragically, Tang Ping's parents had not returned from a patrol 5 years prior. Following their demise, the family inherited considerable assets, a 100-square-meter residence, which, despite being located in the 4th ring, could certainly be classified as luxurious. In addition, Tang Ping received a monthly stipend. However, since the death of his parents 5 years ago, the house had been usurped by his uncle's family, leaving him in a state of dependency. Due to years of indoctrination, the original owner of this identity was exceedingly timid, akin to a marionette controlled by the family of his uncle. The monthly allowance he received was essentially mandated to be surrendered, were it not for the fact that the house could only be inherited by the original owner, coupled with the monthly disbursement of the allowance. It is likely that the uncle's family would have expelled him long ago. Having clarified the memories, Tang Ping made his way back home. He was indeed Tang Ping, albeit no longer the same individual he had once been. Coincidentally, Today was the day to collect the allowance. Under normal circumstances, his aunt would surely be waiting at the school gate. However, with the awakening day looming tomorrow, there were no classes today. Tang Ping departed from the school and headed to the police station in District 43 to collect his monthly allowance. The amount totaled 100 star coins. In the current star coin safety zone, where food production flourished, a single star coin could purchase 10 flatbreads, making 100 star coins sufficient for Tang Ping to live quite comfortably each month. Unfortunately, during the preceding 5 years, Tang Ping had endured a state of semi-starvation. Suffering from severe malnutrition, he remained small and thin, having hardly grown taller than the past 5 years. Were it not for his robust physique 5 years ago, he would likely have appeared even smaller. Today, Tang Ping returned home early. This time, he intended to deal decisively with that group of individuals. He had heard that the wretched one was to awaken tomorrow. Would he possibly manifest some talent? His aunt's expression was uncertain. His uncle scoffed, remarking that it was unlikely anyone would awaken, as among 200 to 300 individuals, not even one might be chosen. Upon hearing this, his aunt relaxed, her face brightening, saying, "Indeed, if that wretched one could awaken, the sun would still rise." Creak! The door swung open. Tang Ping entered his home with an air of calmness. His aunt, startled by the door's opening, saw the figure she loathed most and frowned. "What brings you back?" "This is my home. Do I need to announce my return to you?" Tang Ping replied with a smirk. His aunt felt a sudden chill of inexplicable fear. Sitting on the sofa, his uncle spoke sternly. "Nonsense. Is this how you speak to your aunt?" Tang Ping scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. He could not help but notice how his uncle had gained quite a bit of weight since 5 years ago, now sporting a protruding belly. Suddenly, his uncle spat. "You wretch, do you wish to die?" The room fell into an eerie silence. His uncle's face turned crimson with rage as he slammed his hand against the sofa, exclaiming, "Impudence! Today, I shall educate you on behalf of your parents." With that, his hefty hand lunged towards Tang Ping. Tang Ping extended his hand, although he appeared frail. His attributes remained intact. His uncle's eyes glinted with malice, thinking today would be the day he would incapacitate this boy, ensuring he would miss tomorrow's awakening. The hand moved toward Tang Ping at a sluggish pace, akin to an old tortoise. In a sudden move, Tang Ping grasped his uncle's meaty hand, exerting force. To his astonishment, the plump hand morphed like dough in his grip. The elder uncle let out a chilling scream. His gaze filled with terror as he stared at his own hand. He could hardly believe that it belonged to him. Beside him, the aunt recoiled in fright. What had transpired? What was happening? "Who are you?" The aunt, in her initial shock, chose to doubt that the person before her was Tang Ping rather than confront the unsettling possibility of his awakening. Who was he? Tang Ping slightly tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. Does it truly matter? Suddenly, the elder uncle fell to his knees. "Tang Ping, my nephew, I was wrong. I'm sorry. But considering the 5 years I took care of you, please spare me." Clearly, this man was much quicker to react. Yet what was the use? "Very well," the uncle exclaimed, his surprise palpable, only to be swiftly transformed into an ice sculpture. "I shall release you into the wasteland." Chapter 49. The Great Emperor Moth. The mutant youth, carrying a body bag, stepped into the desolate wasteland and casually discarded a parcel. My trip to the high school was not in vain. I ensured that the 3 members of that family were neatly accounted for. Tang Ping, devoid of any remorse, had slain his uncle's family. In this timeline, he was on the brink of starvation, and their demise was richly deserved. Their swift end was almost a mercy. As for what followed, let it be said that they relocated to another safe zone, for this family had relied entirely on his subsidies, lacking employment and drawing little concern from others. Tang Ping threw the parcel a considerable distance, and, upon discovering that the vicinity of the Xingyao safe zone was devoid of any infected, noted that even the polluted beasts were merely small creatures like tooth sparrows and earthworms. Numerous scavengers were present, most seeking to capture tooth sparrows and earthworms, with very few capable of straying far. Surrounding the Xingyao safe zone were several outposts. Beyond these outposts lay perilous territories rife with wandering infected and exceedingly dangerous polluted beasts. A century later, The infected had evolved beyond mere corpses. They had become a form of biological entity capable of reproduction. Thus, even after 100 years, the number of infected had not diminished but rather increased, necessitating regular purges of surrounding areas in every safe zone to prevent outbreaks. Two scavengers approached from the periphery. Gao Laosan, are we truly heading there today? That place is extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. One exclaimed, I am well aware of the dangers. But do you comprehend why I didn't yield any results yesterday? Gao Laosan retorted. Why else could it be? Surely it was because you were off slacking somewhere. Came the teasing reply. Slacking? Let me tell you, yesterday I discovered a soon-to-molt great king worm. I tracked it all day and found it nesting in the ruins of Jiangcheng. Wait, what? A molting great king worm? Are you serious? Wan Lauer gasped in astonishment. Gao Laosan nodded, excitement glinting in his eyes. How could I be mistaken? After over a decade of scavenging and collecting earthworms, I can certainly recognize a great king worm. If it truly is a molting great king worm, Wan Lauer rubbed his hands together eagerly. Capturing it would sustain us comfortably for 30 years. Indeed, were it not for our brotherhood, I might not have shared this with you, Gao Laosan said, clenching his fists in anticipation. Seizing this opportunity to capture and sell the molting great king worm could allow them to live frugally, ensuring that even his son would never have to worry for a lifetime. Wan Lauer, suppressing his excitement, regained a semblance of calm. However, the Jiangcheng ruins are intricate. There may be polluted beasts or infected lurking about, so we must tread carefully. I am fully aware of that. In fact, I spent a considerable sum to procure 2 packets of powder to mask our scent, Gao Laosan revealed, producing the packets from his pocket. However, we agreed beforehand that the profits would be divided 70-30. That seems rather unfair. Wan Lauer, with a broad grin, declared, I have indeed tasted the exotic fruits of power, reaching an impressive strength of 11. I shall undoubtedly be the main force this time. How about we split it 50-50? Deal. Gao Laosan nodded in agreement. Wan Lauer was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, you're as cunning as ever, Gao Laosan. Oh, come now, let us hasten, lest we attract unwanted attention, Gao Laosan urged. Very well. From behind a bare stone, Tang Ping emerged. The metamorphosing king earthworm was indeed a stroke of fortune, as he had encountered such a remarkable specimen. With his newfound memories, Tang Ping was well aware of the king earthworm, a creature documented in biological texts. The king earthworm is an evolved form of the earthworm, a mutation not all earthworms can achieve. The probability of an earthworm successfully evolving into a king earthworm is exceedingly rare, far lower than the chances of an ordinary individual awakening their innate talent. After a decade of growth, the king earthworm has a slight chance of entering its metamorphosis phase. Upon successful transition, it seeks a secure location to pupate. During this pupation, the body of the king earthworm transforms entirely into a viscous substance, resembling an egg, wherein it cultivates a new form. Upon successful maturation, this creature, which initially possessed a mere level 1 D-class talent, could transform into a great emperor moth, comparable to a level 3 A-class talent, becoming a fearsome entity among mutated beasts. Moreover, the pupal fluid of a metamorphosing king earthworm is a highly coveted substance, with a plethora of applications, including anti-aging properties and the concoction of enhancement potions, among other valuable uses. Thus, a single metamorphosing king earthworm could fetch no less than 200,000 starshine coins. Even Tang Ping felt a wave of desire. However, it was merely a fleeting temptation, for he possessed over 100 attribute stones, alongside the far more precious infectee serum, valued at 50,000 per vial. Nevertheless, Tang Ping decided to follow suit, adhering to the old adage that one should share the spoils equally. Along the way, Tang Ping utilized the attribute stones stored in his sanctuary. Physical attribute, stone 29. Mental attribute, stone 28. Strength attribute, stone 24. Speed attribute, stone 31. Player, Tang Ping ID, 007. 935-1681 physical, 71 mental, 71 strength, 52 speed, 55 talent, extreme ice S, talent level, 201,000. As he trailed behind the two ahead, Tang Ping once again reached the ruins of Jiang City. In an underground parking garage, he beheld the crimson-hued pupa of the king earthworm hanging upon the wall. Scattered across the ground were numerous carcasses of mutated beasts and even human bones. It was evident that this king earthworm had slain many prey to facilitate its metamorphosis. In this secluded corner of the underground garage, the surroundings took on an eerie red hue, mirroring the blood-like color of the pupa. "Look, that is the one." Gao Lao San's eyes sparkled with fervor, showing no fear of the grim scene surrounding them. Indeed, it is the transformative period of the great king worm. Van Lao spoke in Azuptu Tona. We hurriedly approached to excavate the chrysalis. Gao Lao San, from his backpack, retrieved 2 leather pouches. Suddenly, Wan Lao brandished a dagger and plunged it into Gao Lao San's chest. Gao Lao San's eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend that a brother with whom he had scavenged for over a decade would betray him. Why? His eyes were filled with rage. Wan Lao wore a smile. "You see, if you had discovered anything else of value, be it 200,000, 300,000, or even 500,000, I would not have acted this way. Yet, it is precisely because you unearthed the transformative period of the great king worm." He continued, engrossed in his own thoughts. "Do you know why those who purchase the great king worm chrysalis insist on acquiring a whole? Once merely the chrysalis fluid is collected, its value plummets. Is it not less than 100,000? Gao Lao San fixed his gaze on his brother, uncomprehending. "You may not know, but I too, by a stroke of chance, heard it from a powerful, gifted individual while scavenging." Wan Lao eyes gleamed with fervor. The chrysalis fluid of the great king worm, during its transformative phase, harbors an incredible power of metamorphosis. At this moment, if a person were to enter within and occupy the space belonging to the great Emperor Moth, they would have the opportunity to become a changeling, a being not inferior to the gifted, wielding extraordinary powers. Moreover, utilizing the chrysalis of the great Emperor Moth, the transformed changeling is not only remarkably safe, but also possesses immense potential among changelings. So, do you understand? Chapter 50. The day of awakening. Wan Lao unsheathed his knife and advanced towards the cocoon, his eyes filled with fervor. On the ground, Gao Lao San lay gasping for breath, his gaze fixed with a mix of defiance and despair. Tang Ping emerged from the shadows, intrigued by Wan Lao's recent revelations. After all, this was information he had never encountered before. Could it be that beyond the gifted, there existed those who had undergone transformation? A special group of individuals who altered their very bodies. Who? Wan Lao turned, his expression turning wary as a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The identity of the intruder was inconsequential. From the shadows, a youth clad in a cap stepped forward. "What matters is that you are about to meet your end." Eyes spread across the ground, and a look of sheer terror washed over Wan Lao's face as he realized the truth. A gifted individual, he attempted to flee, but alas, the ice had already ensnared his feet. In his struggles and pleas, he gradually transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture. Tang Ping paid little heed to this scene. He had no intention of killing his adversary, for he considered himself rather benevolent. At most, he aimed to rob a modest sum based on the principle of splitting the spoils. Yet, an unexpected disdain for his opponents surged within him. The cocoon of the great Emperor Moth possessed such capabilities? If it could indeed grant transformation, regardless of strength, Tang Ping understood that its worth far exceeded 200,000 Stardust coins. However, for others, this precious cocoon held little allure, especially for those gifted individuals, particularly those endowed with superior talents. Yet, the thought of selling it off after learning this news did not sit well with Tang Ping. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Gao Lao San. This man still clung to a flicker of life, and upon witnessing Wan Lao's demise, his eyes gleamed with a complex mix of satisfaction and resignation before he ultimately closed them in silence. Gao Laosan recognized the inevitable. Regardless of whether this gifted individual intervened, death awaited him. Do you wish to become a transformed being? A clear voice resonated, striking the heart that was gradually succumbing to blood loss. Gao Laosan opened his eyes, disbelief washing over him at the words he had just heard. He attempted to speak, but found himself devoid of the strength to utter a sound. I can offer you this opportunity, but you must pledge your loyalty to me and never betray me. If you agree, blink twice. If not, I shall grant you a swift end. How could Gao Laosan refuse? No one desires death, especially when there exists a glimmer of hope to become a master of the extraordinary. Moreover, he had a wife, a beloved son, and parents to consider. He wished to live. Without hesitation, Gao Laosan blinked. Excellent. Remember the decision you've made today. Remember that your life is a gift from me. Remember that your power is also bestowed by me. Should you choose betrayal, Tang Ping's visage shimmered in the crimson light, hinting at a faint smile. Very well. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Speak more, and you may find yourself truly dead. Tang Ping dripped a drop of S-grade life potion onto the chest of Gao Laosan, then grasped him and approached the pupa of the great king worm. The pupa was substantial enough to easily accommodate a person. With a flash of his frostblade, he swiftly carved an opening, inserting the critically injured Gao Laosan inside. As for the efficacy of this method, Tang Ping was uncertain. After all, Gao Laosan was on the brink of death, and a mere drop of life potion was far from sufficient to revive a heart that had been pierced. Once he sealed the pupa, Tang Ping discovered that, despite the lack of any resistance, this metamorphosing great king worm's pupa was not only remarkably resilient, but also possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. Were it not for his strength exceeding 50, coupled with an F-grade extraordinary weapon, he would have found it quite challenging to pry it open. The frost blade shimmered as he extracted the entire pupa, placing it within his sanctuary. He had no intention of leaving the pupa behind. Carrying it with him was undoubtedly a better choice. As Tang Ping departed the underground garage, Gao Laosan within the pupa had already succumbed to slumber. If one were to observe with a microscope, they would discern that beneath the calm facade, astonishing transformations were underway. Particularly within Gao Laosan, his blood, bones, and muscles were undergoing enigmatic changes. Unbeknownst to Tang Ping, he had inadvertently chosen the most appropriate method to unlock the metamorphosing great king worm's pupa, which would in turn allow for a greater inheritance of the powers belonging to the great monarch moth. In the Starry Safety Zone, District 43, upon returning home, Tang Ping began to tidy up his current residence, discarding various belongings that belonged to his uncle's family. He then retrieved a tome, continuing to commit its contents to memory. The following day, at Starry Safety Zone 7th Junior High, for the third-year students, it was an exceedingly significant occasion. Awakening Day. A successful awakening would undoubtedly facilitate a leap in social class. Even though the odds were slim, the importance of this day remained undiminished. Tang Ping returned his class, where over 2,000 students were enrolled in the third year. Historically, only 5 or 6 students achieved a successful awakening each year, and among them, most had talents rated at F or E level, with few possessing higher endowments. On the playground stood students from various classes, all gathered around a singular awakening stele. Tang Ping was curious about the origins of this stele and how it endowed ordinary individuals with the ability to manifest personal panels. He pondered whether the awakening stele was a product of human craftsmanship, a relic from a dungeon, or a treasure from the apocalypse. Next, Class 3, Wang Qi. Next, Class 5, Lula. The pace of awakenings was remarkably swift. One merely needed to place their hand upon the awakening stele, and if successful, the stele would illuminate, revealing one's personal panel. The stele would also display the level and name of the awakened talent. Should the awakening fail, the stone tablet would remain utterly still. This process is swift. Whether one possesses talent can be discerned in an instant. Tang Ping quietly awaited his turn among his classmates. Next, Class 5, Wang Ji. After a prolonged silence, the stone tablet finally illuminated, and all present beheld the transformation of the once inert stone into a vibrant orange hue, from which a small flame began to flicker. Wang Ji, awakening successful. You have acquired an E-level talent. The usually stern director of education now bore a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Wang Ji, you have successfully become a talent bearer." I have awakened my talent," Wang Ji stammered in excitement. The other students cast envious glances his way, though they had all been classmates until this moment. Henceforth, they would inhabit disparate realms of status and identity. Tang Ping, with keen perception, noted the talent displayed on the awakening stone before Wang Ji, and his lips twitched in response. How remarkable it was that he had awakened an E-level talent. A mere flicker of flame. The surrounding students buzzed with conversation. "Isn't that Wang Ji? I remember him as a poor student with mediocre family circumstances. Who would have thought he would awaken?" The phenomenon of awakening bore no correlation to academic performance or familial wealth. It was merely a testament to the impartiality of fate. Impartiality, indeed. Surely you're aware that those from extraordinary families, ensconced in shelters, can awaken with ease. What can be done? Those extraordinary families exist in an entirely different realm than ours, many residing in the wasteland, independent of the safety zones. Blame your luck of birth for not being born into an extraordinary family. Be content. If you were born into a family of the gray citizens in another safety zone, that would truly be a catastrophic beginning. Who can argue? To be born in the Starshine safety zone, I count myself quite fortunate. As for being a talent bearer, I never entertained such notions. I simply aspired to return and inherit my father's small convenience store, living a modest life. Next class, Class 9. Class 9. At last, it is our turn. The tall student in front of Tang Ping excitedly rose on his toes. Chapter 51. The second talent the following day, as one student after another approached Class 9, where Tang Ping was situated, was undergoing rapid testing. More than 10 students had passed without any noteworthy developments, leaving the headmaster's countenance haggard. It was evident that only upon reaching Class 9 had a successful student emerged, which did little to uplift his spirits. Next up from Class 9 was Zhu Yusin, a girl who stood 20 to 30 students away from Tang Ping. She timidly stepped forward. With weak yet resolute hands, she gently placed them upon the awakening stone tablet, which suddenly transformed into a brilliant gold. A blazing golden flame gradually manifested upon the tablet. This, a B-grade talent, the golden flame. The headmaster's previously expressionless face suddenly flickered to life with joy. What? The golden flame? A B-grade talent? Surrounding teachers gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Zhu Yusin igniting with fervor. The students in the audience erupted in excitement. A B-grade talent was something they could only dare to dream of awakening, with even F-grade or E-grade being a modest aspiration. Yet here was a classmate who had awakened a B-grade talent. The last occurrence of a B-grade talent in the school had been 13 years prior. This revelation captured the attention of the principal. The principal of 7th High School, a level 3D grade talent adept in marksmanship, possessed formidable combat prowess. Unfortunately, he had sustained severe injuries from a contaminated beast, which left him with lingering ailments, leading to his retirement from the Starshine Safe Zone military to become a teacher at 7th High School. As for the headmaster, he too was a level 2 D-grade talent. Aside from him, there were few talents in the 7th High School. It was rumored that there was another teacher with a beast companion, but Tang Ping had yet to encounter them. Zhu Yusin had clearly sparked envy among her classmates, who, even if they did not fully grasp the implications of a B-grade talent, understood that she would undoubtedly become a significant figure among talent bearers in the future. This classmate of Tang Ping was personally escorted by the principal, whose urgency suggested a desire to immediately bring her into the Starshine Legion. Following Zhu Yusin's departure, the headmaster's smile blossomed, and his demeanor softened towards the subsequent students. Soon, it was the turn of a tall student, Tang Ping's deskmate. Next, from Class 9, was Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei stepped forward with palpable excitement. The recent emergence of a B-grade talent had instilled in him a sense of possibility. Surely, he could also aspire to a D-grade talent, which was not too much to ask, was it? The headmaster's smile remained radiant. Place your hand upon the tablet. Zhao Lei nodded eagerly, but as he approached the awakening stone tablet, a flicker of self-doubt washed over him. In truth, merely awakening an E-grade talent would still be commendable. He murmured to himself. The headmaster, whose physique far surpassed that of an average person, heard every word distinctly, and chuckled softly, shaking his head. The occurrence of even one talent, especially a B-grade one, was an exceptionally rare event in this class. As for the emergence of a second talent, to be honest, in his 30 years of teaching, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Just as the headmaster prepared to call forth the next student, he suddenly sensed a flicker of earthy yellow light. He was taken aback and quickly lowered his head, his face instantly reflecting a mixture of astonishment and wonder. A sea-level talent, a heavy stone. The awakening monument prominently displayed the level of talent. Not only had another talent been awakened, but it was also a sea level. The director felt dizzy, as if intoxicated, overwhelmed by excitement. It was known that with each additional awakened talent in the school, he would earn experience stones. And the higher the talent, the more stones he would acquire. He sensed that this year he might ascend to the rank of a level 3 extraordinary being. Ha! Zhao Lei, splendid work. Come, stand by my side. Once the awakening concludes, I shall take you to the inner city for registration. I have awakened. I truly have awakened. Zhao Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon hearing that Zhao Lei had awakened, Tang Ping's expression suddenly morphed into something peculiar. It was one thing to awaken one talent, but how could two individuals from the same class awaken simultaneously? The odds of that happening were lower than awakening a B-level talent. Tang Ping couldn't help but wonder if there was a reason behind this. It was not mere vanity. He indeed possessed an extraordinary item that could bring him luck. The awakening of his classmate, with whom he shared a decent rapport, could be considered a form of peculiar fortune. Yet, he had not placed this item in the Pebble Sanctuary. Could it be that this luck was acting on a subconscious level? Next, Class 9, Tang Ping. After regaining his composure, the director suppressed a smile and called out Tang Ping's name. At this moment, Tang Ping felt a twinge of apprehension. He already possessed one talent, acquired from a previous historical timeline, but he was uncertain whether he would awaken another talent in this current realm. If he could awaken a new talent, Tang Ping would undoubtedly be elated, even if it were merely an F-level talent. However, given the fortuitous opportunities from century-old apocalyptic beginning, he was confident that he would have more chances to acquire talent upgrade stones. The future might even hold the possibility of elevating his second talent to an A level or even an S level. Of course, all of this hinged upon the awakening of a second talent. Tang Ping placed his hand on the awakening monument. The stone felt cold to the touch, and he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through his body. At that moment, the director, whose attention had been solely focused on Zhao Lei, suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that the awakening monument had illuminated once more. Stunned, he turned to see the talent displayed on the monument and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fortunately, it was merely an E-level talent. Class 9, Tang Ping, has awakened an E-level talent, Ice Vision. Come, stand here, child, the director said with a smile. In a moment, I will take you for registration. Soon, you will be a citizen, and you might even receive an apartment in the inner 3 rings. Thank you, teacher, Tang Ping replied with a calm exterior. Though his heart was brimming with joy, he had indeed awakened. Moreover, Tang Ping discovered something that made his heart race even more. Within the sea of consciousness, there were treasures hidden in the sanctuary. It seemed as if he was filled with an overwhelming desire to shout, seize it, wield it. His innate talent for ice manipulation was on the verge of metamorphosis. Within the sanctuary, what lay in wait? Was there something connected to the awakening of his newfound gift? Suddenly, Tang Ping recalled that there was indeed an object of significance, the Eye Gem. Chapter 52. The Eye of Ice and Soul. Could it be that this gemstone of the eye can elevate my innate talent? Contemplating this possibility, Tang Ping clenched his fingers, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. However, it was evident that the moment for its use was not yet ripe. He feared it might provoke some unforeseen anomaly, and thus resolved to wait until his return to employ it. The subsequent awakenings would no longer witness the marvel of Class 9. Perhaps such a phenomenon would never again grace the future. After all, under normal circumstances, among over 2,000 individuals, only 5 or 6 students would awaken their talents. It was inconceivable that 3 could emerge from the same class. including one with a B-level talent and another with a C-level talent. As for Tang Ping, he was merely a footnote. The brilliance and accolades that should have rightfully belonged to him seemed to have been overshadowed by the emergence of Zhu Yusin and Zhao Lei, relegated to a forgotten corner. Nevertheless, Tang Ping found solace in the anonymity, relishing in the lack of attention. The awakening process unfolded swiftly. Despite the multitude of 2,000 participants, most merely placed their hands upon the awakening stone tablet and departed within mere seconds. Upon conclusion, the successfully awakened students trailed behind the director of education. In total, 7 students had awakened their talents. With Zhu Yusin escorted by the principal, the count rose to 8. This figure far surpassed the awakenings of previous years, and it was clear that the director of education wore a beaming expression. At the inner-city awakening registration office, a middle-aged man exclaimed, "Ah, is that not the director of education from the 8th high school? How curious that there are only 5 this year." The director stepped aside, seemingly eager for the other party to notice the students behind him. The director of the 8th high school's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have awakened 7 gifted individuals this year. What significance does quantity hold? They might all possess mere F-level talents." The director of the 4th high school interjected, entering with 6 students in tow, a disdainful smirk upon his face. "Our school has produced a student with a D-level talent this year." "D-level talent, you say?" The director of the 7th high school feigned astonishment. "That is indeed surprising. You 7th high school cannot possibly compare to us at 4th high." The 4th high school's director retorted dismissively. At that moment, the middle-aged man at the registration desk, his face adorned with a broad smile, turned his attention to the director of the 7th high school, offering congratulations. "Congratulations. Your school has indeed produced a prodigy this time." "Ha ha, Director Zhang. Thank you for your kind words." The 4th high school's director responded with a hearty laugh. The director of the 10th high school, who had arrived earlier, scoffed. "Is that what you call prodigy? Just a single D-level talent, worthy of congratulations? Little he, what do you mean by that?" The 4th high school's director's expression darkened. "What's it to you?" The 10th high school's director dismissed him, unfazed by the confrontation. Despite being merely the director of the 10th high school within the starry safe zone, his own prowess rendered him unperturbed. Turning instead to the director of the 7th high school, he expressed with envy, "Congratulations, old Tong. Your school has surprisingly produced a B-level talent this year." "What? B-level?" The 4th high school's director reacted with immediate disbelief, his voice rising in astonishment. "Ah, merely a B-level. It pales in comparison to your 4th high, which has produced a D-level talent this year." The director of the 7th school waved his hand with a gentle expression. The director of the 4th school's face instantly flushed crimson as he shot a fierce glare. It's merely a stroke of luck. There's nothing to boast about." The director of the 7th school had already approached Director Zhang of the talent registration office. Director Zhang, astonished, gazed at the students behind the 7th school's director. "My goodness. Lao Tong, your 7th school has struck gold this year, producing 8 talented individuals, and even one with a B-grade talent." Director Zhang placed great emphasis on the girl whom the principal of the 7th school had personally brought for registration before promptly heading to the Xingyao military district. After all, a B-grade talent, particularly one sharing the same attributes as the Flame King of the Xingyao safe zone, held boundless potential. Moreover, the essence of the Golden Flame possessed a radiant attribute. These 2 attributes corresponded perfectly with the 2 king-level powerhouses of the Xingyao safe zone, suggesting that their combat strength would likely rival that of A-grade talents. Not stopping there, the director of the 7th school smiled subtly, though anyone could sense the confidence radiating from him. "Zhao Lei, please come forward to register." "All right, teacher," Zhao Lei replied nervously as he stepped forward. Director Zhang, intrigued, wondered if the 7th school had produced yet another remarkable talent. Typically, they would be fortunate to see even 2 E-grade talents in a year. It seemed the 7th school was indeed on a lucky streak, perhaps unveiling a D-grade talent. He mused. "Do not underestimate D-grade talents. Did you not witness how arrogant the director of the 4th school was before? This is Zhao Lei from our 7th school, with a C-grade talent. Heavy stone." The director of the 7th school remarked, his tone filled with pride. "This attribute is impressive as well. After all, The esteemed General Neo of the Xingyao Safe Zone possesses an Earth-type talent and has developed numerous Earth-type techniques. Gaining even a fragment of his true teachings would be immensely beneficial. A C-grade talent. Director Zhang exclaimed in surprise. What has happened to the 7th school this year? It has been years since we saw a D-grade talent, and now we have both C-grade and B-grade talents. Zhao Lei placed his hand upon the stone tablet on the table. C-grade talent, heavy stone. It truly is a C-grade talent. Director Zhang exclaimed, impressed. Congratulations in advance. Lao Tong, it seems this year you will have a 3rd-level talent. Ah, it's all thanks to the students. The director of the 7th school replied, beaming with pride. The director of the 4th school's expression returned to normal as he glanced at his own students, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his face. Had he known, he would not have acted so arrogantly. Soon, the 7 students from the 7th school, including Tang Ping, completed their registrations without incident. Throughout the process, Tang Ping remained silent, and no petty individual sought to provoke him. He played the role of a humble contender. There were no ambushes or assassinations, for in this era, the growth of talented individuals depended not solely on innate ability, but rather on resources. Without experience stones, even an S-grade talent would remain a novice at level 1. Possessing ample experience stones, even an individual with an F-grade talent can ascend to level 7, transcending the limits of life and relishing a lifespan of 2 centuries. Naturally, to accumulate the resources necessary to elevate an F-grade talent to level 7, one must also possess the means to acquire talent upgrade stones. Hence, those at level 7 typically do not have a talent rating lower than B-grade. Once registered, Tang Ping rose from being an outcast to becoming a highly esteemed figure in society. He now owned a luxurious residence in the 3rd ring of the inner 3 cities, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment spanning 150 square meters. Furthermore, he could receive 7,000 Starshine coins monthly, ensuring that he could live comfortably for the rest of his life without engaging in any labor. Before departing from school, Tang Ping, upon the suggestion of the head teacher, applied to the same extraordinary high school as 2 other awakened classmates from his class. Upon returning home, he knew it was time to utilize this item. Tang Ping retrieved the gem resembling an eye from the sanctuary. Guided by an inexplicable instinct, he understood how to employ this eye gem. He pressed the gem to his forehead, and an extraordinary power surged into his brain, subsequently flowing into his eyes. Chapter 53. The Peach Goddess and the Sea King. Player Tang Ping ID 007 935 1681 Physique 71 Spirit 71 Strength 52 Speed 55 Talent 1 Extreme Ice S Talent Level 2 1000 Talent 2 Eye of Ice Soul A Talent Level 10100. To his astonishment, my E-grade talent has been elevated to A-grade. Tang Ping was taken aback. Although he had anticipated an upgrade to his talent, he never expected it to ascend to A-grade in one fell swoop. A pang of regret surged within him. Had he possessed an A-grade talent, he was certain that his abilities could have soared to S-grade. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if I could persuade Sister Wang to assist me in acquiring another eye gem? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. That little boy, even he had nearly met his demise. With a mental strength below 30, he would likely possess no means of resistance. It was inconceivable to place Sister Wang and her companions in such peril. After all, the boy's attacks were nearly impossible to defend against. Should history dictate that Sister Wang, Brother Neo, and the others perished, he might still find a way to salvage the situation. Yet, if anyone from the Starry Club, such as Sister Wang, were to die in the era a century prior, he would be utterly powerless to intervene. Never mind. There will be ample opportunities in the future. A mere S-grade talent upgrade stone is but a trifling matter. Tang Ping was not in haste. With an A-grade talent now in hand, a single S-grade upgrade stone would suffice for his future endeavors. In his current timeline, on the 7th day of the apocalyptic game, numerous opportunities awaited him. It was time to start organizing and relocating his household to the 3rd ring. Tang Ping began to sort through his belongings, which were quite minimal. As a talent holder, the accommodations provided were fully furnished with all necessary amenities. He merely needed to tidy a few items before moving in. thanks to the rain-light goddess. The starry safe zone was one of the rare places where all districts enjoyed normal sunlight. Each day basked in a generous 10 hours of illumination, resulting in vast tracts of wheat fields, rice paddies, cornfields, and various farming and breeding zones among the 81 districts. This abundance significantly elevated the quality of life for the inhabitants of the starry safe zone, far exceeding that of most other safe zones. Third ring, District 22. Spring dawn Phoenix community. The radiant sunlight filtered through the lush Phoenix trees, casting a pattern of light upon the ground akin to gentle raindrops. Within the community, numerous residents resided, most of whom were family members of town holders. Tang Ping had no inclination to engage with his neighbors. He had myriad tasks awaiting his attention. Many secrets remained unrecorded, and upon his return, he had yet to investigate the state of the Sheng Tian group. He wondered if, after losing the Savior's Ring, Sheng Tianqi had still managed to establish the Pure Land. He pondered whether the Baili Pure Land of the Sheng family manor still existed, and whether Sheng Tianqi's talents had ascended to the SSS grade. Upon returning to his residence, Tang Ping immediately commenced his search. A plethora of information regarding the Sheng Tian group began to materialize on his mobile device. Tang Ping meticulously perused the information, and, as expected, details regarding Sheng Tianqi remained scarce. It was only known that he was the master of Sheng Tian group. What weighed heavily on Tang Ping's heart was the realization that, despite the safety of Xingyao Safe Zone and Wang Jie's group, the Sheng Tian group appeared to be undiminished in its power. Sheng's mountain villa remained an untouched sanctuary, and the Sheng Tian group continued to reign as a dominant force. Moreover, it was alarming to discover that the safety zone of Ping City, near Jiang City, also fell under the jurisdiction of the Sheng Tian group, overseen by none other than the illustrious Queen Li Hua. Clearly, the Sheng Tian group had recognized that the current Xingyao safe zone was not easily assailable, thus shifting its focus to Ping City, a territory governed by a king of considerably lesser strength. Tang Ping's gaze flickered. It seemed that the Jiang City area would not witness the emergence of new instances in the near future. Perhaps he could venture to Ping City. If there were any instances available, it would be fortuitous to engage with them and continue his personal accumulation. Furthermore, he pondered the possibility of enticing the future king of Ping City to his own camp. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Ping examined the profile of the king in the Ping City safety zone, and the information soon materialized. Wang Haiji, aged 141, level 7, S-class talent, Tide C. Formerly the leader of the Tide C safety zone in Ping City, currently missing, with a bounty placed on him by the Sheng Tian group. The current leader of the Tide C safety zone is Queen Li Hua. Information on Queen Li Hua. Information on Tide C King. Tang Ping scrutinized the details of the Tide C King, which were notably comprehensive due to the bounty from the Sheng Tian group. A century ago, he had been a part-time high school political teacher moonlighting as a delivery man. When the apocalyptic game commenced, he chose a seashell as his protective shelter, acquiring the S-class characteristic of a sanctuary along with an S-class talent. This individual possessed remarkable leadership abilities and rapidly gathered a following at the dawn of the apocalypse, swiftly seizing a granary and embarking on his path to kingship. Within 10 years, he had suppressed all other forces in Ping City, and in 20 years, he had completely dominated the entire region, establishing the Tide C safety zone. Thus, he became the undisputed king of Ping City. Regrettably, due to the actions of the Sheng Tian group, his century-old legacy crumbled overnight, resulting in innumerable casualties among friends and family. Ultimately, he escaped, relying on a last-ditch card for survival, and vanished without a trace. A high school political teacher from Ping City, Tang Ping was uncertain whether he could locate this individual, and even if he did, whether he could win him over. Nonetheless, this journey to Ping City to seek instances could serve as an opportunity for exploration. He resumed his search for initial opportunities within the Ping City region, and surprisingly, the first prospect that surfaced was not an instance at all. A seed? Tang Ping was astonished. He had not anticipated that the first discovery in his quest for opportunities in Ping City would be a mere seed. This implied that this seed held the highest potential among all prospects. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to scrutinize what manner of seed it was. Underneath the post, a multitude of individuals engage in fervent discussion. Astonishingly, the latest information is from today, underscoring the enduring allure of this seed, which continues to captivate hearts even a century later. Alas, it is truly lamentable, had it not been for that catastrophic beast tide. The celestial peach empress and the sacred peach tree would not have perished amidst the four-headed calamity beasts and the pollution tide. It is likely that the victor in the Pingxing region would not have been the king of tides. Yet, there is little that can be done. After all, the sacred peach tree, being a plant, is inherently constrained. If only it could have relocated, the outcome may have been different. It is indeed a source of great regret. For the celestial peach empress was once revered as the goddess of prosperity. The survivor base she established was renowned as the Doomsday granary. If it had survived to this day, I am convinced that the roots of the sacred peach tree would have spread throughout the entire Pingxing city, significantly increasing the value of grain throughout Jiangdong province, alleviating the hardships faced by ordinary people. Moreover, if the roots of the sacred peach tree had expanded into a certain region, the celestial peach empress would have been an invincible force within that territory. Who could argue otherwise? It is truly lamentable. Oh, I could have enjoyed cheaper flatbreads, perhaps even less expensive than those in the Xingyao safe zone, but alas. Due to a scoundrel, we suffered a beast tide that shattered a century of fortune for Jiangdong province. A century? More than a century. Had the celestial peach empress and the sacred peach tree still existed, I am certain that the entire Jiangdong province would not have had to worry about food scarcity. That scoundrel deserves a wretched fate. Every time I think about how I could have enjoyed steamed buns and rice, discarding one bowl after another, I feel an overwhelming urge to unearth that scoundrel's corpse and unleash my wrath upon it. Just yesterday, I dreamt of the sacred peach tree, towering like a mountain. Beneath its boughs, a fragrant breeze carrying the scents of straw, wheat, and peach blossoms wafting through every corner of Pingxing. That detestable scoundrel deserves no peace. I curse him to be reborn as maggots in his next life. Tang Ping perused all the information, his heart shaken. To think such a thing still exists, the sacred peach tree, capable of purifying a region, keeping calamities, pollution, corruption, the gray sun, the black moon, and the calamity wind at bay, transforming the area into a true granary. Tang Ping could hardly fathom that in this post-apocalyptic world, many would gamble their lives for a mere flatbread. What a spectacle it would be if a city could cultivate grain. The individuals in the post were correct. This has indeed jeopardized the future of Jiangdong province for a century, if not longer. Tang Ping glanced at the timestamp of the sacred peach tree seed's appearance. It seems this seed has already been contracted by that milk tea girl. However, she should be quite easy to persuade. Suddenly, another thought struck him. If the sacred peach tree existed, could it not lead to the rapid evolution of plants into contractable companions, akin to those in Plants vs. Zombies? Indeed, with the sacred peach tree, plants could evolve even more effectively. In the future, he would possess a formidable legion, equally endowed with extraordinary power. The notion of plants battling invaders is indeed intriguing. Time ultimately halted 3 days later. Tang Ping closed the final tome of secrets and returned to the past. In Ping City, beneath the sacred peach tree, he found the enchanting tea maiden lost in love. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Ping rose and departed the sanctuary, heading towards Ping City. Chapter 54. The sanctuary of flying swords the wind had risen once more. Tang Ping emerged from the underground garage, his expression tinged with gravity. Just this morning, the wind had been a mere force 6, but now it was rapidly escalating. The sandstorm surged like tumultuous waves, lifting from the ground and ascending ever higher. It must be noted that the infected outside had become exceedingly agile, their speed rivaling that of a cheetah, with razor-sharp claws and fangs. For an ordinary person, the likelihood of escaping once detected by an infected was nearly non-existent. Now, with a hurricane brewing outside, the already perilous environment had transformed into an even more treacherous landscape. Even players within the sanctuary, if not careful, could meet their demise in an instant. The wind intensified, obscuring the sky and unleashing a howling tempest of sand. A Force 10 hurricane. More accurately, it was a Force 10 sandstorm. Yet, amidst the gale that could sweep a person away, Tang Ping, clad in a white tracksuit, appeared to glide through the storm with ease. A treasure chest? Within the swirling sands, Tang Ping distinctly spotted a shadowy gray-black box. Nearby, a figure dashed ahead of him, racing towards the treasure chest. Tang Ping's fingers curled slightly, conjuring a fireball the size of an egg. The crimson flames spread forth, enveloping the Doomsday chest. The individual, caught off guard, hastily attempted to evade, tumbling across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. By the time this person regained their footing, Tang Ping had already secured the Doomsday chest. Though its contents might only include a single attribute stone, or perhaps even lack extraordinary items altogether, that did not imply he would relinquish it to a stranger. Who are you? I found this treasure chest first. On what grounds do you seize my treasure? The figure turned out to be merely a girl of 15 or 16, rising from the ground with a look of indignation directed at Tang Ping. Because I'm stronger than you, little trash. You're the little trash. Your entire family is little trash. I possess a B-grade talent. The girl seemed somewhat intimidated, yet her determination was palpable. This treasure chest was located using a treasure map I found. I've waited over 2 hours for it. You cannot take my Doomsday chest. A treasure map? Tang Ping raised an eyebrow. This sounded like a remarkable item that could reveal the locations of respawning treasure chests. Yes, I discovered this Doomsday chest using a treasure map 2 hours in advance. It is mine. The girl clenched her fists. Apologies, but the chest now belongs to me, Tang Ping declared, turning to leave. If you do not return it, I shall resort to violence. I truly will. Behold my sword. A fierce gust of sword wind sliced towards Tang Ping's shoulder. Tang Ping's heart raced. This was a sword-based sanctuary. He spun around and drew the Tang Dao from his back, the crimson flames instantly enveloping it as he swung downwards at the flying sword. Clang! The metallic clash resonated with a tremor. A powerful force surged through the Tang Dao, propelling the flying sword away. However, due to the inherent indestructible nature of sanctuary items, no matter how formidable the attack, they could not be destroyed unless they were irrevocably bound to a player and vanished upon that player's demise. How was this possible? The girl stood there, stupefied, gazing at the shattered flying sword. It was astonishing that someone could block her attack. Even more surprising was how it had been effortlessly deflected away. Previously, those she encountered would cower in fear upon merely grazing their shoulders with her sword, often fleeing at the sight of it. Yet this time, a look of bewilderment filled her eyes, as if the person before her possessed an extra set of eyes at the back of their head. A sanctuary of flying swords? Tang Ping halted in his tracks, suddenly struck by the desire to seize it. Though merely possessing a B-grade talent, the early days of the apocalypse were ripe with opportunities. If this girl dared to strive and contend, ascending to A-grade talent would pose little challenge. Indeed, are you frightened? Lu Huihui straightened her posture, menacingly declaring, "Hand over the Doomsday treasure chest at once, or you shall not escape my wrath." Suddenly, Lu Huihui sensed the figure ahead vanish. Instantly on high alert, she found herself confronted by a fist the size of a sandbag, which loomed large before her. Her eyes widened in shock, and in the next instant, she fainted. "Well, this is fortuitous. I can conveniently drop you off with Sister Wang." Tang Ping clapped his hands, marveling at how easy it was to collect talented individuals during the early days of the apocalypse. After retrieving the girl's sanctuary, he examined it closely. It resembled a diminutive toy sword, devoid of enhancements, measuring merely 10 centimeters in length. After all, when selecting a sanctuary, one could not choose excessively large items. Yet, to Tang Ping's astonishment, the material of this tiny sword seemed extraordinary. His spirit could already extend outward. Peering through it, he discerned mysterious currents flowing within the sword. Understanding that his world was inherently complex, Tang Ping immediately deduced that this small sword likely originated from the enigmatic side of Blue Star as well. The sanctuary's attributes were surely of no low caliber, at the very least A-grade. He mused that even a golden guarantee would possess C-grade characteristics, let alone such mysterious artifacts. Of course, Tang Ping had no intentions of seizing it, for an individual could only possess one sanctuary. In the realm of the Doomsday game, no sanctuary could boast attributes surpassing his own. Finding a shopping cart in a nearby supermarket, he placed the girl inside and continued dragging it towards Sister Wang's direction. He wondered how she and the others fared in the perilous Doomsday City instance. With two players possessing S-grade talents, they should be managing well, he thought. As he trudged through the wind and sand, Tang Ping opened his interface to inquire about Sister Wang. Sister Wang, how is the situation on your end? Before long, he received her response. With that little girl around, there are no significant issues. We completed several hidden tasks, each yielding a few attribute stones and experience stones. This city is vast. As of now, we only completed half of the hidden tasks you assigned. Tang Ping. Very well, I shall head towards the instance. And shortly I will drop a girl off at the hotel on East Tianhua Avenue. When you all come out, do not forget to take her along. Sister Wang, what is going on? Is she your girlfriend? I must warn you, do not mistreat her, or I shall not let you off easily. Remember, during your sophomore year, your grandfather traveled a great distance to bring me a basket of free-range eggs, and I cannot accept such kindness without reciprocation. By the way, I still have that cane. Had it not been so large, it might have served as my shelter instead. Tang Ping. Tang Ping. Sister Wang, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely noticed the girl possesses considerable talent and wish to introduce her to you. She might become a formidable asset for the Starry Club in the future. Sister Wang, oh, I see. In that case, I shall inform Xiao Liuzai to come and fetch you. You can hand the girl over to him to ensure her safety outside. Tang Ping. All right, you can go back to your duties now. By the way, I plan to head to Ping City shortly and shall not return for a while. Sister Wang. Ping City? Very well, but do take care. I've heard that several formidable calamity beasts have appeared there. Tang Ping, I am aware. With that, Tang Ping concluded the conversation and made his way back towards Tianhua Avenue. At the corner of East Tianhua Avenue, he spotted Xiao Liuzai, who was hiding timidly from a distance. Brother Tang, Xiao Liuzai exclaimed with delight as he dashed forward. Xiao Liuzai catch. Chapter 55. The Treasure Dungeon. A shopping cart was thrust forward, or rather, it soared through the air. At that moment, Lu Hui also regained consciousness, her voice rising in a frantic shriek. Help! Are you trying to summon the infected to rescue you? Tang Ping Zimat? Lu Hui noticed a shadow amidst the swirling sand and promptly sealed her lips. You little rascal, don't venture out alone in the future. I'll find you a faction that guarantees you'll indulge in delicacies. Tang Ping instructed earnestly. I won't. Lu Hui vehemently shook her head from within the cart. Duong Lu Hui. Fainting, Tang Ping clapped his hands. All right, young lady, it's just a rebellious phase. A little scolding will do her good. The outside world is fraught with peril, and I'm doing this for her benefit. Following Sister Wang, one can feast 9 times a day. Little Lu trembled, nodding repeatedly. Brother Tang Ping is right. Internally, he scoffed at Tang Ping's ruthlessness, pondering how he could bully a young girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16. However, what little Lu perhaps did not realize was that this young girl could easily dispatch him with a single sword strike. Without Tang Ping around, little Lu's C-grade talent would indeed falter. Sister Wang and Brother Niu should be emerging soon. You find a place to hide, and I shall take my leave. Brother Tang Ping, where are you off to this time? Aren't you staying with us? I intend to scout Ping City. Ping City? That's at least 70 or 80 kilometers away in a straight line. On foot, it's over 100 kilometers, and the road is perilous. Little Lu's face was etched with concern. Do not worry. Tang Ping observed the lurking infected around them, drawing his Tang knife. Just in time, I will eliminate these infected nearby, so you won't encounter any danger. Just as little Lu was about to protest, he witnessed Tang Ping suddenly transform into a blur. His mouth agape. The words he intended to speak were swallowed back. His eyes, which had been only slightly open, widened with astonishment, though not excessively. Brother Tang Ping. So powerful. Tang Ping's attributes had far exceeded that of the infected. What appeared to be swift infected to others were akin to toddlers in his eyes. With flames enveloping his Tang knife, he thrust it into the head of an infected, incinerating its brain into ashes before withdrawing it and piercing it into the heads of the remaining infected. The speed was such that little Lu could scarcely perceive the Tang knife. He only saw infected falling one after another, their bodies unscathed, save for their heads emitting black smoke, as if machinery had malfunctioned. Gulp! Little Lu swallowed hard. This strength, even combined, Zhou Zheng and sister Xiao Chao would not be a match for brother Tang Ping. He couldn't help but speculate about the level of Tang Ping's talent. Although it seemed that Tang Ping's flames were not particularly exceptional, it was evident he relied on unparalleled speed and power. Could it be that he possessed dual talents, fire and advanced enhancement? Little Lu mused, overwhelmed by the terrifying speed, questioning if Tang Ping was even human. Unable to fathom it any longer, little Lu simply fixated his gaze on Tang Ping with awe. These are the formidable individuals belonging to their starry club. Tang Ping traversed the vicinity of the building, having nearly eradicated the infected before returning. He casually delivered a punch to Lu Huihui. All right, find a place to hide. I shall not linger. Be careful on your way, brother Tang Ping. He waved his hand and then vanished into the swirling sands. How magnificent! Tianhua Avenue, already outside Jiangsheng, leads directly towards Pingsheng. Along the avenue, Tang Ping chose not to drive, as the noise of a vehicle would attract the infected, which could prove troublesome, and he may not outrun them. Activating the navigation system, he confirmed his direction and opted for a straight path across the terrain. Descending from Tianhua Avenue, he entered the fields. Han Mingfei. Hello, are you selling manuals? By this time, it was afternoon, and after running for half a day, Tang Ping was squatting in a small shop in a town, having a meal. Is this person looking to purchase a manual? Tang Ping replied, yes. What are you looking for? Han Mingfei. Do you have manuals for other attributes? Dan Ping, Ido. I had planned to sell them in a couple of days. But if you wish to buy one early, it will not be cheap. Han Mingfei. I want a complete manual for light-type swords. I can trade you a very precious item. Tang Ping, what item? You must specify first. I need to assess its value for a complete trade. Han Mingfei. I will send you a picture. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted outside. Tang Ping swiftly unleashed a protective barrier to shield himself from the shockwave. What on earth is happening out there? After the explosion, he retracted the barrier and crouched beneath the window to survey the situation outside. A massive head soared past him, the eyes seeming to still be moving, as if it had died too quickly, retaining a hint of awareness. Those eyes locked onto Tang Ping's. Thud! The head crashed into the kitchen, rolling into a pot of soup. Tang Ping then glimpsed the chaos unfolding outside. A group of players appeared to be vying for something, engaged in a fierce battle. As his vision sharpened, Tang Ping spotted a golden vortex. Haha, it has finally opened. I shall be the next to enter. A middle-aged man, his cheeks a grotesque mess, with a wild look in his eyes, was about to step into the golden vortex. I want in. Get lost. You're courting death. Don't even think about entering. The players, who had been battling amongst themselves, suddenly united against the middle-aged man, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The smile on the man's face froze, and in the next moment, he exploded into a mist of blood. With you? You think you can enter? A young man in jeans scoffed, turning to fire at others. Today, I must secure a spot in the treasure dungeon. Lightning crackled in the hands of the young man, bursting forth with a cacophony. With you, little brat, when I was out in the world, you weren't even a thought in your ancestors' mind. A muscular elder, in his 50s or 60s with bulging veins, declared, wanting to enter is not something you can achieve merely by talk. A woman, brandishing 2 kitchen knives, fiercely glared at the others. Astonishingly, both knives were extraordinary weapons. No one shall impede me, shouted a crew-cut young man, his eyes ablaze and breathing heavily, as he charged toward the entrance. The inevitable outcome was a brawl. Yet, the young man radiated a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. All the attacks from the others missed their mark. Meanwhile, the young man found himself at the threshold of the golden vortex. Ha! You all can squabble while I enter first. Seeking death, exclaimed a spirited young man in jeans, fuming with rage, but alas, his opponent had already slipped into the golden vortex. With 10 spots available, only 5 remained. The woman's gaze was as venomous as a serpent. At that moment, Tang Ping in the restaurant murmured softly, a treasure dungeon. Here, there exists a treasure dungeon. Chapter 56, Treasure Dungeon. Monster experience in the Treasure Dungeon. Slaying monsters grants 1 experience. Moreover, these lesser foes are nowhere near as formidable as the catastrophe beasts. The experience acquired is accessible to talents of any level. Additionally, defeating monsters can yield items. Most importantly, within the confines of the Treasure Dungeon, players cannot perish. Death within this realm merely results in an exit from the dungeon. It is truly deserving of its title as a treasure. Each time the Treasure Dungeon manifests, players within a 3,000-meter radius are informed an hour in advance. Tang Ping wasted no time and surged forth from the restaurant. Initially, no one paid heed to the emergence of yet another competitor, as many concealed players lingered nearby. It was hardly surprising, and no one took it to heart. After all, if someone were truly formidable, they would have already entered. A pack of rats dared to show themselves. The young man in jeans, eyes glinting with malice, unleashed a thunderous strike aimed at Tang Ping's head. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. When he regained his senses, he found a knife embedded in his skull. I cannot accept this. The abrupt demise of the young man in jeans cast a pall over the surroundings. His electric talent had commanded respect. Yet under the hand of this suddenly appearing youth, he had not stood a chance to resist. Tang Ping collected the fallen's shelter item, a gold and silver fortune pouch the size of an egg. The characteristics of this shelter item were undoubtedly impressive. After placing it within his own shelter, he strode directly toward the golden vortex, and no one dared to obstruct him, as if tacitly acknowledging his claim to a spot. Once Tang Ping entered, the tension in the air seemed to dissipate, allowing the onlookers to breathe again. However, gazing at the corpse of the young man in jeans sent chills down their spines. Had he truly perished this way? Otherwise, his brain had been fried, and the infected could not survive. People glanced at one another, uncertain, when suddenly a fireball erupted, igniting the atmosphere like a powder keg once more. Only 4 spots remained. Meanwhile, within the Treasure Dungeon, Tang Ping stood amidst an abandoned town. The town bore the hallmarks of modern architecture, featuring numerous buildings, though most were in a state of disrepair, as if forsaken for over a decade. Tang Ping found himself atop a 7-story building. This was the Treasure Dungeon, yet it appeared unremarkable. Before he could finish his thoughts, a foul wind swept toward him. Clang! The Tang Dao was drawn, slicing through the approaching figure. It was a humanoid creature with a crocodile's tail. Sparks flew as the blade met its scaly hide, which was even harder than steel. Roar! The creature's rancid jaws bellowed, spewing viscous saliva onto Tang Ping's face. Damn it, now my clothes are ruined again. A stunning red lotus blossomed in Tang Ping's vision. The crocodile-tailed monster froze, and as their eyes met, flames of a crimson lotus mirrored in its pupils. The dark red flames of the lotus danced in the air. The creature with the crocodile tail fell weakly to the ground after being pushed back by Tang Ping. Congratulations, player. You have slain the Treasure Dungeon monster, Crocodile Demon, and earned 5 experience points, along with a drop of Crocodile Scales 10. Tang Ping allocated the experience points to his SS level talent, Crimson Lotus Inferno. If all went according to plan, he would rely on these treasure dungeons to level up this SS level talent in the future, with each Crocodile Demon granting 5 experience points. He would need to defeat 200 of them to elevate Crimson Lotus Inferno to level 3. After picking up the scales from the ground, he noticed that the Crocodile Demon's corpse had vanished. Leaping down from the upper floor, he seized the opportunity to indulge in some exhilarating combat. Inside a dilapidated residential building, a woman clad in a black hoodie, her face obscured by the hood, held a blood-dripping long gun in her hands. "Thank you," 2 girls exclaimed in surprise from the corner. The woman in the black hoodie swiftly turned her gun towards them. "Hand over the treasure map of the treasure tree." The girls froze, and the one with short hair forced a laugh. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand." The gun sliced through the air. A glint of cold light aimed directly at the girl's forehead. "I'll give it." The short-haired girl cried out, gritting her teeth as she reluctantly surrendered the treasure map. The woman in the black hoodie unfurled the map, revealing a moving red dot. That was the treasure tree. Having verified the authenticity of the map, she departed, leaping silently up to the 4th floor in pursuit of the treasure tree. "Sister, we We just gave the treasure map to her. The long-haired girl protested, her face filled with reluctance. The short-haired girl sighed. What else could we have done? It's better than dying. Regaining her resolve, she suggested, let us rest and then go hunt the cat-faced infants. We both possess A-level talents, and the A-level experience stones outside are hard to come by. We've fought our way in, so we must elevate our talents to level 3. When that happens, our combined talents will be akin to S-level players, and we won't have to fear anything. Long-haired girl Jiang Zian nodded, but suddenly looked pensive. Sister, will we ever return to our hometown in Jiangchen? It's over 600 kilometers away. Short-haired girl Jiang Hongyan's eyes filled with sorrow. We definitely will. Mom and Dad are surely fine. Didn't they say that this morning someone cleared the infected around the building? Yes, they must be all right. Sister, we must quickly strengthen our abilities and return. Sister, I'm ready to go. All right, let us continue hunting. The wailing of an infant echoed, only to abruptly cease. The one who defeated the cat-faced infant was wielding a Tang Dao. Suddenly, a piece of parchment erupted from the ground. What is this? Tang Ping picked it up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A treasure map. The treasure tree. He focused on the moving red dot and turned to pursue it in a specific direction. With the treasure tree in sight, who would bother hunting monsters? The treasure tree, the true treasure within the treasure dungeon, would automatically grant experience points with every attack. Continuous assaults would yield experience drops until the treasure tree vanished beneath the earth, marking the end of the encounter. He must act swiftly, for within the treasure dungeon, the treasure tree reappears, scattering numerous treasure maps each time. A moment's delay could result in a significant loss of experience points. Tang Ping leaped onto the rooftop, swiftly advancing toward the treasure tree. On the cracked cement road, a tree that resembled exquisite glass glided leisurely along the path, as if the cement beneath its roots were yielding like water. Adorning this resplendent and opulent treasure tree were numerous gem-encrusted fruits, each containing a variety of precious and extraordinary items. Suddenly, a beam of gunfire pierced through the air. Chapter 57, Treasure Instance. The Tree of Treasures appeared startled, darting in another direction. Yet, the flash of gunfire relentlessly pursued it, as experience points fell like stardust from the tree's form. The tree struggled, attempting to resist, but to no avail. Just as the spear sliced through the air with fierce precision, a Tang Dao swept in, creating a cascade of sparks against the glazed tree. A multitude of experience points rained down. Experience, one experience, one experience, one experience. One. The woman clad in a black hoodie cast a fleeting glance at the blade technique, a glimmer of intrigue crossing her features, but she quickly returned her focus, remaining vigilant as she continued her assault on the Tree of Treasures. Tang Ping was equally astonished by the marksmanship displayed before him. Such skill was clearly not honed in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The enigmatic woman before him likely hailed from a lineage of martial artists, or perhaps was a figure of mystery from the bygone era of Blue Star. He heightened his caution, noting that she had yet to employ any innate abilities. Relying solely on her marksmanship and physical prowess, she could easily dispatch the crocodile demon. The woman, intent on harvesting experience points, refrained from launching any attacks, while Tang Ping too held back, recognizing that a confrontation between them would merely benefit others lurking nearby. Distracted yet wary of the woman, the Tang Dao in her hands showed no mercy as it relentlessly hacked at the Tree of Treasures. Suddenly a fruit fell, and with swift reflexes, Tang Ping adeptly snatched it up. "Ha! I found it. The Tree of Treasures truly exists," boomed a deep voice. From behind a low building nearby emerged a man clad in a leather jacket, his face adorned with stubble. His ability to breach the treasure instance indicated considerable strength. And upon witnessing the duo attacking the tree, a glimmer of wariness flickered in his eyes. A long-handled axe materialized in his grip, an extraordinary weapon. Swinging the axe, it was evident he sought to avoid conflict with the two, intent instead on harvesting experience points from the tree. However, the woman in the black hoodie and Tang Ping shared no words. Their weapons, a spear and a Tang Dao, surged forth in unison. "You!" the stubbled man exclaimed in astonishment and fury, swinging his axe in an attempt to defend himself. Yet, He soon felt the weight of two formidable forces coursing from the axe into his arms. Crack! The man's arm shattered, the axe flying from his grasp. A chill swept over him as he looked down to see a spear piercing through his chest. Heat surged to his forehead as he witnessed a crimson blade embedding itself into his skull. With wide eyes, the stubbled man struggled to utter his final words, "Dog." Couple moments later, he erupted into a burst of light, vanishing from existence. The woman in the black hoodie retracted her spear, twirling it gracefully before directing her attention back to the Tree of Treasures. Tang Ping gripped the hilt of his blade, bewildered by the events unfolding. He too felt a chilling sensation in his chest, contemplating the ferocity of the woman. In that instant, an unspoken understanding seemed to form between them. Anyone who dared to approach the Tree of Treasures would first have to contend with the two of them. In a nearby settlement, the stubbled man emerged from a golden vortex, his expression dark and brooding. "Damn those dog lovers. May I never cross paths with you again. What pretense is this? Does wearing a hat make one a master? Just wait. One day, I shall cleave your skull with my axe." The stubbled man seethed with resentment. After laboriously fighting his way through a throng of players to reach the treasure dungeon, he had merely elevated his level 1 talent to level 2, only to be swiftly eliminated before he could achieve more. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him, a stealthy ambush aiming to catch him off guard and seize his spoils. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he scoffed at the group of inept players unable to even breach the entrance, daring to set a trap for him. Seeking their demise, he brandished his long-handled axe, imbued with tremendous force, and cleaved through a fireball with a single stroke. In a swift motion, the stubbled man leapt atop the would-be assailant, bringing his axe down upon them. A large head flew into the air, eyes wide with terror. "Pathetic. How dare you attempt to ambush me?" He sneered, shouldering his axe as he departed. This place was no sanctuary for him. He was not among the blind and foolish. He knew all too well the caliber of those who could infiltrate the treasure dungeon. Though he had exited rather swiftly, he had still managed to gather considerable loot. If he could exchange some extraordinary items for B-grade experience stones, he would need only 20 to upgrade his talent to level 3. With this thought, the stubbled man's spirit soared. Had he known better, he would not have sought the treasure tree. Reflecting on those two monstrous foes, he felt a pang of regret. How could such creatures shatter his B-grade enhanced talent with a single blow? As he made his exit, it was evident that many players lingered near the golden vortex, unwilling to relent, continuing to lie in wait for an opportunity to ambush others and claim their rewards. In the treasure dungeon, Tang Ping gazed at his SS-level talent, the experience points steadily approaching 1,000, heralding his imminent ascent to level 3, filling him with delight. The prowess of a level 3 SS talent was beyond compare. Suddenly, a massive stone was hurled at him from above. Tang Ping's expression darkened. Someone had targeted him. With a swift slash, he cleaved the boulder in two and scanned his surroundings, quickly spotting a young man standing on the 3rd floor. With a cold gaze, Tang Ping refrained from pursuing. His immediate priority was to chop trees and continue amassing experience points. No one knew when the treasure tree might slip away. As his blade shimmered with phantom strikes, the treasure tree swayed, seemingly unscathed despite the onslaught, with starry points cascading down, indicating that none of his attacks had gone amiss. The young man, manipulating the boulder, now directed it toward the treasure tree, evidently seeking to claim a share of the spoils through ranged attacks. A woman in a black hoodie raised her spear with sudden force, shattering the boulder with a resounding crash. She then resumed her assault on the treasure tree. "Friend, why so hostile?" The young man's countenance oscillated between anger and uncertainty. Yet, neither of the two responded to him. Only the clashing sounds of their attacks echoed in the air. Once more, a barrage of stones rained down upon the treasure tree, revealing the young man's unyielding resolve. Tang Ping wielded his blade with an ethereal grace, the shimmering reflections dancing upon its edge. The woman clad in black, brandishing her spear, left a flurry of afterimages in her wake. Not a single stone managed to strike the treasure tree. "Ah, so you wish to hoard it all for yourselves? Just you wait." The youth spat defiantly. He turned, only to be gripped by an overwhelming dread. He felt like a rabbit ensnared in the gaze of a lion. His body rigid, as if his very blood had ceased to flow. Do you intend to share the secret of the treasure tree with others? Tang Ping's voice echoed ominously. Ha! What a fool! The woman in black sneered. In a moment of heated panic, the youth felt a chill in his heart. Death awaited him. You all. He managed to raise a trembling finger, defiantly extending his middle digit. Cowards! Tang Ping unsheathed his knife, resuming his relentless assault on the treasure tree. Before long, his SS-level talent, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Flame, had finally reached level 3. Chapter 58, The Treasure Instance. The Jiang Sisters Player. Tang Ping ID 000000000, Constitution, 133 Spirit, 148 Strength, 130 Speed, 125 Talent 1. Blazing Fire, D, Talent Level, 3, 7,310,000, Talent 2. Crimson Lotus Flame, SS, Talent Level, 3, 10,000. Above her eyes, black and red flames danced. Within her pupils, an enchanting demonic lotus flourished, radiating an unnamed power. The woman, who was chopping at the treasure tree, trembled slightly, her gaze revealing a flicker of astonishment. An SS-level talent. How peculiar it is. She sensed her spirit becoming fervent in that very moment. Yet an instant later, a shadow flickered, and the mysterious flames extinguished in an instant. Regaining her composure, Tang Ping glanced at the woman opposite her. Apologies, I couldn't contain it just now. No matter. The two exchanged no further words. Minutes passed, and suddenly, the treasure tree shook, dropping a dozen treasure fruits, before retracting into the ground without granting anyone a moment to react. 18 treasure fruits lay scattered on the ground. Tang Ping wielded her sword, drawing a line in the air. The 9 over there are yours. The 9 on this side are mine. Agreed. After swiftly collecting the fruits, Tang Ping hesitated before speaking. Shall we add each other as friends? The woman in the black hoodie smirked. What? Trying to flirt? Tang Ping felt a surge of embarrassment. No, it's just that I noticed your strength. We might encounter each other again in the future. So it would be good to know one another. I am Tang Ping, and you are? He Qian Ci. Once Tang Ping added her as a friend. The two parted ways, each embarking on their own quest to slay monsters and accumulate experience. He's indeed a rare surname. Tang Ping dismissed her interface, not harboring any ulterior motives, merely wishing to acknowledge the prowess of her counterpart. The circle of the formidable is minuscule, should she ascend to the pinnacle. They might cross paths again. To elevate to level 4, one requires 10,000 experience points, and external SS-level experience stones are nearly non-existent. Just in time, the Crimson Lotus Flame had reached level 3. She needed to seize the opportunity to hunt. Tang Ping entered a small town and began her rapid slaughter. The experience points for the SS-level talent, Crimson Lotus Flame, gradually accumulated. 3 hours later, Tang Ping sat within an abandoned hotel, consuming compressed biscuits and canned luncheon meat. She pondered how long it would take to elevate her talent to level 4. Shaking her head slightly, she noted that the experience points for the Crimson Lotus Flame had only reached a little over 2,000, of which over 1,500 were accrued from chopping the treasure tree. As for monster slaying, the creatures within this treasure ruin yielded scant experience points. A cat-faced child provided a mere 1 point, a lizard woman 2 points, and a crocodile demon 5 points. For players with level 1 or 2 talents, leveling up was relatively straightforward. However, upon reaching level 3, amassing the requisite 10,000 experience points through monster hunting became exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, aside from experience points, Tang Ping had also acquired a wealth of valuable items. 12 treasure fruits and a collection of materials obtained from vanquished foes. These materials can be sold, as certain individuals possess the talents or sanctuaries capable of forging extraordinary weapons from exceptional materials. However, it is regrettable that mastering such skills requires a considerable investment of time, which Tang Ping currently lacks. As for the materials, his sanctuary is sufficiently spacious to store them for now, rendering their sale unnecessary. Eager to explore the contents of the treasure fruits, Tang Ping retrieved them, contemplating the valuable items they might hold. The method to open these fruits was straightforward. A firm squeeze would suffice. Congratulations, player. You have crushed a treasure fruit and obtained a strength attribute stone 5. Congratulations, player. You have crushed a treasure fruit and obtained a spirit attribute stone 5. Congratulations, player. You have crushed a treasure fruit and obtained an F-grade extraordinary item, the Soul Chaser Talisman. Congratulations, player. You have crushed a treasure fruit and obtained a C-grade talent upgrade stone. From the 12 treasure fruits, he garnered Constitution Attribute Stones 10, Spirit Attribute Stones 10, Strength Attribute Stones 15, Speed Attribute Stones 10, an F-grade extraordinary item, the Soul Chaser Talisman, an F-grade extraordinary weapon, the Black Gold Bow, and a C-grade talent upgrade stone. Tang Ping utilized all these attribute stones, significantly enhancing his power once more. His D-grade fiery talent was elevated to C-grade blazing flame. Moreover, his once D-grade fiery talent had already amassed 300 experience points, nearing the threshold of 10,000. Just as it happened, he had accumulated enough C-grade experience stones, allowing him to advance his C-grade talent to level 4. During a brief respite, Tang Ping accessed the prior transaction with Han Mingfei. Han Mingfei, where are you? Are you still there? Han Mingfei, hey, are you alive? Han Mingfei, are we trading or not? Speak up. Han Mingfei. Tang Ping, Tang Ping, Tang Ping, Tang Ping. Tang Ping, apologies, I was occupied for a moment. Han Mingfei. Han Mingfei, I thought you were dead. Tang Ping, I'm alive and well. No need to worry. Let me check what you sent earlier. He scrolled up and quickly found the item Han Mingxue had offered for trading, a spirit defense item. Tang Ping's heart raced with excitement. Furthermore, this spirit defense item was of no low caliber, being B-grade. Exchanging it for a manual would indeed be a tremendous gain. Tang Ping, sounds good, but I'm currently busy and will need to wait until evening to trade with you. Han Mingfei, all right, I'll send you the trade request, but don't you dare die on me. Han Mingfei, let us add each other as friends. Tang Ping, no thank you. Han Mingfei, I have an S-grade light talent and dual S-grade sanctuary traits. Are you certain you want to add me? Within a charmingly feminine level 2 sanctuary. Han Mingfei responded to the other party. Ding, you have received a friend request. Tang Ping requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Han Mingfei's expression shifted, her face changing faster than when she flipped through her mathematics practice book. Han Mingfei, I'll be waiting for your trade. Hurry up. Tang Ping, I assure you, we will complete the trade today. Han Mingfei felt a sense of relief. As long as the transaction was completed, all would be well. Initially, she approached the situation with a mere sense of curiosity, never expecting to actually find something. The thought of mastering such a formidable secret technique filled her with hope. Perhaps her light affinity would rival that of fire or lightning in terms of combat prowess. She would no longer be like now, a blazing sun relying solely on dazzling her enemies. Ku, a golden parrot, radiating a gentle glow, landed on Han Mingfei's shoulder. And I, Ku, is hungry. Prepare 2 dishes for Ku. Han Mingfei retorted, why don't you ask for a full meal with 4 dishes and a soup? Just 2 dishes for you. Ku shook its head, 4 dishes and a soup would suffice, but Ku desires braised pork, sauced pig trotters, peanuts with edamame, sweet and sour carp, and a seaweed tofu soup. Han Mingfei rolled her eyes. I see you're craving braised Ku instead. Here, a bag of birdseed. Take it or leave it. How cruel. Ku wants to eat prepackaged meals. Take it or leave it. In the treasure dungeon, Tang Ping finished his meal and prepared to continue hunting. Voices echoed from downstairs. Sister, do you think the treasure tree will really appear again? We found the treasure map. It can't be fake. But this time it's outside the town. We must sneak out quickly and avoid being discovered by others. Don't worry, sister. We can't be so unfortunate as to have it snatched away again. Besides, we are all level 3 with A-class affinities now. I doubt there are many stronger than us in this dungeon. Jiang Zian declared proudly. Be cautious. It's better to be safe, Jiang Hongyan advised, her gaze vigilant. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, and as she lowered her eyes, saw a knife pressed against her throat. Hand over the treasure map. Chapter 59. The conclusion of the treasure instance. Hello? Jiang Hongyan cautiously greeted. Hand over the treasure map. In Tang Ping's hand appeared a crimson lotus, its captivating aura causing both sisters to break into a cold sweat. An SS-level talent, I presume you would rather not test your luck. Surrender it, he commanded. Jiang Hongyan, in despair, shut her eyes and resolutely handed over the treasure map. Here. Tang Ping accepted the map, glanced at it, and leaped onto the rooftop, heading toward the outskirts of the town, leaving behind the two sisters, who were on the verge of tears. Sister, our treasure map has been snatched away again. Jiang Zian gritted her teeth. I know. Just give me a moment. I need to think, Jiang Hongyan said, rubbing her temples. She felt certain something must have gone awry. Otherwise, how could they have lost their treasure map twice? She was becoming a veritable harbinger of fortune. Sister, what shall we do now? Jiang Zian's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice filled with anguish. Jiang Hongyan clenched her teeth. Regardless, our time here is almost up. We must follow him and see, after having retrieved the treasure map twice. To miss seeing the treasure tree would be a great loss. Are we really going to follow him? Jiang Zian's eyes sparkled, her lips slightly parched. Sister, let us hurry. Tang Ping was making his way outside the small town. The houses around him grew sparser, and some bungalows appeared beneath his feet. Eventually, he arrived at a grove of white poplars, where he spotted the familiar treasure tree. With less than half an hour remaining, he had ample time to fell this tree. Gripping his blade, he struck down upon the treasure tree. A cascade of shimmering experience points fell, all of which he devoted to his SS-level talent. The red lotus magic flame. Just 2 minutes later, a curly-haired woman suddenly emerged from the woods, appearing to be in her late 20s. Wielding a whip and striking toward the treasure tree, Tang Ping's gaze darkened. He pivoted his blade, aiming at the whip. The deep crimson flames, imbued with terrifying heat, surged toward the curly-haired woman. However, the whip in her hand suddenly emanated a chilling mist, extinguishing the flames. Yet, wielding immense strength, Tang Ping leveraged the whip to violently pull the woman toward a large tree. Cough! The sudden force caught the curly-haired woman off guard as she crashed into the trunk, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She stood up, her eyes cold. You wish to monopolize the treasure tree. You're far too weak. The curly-haired woman furrowed her brow, perplexed by the unexpected comment. After all, she possessed a level 3 S-level talent, and her whip was a prized item from the shelter. Her strength was no trifling matter. Her previous mishap was merely an accident. You want to know until you try, she retorted, her gaze icy. She understood that if she could not demonstrate some capability, she would likely miss the chance to share in the spoils. Tang Ping lifted his face, revealing the features obscured by his duck-billed cap. The curly-haired woman froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. What a visage! It was enchanting, handsome, and delicate. How could one face embody such a multitude of beauty? This beauty resembled the red lotus in her eyes. Wait, the red lotus. The woman with curly hair felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, in a state of panic. She instinctively retreated. Yet, before she could distance herself, a crimson lotus bloomed in her eyes, her body stiffened abruptly, and she collapsed to the ground. Emerging from a golden vortex within a grand edifice, the woman's terror had yet to dissipate. What kind of talent was this? How peculiar. She pondered deeply about when she had been attacked. Suddenly, that face reappeared in her mind, and she was momentarily lost in thought. So handsome, so beautiful. His talent was undoubtedly of a high caliber. The woman steadied her nerves and, with a glimmer of desire, licked her lips. Indeed, he was both powerful and captivating, with those eyes and the slowly unfurling crimson lotus. If only she could gaze upon him once more. Though it was somewhat painful and draining, she adored all things beautiful. Such an astonishing young man was meant to be hers. Yan Xia licked her lips, contemplating returning home to have her father investigate this individual. Suddenly, a sharp spike erupted from the ground beneath her feet. With a flick of her whip, the woman soared into the air, her dreamy gaze transforming into one of indifference as she scoffed. A bunch of useless fools, unable to even breach the entrance, yet they dare to lay an ambush. Seeking death. With a swift crack of her whip, a cold mist surged forth, enveloping the entire floor in an instant, layers of icy crystals cloaking everything. Yan Xia leaped from the window, plummeting from a height of several dozen meters. Just 10 meters from the ground, she cracked her whip, shattering the glass and wrapping it around a pillar. With a graceful swing of her body, she landed smoothly, vanishing amidst the swirling sands and winds. In the treasure dungeon, Tang Ping picked up a fallen treasure fruit from the ground, noticing the two sisters, the wealth bringers, in hot pursuit. Where was the treasure tree? Jiang Zian was taken aback. It's gone. Tang Ping collected the last treasure fruit, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he vanished. Jiang Zian snapped back to reality. Hey, you thief, bandit, at least leave us something. Frustrated by his sudden disappearance, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. How infuriating. So many treasure fruits dropped. Yet he didn't leave a single one for us. How can someone be so selfish, stealing our treasure map without leaving anything behind? Jiang Hongyan quickly consoled her. Never mind, never mind. The fact that he didn't kill us is already a blessing. Jiang Zian retorted. So I'm supposed to be grateful to him for sparing our lives? Our time in the treasure dungeon is up. Let us go. At least we've made some gains, and our talent has risen to level 3, Jiang Hongyan reassured herself. Let me not encounter this robber again. If I do, I will make him pay. Ugh, hoarding everything for himself. He won't survive this. Jiang Zian spat angrily. Suddenly, a piece of paper fluttered towards her. Jiang Zian caught it. What is this? A secret manual? The first 3 volumes? Consider it mine. What do you mean? Jiang Hongyan also took a look, her eyes flickering. It must have been left by that person just now. Are you saying he thinks a piece of paper can exchange for our treasure map? Jiang Zian cursed, noticing the haphazard scrawl on the page. Looking utterly hideous, the ink still wet, clearly just written. What good could it possibly be? This object is exceedingly precious. Jiang Hongyan's heart raced as she meticulously folded the piece of paper, which contained the secrets of the water-based talents whip technique. A mere tattered sheet, yet it holds such value. Subsequently, the two sisters departed from the treasure dungeon together. At that moment, Tang Ping's form began to gradually fade away. The passage of time had arrived so swiftly. Regrettably, he pondered when he might next encounter a treasure dungeon. Emerging from the treasure dungeon, he returned to the entrance of the golden vortex. His keen senses alerted him to the presence of numerous concealed auras surrounding him. With a swift movement, Tang Ping vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving those players who intended to ambush him bewildered and empty-handed. Damn, you sure are quick on your feet. A man cursed. Oomph. You should be thankful he escaped swiftly. Otherwise, there would be another corpse on the ground. The onlookers sneered. The man furrowed his brow. What? Is he really that formidable? An elder nearby pointed out, the one who previously boasted of being the Thunder King was slain by him. Instantaneously, the man's face turned pale with rage. Humph. Perhaps that arrogant fool simply met his own demise. A silence fell over the crowd, seemingly awaiting the emergence of the next individual. In the basement of a residential building, Tang Ping casually chose a spot to set down his sanctuary. He then retrieved all the treasure fruits from his possession. With the recent enhancement of his attributes, they should be nearing 200. Chapter 60. Zhang Shala, Zhang Qiansui, 24 treasure fruits were harvested, yielding Constitution Attribute Stones 20, Mental Attribute Stones 30, Strength Attribute Stones 25, Speed Attribute Stones 20, an F-grade Extraordinary Item, Cleansing Ring, an F-grade Extraordinary Garment, Duckbill Hat, an F-grade Extraordinary Weapon, Phantom Dagger, an E-grade Healing Potion, and a D-grade Antidote. Player, Tang Ping ID, 000000000, 3 Constitution, 163 Mental, 188 Strength, 170 Speed, 155 Talent 1, Blazing Flame C, Talent Level, 4 2,500 100,000, Talent 2, Crimson Lotus Sorcery SS, Talent Level, 3, 5,239 10,000. After utilizing the attribute stones, Tang Ping closed his eyes in contemplation, delving into his memories to retrieve the light-based sword techniques. He subsequently commenced transcribing, producing 6 treatises comprising over 3,000 characters. His swift writing required little time, though some effort was expended in illustrations. Upon completion, he opened Han Mengfei's trade request and finalized the transaction, acquiring a B-grade mental defense item, the Diamond of the Mind. This item, resembling a diamond, could be directly placed into the sea of consciousness. After recognizing its ownership, Tang Ping employed it. Ha Mingfei. Thank you. This manuscript is immensely beneficial to me. Tang Ping. It was a pleasure trading. Ha Mingfei. A pleasure indeed. I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Tang Ping. Certainly. Within his list of friends, Tang Ping noticed messages from Sister Wong, which included 2 trade requests. Sister Wong, we have emerged from the dungeon, and our gains were considerable. Aside from old Neo sustaining minor injuries, everyone else is unscathed. By the way, I'm sending you some items as a token of our collective goodwill. Sister Wong, I have sent you a separate trade request. Please remember to accept it. Sister Wong, in Pingchang Shixian, 3 level 3 calamity beasts, storm beasts, have wreaked havoc, leaving the entire Shixian in ruins. You must exercise caution. Tang Ping, rest assured. Sister Wong, I shall not take unnecessary risks. By the way, have you managed to bring that girl with you? Sister Wong, she has been calmed and is willing to stay. She is accompanying me to establish a base at Four Seasons Lake. Her strength is, as you described, quite impressive, possessing an S-grade characteristic sword, which even Zhou Zheng must handle with care. Tang Ping, excellent, but she is rather naive. When we first encountered one another, she hesitated to attack, merely striking my shoulder, and felt compelled to announce her intentions beforehand. If she does not change, she will undoubtedly face grave consequences. Sister Wong, please guide her well, though there is no rush. After all, she is only 15. Sister Wong, leave it to me. You need not worry. Please complete the trade swiftly. I shall refrain from further discussion as I am still on the road. Tang Ping, Stole. He opened the 2 trades. One contained 20 attribute stones and a bottle of S-grade life potion. The other was a personal gift from Sister Wong, an extraordinary item, the Heart Protector Talisman, capable of withstanding a single fatal attack. Undoubtedly, this is an exceedingly precious artifact, as it equates to another life. Tang Ping, grasping the talisman in his palm, reflected that it was merely a favor from his grandfather. Sister Wong, despite the dire circumstances upon her graduation, managed to secure him a job and subsequently offered him immense assistance in his professional endeavors. Her benevolence has been nothing short of exemplary. Moreover, in comparison to Sister Wong, he felt somewhat petty. Tang Ping extracted the divine intention stone, which, truthfully, held little utility for himself. Selling it was not an option he could entertain, so he decided to gift it to Sister Wong. Perhaps a century hence, even if Sister Wong's innate talent does not ascend to the S rank, she might still excel with a century's worth of cultivation through this breathing technique, potentially rivaling the greatest of champions. Tang Ping remarked, Sister Wong, I am sending you a trade request. Please use this item for yourself, and do not divulge its existence to anyone. Once you receive it, return to your sanctuary and utilize it immediately. It is exceedingly valuable. After presenting the Divine Intention Stone to Sister Wong, Tang Ping commenced the task of transcribing the manuals he had memorized, meticulously writing down a total of 76 tomes. He also sent 5 volumes to Mo Xuanji, fulfilling a prior commitment. Subsequently, he selected a water attribute manual and listed it in the trading zone for sale. As he surveyed the remaining manuals, Tang Ping pondered deeply. Selling them individually would yield only attribute stones and experience stones, while these could accelerate his strength in the early stages. The quantity required for significant enhancement of his power would be staggering as his 4-dimensional attributes and innate talent levels increased. Upon careful consideration, he determined it would be more prudent to exchange for items of greater necessity, such as talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping examined his status panel, noting that his primary talent had reached C rank. Upgrading to B rank should not pose much difficulty, while ascending to A rank might be a challenge. However, he believed he could secure the necessary manuals. As for S-rank talent upgrade stones, they were exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to obtain through trade, relying solely on fortune. He did not harbor high hopes of acquiring an A-rank talent upgrade stone in the trading zone, considering it fortunate if such an exchange were to occur. The prospect of elevating his talent to S rank could hinge on discovering opportunities in future dungeons. Tang Ping posted an anonymous message in the trading zone, any attribute manual, in exchange for C rank or higher talent upgrade stones. He then ceased monitoring the trading zone, as he could not think of other items he might require. He simply held the manuals, knowing that as long as he did not disperse them, their value would only appreciate. As night deepened, he reclined within his sanctuary and engaged in a casual game, watering his orange trees and harvesting a fresh batch of fruit. Just as he peeled an orange, preparing to savor it alongside some compressed biscuits, a trade request from Zhang Shilla arrived, proposing a trade for a handful of air. Zhang Shilla stated, "Brother Tang, my grandfather just returned from the mountains with a deer he hunted and has prepared a delicious stew. I'm sending you a jar. It's truly delectable. I've also caught a litter of young ones that I intend to raise. In the future, should you desire some, just let me know." Gazing at the tantalizing venison, Tang Ping instantly felt that the compressed biscuit with orange in his hand was utterly tasteless. Heaven knows, enduring 7 days of compressed biscuits is a tormenting ordeal. Tang Ping, thanks, by the way, I still don't know where you are. Zhang Shilla, in Wanqing, Nanchuan Province, near the Plumpgo Mountain. Here, many of the trees seem to have mutated, and even the animals appear altered. I wonder if it's just my imagination, but it seems like the mountains have grown larger. What about your place, Brother Tang? Tang Ping, filled with doubt, replied, "The mountains have grown? I left Jiangxing and did not notice any significant changes along the way. It seems nothing has altered here. If the mountains had truly expanded, the roads would have surely fractured, yet they remain intact." Zhang Shilla, is that so? Perhaps only the deep mountains and forests have undergone such transformations. However, it is indeed quite frightening to think that our family might end up living like savages. Tang Ping pondered and responded, "If possible, you might consider establishing a survivor base at the foot of the mountain. Who knows, in the future, you might even create a safe zone deep within the mountains. With your shelter manor, it could eventually support a vast safe zone." Zhang Shilla quickly replied, No, I don't think I can manage that. I'm not cut out for it. It's just nice for our family to be comfortable without so many concerns. It's quite good as it is now." Tang Ping, indeed, is quite good now. But have you thought about the future when the mountains are teeming with polluted beasts? Can your family truly survive there alone? Establishing a base is, in fact, a means of self-protection. Unlike me, who can roam freely and escape when necessary, your area isn't as perilous as mine. Zhang Shilla, I feel I might not be capable of that. Tang Ping, you could discuss it with your family first. It's not about gathering thousands of people at once. You could start with a few dozen or even 100, gradually expanding. Otherwise, even if your family is strong, it will be challenging to thrive in the dense forests. However, if a base or even a safe zone can truly be established in the future, with hundreds of thousands or even millions relying on the lineage of your shelter, you could easily muster a gifted force of tens of thousands. What is there to fear from mutated or polluted beasts? Do not be afraid, my friend. Besides, don't you want to rise above, as the noble do? Zhang Shilla, I lack the courage. Zhang Shilla, I don't desire that. Zhang Shilla, if it's truly that good, Brother Tang, why don't you do it yourself? Tang Ping, I am currently occupied with self-improvement, having to travel extensively, leaving me little time. Otherwise, I would certainly establish one myself. You, however, have no need to wander. Moreover, your shelter's attributes inherently forge a throne for a king. As your shelter upgrades, possessing vast fields, you would be not just a king, but a sovereign. Zhang Shilla, I can't handle it. I still prefer to stay put. Let me be a king in spirit. I could barely manage to be a mere servant. I would rather cling to you, Brother Tang. Tang Ping rubbed his forehead and temples, pondering. I remember I am your master, am I not? Zhang Shilla replied, Indeed, master. Tang Ping continued, Very well, I now issue you a command. Construct a safe zone for me. Since you have no desire to reign as king, you may settle for the position of a 1,000-year-old sage. The throne shall be reserved for me to occupy in the future. Meanwhile, outside a cave, Zhang Shilla stood in the wind, his eyes filled with confusion. Huh, is that correct? He lowered his gaze, observing his own bird, which remained intact. How had he become a eunuch? Chapter 61. The Old Mayor, Sparkbase. After concluding the conversation with Zhang Shilla, Tang Ping contemplated what lay ahead for him upon his return to the future. Seizing a moment of respite, he began to organize the items within the shelter. He had amassed a considerable bounty, including several extraordinary weapons and various artifacts. all of which he chose to retain rather than sell. While tidying up, Tang Ping discovered that he still had an unopened Doomsday chest. He promptly opened it, and fortune smiled upon him as he unearthed 2 pieces of shelter fragments. After a day of relentless toil, fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already past 6, an early rise indeed. Rising to a seated position, Tang Ping opted to practice his breathing technique for an hour. Although its immediate benefits to his development seemed negligible, the cumulative effects over time were quite remarkable. Moreover, mastering this technique to a profound level could bestow upon him unique abilities akin to an extraordinary talent. An hour swiftly passed, and, as Tang Ping opened his eyes, a fleeting violet glow shimmered momentarily. Exiting the shelter, he resumed his journey towards Ping City. In Shangyang Town, "Yesterday, old mayor, our food supplies are dwindling rapidly," lamented a bespectacled young man, his brow furrowed with worry. "Indeed, old mayor, with over 1,000 people in the base, our daily food consumption is astronomical. Our efforts to search for supplies are woefully insufficient," added another man clad in a police uniform. A robust man nearby scoffed. "Those people are truly insatiable. Today, they even staged a protest, demanding more food, completely oblivious to our dire situation." A diminutive man spat. "They shout for what they wish to eat, yet they are mere parasites, relying on us, risking our lives to scavenge for resources just to survive. What a bunch of fools. They've been coddled too much. They should recognize who is truly safeguarding them. Old mayor, I propose we apprehend those instigators and eliminate them without hesitation." The small man's eyes gleamed with malice. "Enough," interjected an elderly gentleman at the table, appearing to be in his 70s and possessing a ruddy complexion as he rapped the table. "Let us set these matters aside for now. Our immediate concern is the rampaging sand beast, and we must devise a plan to eliminate it swiftly."
Upon hearing the mention of the sand beast, the countenance of those surrounding him turned grave. It was a calamity beast, comparable to an S-rank talent player,
possessing a formidable physique that surpassed even that of S-rank individuals. Most critically, this beast approached level 3. We must deliberate on how to confront it. The man in the police uniform spoke gravely. "I suggest we abandon this place. Given our strength, facing the sand beast would exact a tremendous toll." The small man asserted confidently. "What are the survivors if we leave? Can we abandon them?" A woman interjected, her heart heavy with compassion. "They do not believe themselves to be formidable. Do they think it is their birthright for us to care for them? Even amidst this apocalypse, who are we to them?" A formidable man spat in disdain. The gaze of the crowd converged upon the old town mayor, a figure of profound respect. This venerable leader had arrived in this place over 20 years ago and chose to remain here in his twilight years as a teacher. Behind every surge of prosperity in the town was the shadow of this elder. It could be said that he single-handedly transformed what was once barren land into a township recognized nationally. Most of these people had grown up listening to tales of the old mayor and had been nurtured under his watchful eye. Those who remained were the trustworthy few. The rest had long since departed. They believed that this old mayor could still guide them to establish roots in this desolate world, despite his apparent age. The elder rapped the table. "The sand beast must be eliminated, but first, we must awaken those who once ventured alongside you." A woman, appearing to be in her 40s, questioned, "Is the mayor referring to those without shelters? Yet, we lack sufficient shelter materials to facilitate their awakening." The old mayor smiled and produced a glass bead the size of an apricot. "We will take turns using this." "Take turns?" The crowd pondered in confusion, but a man in uniform's spirit surged with excitement. "Mayor, are you suggesting that anyone who has been bound to a shelter can awaken their gifts?" The others quickly grasped the implication, their eyes glimmering with hope. The old mayor nodded. "Indeed, but for now, we will first awaken those we trust." The elder sighed, reflecting on the changing times. Order establishes humanity, and when order disintegrates, so too does the essence of humanity. Our morality may sustain a semblance of humanity for a time. Yet the apocalypse is ruthless. Maintaining even a shred of integrity may be the greatest act of kindness. The emergence of those individuals did not surprise me. I anticipated it. Without comparison, there can be no distinction. As the saying goes, one must break to create. Shao Mo, provide those 3 shelter materials to them, and we shall depart. As for our return, someone will ensure our way back. We must establish a new order. A shiver coursed through the crowd. So, all of this was foreseen and even orchestrated by the old mayor? He spoke slowly. A base must exist, not only for their sake but for our own. You may not understand this now, but you will in time. Thus, we cannot abandon the base. As for our departure, we seek a better base, such as Little Wolf Mountain, and the Sand Beast has had its fill of frolicking. Shao Mo, you alone possess an A-level talent. Prepare to ascend to level 3. In the eyes of those around, a profound envy filled the air, yet none harbored any jealousy. They understood that the old town mayor, revered as a figure of wisdom among them, would not forsake a single soul, just as he had never neglected any household before. The transfer of power occurred with astonishing swiftness, while that group of individuals reveled in their triumph, celebrating their exploitation of human nature to render the old mayor and his companions desolate, unaware that their own lives had already begun to tick down towards an uncertain fate. Within the base, thousands found themselves engulfed in turmoil. The protests did not yield an abundance of provisions, but rather exacerbated their scarcity. Merely a night had passed, and already some began to reminisce about the old mayor. The sun hung high in the sky, and the winds stirred with dust. Tang Ping, after wandering for some time, paused at the outskirts of a small town to rest his weary feet. At this moment, he had entered the territory of Ping City. Leaning casually against the trunk of a large tree, he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Through the swirling sands, a group of figures gradually emerged. Young brother, is it truly so perilous out here that you venture alone? A robust man with a powerful build pushed through the storm of sand. Tang Ping remained silent. The man in uniform shot a glare at the muscular figure, remarking, "With your imposing stature, you might frighten even the bravest." Then, the officer's demeanor softened into a gentle smile. "Ah, young brother, you are quite vigilant. However, there is no need for concern. Would you care to join us?" As Tang Ping surveyed the group, he noticed the presence of both the elderly and children, yet astonishingly, they were all individuals endowed with awakened abilities. "All right, thank you," Tang Ping replied as he rose to his feet. "Haha, welcome. Kulme. Let us make our way to Little Wolf Mountain, where we shall establish our base." The Spark Base. Chapter 62. Little Wolf Mountain. The countenance of this group of individuals struck Tang Ping as distinctly peculiar. He felt an insatiable curiosity regarding how such a multitude had congregated in this post-apocalyptic world. There were approximately 70 to 80 of them, and they exhibited no signs of mutual suspicion whatsoever. "Young brother, where do you hail from?" Upon leaving the base, the robust man, Wu Zhenhai, felt invigorated, liberated from the oppressive burden of nurturing a pack of ungrateful souls. "I have come from Jiang City," Tang Ping replied. "Jiang City?" Wu Zhenhai exclaimed, astonished. "I have heard that the circumstances there are far more dire than those in our Ping City." Tang Ping nodded in affirmation. It was once a prosperous metropolis, teeming with inhabitants. However, with the emergence of the infected, the situation has deteriorated significantly, prompting many to flee towards the outskirts. Wu Zhenhai sighed. "Those ordinary people trapped within Jiang City are in a tragic plight. They likely cannot escape now. The infected are no longer as sluggish as they were a few days ago. They move as if under the influence of counterfeit spirits. Nevertheless, young brother, you are fortunate to have encountered us. Had you met others, your fate may not have been so fortunate," Wu Zhenhai said with a smile. "Our strength is indeed commendable." Tang Ping inquired, "Are you heading to Little Wolf Mountain to establish a survivor base?" Wu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. "We are all going there together to seek refuge and share our lives. Humans are inherently social beings. Prolonged solitude can drive one to madness. You appear rather pitiable, sitting alone beneath that great tree amidst the fierce winds. Why not accompany us to Little Wolf Mountain? There lies a tunnel at the mountain's base. If we seal both ends, it becomes a natural sanctuary. Moreover, the mountain is equipped with numerous wind turbines for power generation. I've heard whispers of a vast cavern within the mountain, Once we connect the tunnel below, it will serve as an exceptional haven. As Wu Zhenhai spoke, he could not help but admire the old town chief for his astute choice of location. Tang Ping's eyes glimmered with interest. He had some knowledge of Little Wolf Mountain, and the way Wu Zhenhai described it indeed made it seem highly suitable for a survivor base. By guarding the tunnel's entrances, they would have an avenue for escape even in the face of a horde of infected. That sounds quite promising. Do you have a water source there? Without it, that could pose a significant issue, Tang Ping remarked. Wu Zhenhai shrugged. I haven't inquired about that, but since the old town chief selected that site, he must have made prior arrangements. The mention of the old town chief piqued Tang Ping's curiosity further within the group. His keen senses had already detected the reverence surrounding that name. It seemed to hold a certain enchantment among these people. Clearly, the old town chief was the soul of this assembly. In this apocalypse, to unite 70 to 80 individuals to such an extent was undoubtedly extraordinary. The very mention of this name suggested he had once held a position of authority and likely commanded considerable respect in the locality. The group continued to traverse through the swirling sands. The direction of this group of individuals aligns with Tang Ping's intentions as they delve deeper into Ping City. Notably, Shao Wolf Mountain lies merely 8 or 9 miles away, rendering it quite close to this township. Prior to the cataclysm, Ping City, characterized by its undulating hills and rocky terrain, appeared somewhat dilapidated when compared to its sibling, Jiang City. However, Tang Ping had heard that Shangyang Town, the very locality beneath his feet, was thriving remarkably. One could hardly believe it was merely a town, for it bore the semblance of a city center. The towering television mast, nearly 100 meters high, along with several skyscrapers exceeding that height, are often absent even in the heart of many cities. Regrettably, all that remains now is a desolate ruin. As they gradually distanced themselves from the once vibrant township, some in the throng frequently glanced back. The elderly expressed nostalgia. The youth lingered with reluctance, and the middle-aged sighed in lament, yet none paused in their stride. A mountain, resembling a wolf's head from afar, gradually revealed itself amidst the swirling sands. The journey was not entirely tranquil, but this group consisted of awakened individuals, including several notable level 2 players, rendering the infected a minimal threat to them. As for the reason behind the awakening of 70 to 80 individuals, Tang Ping was certain that someone had discovered the ability to alternate binding with the shelter, thus harnessing the benefits of awakening. Despite their numbers, they maintained a swift pace, and by midday, they arrived at the foot of Shao Wolf Mountain. Well, it seems we may need to settle here for the foreseeable future, remarked a commanding middle-aged man with a hint of melancholy. The 70 to 80 individuals paused to observe the mountain before them, along with the dimly lit high-speed rail tunnel. We shall proceed to clear the area and ascertain if any infected lurk within. Wu Zhenhai, Chun Pingyang, Mei Wan, you three remain here to tend to the others. Rest assured, leave it to us, replied Chun Pingyang, his diminutive stature belied by confidence. Mei Wan nodded in agreement. Do exercise caution, should anything arise. Make sure to notify us at once. Fear not, it is merely a tunnel clearance. It is not a perilous undertaking, said a bespectacled youth, waving his hand dismissively before joining the others as they entered the tunnel. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children remained behind. Mei Wan approached an elderly man, Old Town Chief. Upon hearing this title, Tang Ping immediately turned his gaze toward the group of elders. How do you fare, Old Town Chief? Mei Wan inquired, concern etched on her face. The elder waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, my health is robust. After consuming a few physical attribute stones, I feel as though I could traverse another 10 miles without issue. You all go about your business. Do not worry about me. Mei Huan's face bore hesitation. Observing her demeanor, the Old Town Chief asked, What troubles you? Mei Wan responded, Old Town Chief, is Xiaoyanan Xixin? I wish to take a few individuals to retrieve her. A fleeting glimmer of sorrow flashed in the old mayor's eyes. Yet he resolutely waved his hand. Cici County is over 40 kilometers away, situated on the opposite side of Ping City. Given the current circumstances, the journey to and fro is uncertain, and there are still many here who require protection. I cannot permit you to take such a risk. However, Mei Wan interjected urgently. But, Xiaoyu, enough, it is settled. I am weary. You may attend to your matters. The old mayor closed his eyes, leaning against a stone, motionless. Mei Wan sighed and subsequently departed. Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingliang approached. What is it, Mei Jia? Mei Wan shook her head. The old mayor disagrees. But we must go regardless. Chun Pingliang interjected directly. Xiaoyu's grown up under our watch, and she is the old mayor's only kin. The old mayor can endure without us, but he cannot bear to lose Xiaoyu. Otherwise, I fear. The unspoken fears hung heavy in the air. Wu Zhenhai spoke solemnly. Once everyone is settled, tomorrow we shall hunt the sand beasts, and thereafter, Chun Pingliang and I will journey to Cici County to bring Xiaoyu back. Very well, it is decided. Tang Ping, seated among the crowd, listened intently, astonished that they were indeed planning to venture to Cici County. Chapter 63. The old blade Tang Ping's destination was also Xixian, not only to seek the future Empress Tao Yao and the sacred spirit peach tree, but also to hunt the 3 calamity beasts. The probability of rare items dropping from these level 3 calamity beasts was exceedingly high. Presently, even when faced with all 3 beasts simultaneously, he felt no fear in his strength. Moreover, Xixian harbored a dungeon that would not open until the day after tomorrow. After a half-hour respite, during which they nourished themselves with food and water, the group commenced the construction of their base. The high-speed rail tunnel at Shaoling Mountain stretched over 2 kilometers in length, ample enough for many to survive within. Everyone busied themselves, some carrying supplies while others sealed the entrances. Tang Ping, having been treated to a warm meal, also lent a hand in the labor, earning compliments from an elderly woman who remarked on his robust physique, claiming that if he were 20 years younger, she would certainly marry him. This startled Tang Ping, prompting him to hastily retreat to the wall-building task. Among the group, over 20 individuals possessed shelters of their own. As they passed a concrete factory, they transported a considerable amount of cement and sand. Hey, Xiao Tang, where's your hometown? An older gentleman casually inquired. I hail from Mabe Province, currently working in Jianshan, Tang Ping replied. Another elder sighed. Mabe Province, I know that place well. In my youth, I even went there to dig ditches. It was quite desolate back then. Even now, I suspect there are fewer people in the entire province than in Jiangxing. It was once a remote and impoverished land, but now it has turned into a haven of comfort. An elderly man beside them lamented. Indeed, one can only say that life is unpredictable. My generation has witnessed countless changes. Now, facing this so-called apocalypse, I feel strangely indifferent. Yes, our generation has been fortunate. We endured famines and all sorts of hardships. But alas, for you young ones, born in this era, how can you adapt to such upheavals? An elder with graying hair remarked as he lifted stones. Tang Ping chuckled. What is there to adapt to? We were raised in a world rich with the internet, exposed to all manner of fantastical ideas. It is merely an apocalypse, and we shall not be underestimated. Haha, indeed. My granddaughter loves reading apocalypse novels and constantly urges us to stockpile supplies. The elder with half-white hair suddenly fell silent, picking up stones and resuming his work. Ah, old Li, sighed another elder nearby. He considered himself fortunate, having a daughter-in-law and a grandson with him, while old Li was all alone. He fell at a loss for words. Not good. A horde of over 100 infected individuals is charging in, and there are 2 mutated infectees. A lookout rushed in, panic-stricken. What? So many infected. Wu Jinhai's expression darkened. Chun Pingliang, gather 7 or 8 people and follow me. Mei Wan, you take the remaining group and secure our position. We will clear out those infected. Meijuan's eyes brimmed with concern. Be careful. Those mutated infectees are dangerous. Do not worry. They are mindless creatures and cannot harm us. Besides, we have Hu Xiaoru's healing talent. Chun Pingliang called to a few comrades, preparing to confront the infected. But just as those individuals departed, another piece of dreadful news arrived. Sister Mei. No, this is terrible. The sewer. What happened to the sewer? Sister Mei asked anxiously. The howling wind, tainted with a foul stench, swept in, and even without the sentinel's warning, Mei Wan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, A half-foot-wide Han sword materialized in her hand, raised and struck down with an unmatched ferocity. The infected, rushing towards her on all fours, were torn apart. Team 4, Team 5, gather around me. Mei Wan commanded with decisiveness, kicking one infected individual away. After a brief period of chaos, the group quickly regained their composure. Aside from a few who faced the infected head-on, most were F&E level gifted individuals with little combat prowess. They huddled against the mountainside, tense and ready for the sudden onslaught of the infected. Tang Ping emerged from within. "Little brother, come back," an elderly man urged, seizing Tang Ping's arm. "Those infected are beyond our capability to handle. Charging him will only create chaos and might even lead to becoming infected ourselves. Our task is to keep the other leaders as focused as possible." Tang Ping patted the old man's hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, my talent level is quite respectable." Then, a Tang knife appeared in his hand, and he swiftly impaled an infected individual, the terrifying flames along the blade scorching its brain and causing it to sizzle. One stroke dispatched one infected, and with a sweeping motion of his knife, he beheaded two more that charged at him. The severed heads, still writhing, opened and closed their mouths in a grotesque manner. A fellow rushed out, wielding a shovel, and smashed down upon them as though they were watermelons, reducing the infected heads to mere pulp. Initially tense and anxious, Mei Wan's heart brightened upon seeing Tang Ping. Among those remaining, she was the only captain, and halting the infected was undoubtedly a daunting task that could lead to casualties. Yet, Mei Wan recognized at a glance Tang Ping's formidable strength, which undoubtedly ranked him amongst their leaders. With his presence, her burden significantly lightened, and the infected were swiftly dispatched. Suddenly, the ground writhed, and a mutated infected, covered in rock, leaped forth. This was an awakened infected. It charged toward the frail and vulnerable. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Damn it! Mei Wan's eyes blazed crimson. With one swift stroke, she cleaved the infected in two and dashed towards the crowd. Roar! The rock-covered infected, exhilarated, eyed the group of elderly individuals pushing forward to shield the children and women. The old town mayor stood resolutely at the forefront. "Mayor!" Mei Wan cried out in terror, panic overtaking her. The mayor waved his hand, though those around him wished to pull him to safety. However, having utilized 8 power attribute stones and 5 physique attribute stones, the mayor was not someone they could easily move. "Children, you must huddle together," he sighed, gripping a hunting rifle and aimed it at the rock infected. With a single shot, he accurately shattered the infected's eye, yet he was already too late to fire a second shot. The old mayor grasped a gleaming knife, addressing his longtime companion. "Accompany me on this final journey." A foul wind tousled the old mayor's hair. The blade shimmered, but not in the hands of the old mayor. "Now is not the time for your last words. It is too soon." A Tang knife pinned a rock-infected creature to the ground. The pristine blade reflected a vibrant light, illuminating the slightly quivering old knife. Chapter 64. The official safe zone. Good, good, good. The old mayor exclaimed thrice. As the crowd emerged from their shock, they beheld the unscathed figure of the mayor, and the weight that had burdened their hearts finally lifted. Grateful gazes were directed towards Tang Ping. "We should first deal with the other infected," Tang Ping declared, drawing his knife and charging towards the remaining infected. With the absence of the one possessing the rock-based mutation, the other infected were swiftly eradicated. Only then did the group settle down to rest. "Thank you," Mei Wan said, her face radiating gratitude. Tang Ping smiled modestly. "After all, I did share a meal with you all. It is only right to lend a hand. Regardless, we owe you a significant favor. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. By saving the mayor's life, you have also saved ours," Mei Wan stated earnestly. Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the profound regard the old man held in their hearts. "Very well, I shall not be polite in the future," he responded. Mei Wan beamed, saying, "In the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, I shall not blink." A group of individuals hurriedly emerged from the tunnel, tasked with clearing that section. "What happened here?" A man in police uniform rushed over, visibly shaken. "All is well now," The old mayor was nearly slain by a mutated infected. Meiwan gestured towards the ground, indicating the infected creature enveloped in rock. Fortunately, with this young man here, we escaped unscathed. The bespectacled young man, sensing the aura of the mutated infected, paled slightly, clearly recognizing its formidable power. Thank you. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. It's no wonder you managed to escape from Jiang City to Ping City, the bespectacled youth said, his tone cautious. The officer nudged the bespectacled youth, then turned to Tang Ping with an apologetic smile. Forgive me. This fellow tends to get lost in mystery novels and suspects everyone of being a villain. Tang Ping chuckled, shaking his head. No harm done in a survivor's base. Having individuals like him can be quite beneficial. By the way, where are Old Wu and the others? Why aren't they here? The officer inquired, his brow furrowed. There were over 100 infected appearing from the northwest, so they took a team to handle it, Meiwan explained. The officer nodded. Just as we emerged, the tunnel has been mostly cleared. I shall check on Old Wu and the others. The two, along with the following group, set off to support Wu Zhenhai. At that moment, the old mayor approached warmly. Young Tang, I must express my gratitude once more. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have met its end. It was a mere, trifling matter. There is no need for thanks, Tang Ping replied, lacking any intention of leveraging gratitude for personal gain. He simply felt compelled to assist this commendable group. Young Tang, where are you headed? The mayor inquired, settling down to converse with him. Meiwan, the officer, and the bespectacled youth exchanged glances, then discreetly withdrew. I plan to go to Shixian, Tang Ping replied, fully aware that the mayor's casual banter was an attempt to draw him into the Starfire base. Shixian, the mayor lowered his voice, his original intent to persuade suddenly shifting to something else entirely. However, this young man, having just been rescued, found it difficult to ask for further assistance. Yet, if he did not, his only granddaughter. The old mayor hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, requesting if the other party could possibly search for his granddaughter. You are referring to your granddaughter, aren't you? Tang Ping interjected first. The old mayor stared at Tang Ping in astonishment. How do you know? Tang Ping smiled and replied. Earlier, Sister Mei mentioned it to you, and I happened to overhear. Brother Wu and Brother Chen also mentioned that after hunting the sand beast tomorrow morning, they would head to Shixian. I can accompany the two of them. Those little rascals. The old mayor was exasperated, but suddenly relaxed. Thank you, young Brother Tang. Tang Ping quickly waved his hand. Old mayor, just call me Xiao Tang. Otherwise, it would be a matter of generations. The old mayor, now wide-eyed, retorted, if I call you young brother, who would dare to argue about generations? Oh dear, after a short absence, Xiao Tang has already become my uncle. Wu Zhenhai teased. Ha ha ha, should I now call you Uncle Xiao Tang? Chen Ping joked. Yet, the old mayor pondered for a moment before slapping his thigh. I've made my decision. I want to become brothers with Xiao Tang. From now on, you shall be known as Uncle Xiao Tang. The smiles on everyone's faces gradually stiffened. As night fell, with numerous gifted individuals present, both ends of the tunnel had been sealed off, reinforced with thick steel doors. Hidden small holes had been dug above the tunnel, with guards watching over them at all times. Inside the tunnel, there were already electrical wires and lighting fixtures that, after being repaired by professionals, were connected to the large windmill on the mountain, illuminating the dim tunnel. In the shelter, equipped with various cooking utensils, everyone gathered for dinner. Elders, children, men, and women chatted among themselves, instinctively choosing to ignore the outside world, a shattered realm that felt dreamlike. They refrained from voicing their sorrows, instead sharing laughter and piecing together their broken hearts. In the deep of night, rows of first-level shelters and several second-level shelters were arranged within the tunnel, with only their doors exposed on the rock wall, resembling houses excavated from the tunnel. 70 to 80 people squeezed into these 20-odd small shelters, sleeping peacefully. Perhaps some lay in bed, their eyes wide open, silent tears soaking the bedding, expressing their longing and uncertainty. Tang Ping remained in his second-level shelter, accessing the information in the trading area. There was progress regarding the talent upgrade stones. The trade was with an officially established safe zone. Chapter 65, A Class Talent. Flame Zheng Dong inquired. Greetings, I am from Safety Zone number 7. May I ask how you intend to sell these manuals? We could trade with talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping, upon recognizing that Zheng Dong was from an official safety zone, felt a surge of excitement. Who could rival the affluence of these official zones? They undoubtedly possessed an abundance of valuable items. However, at this moment, all he sought were talent upgrade stones. Tang Ping replied, I require B-class and A-class talent upgrade stones. Do you have any? Zheng Dong responded, yes, but we need to trade for 10 manuals. Tang Ping countered, I do not possess that many, including those already sold. I have only 5 in total. I can offer you the 3 that remain unsold. After a brief pause, Zheng Dong replied, that is acceptable, but this will only yield 1 B-class talent upgrade stone. Tang Ping insisted, I desire both. Zheng Dong explained, these items can be resold, and exchanging for 2 talent upgrade stones does not reflect their true value. Tang Ping argued, engaging in this trade equates to a one-time transaction. Once you publicly disclose them in the safety zone, they will likely circulate swiftly online, leaving me at a disadvantage. Therefore, this initial trade of my manuals is indeed the most valuable and merits a higher price. Furthermore, with these, your military strength will significantly enhance. Tang Ping asked, this is a rather equitable exchange, is it not? Zheng Dong replied, our personnel are rigorously disciplined and would not engage in such practices. Tang Ping zido. Do you truly believe that? After some time, Zheng Dong finally responded, very well, we agree to the trade. But we shall also retain the right to freely trade these 5 manuals. Tang Ping remarked, that is beyond my jurisdiction. Zheng Dong affirmed then, I have sent you the trade request. Tang Ping produced the manuals, which included the flame blade technique and the currently available water sword technique. The remaining 3 were previously traded with Mo Xuanji, thus qualifying as a secondary sale. With the transaction complete, Tang Ping finally acquired the B-class and A-class talent upgrade stones. He promptly upgraded his talent. Currently, his C-class flame talent had reached level 4, and to elevate it to level 5, he required 100,000 experience points, most of which would undoubtedly depend on treasure dungeons. Even a century hence, few talents exceeding level 5 were purely elevated through experience stones. The majority relied on farming monsters in treasure dungeons and cultivating within hidden realms. Hidden realms, a feature of level 6 sanctuaries, allowed players to enhance their experience through meditation, forming the foundation of those elite, extraordinary families. Naturally, hidden realms could be obtained through other means aside from level 6 sanctuaries, although their sizes varied, and their daily experience caps differed accordingly. In a typical level 6 sanctuary's secret realm, the daily maximum experience cap is set at 100, amounting to 36,500 experience points annually. Theoretically, one could cultivate a level 5 prodigy within 3 years. However, this remains merely theoretical, as even with the sanctuary's inherent meditation techniques perfected, one can only accrue 50 experience points daily. The surplus experience can be retained or bestowed upon other gifted individuals. Thus, in a prestigious, extraordinary family in the later generations, even in the presence of a talented genius, it would take a decade to cultivate a level 5 being. It often requires several decades to nurture a level 6 individual, ensuring a continuous supply of level 6 experts with talents no lower than a grade, which is already commendable. After all, treasure dungeons primarily emerge within the first 30 years of the apocalyptic games, with most level 7 players achieving their breakthroughs prior to this 30-year mark. Subsequently, advancing beyond level 7 becomes exceedingly challenging. Regarding treasure dungeons, Tang Ping is somewhat informed. Those dominant factions possess permanent treasure dungeons that can be opened periodically, which are largely absent in the desolate wasteland of the later generations. Ordinary, gifted individuals typically rely on these formidable factions to advance. In the secret realm of a level 6 sanctuary, experience points can be extracted and condensed into experience stones. However, unlike the system-generated experience stones, which allow for one-click enhancements, those produced in the secret realm must be absorbed through meditation. This process bears a resemblance to the spirit stones of the cultivation world. These experience stones are also referred to as acquired experience stones. Most wild, gifted individuals primarily enhance their strength through these circulating acquired experience stones. In advanced trading venues, experience stones serve as the mainstream currency. Transactions among various safe zones are generally settled in experience stones, while individual currencies circulate only within their respective jurisdictions. After utilizing 2 gifted upgrade stones, Tang Ping's first talent finally ascended to a grade. A-grade talent, Flame of Radiance, a pure and intensely scorching golden-red flame. Before enhancing his talent, Tang Ping also expended the previously accumulated B-grade experience stones, reserving the A-grade stones for his return to the later generations. With 100,000 experience points, Tang Ping opened his eyes, the golden-red flames at the corners of his vision gradually dissipating. Observing the experience requirements for his 2 talents displayed on his panel, Tang Ping sighed softly. One required 10,000, while the other necessitated 100,000. This was merely for levels 3 and 4. Should he reach level 5, the requirement would escalate to 1 million experience points. Tang Ping inhaled sharply, daunted by the prospect of what lay ahead. To ascend to the king level, even he would require an exceedingly long duration. Just as he was about to commence the breathing technique that enhances the 4-dimensional attributes, a voice resonated in his ear. This voice belonged to a young girl, akin to a prayer directed towards a deity. Tang Ping was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. Then, he beheld a flower emanating a gentle glow manifesting before him, existing in a state of ethereality. Your magical girl, consumed by longing, has suffered grievous wounds in her quest to pluck a rose of light for you, offering it as a sacrifice. Will you accept it? Chapter 66. The contract with the magical girl. Tang Ping was taken aback. A magical girl? Afflicted by longing? Severely injured? A sacrifice? Was this not merely an ordinary game? I accept, he declared immediately. The ethereal rose of light before him gradually materialized, enveloping the room in a warm radiance. The fatigue from a day of relentless pursuit vanished in an instant. As if he were immersed in a hot spring, his entire being relaxed and thoroughly at ease. Rose of Light, an extraordinary artifact from a magical alternate realm. Its emanating warmth possesses the capacity to eliminate fatigue, poison, and unconsciousness. Note, your magical girl is gravely injured. An S-grade life potion can heal her, and experience stones may aid her in overcoming the impending dangers. Gravely injured, Tang Ping was startled. Having witnessed the extraordinary nature of this game, he could not allow the magical girl to perish. He promptly opened the magical girl game and beheld the scene of the magical girl lying on a bed, clutching a pink teddy bear, her complexion pale. Yet, a smile adorned her face. God, have you forsaken Sophia? Why have you not appeared for so long? God, have you accepted Sophia, sacrificing her for your rose of light? The light of the rose is the purest in the world. I hope you will cherish it. Alas, Sophia feels her time is drawing near. She can no longer offer you the rose of light. Sophia had planned to cultivate a garden of roses for you. Sophia can no longer fulfill this. Please forgive her. I wonder, is there paradise in this world? God, do you reside in paradise? In paradise, is there a sun and a moon? Is the sun bright enough to illuminate the entire world? And is the moon beautiful? The priest at the church said the moonlight is as delicate as the gossamer woven by mermaids. How can moonlight resemble mermaids' silk? God, will you take Sophia to paradise? Tang Ping sighed and administered the remaining S-grade life potion to the magical girl. The potion appeared at her lips, and her once dimming eyes suddenly sparkled with light. God, is it you? God, you have not forgotten Sophia. However, Sophia's life is gradually fading. There is no need to waste these divine gifts. Noticing a feeding button, Tang Ping clicked it directly. On the screen, Sophia's mouth opened involuntarily, and the emerald-hued life potion flowed into the magical girl's body. Her waning vitality began to rejuvenate, vibrant life force blossoming within her. The girl's complexion regained its rosy hue. Her once gray hair transformed into a lush green, flowing gracefully. Her skin became as luminous as pearls, resembling that of an ethereal fairy. This, God, I humbly and graciously revere you, my divine lord. Sophia gazed in astonishment at her transformation, raising her hands in disbelief, staring at her skin that now resembled that of an infant. Even the noble ladies of the city cannot compare to her radiant skin, nor to the vibrant vitality she exudes. No, it is not merely vitality. She feels as though she has undergone a form of evolution, awakening to an ancient lineage within her. O Divine One, it seems that Sophia has acquired an ancient and mystical heritage, a legacy from her bloodline. An elf, she embodies the legendary child of nature. It is said that they possess the ability to transform barren lands into flourishing realms, breathing new life into decayed wastelands. They wield the power to purify filth and malevolence. Oh, is it you, Divine One, who has bestowed upon Sophia this noble and ancient bloodline? Indeed, it must be your divine might, for only you can grant me such abilities. Sophia, overwhelmed with excitement, sits up and promptly kneels upon her bed, seemingly praying to the deity. Thank you, Divine One, for granting Sophia a new life. She shall spread your will throughout this world. For the great deity, let us erect the highest of statues. Tang Ping gazes at the magical girl, noticing a line of small text appearing above her head, pondering whether he has triggered the second phase of the character. He never anticipated that this magical girl's game could offer sacrifices of items seemingly from another realm. A surge of exhilaration courses through him, according to the game's time flow. 1 year for him equates to 30 years for the magical girl. If nurtured well, the magical girl might encounter even higher-level extraordinary items. It appears to be a magical world beyond. If the magical girl ascends to the pinnacle of this realm, then Tang Ping's breath quickens. Compared to the future, with its dominant level treasure chests and hidden dungeons, he possesses an entire world. Truly, the SSS-level sanctuary trait is remarkable. He realizes he must carefully nurture the magical girl, ensuring she does not perish easily. Oh, Divine One, may Sophia know your name? A text box appears on the game screen. Please enter your divine name. Please enter your divine office. Tang Ping calms his racing heart and thoughtfully inputs his divine name. Naturally, is Tang Ping. As for his divine office, he first types in creation, only to be met with an input failure. Next, he tries time but again fails. Space fails. Causality fails. Fate fails. Frustrated, Tang Ping exclaims, "What a joke. Please enter a divine office that aligns with your innate gifts." Taken aback, he realizes there is an invisible condition. If only he had known sooner. He begins to contemplate his talents. Undoubtedly, both are fire-related. An A-level talent, Flame Blaze, representing the utmost scorching fire. An SS-level talent, Crimson Lotus Flame, symbolizing the fire that burns the spirit. After deep contemplation, Tang Ping enters his divine office. Ruler of flames and civilization, light and hope. Adjudicator of evil, master of souls. When the golden red flame lotus blossoms in the world, all malevolent souls shall find no refuge. All chaos shall be obliterated in the embrace of hope, as a new order and civilization rise. Clerical verification in progress. Ding. Verification successful. Within the confines of the game, the magical girl bore an expression of astonishment. Clearly, even she did not anticipate the immense greatness of the deity she revered. It seemed as though a pact had been forged. A golden red flame lotus mark gradually manifested upon the forehead of the magical girl. She closed her eyes, and before long, excitement illuminated her gaze as she opened them anew. "Oh, divine being, have you finally chosen Sophia? Sophia shall not disappoint you." This was indeed a novel experience. Tang Ping, with wide eyes of wonder, was evidently taken aback by the transformation of the magical girl. It appeared that the magical girl could harness powers akin to Tang Ping's innate abilities through the golden red flame lotus. It was reminiscent of those divine envoys who could wield the strength of their deities. Ah, and then there were the experience stones. A multitude of glimmering stones had been moved by Tang Ping from the corner to the bed, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Could it be that the experience stones mentioned earlier could directly enhance the magical girl's prowess? He counted the remaining A-grade experience stones, 83 in total. All shall be invested. Charge. Chapter 67. Uncle Tang. Invincible, your magical girl has indeed ascended from a novice sorcerer to the latter stages of an intermediate sorcerer. The experience stone truly enhances the prowess of magical girls. Tang Ping closed the minigame. The assistance he could offer Sophia was rather limited. After all, the time disparity between them was monumental, often preventing him from being aware of certain matters. Genuine growth must ultimately rely on Sophia's own efforts. After practicing the breathing technique for an hour, Tang Ping retired for the night. Upon awakening, he found several captains outside, eagerly preparing to hunt the sand beast. He had come to understand that the captains of Starfire Base were targeting a level 2 sand beast on the brink of advancing to level 3. As a type of calamity beast, its strength was formidable, rivaling that of S-class talent players of the same tier. "Uncle Tang, you're up quite early," Wu Zhenhai remarked, his tone laced with barely concealed irritation. Tang Ping rubbed his nose and tentatively suggested, "How about we keep it informal? The old town head calls me little brother. So I can call you big brother? Get lost." Tang Ping swiftly turned to evade, unabashedly continuing, "Is that how you speak to your uncle? No respect at all." Wu Zhenhai's face flushed crimson, his neck swelling in indignation, as he was set to accompany Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang to Shixian. He joined the others in their pursuit of the sand beast. All 7 captains from Starfire Base mobilized, equipped with a unique artifact. This was entrusted to the officer in uniform, Mo-un, by the Old Town head, capable of safeguarding everyone's lives at a critical moment. It was their source of confidence. However, the others were unaware of the true extent of Tang Ping's strength. They assumed he was merely another captain like themselves. "Be cautious on the road. Wishing you a safe journey. Make sure to return for lunch." With the encouragement of the crowd, the 8 departed the tunnel. After sealing the heavy steel door behind them, they were entirely cut off for the world they left, smiles fading from their faces, replaced by determination and stoicism. "Let us first drop blood upon this object," Mo and instructed as he produced a peculiar octagonal plate. "By dripping blood onto this, we will become one for the next hour. To slay any one of us, all must be defeated simultaneously. Otherwise, none shall perish. Moreover, as long as one among us remains unharmed, all injured parties will swiftly recover to full health." This was an artifact the Old Town head had obtained from the Doomsday chest at the onset of the apocalyptic game. The only regret, Mo sighed, was that this mechanism could only secure a 1-hour bond and could not be reused for 3 days thereafter. Furthermore, it could link at most 8 lives, with the distance between them not exceeding 1,000 meters. How remarkable to possess such a miraculous treasure. Tang Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This item was surely not merely extraordinary, but belonged to the realm of rare artifacts. Mo unexpressed astonishment. "Uncle Tang, you even know about rare treasures?" Tang Ping noted that, acknowledging his understanding. Each extraordinary treasure is a remarkably precious entity, possessing an array of incredible abilities. Indeed, this is a remarkable artifact. Mo nodded in agreement, lamenting that while its power is formidable, its flaws are equally significant, relegating it to a mere trump card for hunting expeditions. "Now let everyone contribute their blood droplets," he instructed. Once prepared, the 8 individuals became enveloped in swirling sands, advancing toward the sandstorm beast. This hunt for the sandstorm beast was also intended to elevate Mo into level 3. Slaying a beast of equal rank would yield a substantial gain of experience points, 1/10 of the total, which is indeed a bountiful reward, albeit only for those with S-class talents and below. In contrast, those with SS-class talents would receive merely 1% of the experience points. Thus, for Tang Ping to enhance his SS-class talent, the Crimson Lotus Demon Flame, he would need to hunt 100 level 3 calamity beasts. However, this was evidently a daunting task. Calamity beasts are exceedingly rare, akin to bosses, and they can respawn unpredictably in various locations, never remaining stationary. Therefore, even with the advantage of traversing time, Tang Ping could not track these beasts. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated leveling up through calamity beasts. "By the way, little Tang." "Uncle," Imoen said, producing an item. "This is something the Old Town chief asked me to deliver to you." In Mo's hand was a card. This card could designate a specific item to advance into an extraordinary treasure. Tang Ping's hand trembled as he reached for the card, gazing incredulously at Moen. This item, it is far too precious. Moen placed the card into Tang Ping's hand. Just accept it as a gift from the old town chief. A token of his gratitude for your kindness. Little Tang uncle, now that we are like family, you must not refuse. We will rely on your care in the future. Wu Zhenhai interjected with a sardonic tone, clearly expressing his discontent regarding Tang Ping's extraordinary advantages. Indeed, you are now our little Tang uncle, Mei Wan winked, prompting a wave of laughter from a group. Who said I would refuse such a splendid gift? How could I possibly turn it down? Tang Ping replied, his gaze intense as he accepted the card. Internally, he marveled at the old town chief's astuteness. He must have discerned Tang Ping's remarkable potential from their brief encounter. Perhaps also considering his granddaughter's future. Regardless of the motivations, Tang Ping would not decline. In this world, no kindness is without ulterior motives. Even parental affection often mingles with countless interests. He graciously accepted the card, vowing to search diligently for the old town chief as granddaughter. Very well, let us proceed, Moen said with a smile. At Yangshan town, the arena was transformed into a golden spectacle by the swirling sands. With echoes of thunderous cheers and the sharp sounds of struggle resonating within. From above, a colossal beast loomed in the center of the basketball court, dominating the arena. With the head of a lion, the body of a bear, a scorpion's tail, and the legs of an elephant, this creature possesses a pair of fangs that curl menacingly, akin to two curved blades glistening with a chilling light. This is the calamity beast, the sandstorm beast, whose very breath conjures furious winds and whirling sands, creating a tempest wherever it treads. Within 1,000 meters of its dwelling, not a single infected soul dares to approach. Yet at this moment, 8 humans have ventured into the territory of the sandstorm beast. Tang Ping gazes up at the stadium in awe, marveling at the thought. If only one could capture a sandstorm beast to fortify walls, it could surely erect a safety zone rivaling the strongest of fortifications in no time. The others smirk, incredulous. What audacity to think of ensnaring a calamity beast for mere construction. What sort of imagination breeds such a ludicrous idea? Ready yourselves. This sandstorm beast is formidable. Moen's body is taut, the 7 captains poised for action. Fear not, for with your Uncle Tang here, I assure you, not a single hair will be harmed. Chapter 68. Journey to Shixian. The others regarded it as mere banter, paying little heed. The sandstorm beast, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and boasting a robust physique akin to a heavy truck, suddenly opened its bell-like eyes, as if it had detected an intruder. However, the tempestuous assault had already commenced. Earth spikes, flames, ice shards, and metal rained down upon the sandstorm beast like a deluge. Wu Zhenhai roared, his form expanding dramatically, transforming into a real-life Hulk, towering over 3 meters as he stepped forth, causing the ground to crack beneath his weight. Adorned with a pair of metallic gauntlets, he launched a powerful punch at the beast's head. The sandstorm beast, enraged, rose to its feet, resembling a small mountain. With a mighty howl, a sandstorm erupted, capable of reducing an ordinary person to a bloody pulp in an instant. Yet, on Wu Zhenhai, it left no mark. Beast, taste my fist. Wu Zhenhai leaped and struck downwards. The force of his punch parted the swirling sands, aiming directly at the sandstorm beast. Its lion-like head, mane billowing, and eyes radiating a mesmerizing golden light. It tilted its head and collided with Wu Zhenhai. Remarkably, the beast, akin to a truck in size, staggered back a step, while Wu Zhenhai was sent flying. Damn, no wonder it called the disaster beast exhilarating. Wu Zhenhai stood up, appearing entirely unscathed. The sandstorm beast shook its head, clearly pained by the force of Wu Zhenhai's blow. From the shadows, a figure moved with astonishing speed towards the sandstorm beast, targeting its most vulnerable underbelly. In an instant, a dark purple dagger emerged from the shadows, slicing into the beast's abdomen, leaving a gash from which flesh curled and was swiftly tainted by a dark purple hue, leading to decay. A gleam of triumph flashed in Chun Ping's eyes. Success. Yet in the next moment, a furious roar accompanied by a dark shadow surged through the wind and sand, lunging towards Chun Ping. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as Tang Ping, wielding his blade, blocked the scorpion-like tail that was comparable to his waist. His expression shifted slightly. The strength of this disaster beast was indeed terrifying. Even with a physique and strength nearing 200, his arms felt numb, a piercing pain coursing through them. Chun Ping silently marveled at the horrifying power of this young Uncle Tang, who seemed even stronger than a Wu Zhenhai enhanced by his talent. Together, Chun Ping and Wu Zhenhai engaged the sandstorm beast in close combat, one delivering punches, the other wielding a blade. Surrounding them were other talented individuals, and for a moment, the so-called disaster beast was being overwhelmed. Finally, the sandstorm beast, provoked by a swarm of pests, had its golden pupils stained crimson, and the winds around it surged. A whirlwind coalesced around the beast, drawing in tables and chairs, which were swiftly reduced to splinters. "Not good, retreat," Emoan shouted. Wu Zhenhai, like a cannonball, braced against the force and withdrew. Chun Ping, however, sank into the shadows. As everyone retreated, they noticed that Tang Ping had yet to emerge. Where is young Uncle Tang? Is he still inside? It should not be the case. Given Uncle Tang's speed, he should have emerged effortlessly. No, wait. Look at that sandstorm. At this moment, Tang Ping shook off the sand from his blade, exclaiming, "Indeed, a calamity beast, but this is where it ends. I have many more matters to attend to." A golden red flame erupted from amidst the swirling sands. Is this truly his real strength? Mo's pupils trembled. "I have made my decision. From now on, Uncle Tang shall be my true uncle." Wu Zhenhai shouted with conviction. "What kind of power is this to confront a calamity beast single-handedly?" Sister Meiwan murmured. The sandstorm did not extinguish the blazing golden red flames. Rather, it intensified their ferocity. The scorching waves of fire caused the 7 captains, standing 100 meters away, to feel a stinging heat upon their skin. From the flames emerged a figure. "Officer Mo, and come and deliver the final blow," Tang Ping said as he stepped forth. The winds and flames behind him gradually subsiding to reveal the charred remains of the sandstorm beast, still exuding a savory aroma. Yet, from its still slightly heaving body, one could discern that the sandstorm beast clung to its last breath. "Thank you." Officer Mo and nodded, accepting without hesitation, and approached the sandstorm beast. A sharp metal rod materialized above the creature's head and then descended with great force. A low, mournful howl escaped the sandstorm beast as it met its demise. In the wake of this, Officer Mo's aura surged dramatically, evidently having broken through to level 3. However, upon carefully assessing his own strength, he ultimately confirmed that Tang Ping surpassed him. His heart swelled with astonishment. Could it be that someone's power had reached such terrifying heights in just a few days? "So, have you broken through to level 3? Wu Zhenhai inquired with keen interest. Officer Mo nodded. "I am now at level 3. With a mere thought, the metal within a 30-meter radius flowed toward him like water. It then molded beneath his feet into a metallic platform, transforming into a cage, pliable as if it were clay. Impressive, Wu Zhenhai marveled. If level 3 is this formidable, what would level 4 be like? Officer Mo and approached Tang Ping, presenting him with a recently acquired item, an extraordinary weapon of C rank. In his hand appeared a long spear. C rank? Tang Ping was taken aback. It was indeed a fine item, yet he shook his head. "I do not use firearms. You may keep it for your own use." After a moment's contemplation, Officer Mo and produced a scroll. "This calamity beast was defeated with your assistance. Otherwise, we might have struggled for an hour to overcome it. This is a scroll I obtained from the Doomsday chest, a mental type talent skill. As long as your mental attribute exceeds 50, you can learn it. It is a gift for you, Uncle Tang." "A mental skill book?" Tang Ping was astonished, not expecting Officer Mo and to possess such a valuable item. "Thank you. My mental attribute meets the requirement, so I will gladly accept this skill book." He promptly learned it, and the scroll disintegrated, transforming into motes of light that entered his brow. Spirit Nail, a nail forged from concentrated mental energy, specializing in spiritual attacks, strikes unexpectedly and is difficult to anticipate, often turning the tide of battle. When used in conjunction with spiritual talents, its effects become even more unpredictable and unfathomable. Uncle Tang, your mental prowess has astonishingly reached 50. Wu Zhenhai addressed him with a warmth that was almost familial. It's just a stroke of luck. By the way, let us proceed directly to Shixian. Arriving earlier will reduce the danger for the old mayor's granddaughter, Xiaoya. Tang Ping declared, having collected the old mayor's belongings. He intended to handle matters with utmost efficiency. Wu Zhenhai nodded in agreement. I had already discussed this with Chun Pingliang and was about to seek Uncle Tang's opinion. Since you suggest it, we shall set off immediately. Chun Pingliang concurred, turning back to say, we leave the affairs of the base in your capable hands. Rest assured. Officer Imo and replied with a nod. Travel carefully, Sister Meiwan advised. With Uncle Tang here, you need not worry. Wu Zhenhai waved his hand cheerily. Let's be off. Tang Ping also gestured, you all should hurry back to the base. Farewell. Chapter 69. The East Base beneath the sweltering sun. One could only glimpse a golden halo through the swirling dust when gazing upwards from the ground. The fierce winds did little to cool the air. Instead, it felt akin to being trapped within a steamer where the scorching, arid atmosphere and the tumultuous sandstorm seemed determined to extract every last drop of moisture from one's body. The streets, flanked by houses that stood in precarious rows, appeared as mere shadows of their former grandeur, which, though it had existed merely days prior, now felt like it belonged to a bygone century. Humanity had seemingly transformed into a rare species, elusive and difficult to find, while the infected crawled through the dust, ubiquitous and all around. In the midst of this tempest, 3 figures pressed forward against the wind. This infernal weather is unbearable, Wu Zhenhai exclaimed, shedding his shirt and wringing it out, allowing water to cascade down. He fastened it back on and downed an entire bottle of mineral water in one go. You ought to conserve some. You've already finished 2 packs on this journey. Resources are scarce, and we cannot afford to waste water like this. Chun Pingliang, a diminutive figure wrapped in a black overcoat and adorned with a flat-topped hat, remarked, You have an F-grade extraordinary hat. It's easy for you to speak. If you were to give me that hat, I assure you I wouldn't touch a bottle of water for the entire day. Wu Zhenhai lamented, feeling like he was turning into dried meat among the 3, as he was the only one without extraordinary attire. This dreadful weather. Let us move a bit further. There's a supermarket ahead where we can catch our breath, suggested Tang Ping. The trio had been on the run for most of the day, and with the clock nearing 2 in the afternoon, they were not far from Shixian. They sought a place to rest and perhaps procure some food. Upon entering the supermarket, it was surprisingly intact, with doors and windows still in place. They pulled down the shutters, and the cacophony of the apocalypse finally subsided. What on earth has happened to the world? If it remains like this, how can anyone possibly survive? Wu Zhenhai cursed. Tang Ping tore open a bag of compressed biscuits and began munching. At least we still have a shelter. Once it upgrades to a higher level, it could very well become a bastion against the end times. Chun Pingliang shook his head. To upgrade to a level 2 shelter requires 10 fragments. Level 3 demands 100, and level 4, 1,000. It's no easy feat. Wu Zhenhai nibbled on a dry bun, muttering, I wonder if humanity will ever reclaim the world. Chun Pingliang opened a bag of bread. It seems quite unlikely. The probabilities suggest that survival will be confined to bases and safe zones. I wonder how the official safety zones are faring now. The situation is not as favorable as we might hope, Tang Ping sighed. Most of those safety zones are merely underground air raid shelters. For the vast number of survivors, they are incredibly cramped and congested, with issues pertaining to food, water, and security. If infected individuals were to infiltrate, the densely packed population would undoubtedly spell disaster. The outcome would likely be Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang fell silent. Indeed, in the initial 3 days, there had been countless calls urging survivors to head towards safety zones. Now, it has transformed into a support for the vast number of survivors who were to establish their own bases nearby. Initially, they intended to head towards a safe zone, but were intercepted by the Forsyth Old Town Mayor. Later, the base established in Shangyang Town was besieged by a pack of ingrates. Under the leadership of the old mayor, the upper echelons of Xingho Base seized the opportunity to relinquish this burden and opted for the more advantageous Shaoling Mountain to rebuild their base. Others believe the old mayor to be a benevolent protector of the people, forced to leave out of despair, Little did they know that he was, in reality, a figure of chilling calmness. Alas, one wonders how those people are faring now. Chun Pingyong sighed lightly. Wu Zhenhai scoffed. Why concern ourselves with them? Now that the leeches who only fed off us are gone, I find my meals much more satisfying. Previously, within that base, we worked tirelessly around the clock, scrounging for supplies to sustain them, only to be driven out in the end. I say, Tang Ping took a sip of water. You all coddled them too much, allowing them to remain oblivious to their plight, thinking it was just another ordinary natural disaster. In this apocalypse, managing thousands cannot be achieved without an iron fist. They must realize that the notion of equality, where no one goes hungry, is a relic of the past, and they need to develop a sense of reverence and fear towards those with abilities. Chun Pingyong sighed. Indeed, a new era has dawned, and the old order no longer suffices. Unfortunately, many remain oblivious. Time will enlighten them, Tang Ping stated slowly. It will teach them to recognize their own reality, to understand that human life is no longer sacred, that no one will bear the cost of their existence, nor safeguard their lives. Only they can protect themselves. As the three rested, a commotion erupted outside. Move faster, damn it, stop dawdling. If you keep dragging your feet, I swear I'll deal with you. All right, Lao Mao. Don't kill them. We still rely on those women to barter for food. I know, I'm not foolish. I'll make sure they cry for mercy, but only suffer some superficial injuries. Donga, there's a supermarket up ahead. Should we check for supplies? Let us go in and take a look. A knife slashed through the shutter door, and a gust of wind and sand rushed in as a throng surged inside. Tang Ping observed with a calm gaze as three men, all possessing abilities, entered, followed by 7 women bound with ropes. These women were in disarray, their bodies marred with gruesome wounds, yet their faces remained unscathed. The youngest among them appeared no older than 17 or 18, while the eldest seemed to be in her 20s or 30s, yet they resembled sheep being herded into the supermarket, their eyes reflecting nothing but numbness. The apocalypse was starkly laid out before the three of them, to the point where Wu Zhenhai's eyes turned crimson. Seeking death, he expanded, his muscles rippling, and threw a powerful punch at the leading man. Brothers, we didn't intend to intrude. We're leaving right now. The man gasped, initially believing that his intrusion into their territory had provoked Wu Zhenhai's wrath. Yet, Wu Zhenhai showed no signs of relenting. The man, surprisingly agile, managed to evade his strikes. As the adversary prepared to attack once more, Brother Dong exclaimed with fury, "My dear brother, I am the second in command of the Tiandong base. Do you truly wish to oppose us? What nonsense is this Tiandong base? Today, I shall crush you wretches." Wu Zhenhai's anger surged within him. From the sight of these women, he was reminded of his beloved wife and daughter, thousands of miles away. Would they endure similar fates? No. Very well. Since you refuse to show respect, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother Dong's gaze hardened, and his body shimmered with a metallic sheen. The two men's fists collided violently. Both Wu Zhenhai and Brother Dong staggered back. A jolt of fear coursed through Brother Dong as the searing pain in his arms instilled a sense of dread and a desire to retreat. This man is formidable, stronger than himself. Wu Zhenhai squinted. This second in command of the so-called Tiandong base possessed some skill, but not much. Suddenly, Wu Zhenhai's physique surged upward, gradually nearing the ceiling amidst Brother Dong's horrified gaze. Why you? Brother Dong's legs weakened. This was undoubtedly a talent surpassing his C-grade ability of steel skin. You bastard, perish. Wu Zhenhai grasped Brother Dong's head firmly. Chapter 70. The group of girls Dong Gu has perished. His head burst open like a watermelon. And the other two were not spared from the calamity. What do you intend to do with these 7 women you have saved? Tang Ping inquired calmly. Wu Zhenhai fell silent, genuinely at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Do you believe you have rescued them? In truth, you have merely hastened their demise. Before the night passes, these powerless women will be torn apart by the infected, becoming the evening repast for those beasts. As Tang quietly dug into a can of luncheon meat, Wu Zhenhai clenched his fists. I cannot allow them to be treated like commodities, traded back and forth. Under the apocalypse, merely being regarded as goods is already a stroke of fortune for them. At least it offers a chance at survival. does it not? But do they wish to live this way? Certainly not. However, they are paralyzed by fear of death, lacking the ability to resist, and thus are compelled to endure this existence. Tang Ping's calm demeanor sent a chill through the room. Wu Zhenhai felt a buzzing in his head, pondering whether his wife and daughter were enduring such horrors. Yet, he was powerless to protect them, for prior to the cataclysm, they had traveled abroad to Australia. Regret flooded his heart. Why did he ever agree to let them go? No. Suddenly, a woman spoke. I am not afraid to die. Her vacant gaze abruptly filled with tears, transforming her into a living soul. I just want him not to kill my son. I am willing to trade myself for food. Tang Ping was taken aback, though his expression remained impassive. Foolishness. Do you truly believe that by selling yourself, they will treat your child kindly? They promised they would. The woman's voice weakened, tears cascading down her cheeks, only to be devoured by the greedy winds before they touched the ground. You all fail to recognize your current predicament. Perhaps it is simply that you refuse to acknowledge it. After uttering these words, Tang Ping chose not to engage further. Inside the supermarket, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the wind and sand. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. Suddenly, a girl of 17 or 18 pleaded. Perhaps I could take them back to the Xingho base, Wu Zhenhai suggested, his heart heavy. Chun Pingliang, however, remained indifferent throughout, silently consuming his bread. Tang Ping rubbed his forehead. Do you not realize that the direct distance is over 30 kilometers? How do you expect us to traverse that? On the return journey, how many of them do you think will survive? Moreover, Wu Zhenhai, you must understand why you are here, and there are countless others like them. Will you save each one you encounter? Please, I beg you, save me. I do not want to die, the girl implored. Wu Zhenhai bowed his head. Suddenly, an 18 or a 19-year-old girl spoke up. May I borrow your knife? Her gaze fell upon Tang Ping. Certainly, Tang replied, handing over the knife. Thank you for saving me earlier. The girl caressed the blade, its sharpness effortlessly slicing through the flesh of her fingertip. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, allowing the crimson droplets to fall. What a fine knife it is. Have you used it? Let me try. A woman in her mid-20s rasped from the side. You ought to inquire with the knife's owner, not me. The woman turned her gaze to Tang Ping. Whatever. Do you wish to perish? It's preferable to being devoured at night. The woman suddenly turned her head, and the others bowed their heads in silence, offering no response. Please, I beg you. Save me. I am willing to do anything. The girl on the ground crawled towards Tang Ping, grasping at his feet. Tang Ping frowned, irritated, and stepped aside. I cannot save you. No one can. The girl froze, resentment flaring in her eyes. Why not? Why won't you save me? If you just killed Donggu, what was the purpose? Originally, I could have survived if sent to another base, but because of you, I must remain outside to await death. You are responsible. You have brought this upon me. Wu Zhenhai's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the girl. She rose, her eyes filled with fury. It's all your fault. Why did you kill Donggu? I had no need to die. Must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? With my looks, I could have thrived anywhere, even by selling myself. You have ruined me. You must take responsibility. Tang Ping shrugged. See, this is the consequence of your misplaced affections. Wu Zhenhai stood frozen, quietly observing the girl as she continued her accusations. Slap. The young mother, who had willingly sold herself for her son, struck the girl across the face, her hand trembling. This slap is in place of your motheress. She was torn apart by the infected to ensure your survival. And this is how you wish to live? Slap. This slap represents all the women, including yourself. By treating yourself as merchandise, you belittle your worth, making me feel ashamed. Slap. This slap is for myself, as a recompense for the food I shared with you, which you have squandered like scraps for dogs. How dare you strike me? What gives you the right? Who do you think you are? Are you any better than me? Aren't you about to sell yourself too? The girl erupted in madness, clawing at the air. What wrong have I committed? What wrong? Just because you are so noble. Can your nobility sustain life? Can keep me alive? What wrong have I done? The girl collapsed to the ground, weeping. I merely wish to survive. What wrong is that? Just a fleeting dalliance with those men could procure food, water. Why is that unacceptable? Why? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Tang Ping. seemingly seeking an answer. He munched on the canned food in his hand, offering no reply to the girl slumped on the ground. After all, what concern was it of his? He walked past her to the girl, gripping the knife, drawing it across her own neck. The blade had already breached her skin, blood seeping down and staining her pallid flesh. He gently grasped the knife's hilt. The girl looked up in confusion. Binding this, then unbinding it and returning it to me. In Tang Ping's hand appeared an item from the sanctuary. You know what this is, yet it is not meant for you. If you do not exchange it, I can kill you and reclaim it just the same. The girl did not comprehend the other party's intentions, but obediently took it. Then, she heard the voice of the system. Subsequently, she bound it and then unbound it. Tang Ping passed it to another girl, around 25 or 6, repeating the process. He then handed it to the young mother before reclaiming it once more. As for the remaining 4 girls, they were oblivious to what had transpired. Tang Ping sheathed his knife behind him, leaving behind a statement. The more brutal the environment, the more women at the bottom are objectified. To break free, one must either ascend or alter the surroundings. This is the apocalypse, a distinctly different apocalypse, yet rife with opportunities. Everything has only just begun, and strength is paramount. With strength, one becomes the peak, the architect of the rules governing the environment. I offer you a chance. As for the future, it lies in your hands. Lao Wu, Lao Chun, let us depart. The supermarket's torn roller shutter still harbored swirling dust, forcing the 2 girls and a woman to squint as they gazed. They departed. Yes, they departed. What shall we do now? Return to the Tiandong base and report that the Flying Tiger base has eliminated these 3 individuals. The girl, aged 18 or 19, seemed to harbor flames in her eyes. Her gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixating on the already vanished figures. I will become the architect of the rules. Chapter 71. The Extraordinary Treasure. The grand aspirations of the people take it easy. Tang Ping gently patted Wu Zhenhai on the shoulder. After all, dwelling in despair serves no purpose. His words, however, only deepened Wu Zhenhai's despondency. Do not fret excessively. For now, your sole task, and indeed your only option, is to survive. Who knows, perhaps one day, even across vast oceans, you may reunite with your wife and daughter. After all, we are all evolving. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that one day we might soar through the skies or even traverse dimensions, rendering the farthest distances mere steps away. Uncle Tang, you finally spoke a sensible word, Wu Zhenhai replied, taking a deep breath. Rest assured, Uncle Tang, I'm not the kind of person who succumbs to despair. That's fine. Besides, I am not particularly worried about you, so there's no need to ease my mind. As night fell, the trio arrived in Shixian, yet, having lost contact with Yao Xiaoya, they were unaware of her whereabouts. Although the internet still existed, the absence of electricity left most survivors in a state reminiscent of the apocalypse, oblivious to the outside world. As time progressed, this situation only worsened. Nevertheless, Tang Ping and his companions were aware of Yao Xiaoya's previous workplace and residence. It's already late. Let us find a place to rest for the night, Tang Ping suggested, glancing at the clock, which read 10 o'clock. All right, we shall establish our shelter here, Chen Ping proposed, pointing to a restaurant. The 3 of them ventured into the kitchen and set up their refuge underground. Upon returning to his shelter, Tang Ping felt a tinge of anxiety. It had been 2 days since he had last returned to the past. He pondered whether his ability had simply vanished or if future utilizations would require longer intervals. Regardless of how he contemplated the matter, he could not discern the reason, for he did not even comprehend the origin or nature of his own power. Suppressing these thoughts, Tang Ping retrieved a card, the Extraordinary Treasure card. It could designate an item to evolve into an extraordinary treasure. Tang Ping possessed profound knowledge of the immense power of such treasures, as he himself owned 2, the Ember Metal and the Savior S-Ring. The former could amplify his 4-dimensional attributes by 100 in times of peril, while simultaneously bestowing a 500 increase in luck through the Blessing Badge. The latter elevated his talents to SS level and, when merged with a level 7 shelter, could create a sanctuary of 100 miles, shielding against all apocalyptic calamities. Moreover, the Savior S-Ring was an exceptionally potent, defensive, extraordinary treasure, meant to serve him for a lifetime. What should he choose to evolve into an extraordinary treasure? Tang Ping examined his possessions, noting the abundance of exceptional items he had gathered, including numerous F and E-grade extraordinary weapons, tools, and garments. E-grade extraordinary weapon, black diamond knife. F-grade extraordinary weapon, bow and arrow. F-grade extraordinary item, soul chasing talisman. F-grade extraordinary weapon, black gold bow. F-grade extraordinary item, cleansing ring. F-grade extraordinary attire, duckbill hat. F-grade extraordinary weapon, phantom dagger. Moreover, there exists an even more remarkable D-grade extraordinary item, holy light bracelet. B-grade extraordinary item, purification pump. B-grade mental defense item, spirit diamond. Additionally, there are rare items of immense power without specific grades. Resurrection scroll, heart protector talisman, and soldier's blessing badge. Furthermore, there lies an otherworldly magical extraordinary item, rose of light, capable of dispelling numerous negative effects. Many of these items possess significant utility, stirring great interest within Tang Ping. Should they evolve into extraordinary treasures, they would undoubtedly provide him with tremendous assistance. However, he possesses only a single extraordinary treasure card, leaving him with one solitary choice. Ultimately, Tang Ping selects the item that resonates most deeply with him. Extraordinary item, soldier's blessing, badge, description, carried on one's person or placed in a sanctuary. It brings a certain degree of luck. This item augments one's luck. More importantly, he perceives that under the influence of another extraordinary treasure, this item's effect on luck could be substantially amplified. He also contemplates the resurrection scroll, as its evolution into an extraordinary treasure would certainly transcend its original one-time use. Yet, even if it were not a single-use item, Tang Ping understands that it would not allow him to resurrect at will. If it did, it could hardly be deemed an extraordinary treasure. Most likely, it would entail a lengthy cool-down period. After weighing his options, Tang Ping ultimately opts for the item that enhances his luck. Although luck is intangible and elusive, its impact is no less significant than that of the resurrection scroll. Crucially, this item operates continuously. Moreover, it could synergize with the Starfire badge for a 500 enhancement. If this blessing badge were to evolve into an extraordinary treasure, what if it were to gain an additional 500 blessing? Tang Ping's heart raced with excitement as he fervently gazed at the crimson golden badge in his hand. He uses the extraordinary treasure card. Do you wish to use the extraordinary treasure card on soldier's blessing badge to evolve it into an extraordinary treasure? Yes. Ding. Successfully used. Congratulations to the player. Soldier's blessing badge has evolved into extraordinary treasure. Aspirations of the common people badge. Extraordinary treasure, bound aspirations of the common people badge, description, bestows a certain degree of fortune, garners the world's favor, facilitates the acquisition of others' goodwill, and inherently carries the leader's aura. When one endeavors to undertake a great cause, unexpected support often arises amidst adversity. Note, not restricted by different worlds. Detected that the player possesses the Starfire badge, resulting in a 500 enhancement for aspirations of the common people badge. Tang Ping gasps in awe, his hands trembling with excitement as his gaze fixates on the item in his grasp, as if wishing to merge it with his very being. Fortune and fate, though merely two characters that have exchanged positions, reveal a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. One emanates from the self, while the other is bestowed by the universe. With a mere transposition, an individual's stature undergoes a profound transformation. Even Tang Ping could not have anticipated that this item, upon its ascension to an extraordinary treasure, could directly alter a person's fate. Although the precise extent of the fortune it bestows remains uncertain, and may indeed be minimal, even the slightest enhancement far surpasses the so-called luck. The most crucial aspect is, Tang Ping fixated on the note, pondering the implications of being unbound by the constraints of different realms. His gaze flickered, his heart brimming with elation, leaving him feeling somewhat buoyant. He felt a surge of gratitude for his decision to elevate this badge into an extraordinary treasure. With a subtle thought, the badge in his hand transformed into a stream of luminous energy, merging into his third eye, manifesting as a mark before gradually vanishing. Chapter 72. Prey and hunter. This extraordinary treasure can seamlessly merge with his body, becoming one with him, alleviating any concerns about it being seized by others. In this regard, it surpasses both the Ring of the Savior and the Ember Metal. Opening the trading area, Tang Ping consented to all transaction requests for the manuals he had listed. He garnered a modest collection of attribute stones and A-grade experience stones. Although the items were significantly reduced from the initial quantity, there remained some profit, which Tang Ping did not find insignificant. The 4 types of attribute stones totaled less than 40, and the A-grade experience stones were fewer than 200. However, he estimated that this amount of experience stones would suffice for the magical girl to advance beyond the late stage of intermediate mage. He accessed the magical girl minigame, withdrew 100 A-grade experience stones, and infused them into the magical girl. Indeed, she ascended to the early stage of advanced mage. This level should afford her a basic ability to protect herself, even in the magical realm. At this juncture, Tang Ping could only elevate the magical girl to this point. Beyond that, he would truly struggle to afford it. Based on his calculations, it would likely require 1,000 A-grade experience stones for her to break through to the next level. As Tang Ping suspected, Sophia, now an advanced mage, could indeed be considered a formidable presence in a small locality. Outside the room, shrouded in darkness, Sophia dwelled in a world enveloped by shadows. O benevolent and magnificent God, Lord Tang Ping, I shall not fail your expectations. Sophia fervently prayed, reciting a scripture of her own composition. Upon concluding her prayer, she grasped the scripture, draped her body in a voluminous black robe, and proceeded towards the outside world. Like a solitary city amidst the darkness, a diverse array of individuals, men and women, young and old, navigated through narrow alleys, converging upon an underground church. By the time Sophia arrived, the space was already filled to capacity, with fervent gazes fixed upon her. The magical girl ascended the podium, shedding her black robe to reveal her exquisitely flawless visage, adorned with a golden red lotus upon her forehead. As the lotus blossomed, light enveloped all present, a warm, brilliant, and noble radiance. The fervor in the eyes of the congregation intensified. In this world shrouded in darkness, nothing is more esteemed than light. As the lowest of the low, they basked in this illumination, even banishing their afflictions. Who would dare claim this was not a miracle? Who would assert they were not the chosen people of the divine? Fearful of the next moment, these frenzied devotees might well place such dissenters upon the pyre, offering them as sacrifices to the divine. The deity proclaimed that all beings are equal, and every individual possesses the right to pursue the light. With solemnity and gravity, Sophia espoused the deeds and will of the divine. Below, the congregation, their expressions grave, clasped their hands in devotion, closing their eyes to absorb the teachings of the deity. All of this transpired unbeknownst to Tang Ping, for he could only perceive this small abode. Perhaps it was time to upgrade Sophia's dwelling. He pondered, stroking his chin. Desiring to upgrade his dwelling, he faced the necessity of spending a considerable amount of coins. The exchange for food and other necessities yielded a meager return. His gaze gradually fell upon the 30 attribute stones he had just acquired, igniting a flicker of temptation within him. Once, he had dismissed the notion of being a magical girl as trivial. Now, he pondered what to purchase today. Without hesitation, Tang Ping decided to recharge with 10 attribute stones, instantly amassing a substantial sum of coins, which he promptly utilized to enhance his residence. What was once a modest single-story house transformed into a spacious 2-story abode, now appearing somewhat cavernous. Seizing the opportunity while the magical girl was away, Tang Ping joyfully perused the marketplace, acquiring various pieces of furniture and decorative items to gradually create a warm home for the magical girl. A golden flowered European-style table lamp, purchased. A white and gold-trimmed European-style nightstand, purchased. A double bed, purchased. A 7-colored stained glass window, purchased. A crystal chandelier, purchased. A pink kat bauruz, purchased. In a flurry of activity, The magical girl's residence was revitalized, satisfying Tang Ping's youthful spirit, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber, for there was a dungeon to explore the following day. At dawn, the first to awaken was Wu Zhanhai, rising before 5 o'clock. Despite his imposing stature, he exhibited unexpected attentiveness, preparing a sumptuous breakfast using the kitchen's gas stove. "Old Wu, your culinary skills are impressive," Tang Ping marveled, finding the meal far more delectable than his usual instant noodles, which paled in comparison. As for the compressed biscuits he had, they resembled little more than swine fodder. "Pig, do not insult my feed. As long as little Tang appreciates it. That's all that matters," Wu Zhenhai chuckled, appearing to have adjusted his demeanor. "Where shall we search today?" Chen Ping inquired. Tang Ping swallowed his chicken nugget and recalled the town elder's earlier words. Little Yu was bound to the shelter. This indicated that, despite the potential lack of power in phones and other communication devices, the regional channel remained operational, and Little Yu was surely within. "We can simultaneously send out messages to locate Little Yu while heading to her residence." Did the elder not mention that if she departed, she would leave markers at intervals? "We can follow these to find her." Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Little Yu's home is in that nearby community. We can investigate there to see if we can uncover any clues she may have left. The trio swiftly devoured their meal, leaving no need to wash dishes, and set off toward the nearby community in search of Little Yu. "Fries, are you certain those three are players?" "Brother Hao, there can be no doubt. I witnessed that tall fellow conjuring various foods from thin air. Who else could possess a shelter but a player?" "Excellent. Once we acquire their shelter, I will ensure you receive a share." Greed sparkled in Brother Hao's eyes. "Sister San, we shall depend on you. Rest assured with my ample figure, I doubt they will see through our ruse." The woman's demeanor was gentle as she gently caressed her belly. "Good child, your mother's fortune rests upon you." The smile upon the woman's face, though seemingly gentle, exuded an unsettling madness. Even the formidable Hao, standing nearby, could not suppress a flicker of fear in his eyes. His companion, the third sister, was truly formidable, willing to do anything to survive. "Brother Hao, what shall we do if these three seize their sanctuary? What about the two surplus members?" Shuyan licked his cracked lips, acutely aware that among them, he was the only one without a refuge. The elder brother had slain his wife, while the third sister had murdered her husband, and they had yet to satiate their hunger. In Suyan's eyes, a green glimmer flickered. Soon, he too would possess a sanctuary. As for the excess, we shall venture to the nearby largest base, the Yuntian base, and barter with their leader for experience stones. To the Yuntian base? Will those people even consider trading with us? Shuyan's face reflected trepidation. How sneered? What is there to fear? They are currently at a standoff with another base, rallying troops and desperately courting untethered talents to bolster their strength. At this juncture, they are unlikely to act against us. "Brother Hao, they are approaching. I must descend." The woman caressed her belly, her dimples deepening as 2 tears rolled down her cheeks, transforming her expression into one of poignant vulnerability. She bent over and drew a long crimson line across her thigh. Hao gazed at his third sister in alarm. Chapter 73. The poisonous empress. The building before us is where Xiao Yu works and resides. Chen Pingliang raised his hand, gesturing towards a 10-story edifice nestled within the community. The 7th floor is where Xiao Yu's room is situated. "Let us take a look," Tang Ping suggested as he entered through the main gate, oblivious to the fact that the iron gate at the entrance had long since disappeared. Suddenly, a shadow leapt down from the window with a roar. An infected individual landed on all fours, lunging towards Tang Ping with a nimbleness that surpassed even that of a tabby cat. It was a terrifying sight. Even many level 1 endowed individuals would find themselves perilously outmatched if caught off guard. With a flash of a blade, the infected creature was cleaved in two, its half collapsing on either side of Tang Ping. Yet, astonishingly, both severed halves continued to move, crawling along the ground with a single hand and foot each. "Damn it! Are you telling me this is a zombie?" Wu Zhenhai exclaimed, crushing the skull of one of the infected underfoot. At this stage, they were merely becoming more adept at controlling their own bodies. Once these infected beings undergo further evolution and mutation, true terror would ensue. Tang Ping recalled the grotesque, infected creatures from the apocalyptic city instance. Can they truly evolve? Is this not evolution? Wu Zhenhai's expression shifted. Certainly not, Tang Ping replied slowly. They are merely acclimatizing to their own bodies. Once they fully adapt, they will become an entirely different kind of organism, capable of reproduction. What? They can reproduce? Wu Zhenhai gasped, while Chun Pingliang's pupils dilated in shock. Indeed, these infected beings can reproduce, Tang Ping affirmed, nodding. Not only can they produce male and female offspring, but in dire circumstances, they can even self-replicate. Losing a few in a brood could result in an increase of 7 or 8. Furthermore, these newly birthed creatures can run, jump, and climb within a day of being born. They can survive in extremely harsh environments, thriving even in barren mountains or deserts by consuming sand and gnawing on stones. Whether on frozen plateaus or in the depths of oceanic trenches, they endure. Is that not monstrous? In truth, aside from their deteriorating intellect, one might argue that these infected beings represent an evolution of humanity, given their remarkable attributes. Hiss! Wu Zhenhai inhaled sharply. If what you say is true, then these are truly the strongest carbon-based organisms. Tang Ping shook his head. They may not be the strongest, but in terms of adaptability to their environment, few species can rival them. He mused inwardly that if one were to search, earthworms would certainly qualify, as they could even survive in the vacuum of space. What will humanity do if these creatures continue to grow? Wu Zhenhai sighed. Tang Ping chuckled in response. You need not worry. After all, in this comparison, the infected may seem like chosen ones, but humanity, well, we are merely the underdogs. Wu Zhenhai fell silent, considering the truth in Tang Ping's words. After all, players are each equipped with their own systems and shelters. As the three conversed, they arrived at the base of Building 7. Help! Help! Save me! A staggering figure stumbled out from the corridor. A foul, putrid wind surged forward, lunging towards the pregnant woman, who appeared on the brink of imminent peril. In an instant, Wu Zhenhai collided with the infected individual, sending them sprawling. Subsequently, his hand grew larger, firmly grasping the infected person's head against the wall, exerting force. With a resounding crack, the brain matter splattered, and the infected body gradually slumped lifelessly. Thank you, the woman uttered, still shaken as she sat on the ground, cradling her belly with trembling hands. It's nothing, Wu Zhenhai replied, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. However, the pregnant woman followed closely behind him. He frowned and said, It would be best for you to find a safe place to hide, rather than accompany me. I. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she clutched her belly, suddenly dropping to her knees. Please, I beg you, take me in. I could do anything, laundry, cooking, any menial or arduous task, I am willing. I only ask that you allow me to stay with you, to give my unborn child a chance at life. Wu Zhenhai's brow furrowed deeply, and he eventually shook his head. I'm sorry, but I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot care for you. Staying with us would only increase your danger. Chun Pingliang's gaze fell upon the woman's belly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Here's the deal. You wait here for us. Once we conclude our business, we will return to escort you to a nearby survivor base. The pregnant woman's eyes filled with terror. No, please, I do not want to go to the survivor base. They eat people. Chun Pingliang frowned, his expression growing somber. It was implausible for him to truly bring a pregnant woman along. I will give you some food. You must find a place to hide. No, please, I implore you, let me accompany you. You are good people, and I can handle any labor. The woman knelt on the ground, dragging her bloodied legs forward, her face awash with desperation. Both Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang felt a pang of compassion. Yet at that moment, Tang Ping's cold voice rang out. Leave now, and do not follow us. For the sake of the child within you, I will not kill you. The three men were taken aback, with Wu Zhenhai astonished that Tang Ping would utter such words. Chun Pingliang felt his fleeting compassion plummet once more, leaving him speechless regarding the pregnant woman. As for the woman, her body trembled in shock, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. Had she been discovered, or was the other party simply devoid of empathy? Please, sir, I beg you, take us in, the woman pleaded. Do you think you are hiding well? Tang Ping unsheathed his dagger, pressing it against the woman's neck. If you do not leave, I won't hesitate to ensure your child perishes alongside you. Perhaps it would even be a stroke of luck for the child. Given that this is the end of days, is it not? Tang Ping's intent was unmistakable. Wu Zhenhai opened his mouth to speak little Tang. Do you consider her weak? Tang Ping turned to Wu Zhenhai, challenging him. Believe it or not, with a single hand, she could crush you. Wu Zhenhai's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly comprehended the implications of Tang Ping's words. His complexion darkened as he gazed in disbelief at the bloodied, frail figure of the pregnant woman on the ground. Could the other party truly crush him with a mere hand? Ha ha ha! The pregnant woman ceased her pretense, fully aware that her disguise had been unveiled. She casually swept aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead and inquired, How did you discover me? Why should I divulge that? The blade pressed against the pregnant woman's chin. Suddenly, she smiled, revealing two charming dimples. So if you found out, you cannot escape. As her words echoed, Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang abruptly collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with shock. You what? When did you poison us? Apologies, but I have no information to share. The pregnant woman raised her eyes, astonished as she gazed at Tang Ping. Why haven to you fallen? Tang Ping's gaze deepened as he suddenly recognized the woman before him. Historical records from the future reveal that in the 36th year of the apocalypse, a notorious figure known as the Poison Empress emerged in Ping City. Possessing formidable toxic abilities, she was both inscrutable and feared, and she bore a child conceived in a cauldron of venom for 7 years. Upon birth, a miasma enveloped the surroundings, rendering the land barren for decades. Subsequently, this mother and son vanished from public view, only to reappear in the 36th year of the apocalypse, nearly toppling the safety zone established by the Tide Sea King. It was even said that the Tide Sea King had a brother with an S-level talent, on the brink of ascending to level 7 and becoming a king himself, but tragically met his demise at the hands of the Poison Empress. Rumors portrayed the Poison Empress as delicate and charming, yet she was a heartless viper, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends, making her a true tyrant in the apocalypse. It seems these tales were not without merit. You think I haven't noticed your poison? Your confidence is misplaced. A rose materialized in Tang Ping's hand, its bright yellow hue resembling a faithful bulb. Yet, as its light cascaded down, it gradually restored the mobility of Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang behind him. Mo Baiji's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with a hint of venom. What is this thing? None of your concern. You are quite remarkable, well suited for the apocalypse. Perhaps without me, you would be destined to be a figure of admiration in the future. Alas, now you are fated to die. Upon confirming her identity, Tang Ping harbored no qualms regarding her pregnancy, for she truly was a harbinger of death, having once nearly decimated the Tide Sea safety zone and half the city. Do you think you can kill me? Mo Baiji suddenly broke into a frenzied grin. No one can kill me, not even myself. Is that so? A black-red, ethereal flame lotus flickered in Tang Ping's eyes. The flame lotus swayed, appearing before Mo Baiji. And what of now? Chapter 74. S-Class Healing Talent. What is this extraordinary talent? Mo Baiji clutched her head in agony, a sudden wave of terror surging within her, as if her spirit were akin to a piece of paper ignited by flame. She yearned to flee, yet the intense burning of her mind rendered her devoid of control over her own body, leaving her crumpled on the ground, her visage contorted in excruciating pain. Let me go. The black-red flames consumed her spirit, while the golden-red flames ravaged her corporeal form. Yet, in a bizarre manner, her body grotesquely proliferated, akin to a malignant tumor, continuously mending itself. Tang Ping's expression was grave. It was no wonder this woman claimed she could not even bring herself to death. However, it was evident that Mo Baiji could not contend with Tang Ping. She perished, this future queen of demons, the infamous Poison Empress, reduced to ashes, mingling with the swirling sand. Only a shelter item remained at the scene, which Tang Ping retrieved and stored away. Despite the formidable potential of this Poison Empress, an individual of exceptional capability, Even ranking among the foremost in the realm of kings and queens, Tang Ping had no intention of employing her as an ally. This woman was akin to a poisoned dagger, adept at killing others with ease, yet equally capable of self-destruction. One could never know if she might turn her lethal intent upon herself. After all, this woman had dared to poison the child within her womb, crafting it into a grotesque abomination over the course of 7 years. Tang Ping raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the two individuals upstairs, and in that fleeting moment, flames of crimson lotus blossomed within their eyes. The formidable Hao, in terror, clutched his head, desperate to escape. However, after retreating just 2 steps, he fell to the ground, his eyes dimming before he succumbed to death. As for the nearby Sigu, he had perished almost instantaneously. You two go to Building 7 and investigate. I will collect the shelter items. Understood. Wu Zhenhai felt a chill creep down his spine. It seemed he had underestimated his little Uncle Tang. No wonder he was someone worthy of being his uncle. Ascending the stairs, Tang Ping found the 2 recently slain individuals on the 10th floor. Upon entering the room, he discovered 2 bodies lying on the balcony. As he rummaged, he only found a shelter item on the corpse of the burly man. Alongside the Poison Empress's items, both had remarkably high attributes. The burly man's shelter item possessed a B-class attribute, extended health bar, significantly enhancing the health capacity of the bound shelter, also serving to heal and fortify its inhabitants. In contrast, the shelter of the future Poison Empress boasted an S-class attribute, 5 Poison's Nest, capable of cultivating various deadly toxins and nurturing sinister creatures. Upon noting the nurturing aspect, Tang Ping's heart raced, suspecting that the child within the Poison Empress was potentially cultivated through the shelter's ability. Both shelters were exceedingly precious. It would be a grave loss to sell them. Tang Ping had no intention of parting with them, opting instead to retain them for himself. Like sanctuaries endowed with advanced features, they are invariably beyond the realm of monetary valuation, for sanctuaries possess the capacity for growth, and each advanced sanctuary is an invaluable treasure. Currently, there is a dire scarcity of sanctuary fragments, and a means must be devised to procure some. Tang Ping mused to himself that his sanctuary had already reached level 2, yet to ascend to level 3, he required 100 fragments. Presently, he possessed fewer than 10. Reflecting on his possessions, Tang Ping recalled he had 10 vials of infected serum, which, in exchange, should easily yield 100 sanctuary fragments. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to list 1 vial of infected serum for 50 sanctuary fragments. This price was rather outrageous, considering that he himself had only acquired fewer than 20 fragments thus far. However, the infected serum was not meant for individual sale, but rather for bases and official safe zones. The world has never lacked influential individuals, and even in the apocalypse, they can amass substantial resources to swiftly elevate their status. The infected serum, which mitigates the risk of infection, is naturally in high demand. An information panel suddenly displayed a message. Wu Zhenhai, Un So Tang. I have found the mark left by Xiao Yu. Tang Ping. Great, I will head downstairs immediately. The 3 convened at the ground floor, where Wu Zhenhai had located another mark based on the clues. Uncle Tang, this way. Come, let us pursue. Tang Ping was eager to fulfill the old mayor's wishes. At the Yuntian base, the chief leader declared, according to the information, that dungeon will soon open. Finally, it has emerged. Convey my orders, summon all talented individuals, and prepare to enter the dungeon. The man seated at the head of the table, clad in a black coat, held a scroll of information in his hand, obtained 3 days prior by an operative he had stationed at the Taohai base. Understood, Chief Leader. The guards at the entrance withdrew. The chief leader's eyes burned with fervor. This dungeon was an experienced stone dungeon, containing numerous chests filled with experienced stones, with a probability of nearly 50% of yielding them. If he could consolidate the chests in his possession, he was confident he could break through to level 4. Half an hour later, several high-ranking officials of the Yuntian base gathered. Brother, has that girl been persuaded yet? The second leader glanced around, noticing the absence of the girl. This girl possesses S-grade healing talent. If we could convince her to join the Yuntian base, it would significantly enhance our strength. No, the chief leader's expression darkened immediately. In my opinion, We should employ some coercive measures to ensure she joins, whether she wants to or not. The third leader replied coldly. The second leader shook his head in denial. After all, she possesses an S-level talent. Even within our Yuntian base, we do not have anyone of such caliber. The strongest among us merely boasts an A-level talent. Moreover, she possesses an S-level healing ability. Although it is only at level 2, you have witnessed her healing prowess before. A heart could be pierced, and even 2 minutes post-incident, she could still revive someone. So, if you pressure her now and she gets injured later, what will you do if she refuses to heal you? The third leader was instantly rendered speechless, letting out a cold snort without further comment. For the second leader's words were indeed grounded in truth. The first leader rubbed his temples and said, in my opinion, we should allow Song Good to take his time caring for her. As long as he can win her over, she will eventually comply with our wishes. Women, after all, can be swayed by sweet words. At that moment, a remarkably handsome young man with a well-proportioned physique entered the room. Godfather, the young man addressed the first leader. Ah. The first leader replied with a smile. How has the situation progressed? Though this pretty boy possessed merely an E-level talent, his striking appearance was advantageous. Contemporary women favor such looks, which is why he accepted this individual as his adopted son. The handsome young man replied, there's been considerable progress. I believe that within half a month, I will have won her over, and she will become a member of our Yuntian base. The first leader nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, your responsibility is to charm her thoroughly. As long as you manage to make her obedient and willing to contribute to our base's development, I can promise I will secure enough talent upgrade stones for you in the future, allowing you to become the second in command of the Yuntian base. A glimmer of ambiguity flashed in his eyes, indicating a divergence between his thoughts and words. The handsome young man beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Godfather. I will certainly strive to achieve that. Very well. You may take your leave now, the first leader said, nodding in approval. Yes, Godfather. The handsome young man bowed slightly, turning away with a shadowed, disdainful expression on his face. Are you truly at ease letting him control that girl? The second leader inquired. Huh, of course I am at ease. After all, what kind of storm can an E-level talent stir? All right, let us continue with the arrangements for the dungeon. This endeavor is crucial for our Yuntian base's survival in the apocalypse. Chapter 75. Yuntian base. Are you suggesting that Xiaoyu is likely at Yuntian base? There can be no mistake. The final mark points directly to Yuntian base. It seems we must infiltrate the facility to search for her. This base is quite extensive, housing at least several thousand individuals, making the task of locating Xiaoyu quite challenging. Would it not be more effective to storm indirectly? Wu Jinhai's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Tang Ping shook his head, cautioning, until we ascertain Xiaoyu's exact location, it is prudent to refrain from rash actions. We should be more concerned about the possibility of the enemy targeting her first. Then we shall join Yuntian base. Are they not recruiting? Indeed, we should first blend in and gather intelligence. Newcomers, please register your personal information. After completing the forms, proceed to wait over there. The base has significant matters to attend to today. Those with exceptional talents are promised considerable benefits, yet such advantages are not granted lightly. Those with talents rated C or above must demonstrate their abilities. The man casually tossed 3 sheets of paper towards Tang Ping and his companions, instructing them to fill in their names, ages, talents, and levels. Tang Ping glanced at the C-level talent description, which was filled with enticing promises, such as priority training for C-level talents and the assurance that higher talents would have preferential advancement rights. Furthermore, submitting a Doomsday treasure chest, regardless of its contents, would yield a reward of an experience stone. Such offers were undeniably tempting, making one eager to join immediately. However, many conditions necessitated meeting specific talent levels before one could enjoy these benefits. It was likely a strategy to attract those with high talents. Many individuals might have been inclined to exaggerate their talents, yet the 3 before him were decidedly underreporting their abilities. Tang Ping picked up a pen to fill out the form, crafting a fictitious name while listing his talent as an E-level weak fire. Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingyang followed suit, fabricating their F-level talents and a level of 1 before submitting their papers. The man scrutinized the information on the sheets, his expression betraying disdain. Very well, proceed to the designated area. Consider yourselves fortunate. You arrived at an opportune time. Await the opportunity to capitalize on it. Thank you, officer, Chun Pingyong said, his diminutive stature exuding humility as he offered a flattering smile, a stark contrast to the previously decisive and ruthless shadow assassin he had been. The man, pleased by the title of officer, casually advised, remember to stay put today, remain in the playground. If you miss a significant opportunity, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Yes, thank you, officer. We appreciate it. Chun Pingyong nodded and bowed before exiting the room. Yun Tian Base, established in a high school in Shixian, is home to thousands of survivors. The rapid accumulation of such a large number of survivors over a few days certainly qualifies it as a major survivor base. As a substantial facility, the number of talented individuals here is not to be underestimated. It remains uncertain whether Yun Tian Base is aware that the awakening of talents can be achieved merely by binding and unbinding at a sanctuary. However, from Tang Ping's observations, many individuals here still have not awakened their talents. However, there are indeed numerous individuals endowed with talent. Tang Ping estimates that within this base, the number of players who have successfully chosen a shelter could well be in the thousands. Yet, a staggering 90% of these individuals possess an F-grade talent, bearing little distinction from ordinary people. Of the remaining 10%, more than half exhibit E-grade talents, posing a slight threat to the average individual, albeit limited. As for scavenging the Doomsday treasure chests, given the perilous conditions outside, venturing beyond the base would likely result in infection. Sotang, what do you think the Yun Tian base intends to do with so many talented individuals? Are they planning to eradicate the infected? Yet, those with F and E-grade talents lack the strength necessary to confront the current infected, Wu Jinhai remarked, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Tang Ping narrowed his eyes, piecing together the anomalies surrounding the Yun Tian base, the information he had just filled out regarding the Doomsday treasure chests, and the dungeon he was familiar with. An answer began to form in his mind. I suspect they have uncovered the imminent emergence of a dungeon in a specific location. Dungeon. Wu Jinhai and Chun Pingyong exclaimed in unison, their eyes igniting with fervor. They had learned about dungeons from the World Channel, which offered various opportunities, with many individuals soaring to great heights after entering. Uncle Tang, what should we do now? Chun Pingyong inquired softly. Naturally, we must follow them inside. The window of opportunity for dungeons is fleeting. Should we miss this chance, we cannot predict when another will arise. However, we must also keep an eye out for Xiaoyu. She, too, is bound to the shelter and has likely awakened her talent. She will most certainly head towards the dungeon within the Yun Tian base. As the talented individuals gather on the playground, you should search diligently to see if you can locate Xiaoyu. When the time comes to enter the dungeon, we can bring her along. Chun Pingyong's expression grew grave. I have heard that Xiaoyu's talent appears to be quite impressive. I wonder if they will allow her to leave. Tang Ping replied calmly, with our strength, we fear no obstacles. When we exit the dungeon, we shall take Xiaoyu with us, and if the Yun Tian base dares to obstruct us, we will fight our way out. Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingyong nodded in agreement. Their prowess placed them among the upper echelon, even within the Yun Tian base, especially with Uncle Tang by their side. Thus, breaking through posed no issue. As the three arrived at the playground, they found it teeming with talent, and locating Xiaoyu would require considerable effort. 10 minutes later, Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingyong returned to Tang Ping, their expressions grim. Did you find her? Tang Ping's heart sank. If they could not locate her here, the situation could become dire. No, Wu Zhenhai suppressed his fury. If a single hair of Xiaoyu is harmed, I will ensure that the Yun Tian base pays a heavy price. Do not rush. Perhaps Xiaoyu is not here due to her exceptional talent, as this place only accommodates individuals with F, E, and D-grade talents, Tang Ping reassured. Let us first enter the dungeon. It is highly probable that she will appear within. The dungeon is fraught with dangers, and we must find her as swiftly as possible. If one does not enter the instance, it is certainly preferable, as one would likely encounter minimal peril. However, should one choose to venture forth. Therefore, Lao Wu, it is imperative that you maintain your composure. Wu Zhenhai's chest heaved as he took a deep breath. Uncle Tang, I comprehend. Everyone, silence. The once bustling playground fell into an immediate hush. The three leaders of the Yuntian base made their entrance. It is likely that many of you are filled with curiosity regarding the forthcoming course of action. The Grand Leader of the Yuntian base spoke slowly. You need only to understand that after today, many of you may advance, perhaps even acquire the means to firmly establish yourselves in this apocalyptic world. All of this is due to my intention to guide you into a certain instance. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The specifics have already been dispatched to the group chat, which you may peruse along the way. Now, everyone, follow me. Let us commence our journey. Chapter 76, Yao Xiaoye. Apocalypse Instance, you have returned. In the room, a gentle girl sat quietly by the window. Xiaoye, I made this cake. It tastes quite nice. Would you like to try some? Songgu smiled. Yao Xiaoye gazed out the window, where the wind howled and the shadows of buildings danced. The instance was about to commence. She rose and approached Songgu. Despite her height of barely under 7 meters, her aura surpassed even that of the leader of the Yuntian base. You're quite attractive, but Yao Xiaoye shook her head slightly, taking the cake before returning to the window. Do you know where the initial news of the instance originated? Song Ji's body suddenly stiffened, fear flashing in her eyes. You know my grandfather, right? Since you know him, why assume that I am merely a decorative vase? Yao Xiaoye's lips curled into a smile. Tang Ping also opened the announcement in the group chat, feeling somewhat impressed by the leader of the Yuntian base. The announcement clearly stated that the instance contained numerous treasure chests, which could yield experience stones of various levels, though the probability of obtaining them was merely 30%. However, by submitting the treasure chests, one could receive 2 experience stones corresponding to their talent grade. There was no need to worry about not obtaining experience stones. It appeared that the leader of the Yuntian base was at a loss. Yet, Tang Ping, who was aware of the situation, understood that this leader was the true beneficiary. Although the probability of obtaining experience stones from the treasure chests was only 30%, every time one did, they would receive 5 experience stones. Most importantly, the leader of a Yuntian base deliberately overlooked a crucial point. The Apocalypse treasure chest could yield not only experience stones, but also other extraordinary items. The value of many high-level extraordinary items could rival hundreds or even thousands of experience stones. Acquiring just one would be immensely profitable. Thus, it was a surefire investment. As for the talent holders, many might find themselves collecting fewer than 10 treasure chests, each with a 70% chance of yielding no extraordinary items. For instance, if one were to collect 5 treasure chests, they faced a dilemma. The first option was to open them personally, which could lead to immense wealth or nothing at all. The second option was to submit the chest for 10 experience stones, allowing them to progress from level 1 to level 2. Therefore, many would likely opt for the latter, resulting in a significant accumulation of treasure chests in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the Yuntian base. The people of the Yuntian base set out, a grand procession making its way to the outskirts. The high school was already situated in the outskirts, not far from the instance, and the surrounding infected had long been cleared. Tang Ping mingled within the crowd, gradually catching sight of the entrance to the instance. In another direction, a group approached the instance, led by someone who made Tang Ping's spirit surge. It was he, the future king of Tao Hai. Unexpectedly, Wang Haiji has managed to gather such a formidable base so early. He recalled that Wang Haiji was also a high school teacher, though not from Xixian, but rather from the neighboring county. It was surprising that he had learned about this dungeon in advance. Wang Haiji, you truly have come. Yun Changgue began. This dungeon was originally discovered by us, so why shouldn't we come? Wang Haiji's eyes glinted with a deadly intent, for the informant spies had taken the lives of more than 10 of his students. Ha, you discovered it? This is the territory of my Yuntian base. Everything here rightfully belongs to us. Yin Changgue laughed heartily. Your territory? Wang Haiji narrowed his eyes, incredulous at such brazen arrogance. The land of Daxia belongs to no one and will never belong to anyone. Yin Changgue smiled lightly. Anyone can speak beautifully. Now that we are in the apocalypse, Wang Haiji, do not pretend to be virtuous. The officials in the safe zone are not inclined to assist you. They can barely look after themselves. How despicable, Wang Haiji retorted. Let us cease this idle chatter. The dungeon is about to open. We shall see who truly prevails within. The mist above the black vortex gradually dissipated, revealing the entrance to the dungeon. Everyone's minds automatically received basic information about the dungeon. Doomsday Dungeon. Worm wasteland number of participants. Unlimited main quest. None quest rewards. Unknown opening duration. 4 hours description. This dungeon is a treasure chest dungeon, containing a plethora of Doomsday treasure chests, which have a 30% chance of yielding experience stones of varying levels. The entrance had 2 sides, perfectly suiting both bases, each choosing a side to enter. To prevent surprise attacks, the high-ranking members from both bases opted to enter last, not out of kindness, but because they understood that regardless of how many treasure chests were obtained, most would ultimately end up in their pockets, to be divided among them. Tang Ping followed the crowd into the dungeon. "Have you two seen Xiaoyu?" Wu Zhenhai inquired. "No." Chun Pingliang shook his head. Nevertheless, both appeared quite pleased. "You haven't found her, yet you're so happy?" Tang Ping pondered, then added, "Have you contacted Yao Xiaoye on the regional channel?" Wu Zhenhai smiled, but shook his head. "Not on the regional channel." He spread his hands, revealing a note. "Just now, this appeared in my hand." Tang Ping curiously picked it up to examine. "Uncle Wu, Uncle Chun, do not worry. Xiaoyu is safe and sound. Just take care of yourselves. Also, I must tell you, the most precious item in this dungeon is not the treasure chests, but the cocoons of the great Emperor Moth before their transformation, which look like this image. If you encounter them, be sure to take them with you. And, who is that handsome guy beside you, uncles? He is truly good-looking, playful." Tang Ping was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet he felt a sense of relief wash over him. In his heart, he mused that the Old Town Mayor's granddaughter must possess extraordinary talent. He could distinctly sense a palpable aura of threat emanating from the letter. It was evident that the mayor's granddaughter was cautioning him against harboring any intentions toward her 2 uncles. He chuckled softly and returned the letter to Wu Zhenhai, saying, "Since Xiaoyu is unharmed, let us focus our efforts in the instance to search for treasure chests. In due time, you two shall have the opportunity to bring back something to bolster the strength of the Starfire base." Reflecting on this, Tang Ping shook his head in regret. Alas, the duration of this instance is far too fleeting. Wu Zhenhai, however, appeared unconcerned, remarking, "As long as Xiaoyu is well. The matters regarding the instance are merely a pleasant surprise. Acquiring valuable items would certainly be advantageous, but if we do not, it is of no consequence." Clearly, old Wu was in high spirits at that moment. Tang Ping nodded and gazed at the somber sky within the instance. "The chrysalis of that great Emperor Moth that Xiaoyu mentioned is indeed a remarkable find. If we can locate it, it would greatly enhance your base's capabilities. Let's search diligently." The ashen earth was strewn with jagged rocks, beneath which lay a labyrinth of dark, narrow tunnels. Additionally, there were those pulsating chrysalises, reminiscent of colossal hearts. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one blood-red chrysalis, though its origin remained unknown. Chapter 77. The Worm-Infested Wasteland. The Giant Kingworm. Part 1. The treasure chests here are remarkably easy to find. Tang Ping had just discovered another Doomsday treasure chest, marking the 5th he had collected within half an hour. Thanks to his swift movements and keen mental acuity, his chances of locating these chests surpassed those of others. A message popped up on his interface, sent by Wu Zhenhai. He, along with Wu Zhenhai and Chun Pingliang, had separated to facilitate the search for treasure chests, although they remained relatively close to one another. Wu Zhenhai, little Uncle Tang, there is a subterranean worm nest here, containing a dozen treasure chests, but it's swarming with numerous giant kingworms. I cannot handle them. Tang Ping, a nest? Excellent. I shall arrive immediately. To Tang Ping's surprise, Wu had discovered a subterranean worm nest. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Such nests typically housed around 20 treasure chests, and more importantly, they often contained metamorphosing giant kingworms, essentially the pupae of the great Emperor Moth. This resource, if utilized wisely, could nurture a being comparable to an A-level talent, making it exceedingly precious. Tang Ping moved swiftly, and by the time he reached Wu Zhenhai's location, Chun Pingyang had already arrived ahead of him. "Little Uncle Tang, this is the place. Look! Wu Jinhai gestured towards a small basin formed by a cluster of bizarre rocks. The basin stretched approximately 500 meters wide, encircled by towering stones ranging from several to dozens of meters high, resembling the claws of a great beast that enclosed the area. Within the basin and upon the towering rocks, countless wormholes were visible, some as small as a fist and others spanning 7 to 8 meters wide. The dozen treasure chests Wu Zhenhai mentioned were situated at the center of the basin. However, the surroundings were teeming with subterranean worms, including several giant king worms. And the exact number of worms lurking underground remained a mystery. Little Uncle Tang, can we retrieve those treasure chests? Wu Zhenhai's eyes gleamed with desire. Whether they could succeed depended on him. Otherwise, neither he nor that old Chun fellow would manage. Although old Chun could blend into the shadows, his talent level was merely 2, preventing him from remaining in the shadows for extended periods. At such a distance, reaching the treasure chests in one breath was impossible. Simple. So, what is your plan, little Uncle Tang? A plan? We'll just charge in, Tang Ping declared, leaping down, as he stepped into the realm of the subterranean worms. The unfamiliar scent immediately agitated the creatures, and their grayish-white bodies began to slither out from their burrows. Their mouths, lined with serrated fangs, lunged at him ferociously. Boom! Fiery golden-red flames erupted instantly, incinerating the nearby subterranean worms into ashes, leaving only a pile of teeth behind. Individually, these worms could be dispatched by an ordinary person. Yet Tang Ping wielded a 4th-level A-class talent with his golden-red flames. The flames blossomed, casting a vibrant hue across this otherwise monotonous world. Yet beneath this vividness lay a brutal massacre. Tang Ping, alone, indeed, without any weapon or steed, charged forth with relentless determination. Wherever they passed, the ground's rocks were scorched to a fiery crimson, rendering it impossible for earthworms to approach, let alone burrow within. They would likely become mere charred remnants. Subsequently, Wu Zhenhai swallowed hard. Old Chun, shall we proceed? Chun Pingliang, fixated on the searing, rocky surface, glanced at his feet and quietly retracted them. No, we shall not. Wu Zhenhai nodded in agreement. A wise decision. I too believe we are better off here, allowing Uncle Tang to keep watch over the surroundings and deter any intruders. I wonder, what level of talent does Uncle Tang possess? Wu Zhenhai's curiosity piqued once more. Chun Pingliang, his diminutive frame, cloaked beneath a broad-brimmed hat, allowed a glimmer of insight to flicker in his eyes. I suspect Uncle Tang may possess more than one talent, likely 2. Moreover, both talents are probably of a higher caliber than ours. More than one talent, Wu Zhenhai exclaimed in astonishment, though upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. The intensely blazing golden-red flames before them and the eerie ability to incinerate unseen, manifesting as a fiery red lotus in others' eyes, did indeed suggest the existence of 2 distinct talents. With a gulp, Wu Zhenhai's eyes shimmered with envy. I truly cannot fathom how Uncle Tang has ascended to such heights alone. With my B-grade talent, I am still merely at level 2, and I still lack over 30 experience stones to reach level 3. At that moment, Tang Ping, having breached the basin, found the obstacles of jagged rocks removed, and the flames surged forth with renewed ferocity. Yet, here emerged some colossal kingworms, each as thick as a bucket and stretching 3 to 5 meters long. Their maws lined with serrated, spiral teeth capable of unfurling like an umbrella. Even the fiercest tigers of Blue Star would find no escape from their jaws. The kingworms bore blood-red, striped patterns. The greater the number of stripes, the older and more powerful the creature. Typically, a kingworm would display a fully blood-red hue after a decade, should it possess sufficient potential or encounter unforeseen fortune. It might undergo a transformation into a great emperor moth. However, not every kingworm is destined to become such a formidable polluted beast. Most instead evolve into gigantic kingworms, akin to vans in size, measuring over 10 meters in length. Evidently, within this worm nest resided a gigantic kingworm. For a cavern of 7 to 8 meters in width could not exist without it. A gigantic kingworm stood before Tang Ping, blocking his path like an impenetrable wall. Tang Ping squinted, This colossal creature was notorious for its tough hide and formidable vitality. The golden red flames converged, coalescing upon the Tang knife in his grasp, transforming it into a blazing iron brand. In the face of such a behemoth, a widespread flame attack would clearly prove ineffective. The king worm's serrated maw opened wide, its rows of barbed teeth inducing a prickling dread, evoking a sense of claustrophobia. A sharp, ear-splitting roar emanated from the creature, revealing its fury as it lunged violently at Tang Ping. Should the wall-like colossal king worm collide with him, Tang Ping would surely be reduced to mere pulp. However, Tang Ping's speed was astonishing. He propelled himself off the ground, pivoting swiftly to the side, while his Tang Dao sliced through the air with fervor. A crescent of golden red flames emerged, extending a full 3 meters. This was the secret technique from the third section of the flame blade art, the flame moon slash. Meanwhile, outside, Wu Zhenhai trembled, his calves quaking, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thankfully, I did not venture in there. Damn it, a dozen Doomsday treasure chests. And this is the level of difficulty you present me with. Chen Pingyang also felt his body tense. This worm, if unleashed outside, could single-handedly inflict severe losses upon the Yun Tian base. One cannot help but wonder, will such creatures manifest in our world in the future? Wu Zhenhai suddenly pondered. Perhaps. Chen Pingyang murmured softly. Let us hope such occurrences do not come to pass. Chapter 78. The Worm Wasteland, Bounty of Treasure, Part 2. The flame moon slash cleaved the massive body of the king worm, severing it in half. Due to the intense heat, the torn flesh was charred black, with no blood gushing forth, only a peculiar aroma of burnt meat wafting through the air. The upper half of the king worm crashed heavily to the ground, yet it was evident that this would not claim its life. Countless flesh sprouts began to frantically proliferate from the scorched area, while the charred remnants fell away. It writhed its body, attempting to squeeze its severed parts together, hoping the sprouts would connect and allow it to regenerate. However, Tang Ping was not foolish enough to grant the king worm such an opportunity. With another swift strike, he split the creature into 2 halves. Yet, even in its divided state, the segments of the king worm continued to writhe, leaving Tang Ping feeling exasperated. The resilience of the king worm was astonishing. The crucial point was that this creature lacked vital weaknesses, such as a brain or heart, that could deliver a fatal blow. Tang Ping had no time to burn such a massive creature. With the immediate threat neutralized, he swiftly maneuvered toward the treasure chests. 17 treasure chests. At the very center of this worm's lair lay a total of 17 Doomsday treasure chests. Based on a 30% probability of acquiring experience stones, it was anticipated that 5 or 6 chests would yield such rewards. However, this was merely theoretical. Misfortune could result in none at all. After collecting the 17 chests, Tang Ping knelt down and pressed his ear to the ground. If there were any king worm pupae in their metamorphosis phase below, he would undoubtedly hear the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat. The pupae, lacking any means of resistance during this transformation, imitated the heartbeat of colossal beasts to intimidate other corrupted creatures, deterring them from approaching. Yet, for those familiar with the king worm pupae, this sound served as a guide to locate them. What is little Uncle Tang doing? Wu Zhenhai inquired, puzzled. Chen Pingyang shook his head. Perhaps he is searching for something. Tang Ping shifted positions several times, but upon realizing there were no heartbeat sounds, he promptly abandoned the endeavor. I want tea with hold from you. This place was discovered by old Wu, so I'll give you 3. Old Chun, though you contributed little, you can have one as a share. He produced 4 chests. No need, no need. I merely pointed out a location for little Uncle Tang, and I don't possess the strength to collect these chests. Wu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively. Take them if I'm offering. Don't dawdle if you don't want them. Tang Ping tossed the chest to the 2. Most of these chests were likely to yield experience stones, which, to be honest, offered little assistance to him, as even if they produced experience stones, the chances of them being A-grade or higher were slim. If they were F or E-grade extraordinary weapons, items, or attire, they might have some utility, but even that was limited. Very well, thank you, little Uncle Tang. Wu Zhenhai was quite pleased to receive 3 chests in addition to witnessing a performance. especially after having only found one chest in half an hour. By the way, little Uncle Tang, during your battle, we noticed a certain area. It appeared as though someone was there. Should we investigate? Observing the expression on Wu Zhenhai's face, one can discern his ill intentions. Tang Ping nodded, remarking that while he may not be quick to seize the treasure chest, he was eager to investigate. Amidst a pile of rubble, a voice inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The response was dripping with mockery. "What do you think?" "Of course, we aim to seize the treasure chest. You na-vi fool. You want the chest? Then search for yourself. Why attempt to rob us?" Protested a slender high school student named Qi Jun, his indignation palpable. The imposing figure of a burly man sneered, "Hand over all your treasure chests, or I'll take your lives. Either way, I will claim them. Come and try." Qi Jun retorted defiantly, undeterred by the threat. In his hand, a surge of electricity crackled, a small but significant manifestation of his power, which evidently unsettled the tall man. "A sea-level talent, huh? Merely at level 1. I advise you to surrender your treasure chest along with your shelter. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise before you can summon another bolt of lightning." The muscular man flexed his arms, the veins pulsating ominously. "Our leader's word is law. Surrender your shelter and treasure, and we shall spare your lives," declared a subordinate, brandishing a steel rod. Gradually, 6 figures encircled the 2 high school students. Perhaps we should just give in," suggested the shorter student, fear evident in his voice. "You can surrender if you wish," Qi Jun replied, his demeanor turning icy. The burly man's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly commanded, "Attack." In an instant, the shorter student lunged at his companion, restricting Qi Jun's arms. The electricity in Qi Jun's hands was diverted. The muscular man swung his powerful arm towards Qi Jun's head. Instinctively, Qi Jun turned his head aside, gathering the electricity once more to strike at the waist of the shorter student. With a pain scream, the student loosened his grip, allowing Qi Jun to break free. However, the man's hand crashed down onto Qi Jun's shoulder like a hammer. One of Qi Jun's arms went limp, yet he paid no heed to the pain. Glaring fiercely at the shorter boy, Zhang Hao, "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Hao, eyes darting nervously, replied, "I'm sorry, Qi Jun, I just want to survive." "You fool." Qi Jun spat in anger, though despair flickered in his gaze as the burly man advanced again, this time leaving him no chance to evade. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground writhed. In an instant, a dagger sliced through the man's neck, leaving a shallow crimson line. Stunned, he froze, incredulously touching his throat, before a torrent of bright red blood erupted forth. With a heavy thud, the burly man collapsed, and the abrupt turn of events plunged the surrounding crowd into an eerie silence. "The boss is dead. Run, flee." Someone screamed, panic setting in, but in the next moment, their body was engulfed in flames, reducing them to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. A total of 7 individuals, including the man slain by Chun Pingliang, have been reduced to ashes, leaving behind merely 7 glimmering items of refuge, quietly resting amidst the remnants. "You all of you." Qi Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young man, a Class C lightning affinity?" Wu Zhenhai's gaze was intense. Qi Jun was unaware of the other's identity, yet the circumstances dictated his response. He nodded. "Class C affinity, purple lightning. Excellent. Young man, would you care to join our Starfire base?" Wu Zhenhai clapped his hands. "Could I possibly refuse?" Qi Jun responded with a bitter smile. "Joining? Very well, splendid. We warmly welcome your participation." Wu Zhenhai beamed, declaring, "From now on, you shall be under my protection." Tang Ping rolled his eyes, remarking, "Why bother asking? Such an unnecessary step. It would be wiser to simply knock him out and bring him back. Let us go. We still have treasure chests to collect." "Wait." Qi Jun, in a moment of panic, spat out another mouthful of blood. "Do not head in that direction. There's a dangerously large moth lurking there." "A large moth?" Chapter 79, The Worm-Infested Wasteland, Taming the Great Emperor Moth, Part 3. In the realm of the worm-infested wasteland, what grand moths could one encounter? Surely, it is the illustrious Great Emperor Moth. Tang Ping promptly made his way, driven by a simple desire to test whether he could tame one as a mount for aerial travel. The great emperor moth is renowned in later times as a formidable creature of pollution, possessing extraordinary potential. Its appearance starkly contrasts with the grotesqueness of other pollution beasts. Rather, it is strikingly beautiful, exuding an innate nobility and a regal aura. Is the great moth you mentioned seen nearby? Tang Ping inquired, standing upon a precipice. The cliff was not particularly high, measuring a mere 200 meters, with a bizarre stone forest sprawling below. Yes, Ki Yun replied, fear gleaming in his eyes as he pointed towards a colossal peak pillar in the distance. That great moth rested there, its wings unfurled, nearly 10 meters wide. At that moment, a few individuals had just entered the dungeon and landed there, with just a single flap of its wings. Those people were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. That was the innate talent of the great emperor moth, an A-class monarch's might, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful pressure capable of inducing submission in the weak, even enslaving them directly. Its attacks were equally formidable, with such oppressive force that even steel would shatter under its weight. Tang Ping's gaze grew solemn. Although the great emperor moth's talent is classified only as A-class, it undoubtedly stands among the elite of that category. Moreover, upon its emergence from the chrysalis, it is at least level 3, making its strength formidable. Not to mention, it possesses the ability to fly. Old Wu, let's part ways here. The great emperor moth is exceptionally powerful and capable of flight. I may not be able to protect you. Once the dungeon concludes, you can return directly, Tang Ping stated, primarily intent on taming the creature. If his goal were to eliminate it, bringing along 3 companions would pose no issue. And what of you, Uncle Tang? Wu Zhenhai asked. I have matters to attend to and must remain here. We shall meet again in the future, Tang Ping replied. Very well, take care, Uncle Tang, Wu Zhenhai nodded. The 3 parted ways with Tang Ping, who then ventured into the peculiar stone forest in search of the great emperor moth. Typically, the great emperor moth possesses a strong territorial instinct, rarely straying far from its domain. If it was not present, it was likely out hunting. Tang Ping decided to climb atop the towering peak pillar, awaiting its return. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved his treasure chests, 25 in total. Besides the previous 17, several were spoils of war, while others had been gathered along the way. He opened them all at once. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday chest. You have received bread 10, mineral water 10. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday chest. You have received bread 10, mineral water 10, A-class experience stone 5. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday chest. You have received bread 10, mineral water 10, E-class experience stone 5. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday chest. You have received bread 10, mineral water 10. Congratulations, player, for opening the Doomsday chest. You have received bread 10, mineral water 10, A-class experience stone 5. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and receiving 10 bread and 10 bottled water. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and acquiring 10 bread, 10 bottled water, and a C-class extraordinary weapon, the Xian Blade. Congratulations to the player for opening the Doomsday treasure chest and obtaining 10 bread, 10 bottled water, and 5 A-class experience stones. Out of 25 treasure chests, 10 yielded extraordinary items, significantly exceeding a 30 probability, and the quality of the items was remarkably superior. Tang Ping examined the experience stones. While most others possessed F and E-class stones, he found that A-class stones were most abundant in his collection, totaling 25, along with 20 stones of lower talent levels. The finest item was a C-class blade, also of the Tang knife type. To discover such exceptional treasures among the 25 Doomsday treasure chests, particularly one that aligned with his weapon preference, left him utterly unconvinced that it was not influenced by his Grand Wish emblem. He kept the A-class experience stones safely within the shelter, intending to reserve them for future generations. As for the blade, he exchanged it for the newly acquired C-class extraordinary weapon, the Xian Blade. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Tang Ping, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Squinting his eyes, he looked up and indeed beheld a colossal emperor moth approaching. The moth's wings shimmered in a reddish-golden hue, bordered by dark purple, adorned with layers of blood-red wavy stripes, ultimately forming a blood-colored eye pattern at the center of its four wings, with its pupils gleaming like gold, exuding an aura of majesty. Crown-like horns adorned its head, and two antennae dangled like regal plumes. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Tang Ping stood resolute against the imposing presence of the Emperor Moth, locking eyes with it. Withstanding the moth's regal might would greatly aid in taming it. In the sky, the Emperor Moth gazed at him with confusion, seemingly bewildered as to why such a diminutive creature had not been reduced to a mist of blood for it to consume. 1 minute passed, and the Emperor Moth continued to unleash its regal might. 5 minutes later, it intensified its royal presence. 10 minutes in, its regal aura reached its peak. By this time, Tang Ping's pores had begun to ooze blood, yet he remained unharmed, bolstered by the S-class life potions he had consumed. After 30 minutes, the Emperor Moth appeared to falter, a flicker of panic evident in its eyes. In its perception, to disregard its innate abilities signified the presence of a being far superior. Despite the Emperor Moth possessing the regal might, it was inherently cautious, seldom dwelling on the ground, and preferred to hunt from above, exerting its power to crush prey into a sanguine mist before feeding, rarely engaging in close combat. Once prey failed to succumb to its pressure, the Emperor Moth would vacate and seek new quarry. However, Tang Ping found himself within the moth's lair, which had delayed its departure. Yet, after half an hour, the Emperor Moth seemed to realize that this two-legged creature was exceptionally formidable. Buzz! The wings of the majestic moth trembled, yearning to escape. As long as the verdant mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. Losing its territory is of little consequence. One can always choose another. A desire to flee lingered, but it was too late. Tang Ping, having finally triumphed over the great moth, revealed a smile. His SS-level talent radiating with an energy akin to a cataclysmic flood. The residual aura of the great moth's regal might, like intangible glass, shattered in an instant. Zzz. A sharp, piercing sound erupted from its mouthparts as the great moth frantically beat its wings. Come down. With a soul-piercing nail imbued with the essence of crimson lotus flames, he struck straight at the moth's mind. Chapter 80. A century later, starshine and starlight, a piercing scream, reminiscent of shattering gold and splitting stone, echoed as a colossal shadow plummeted from the heavens. Tang Ping descended rapidly from the towering peak, racing down a nearly vertical slope. Just as he approached the great Emperor Moth, he leaped onto its back. The great Emperor Moth flapped its wings in panic, its four blood-red eyes gleaming with a bizarre golden light. The mesmerizing radiance momentarily disoriented Tang Ping, nearly causing him to lose his grip and tumble off. Alarmed, he heightened his vigilance. He had not anticipated that the great Emperor Moth possessed mental assault capabilities. Gripping it tightly, his excitement surged. This magnificent moth was far mightier than he had imagined. That recent psychic attack had nearly ensnared him, even with his B-grade extraordinary artifact, the Spirit Diamond. In hand, with a powerful flap, the great Emperor Moth halted its descent, ascending as if it realized that Tang Ping was incapable of flight and sought to dislodge him. Attempting to rid itself of him? Today, you shall yield, whether you wish to or not. This flying steed is now mine. Tang Ping laughed heartily against the fierce winds. As the great Emperor Moth soared higher, a soul-piercing nail was thrust forth once more. A cry of anguish erupted as the great Emperor Moth's heart filled with dread. It spiraled frantically, trying to shake off the unwelcome burden on its back. Yet, Tang Ping would not grant it such an opportunity. After entangling in a struggle for what felt like an eternity, the great Emperor Moth finally succumbed to exhaustion. Perhaps due to the repeated assaults from the Red Lotus demon flame, a flicker of a fiery red lotus occasionally flashed in its pupils, as if seared into the depths of its psyche. Submit or perish. Tang Ping's gaze burned intensely upon the great Emperor Moth. The moth, now prone on the ground, emitted a plaintive cry, lowering its head in surrender. I have long wished to yield. I was prepared to land and show my submission. Yet you insisted on piercing me repeatedly. Alas! Regrettably, the great Emperor Moth lacked the ability for mental communication. a skill typically attained at level 5. Unaware of the moth's sentiments, Tang Ping nodded in satisfaction, feeling victorious after deploying the soul-piercing nail 18 times. Excellent. You shall accompany me henceforth. Trust in me. I assure you, I will elevate your innate talents to the realm of S-grade sovereignty. Tang Ping brimmed with confidence. The player's talent upgrade stones could equally be utilized by these corrupted beasts. He recalled the sanctuary he had previously bound to the great tree. Being able to bind a sanctuary naturally implied the ability to utilize players' resources. However, in comparison to the talent upgrade stones, a more exquisite item lingered in his memory, the Crystal of Sovereignty. It was a perfect match for the Great Emperor Moth's abilities. The Great Emperor Moth seemed to comprehend, its eyes shimmering with excitement as it affectionately nudged Tang Ping. To the Moth, Tang Ping's power eclipsed its own by a considerable margin, rendering his words profoundly significant. Let us not concern ourselves with whether the cake can be consumed. It must at least be grand in size. From this moment forth, you shall be named a Huang, a name that suits you splendidly. Tang Ping chose a remarkably apt name. The Great Emperor Moth responded with a couple of calls, reminiscent of a devoted little dog eager to please its master. Let us go in search of the treasure chest. Suddenly, Tang Ping felt a surge of consciousness, an overwhelming sensation of detachment, which startled him, soon followed by a wave of exhilaration. It had not vanished. Ha ha ha, his extraordinary external aid had not dissipated. Da Huang, quickly land on the ground. He placed the sanctuary upon the earth and turned to enter. However, due to the abruptness of the situation, he was unable to promptly find a spot for the items he had prepared beforehand. Yet, there was no rush. He could prepare better next time. It seemed he could now return to the future every 3 days, each sojourn lasting 3 days. As his consciousness detached and ventured into the unknown, this time, Tang Ping was met not merely with darkness. Amidst the profound blackness, countless indescribable colors flickered. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be solely black. Before he could ponder this wondrous phenomenon, upon awakening, he found himself back a century later. In the Third Ring, District 22, at the Chunxiao Wudong community, he had returned. Tang Ping reveled in the sunlight, streaming through the window. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland a century hence, places to bask in the sun were scarce. Fortunately, the Xingyao safe zone was among them, thanks in no small part to the Rainlight Empress. Though Tang Ping was unaware of who this Rainlight Empress was, he opened his phone to browse the internet, checking for any changes in the Xingyao safe zone and its surroundings. Particularly, he was curious about the Taohai safe zone, as he had slain the Poison Empress. Consequently, the Taohai safe zone should not have suffered grievously due to her absence, and the S-level gifted brother of the Taohai king should have also avoided demise. As he perused, Tang Ping gradually grasped the alterations in history. The Xingyao safe zone had not undergone significant changes. However, nearby, the Taohai safe zone, once occupied by the Lihua Empress of the Shengtian group, had not vanished. Moreover, a new Starfire safe zone had emerged. The Starfire safe zone was no ordinary establishment. It boasted 2 king-level powerhouses, one of whom, the Yushi Empress, was even listed among the top 10 empresses, her strength unfathomable. The other king-level powerhouse was the Gungjin King, Mo-un, said to have fused with a rare metal, elevating his talent to S-level. Although the 3 safe zones were independent, they huddled together for warmth due to the nearby Shantian group, a dominant force in this apocalyptic wasteland. They formed a council known as the Star Council. Members of the Star Council included the Taohai King and the Yunlan King from the Taohai safe zone, the Yushi Empress and the Gungjin King from the Starfire safe zone, and from the Xingyao safe zone, the Qing Empress, the Rongyan King, the Rainlight Empress, and Sister Wang. Tang Ping's gaze sparkled with delight. The members of the Star Council were all king-level and empress-level powerhouses. Sister Wang's inclusion indicated she possessed comparable strength. This suggested she might have harnessed an ability akin to a talent through the Xian Yuan breathing technique, granting her mastery over a different, extraordinary capability. 3 safe zones, forming a triangular region, stand in a defensive configuration. Within this area, nearly all infected individuals and contaminated beasts have been eradicated. The remaining threats are primarily small contaminants, such as earthworms, tooth sparrows, and gray mice, which pose little danger to the average person. Consequently, this region allows ordinary individuals to traverse freely, with even some villages established. The 3 safe zones are interconnected and significantly stronger compared to other areas. The Xingyao Safe Zone offers affordable food. The Taohai Safe Zone boasts abundant water resources, and the Xingho Safe Zone provides a variety of potions. The collaboration of these 3 safe zones results in exponential growth in their capabilities. Even the Shengtian group cannot easily extinguish their existence. Moreover, the Xingyao Safe Zone has intricate ties with the Xian Yuan Temple. After grasping the current situation, Tang Ping closed his phone, preparing to step outside when a mysterious call interrupted his stride. "You're Tang Ping, correct? I know you possess a shelter, but your talent is merely at E level, isn't it? Who are you?" Tang Ping narrowed his eyes. "I mean no harm. I await you at the Blood Jasmine Tea House. Perhaps we can discuss matters." Chapter 81. Secrets of the Level 4 Sanctuary. How did they know about his sanctuary? Who was monitoring him? Or was there some unique item that had discovered the sanctuary, which was irrevocably bound within his mental realm? A murderous intent surged in Tang Ping's eyes. "Very well, just wait for me." He hung up the phone. Since the other party had discovered him, they would not let him off easily. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. There was no escaping this confrontation, so he might as well face it. Upon arriving at the Blood Jasmine Tea House, he entered a private room where a young man with a refined appearance sat. "You've arrived." The youth with the jade-like visage chuckled lightly. Tang Ping's gaze remained indifferent. Noticing the youth's age, he felt a slight relaxation. At this age, even if strong, they could not be overwhelmingly powerful. He was confident he could catch the youth off guard and eliminate him completely. As long as he killed this individual, no one would know about his sanctuary. However, he was eager to learn how the other had discovered the existence of his sanctuary. "You are Tang Ping, a graduate of the 7th junior high this year, correct?" Xiao Sheng smiled. "Cut the nonsense. You summoned me for a purpose. How did you find out about my sanctuary?" A glint of icy blue flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. If the youth remained reticent, he had no qualms about employing some methods to extract the truth. "My talent is somewhat unique," Xiao Sheng replied with a smile, revealing nothing further on the specifics. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao Sheng, the 3rd son of the Xiao family, a level 4 extraordinary family in the Starry Safety Zone. I have no interest in your identity, nor do I need you to cozy up to me. Just state your business." Tang Ping fixed his gaze upon the youth, curious about what he wanted from him. His sanctuary had been fully bound, and, theoretically, it could not be taken from him by anyone. "I mentioned that I harbor no hostility. On the contrary, you will gain unimaginable benefits from this." Xiao Sheng seemed confident that Tang Ping would acquiesce. Tang Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. "Benefits? Pray tell, what can you offer me?" "First," Xiao Sheng raised a finger, "I can provide you with an admission slot to the 1st extraordinary high school in the Starry Safety Zone." Tang Ping narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within. Indeed, if he were merely an ordinary junior high student with E-level talent, he might have been tempted. "Second," Xiao Sheng continued, "I can assist you in upgrading your sanctuary to level 4. Tang Ping's heart suddenly filled with vigilance. He found it hard to believe such good fortune could exist. Even if what the youth claimed were true, he was certain there would be a hefty price to pay. "Third," Xiao Sheng continued with a grin, "you will become the most esteemed guest of the Xiao family. Although we are merely a level 4 extraordinary family, we still hold a certain status within the Starry Safety Zone, and my father is a B-level talent at level 4. Tang Ping pondered the costs. He was intrigued by the benefits, but wished to avoid any drawbacks. A level 4 B-level talent did not sound particularly formidable. Xiao Sheng took a sip of tea and stated, "The cost, in fact, represents a beautiful opportunity for you. Given your status, you should understand that you would typically have no access to our level. The so-called awakened talents, F, any levels, are merely the lowest tier among gifted individuals. Particularly for people like you, it is likely that you will never even break through to level 2 in your lifetime." Tang Ping frowned, finding the verbosity tedious. "I would prefer you to answer me directly, without all this unnecessary elaboration." Xiao Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. "Very well, let me elucidate. You may be unaware, but a sanctuary only possesses the conditions for inheritance once it reaches level 4. This mode of inheritance is bound by blood, passed down to the next generation. Sanctuaries below level 4, after binding with an individual, lack the capacity for such inheritance. In other words, if decades ago, someone fortuitously acquired items from a sanctuary and subsequently bound themselves to it for 3 years, according to the original rules, the sanctuary would vanish upon that person's death. This is precisely why, after a century, aside from those items lost in the wasteland, most sanctuaries have disappeared along with their owners. Our family's first ancestor to possess a sanctuary experienced the same fate, and though we have acquired several since, all have inevitably been lost for various reasons in the apocalypse. Even our extraordinary family has faced this fate. How much more so for you, alone? Without a sanctuary, future generations of the family can no longer awaken their talents. Should we remain without a sanctuary, our family will soon descend into the ranks of ordinary families. However, if you're willing to marry into the Shao family, we will collectively devote our efforts and a century of accumulation to elevate your sanctuary to level 4. This is a height you could never hope to attain on your own. After all, with your E-level talent, it is highly probable that your sanctuary would perish alongside you. Yet, by marrying into the Shao family, you would not only enjoy the company of various beauties, but also gain greater strength in the future. What do you think? Xiao Sheng spoke with an inquiring tone, yet one that brooked no argument. Tang Ping nodded. I understand. You intend to take me back as a breeding stallion, allowing the descendants of a Shao family to inherit my bloodline, and thus usurp my sanctuary, correct? You wish to keep me as a pet, while those children, most likely, I will never see. In a cruel twist, once they come of age, you would eliminate me to enable them to inherit my sanctuary. Am I right? Xiao Shang's expression darkened instantly, his gaze resembling that of a venomous serpent. Simultaneously, he felt astonished that a middle school student possessed such insight. Nevertheless, what did it matter? This sanctuary's treasures would undoubtedly belong to the Shao family. I can assure you that you will live to a ripe old age, enjoying a life of abundance. In this apocalyptic era, what fortune could be greater? Young man, you must understand that this is a dream far beyond the reach of many. A glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Shang's eyes. Tang Ping tasted the blood jasmine tea, smacking his lips. You people truly seek trouble where none exists. This tea is utterly dreadful. Tea, much like the journey of life, is fraught with bitterness, yet upon careful reflection, it reveals lingering fragrances and sweetness. Xiao Shang awaited the other's response in silence. After a brief exchange, he discerned that this student was quite astute, though regrettably possessed only any level talent. Tang Ping set down his tea, a smile dancing in his eyes. I abhor leading a miserable existence. Why not seize an opportunity when it presents itself, especially when it is offered so readily? I have reaped the benefits, and as for the cost, well, strength speaks for itself. As for breeding, that, of course, is out of the question. Let us postpone for 2 years. If 2 years is too long, perhaps 2 months will suffice. By then, who can say who the true victor will be? Thus, I concede to your request. Chapter 82. The Hidden Realm. Xiao Shang was taken aback, yet soon found it to be a matter of course. You have made a remarkably astute decision. Tang Ping followed Xiao Shang to the Shao family estate. As a time-honored level 4 extraordinary family, despite having lost their sanctuary for 7 years due to unforeseen circumstances, their power remained formidable. A significant part of this strength could be attributed to the family head, Xiao Yunfeng, a level 4B grade talent endowed with the gift of Thunderflame. As long as Xiao Yunfeng stood firm, the Shao family would undoubtedly maintain its reputation as a true level 4 extraordinary clan. This is my family's abode. I shall first escort you to a room for your stay, and I will inform you of subsequent matters later. Anzai, Tang Ping noted that, and then wandered through the Shao estate. It was undeniable that, as a level 4 extraordinary family, the grandeur of their estate in the third ring was astounding, a testament to their formidable strength. The entire Shao estate was divided into 2 sections, the inner and outer zones. The inner zone featured a blend of architectural styles, both Eastern and Western, comprising villas and pavilions, where chiefly the family's significant figures resided, such as the clan leader, elders, and notable talents with D-grade gifts or higher. The outer zone consisted of a 15-story building, accommodating other family members. Presently, Tang Ping found himself in the inner zone of the Xiao estate, with the house Xiao Sheng had arranged for him situated right behind him. It was an exquisite 3-story villa, perched on the railing by the koi pond. Tang Ping mused. Xiao Sheng boldly claims he can elevate his sanctuary to level 4. Surely, within the family, they have amassed a considerable number of sanctuary fragments. Even if they cannot immediately reach level 4, they must possess fragments sufficient to elevate their sanctuary to level 3. To elevate a sanctuary to level 3, only 110 sanctuary fragments were required. Tang Ping recalled Xiao Sheng's eager demeanor. It seemed the other party not only possessed sanctuary fragments, but also potentially excellent sanctuary facilities, resources that could only be utilized within sanctuary. The Xiao family had previously been without a sanctuary and could only wait in vain. Now, they were likely eager to implement their newfound capabilities. Moreover, the Xiao family had not witnessed a collective awakening of talents among its members for 7 years. The eldest among them was already 23 years old, and those who had reached this age would no longer have the opportunity to awaken their gifts due to the loss of their sanctuary. Of course, unless by some stroke of luck, one among hundreds of ordinary individuals might awaken a talent. This starkly illustrated the distinction between sanctuary families and ordinary people. Tang Ping understood the urgency that gripped the Xiao family, as these 23 years represented a significant gap for them. If the sanctuary issue remained unresolved, the Xiao family would inevitably face decline, ultimately fading into obscurity. The solution was clear. The optimal course of action would be to discover an unclaimed sanctuary, allowing the clan leader to bind to it and rejuvenate the Xiao bloodline. However, acquiring an unclaimed sanctuary was no simple feat. It necessitated either venturing into the wasteland or becoming a vassal to a more powerful family. Venturing into the wasteland in pursuit of a lost relic from the shelter is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The areas adjacent to the safe zone have been relentlessly scoured by scavengers over the decades, leaving virtually no hope of discovery. Straying further from a safe zone, one is met with an abundance of unknown perils. Even someone as formidable as the head of the Xiao family could easily perish upon the desolate ground. As for the alternative approach, it involved aligning oneself with the 6th-level extraordinary families, for only such families possess shelter items that may be in a state of abandonment. By associating with them, one could potentially acquire these shelter items. However, it is not feasible to completely bind the shelter to these families. Instead, every 3 years, the individuals bound to the shelter would be unbound, rendering the shelter once again unclaimed, only to be bound anew in a perpetual cycle. Consequently, the shelter would remain perpetually within the dominion of the 6th-level extraordinary families. Those bound to the shelter would undoubtedly live under constant surveillance. Should they refuse to unbind as the deadline approaches, they would face lethal consequences, resulting in the shelter's automatic forfeiture. After all, during this 3-year period, the shelter is subject to the risk of being relinquished. Lastly, the third method entails finding a fortunate individual like Tang Ping. As the shelter is irrevocably bound, he would become a vessel for propagation, uniting with the women of the Xiao family to bear offspring carrying his lineage. He would further intertwine with women outside the Xiao family, producing heirs that retain his bloodline, who would ultimately merge with other descendants of a Xiao family that are not Tang Ping's progeny. This elaborate scheme would culminate in a complete subversion, allowing Tang Ping to inherit the shelter and solidify his family's extraordinary status. Of course, had Tang Ping not been entirely bound, a violent confrontation would likely have ensued. Tang Ping gazed at the fish swimming in the pool. How fortunate they were to thrive in a pristine water source amidst the apocalypse. Yet, they remain mere fish in a pond. To think they could inherit my shelter, what a fanciful dream. Xiao Sheng, are you truly certain that the other party possesses a shelter? The patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunfeng, inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Sheng smiled, gesturing toward his own eyes. Father, do you doubt me? Do you not trust these eyes of mine? Upon hearing this, the patriarch erupted in laughter, Splendid. The heavens do not forsake our Xiao family. He was well aware of his third son's unique talent, possessing B-level insightful eyes, which, despite lacking any offensive or supportive capabilities, could penetrate the depths of another's spiritual ocean. Naturally, he had discerned that within Tang Ping's spiritual ocean lay the fully bound shelter items. Turning his gaze, the patriarch looked upon his fourth and fifth daughters with affection. Little 4, little 5, you have heard as well. What are your thoughts? The fourth daughter expressed disdain. Why should I bear a child for someone with E-level talent? I possess C-level talent. The fifth daughter, though hesitant, ultimately resolved, Father, I shall seek a partner with commendable talent to join the Xiao family. Our children can then unite with theirs, and it would be just the same. She did not wish to be merely a breeding sow, giving birth to children. The patriarch of the Xiao family nodded, clearly not insisting. Very well. If that is the case, let Xiao Jiu go. Her age is quite similar to that of the other party. Xiao Jiu, Xiao Xiaoma, a 16-year-old girl without any awakened talent, was thus casually assigned her fate. Xiao Sheng eagerly interjected, Father, regarding that item from the family, is it not time to utilize it? Our family has gathered over 700 fragments of the sanctuary, needing only 110 more to elevate our sanctuary to level 3. At that point, the item can be employed, and with it, Father, we shall have hope to advance to a level 5 extraordinary family. The head of the Xiao family also recalled that item, a flicker of fervor evident in his gaze. Yet he appeared somewhat hesitant. Father, this item is exceedingly precious. The sooner it is integrated into the sanctuary, the more secure we will be. Moreover, it will allow you to break through to level 5 sooner. Xiao Sheng continued. Very well. The patriarch, Xiao Yinfeng, declared. Xiao Sheng, first take 110 fragments of the sanctuary and elevate ours to level 3. Bring that item along and let it merge with the sanctuary, thus becoming a true possession of the Xiao family. Father, do we not possess over 700 fragments of the sanctuary? Shenger, one must not place all eggs in one basket. Should anything unforeseen happen with that individual, retaining these fragments will allow us to maintain a semblance of hope should we become vassals of a level 6 family. If we lose these, we shall have nothing left. Xiao Sheng understood. The fervor in Xiao Sheng's eyes dimmed as he regained clarity. Go. Yes. Within the villa where Tang Ping resided, he gazed at the model toy resembling a training ground, his fists tightening slightly, trembling with anticipation. Little Me, Chapter 83. Zhang Tang Emperor Safe Zone utilized these items to enhance the shelter at once. Furthermore, there exists another task prior to the commencement of the academic term. You must ensure the presence of child. As for matters pertaining to the school, you need not concern yourself, for I shall arrange an admission slot for you at the first extraordinary high school. Additionally, this item, the Spirit Concealment Pearl, is a C-grade extraordinary artifact acquired at considerable expense by the family, capable of obscuring the items within your mental sanctuary. Moreover, this is my younger sister. During this holiday, you are to reside within her, leaving behind a child. This is the sole stipulation. Tang Ping's gaze flickered, astonished within. Evidently, the Xiao family was quite determined, even daring to bring forth such a clandestine matter. Naturally, considering his E-grade talent and his lack of support, they perceived him as exceedingly easy to manipulate. Tang Ping nodded. Understood. However, I would appreciate some benefits in return, and I require a measure of self-defense. I seek a spatial experience stone to ensure my advancement to level 3. Xiao Sheng pondered for a moment, recognizing the necessity of providing the other party with some means of self-protection. Otherwise, he would surely be bullied upon entering the first extraordinary high school. He internally cursed the regulations of the Xingyao Safe Zone, which mandated that awakened talents must attend extraordinary high schools, or else they would attract scrutiny even if the individual in question were merely F-grade. Were it not for this reason, he would never have permitted Tang Ping to attend any high school. Very well, await my word. I shall speak with my father. Additionally, I will procure for you a D-grade talent upgrade stone, lest you suffer grievous harm at the first extraordinary high school. While death was unlikely, Xiao Sheng was concerned that the other might be bullied, and should he succumb to despair, the Xiao family would incur significant losses. The value of the spatial experience stone cannot be overstated, although it yields a maximum of only 10 experience points daily over the course of a year. It accumulates to 650 experience stones. This not only signifies a wealth of cultivation resources, but also represents a continuous influx of wealth. Furthermore, the experience stones generated within a year would suffice to cultivate 3 level 3 talents for the family. With just 3 years of accumulation, they could potentially nurture a level 4 talent. Moreover, his father was merely 4,000 experience stones short, and with the family's income and the output from the spatial realm, tightening their belts could feasibly lead to his father's advancement to level 5 within 5 years. Previously, due to the absence of shelter, the family hesitated to consolidate resources for his father's breakthrough. However, with the establishment of a sanctuary, the dynamics have shifted significantly. Additionally, the family is in great need of a sufficiently powerful level 5 expert due to the spatial realm. As Xiao Sheng contemplated these matters, excitement surged within him. The family's prosperity would benefit him with more resources, and he refused to accept that his B-grade talent, the insightful eye, was merely a trivial ability for peering into the mental seas of others. He firmly believed that his talent was indeed extraordinarily rare and powerful, merely obscured by its low level. Previously, the family had been under pressure and unable to allocate resources for nurturing an uncertain talent. Yet now, with the family poised to ascend to a level 5 extraordinary lineage, and with the advantages brought by the spatial realm, the future appeared promising. The family will once again place importance on this, their only other B-level talent aside from the father. After all, taking a gamble might just elevate the family to the ranks of 2 B-level talents at level 5. With the presence of the small sanctuary, the family possesses the courage to wager. Xiao Sheng inhaled deeply. His future, at last, emerged from the stagnant waters of despair. He strode forth, leaving behind a sister consumed by anxiety. This 9th sister was destined to be the sacrificial pawn. From the moment she was born into an extraordinary family, her fate was no longer hers to dictate. Tang Ping did not concern himself with the young girl standing nearby. Instead, he seized the fragments of the sanctuary and the level 3 blueprint, promptly upgrading the sanctuary to level 3. He also integrated the small sanctuary. Unexpectedly, it was a century hence, who first elevated the sanctuary to this level. As Tang Ping gazed upon the 2-story building before him, he marveled at its size. The building was considerably larger than a standard level 3 sanctuary, owing to the inclusion of a small sanctuary within. This small sanctuary occupied an area of 60 square meters, bringing the total to 180 square meters. The sanctuary was nestled beside his residence. Next to him, Xiao Xiaoma stared in astonishment as a pebble was cast forth and transformed into a house. Is this truly a sanctuary? Clenching her clothes, Xiao Xiaoma, the child of the family leader, felt the weight of her lack of talent. Despite her lineage, she received little regard. For her absence of ability stemmed from the loss of the sanctuary, not her own shortcomings. Alas, even as the daughter of the leader, she could not penetrate the formidable barrier separating ordinary individuals from the extraordinary. Yet, at this moment, something within her yearned to break free, striving to grow and desperately seeking to glimpse another realm. But in an instant, she plummeted into despair. Of course, it was impossible for her to awaken any talent. The inability to do so signified the absence of any potential. Perhaps her best fate in this life would be to bear an exceptional child, one who would awaken their talent at the age of 16, embark upon the extraordinary world, and earn the respect of others. Moreover, she would not need to leave the family due to a marriage alliance. She could quietly support her family while nurturing her child to adulthood. "Hello, I am Xiao Xiaoma," she murmured, her head bowed low, seemingly resigned to the whims of fate. Only then did Tang Ping notice the girl beside him. He nodded lightly. "Feel free to find a room for yourself." He had numerous matters to attend to. "Understood," Xiao Xiaomo replied as she entered the villa. Tang Ping opened his interface. S-level talent, Extreme Ice level 2, A-level talent, Ice Soul Eyes level 1. The next time, he could gather over 100 A-level experience stones and, upon returning to Jiang City, placed them within the sanctuary. Tang Ping contemplated silently. S-level experience stones were hard to come by, yet with a few more attempts, he should be able to gather enough. When that day came, the Shao family would be no barrier. He would come and go as he pleased. The Shao family desired his sanctuary, just as he coveted their resources. There was no need to wait for the high school semester to commence in 2 months, merely a fortnight, or even less. Alone, one can contend against the entire Shao family. Furthermore, it is essential to ascertain whether Zhang Shila has established a safe zone and whether it still exists. Based on his recollections, Tang Ping searches for the base of Zhang Shila in the mountainous region of Luanqing, Sichuan province. Indeed, it has been established. Tang Ping beheld Zhang Shila's safe zone, which has even elevated him to the status of a king, with his grandfather ranking 18th on the king's list. In the year 19 of the apocalypse, Luanqing, Sichuan province officially declared the establishment of the Tang Emperor's safe zone. This safe zone is rather peculiar, as it lacks a leader, being entirely managed by the Grand Overseer, the Radiant King. It is said that the leader of this safe zone is known as the Tang Emperor, from whom the safe zone derives its name. However, this enigmatic Tang Emperor has never made an appearance. Whether this is mere theatrics, or if such a person truly exists, remains unknown. Yet, the Tang Emperor's safe zone, nestled deep within the mountains, captured global attention the moment it was established. This is due to the fact that it encompasses a staggering 240,000 acres of fertile land. These lands remain unaffected by the various calamities of the apocalypse, allowing them to be cultivated just as they were before the cataclysm. However, this has also attracted the scrutiny of others. In the year 49 of the apocalypse, the Radiant King was betrayed by his wife, and the sanctuary was passed on to his son, subsequently renaming the safe zone to the Tianfu Safe Zone. Chapter 84. The transformation of Gao Laosin, the mutant of the Emperor Moth Tang Ping, upon reading this, felt a chilling intensity in his gaze. Chu Ningxiang, a name that resonated deeply. It belonged to Zhang Shila's wife. She was a girl he had met in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, blessed with an S-grade talent. Who could have anticipated that this companion, who had shared 46 years of survival with Zhang Shila, would ultimately betray him? As for Zhang Shila's son, it wasn't until his death that he discovered the truth that the child was not his. The boy inherited Zhang Shila's sanctuary due to a unique, extraordinary artifact, a card known as the Cuckoo's Nest. This card possessed the power to steal the most precious possession from another, claiming it as one's own. However, it required the thief to become the closest person to the victim and to fulfill a bond for a duration of 36 years. Thus, Chu Ningxiang assumed the role of his wife. Yet after 10 years, Zhang Shila's trust in her never reached the required threshold. It was only then that Chu Ningxiang bore a child. Regrettably, the child was not Zhang Shila's, but rather the offspring of her and her lover. This lover was none other than the second-in-command of the Tang Emperor base, Zhang Shila's sworn brother. The inevitable outcome was that Zhang Shila genuinely believed the child to be his own. Consequently, upon the child's birth, the trust index of the Cuckoo's Nest reached its zenith. Thus, Chu Ningxiang and her lover lay in wait for 36 years, ultimately toppling Zhang Shila and seizing his sanctuary. With this vast expanse of fertile land, Chu Ningxiang's family emerged as a formidable power amidst the apocalypse. In stark contrast, Zhang Shila's family faced utter annihilation. With his grandfather, the renowned sharpshooter ranked 18th on the king list, falling victim at what he mistakenly believed to be his great-grandson's full moon celebration. As Tang Ping comprehended these events, a surge of fury ignited within him. Chu Ningxiang, how dare she deceive my brother and usurp my throne? Very well, I shall return to the past and ensure your demise. He continued to delve into the historical records, revealing that the sanctuary, renamed the Tang Emperor's Safety Zone, still thrived to this day, occupying an extraordinary position. This safety zone had established collaborations with numerous others and, boasting 1 million acres of arable land, had amassed significant wealth, ranking among the foremost of all safety zones. When Zhang Shila formally established the safety zone, the sanctuary had already reached level 7, expanding to 24 times its original size, ultimately transforming into a vast estate of 2,400,000 acres, equivalent to 1 600 square kilometers, alongside the additional 100,000 acres from other level 7 sanctuaries. The food supply here surpassed that of the combined yields of the Xingyao, Xinghe, and Taohai safety zones. However, unlike the Xingyao safety zone, while the Tang Emperor safety zone produced an immense quantity of food, the prices within did not differ significantly from those in other zones. This was because the majority of the produce was sold at high prices to other safety zones. It can be described as a sanctuary of unparalleled safety, sustaining numerous safe zones, yet failing to provide for the inhabitants within its own confines. Many of the lower-tier residents in this sanctuary continue to grapple with severe food shortages, constantly at risk of starvation. Meanwhile, the grain merchants, through their trade, have amassed vast fortunes and resources, acquiring invaluable experience stones from other regions. Their depth of foundation and power is indeed unfathomable. The number of 6th-level extraordinary families here surpasses that of the combined 6th-level families from the Xingyao, Xinghe, and Taohai safe zones by a factor of 2. Tang Ping exhaled a heavy sigh and closed the post. With his presence, such occurrences would never transpire again. As for Chu Ningxiang and her paramour, they hail from the urban district of Luan City and would not arrive at Zhang Xila's base until 3 years later. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate them, they were beyond his reach. Tang Ping conducted a search to ascertain whether Zhang Xila had encountered any troubles in the early stages. To his surprise, he discovered that on the 12th day of the apocalypse, a treasure dungeon had emerged near the base. However, due to Zhang Xila's delayed awareness, he had not ventured inside. The 10 individuals who did enter were bestowed with significant fortunes, swiftly advancing in levels compared to other players. Among them, 3 formed a partnership to establish a base along the main road leading from Luan City to Zhang Xila's location, effectively cutting off Zhang Xila's connection to the outside world. This subsequently caused Zhang Xila considerable distress, resulting in severe losses during multiple confrontations. It was not until 2 years later, when Zhang Xila's grandfather achieved a breakthrough with the S-level soul-severing gun, that 2 of the 3 perished while 1 managed to escape, allowing Zhang Xila to stabilize and enter a phase of development. An idea sparked in Tang Ping's mind. What if he were to inform Zhang Xila about this treasured dungeon in advance? If he could guide Zhang Xila and his family to that location before the dungeon opened, they would undoubtedly benefit from the opportunities it presented, accelerating their development and preventing the 3 from establishing their base, thereby mitigating future troubles. Tang Ping promptly searched for the location of the treasure dungeon, which was situated on a bridge outside of town, less than 10 kilometers from Zhang Xila's position. With the fortune of the treasure dungeon, it was assured that Zhang Xila's family would reach at least level 2. Perhaps, with the presence of Zhang Xila's grandfather, they might even attain level 3 without difficulty. Tang Ping was astonished that Zhang Xila's grandfather could achieve such heights, given the undeniable prestige associated with being 18th on the King S list. After reviewing Zhang Xila's circumstances, Tang Ping proceeded to investigate the dungeons in Ping City. As he was recording his findings, he suddenly sensed a disturbance within the shelter. What could this be? Tang Ping's mind immediately turned to the shelter, having recently learned about the potential presence of intruders, which made him particularly vigilant. He did not believe that the Xiao family possessed anything of great value. It was at Gao Lao San, something that was about to hatch. Tang Ping noticed that the item he had buried within the chrysalis of the great Emperor Moth was now showing signs of impending emergence, with cracks appearing on the surface of the pupa. Soon, a piece fell from the chrysalis, revealing a small aperture. This aperture rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. Ultimately, it unveiled a muscular adult male, appearing to be in his late 20s, seemingly rejuvenated by 2 decades. Standing over 2 meters tall, he possessed an unusual feature: 2 pairs of wings sprouting from his back, identical to those of the majestic Emperor Moth he had encountered. Apart from these wings, no other animalistic traits were discernible on Gao Lao San, indicating a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Tang Ping could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from Gao Lao San was not significantly inferior to that of the Emperor Moth, suggesting a consummate metamorphosis. Sensing his master's mental probing, Gao Lao San clasped his fists and addressed him. "Master, Chapter 85. The old days. Well, what level are you now? And what is your talent rank? Tang Ping appeared within the sanctuary. Master, I am currently a level 3 aberrant with an A-rank talent, Gao Lin replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly astonished by his own remarkable status. A level 3 aberrant with A-rank talent. Not bad, Tang Ping nodded. What is your name? Master, my name is Gao Lin. Gao Lin discreetly observed his master, surmising that this young individual who possessed the sanctuary undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinarily powerful family. The opulence of such a lineage surpassed his imagination. In his understanding, even a level 6 extraordinary family would not lavish a child with a sanctuary artifact. Gao Lin reminisced about that day and the overwhelming talent he had witnessed. The chilling aura of that talent seemed imprinted in his very bones, and each recollection felt as though he too were encased in ice on that fateful day. This talent was undeniably more potent than his own A-rank talent. The thought of a talent surpassing A-rank sent shivers down Gao Lin's spine. Though being an aberrant was a commendable, extraordinary pathway, it paled in comparison to the potential and depth of true talents. The formidable talent and the sanctuary further solidified Gao Lin's conviction that this individual must belong to a mysterious and illustrious family. As for the notion of an ordinary person, could an ordinary individual carelessly discard an extraordinary weapon within a sanctuary? Could an ordinary person obtain something as rare as an infected serum? Could an ordinary person possess such a diverse array of sustenance? The answer was a resounding no. Gao Lin's confidence in his assessment grew stronger. This was a scion of a prominent family, engaged in arduous training. Thus, even though he himself possessed a rank talent, he dared not show any defiance, willingly addressing the young man as his master. Simultaneously, his heart surged with excitement, aware that he might be following a future king. The thought of serving a king in his youth left Gao Lin feeling dizzy with elation. Well, Gao Lin, you will stay by my side from now on. Do you consent? Tang Ping asked, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Gao Lin tensed slightly, but promptly replied, I am willing to follow my master. Good, but you need not call me master. Just refer to me as young master. Yes, young master, Gao Lin rejoiced internally, feeling acknowledged by his new title. Tang Ping was in high spirits as well, knowing that having a level 3 aberrant with A-rank talent by his side provided him with an added layer of security. Although the experience required for leveling up increased tremendously beyond level 4, making it challenging to fight above one's rank, aberrants naturally possessed robust physiques. Moreover, Gao Lin could fly and boasted a talent exceeding that of the head of the Shao family, making it unlikely for anyone to easily contend with him. Gao Lin, you will remain in the sanctuary for now. I will summon you when needed. Understood, master. Upon exiting the sanctuary, Tang Ping effortlessly returned it to his spiritual sea. The C-grade spirit pearl, an extraordinary artifact, was also employed by him. This item possesses commendable mental defense capabilities, and why not take advantage of it? Furthermore, residing within a sanctuary, he could thoroughly examine the artifact's details, discerning any alterations with clarity. Thus, Tang Ping settled in the 4th-tier extraordinary family, the Shao clan. Life was somewhat monotonous, yet the standard of living was undeniably high, catering to his every need with utmost comfort, seemingly fearful that he might contemplate a premature end. To facilitate his comings and goings, they even granted him the identity of the orphan of a close friend of the clan leader. Naturally, Tang Ping did not decline this offer. However, on the following day, he learned that the Shao family seemed to be embroiled in a significant predicament. It appeared that a young master from a 6th-tier family was intent on making the Shao clan his vassal. As expected, the Shao family declined this proposition, but in doing so, they offended the young master, which could potentially jeopardize their pharmaceutical business. Of course, this had no bearing on Tang Ping. He listened indifferently to Shao Xiaoma's recounting, yet he couldn't help but be curious about this 6th-tier extraordinary family. From which family did this individual hail? It was the Qiao family from the Xingho Safe Zone, a clan that boasts a 6th-tier sanctuary located at the Hongyan Mountain Villa, encompassing thousands of acres of sanctuary estate. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Qiao family's initial sanctuary still lives, a formidable individual with a 6th-tier A-grade talent. Taking a breath, Xiao Xiaoma continued, stating that this family possesses a sanctuary facility known as the Hongyan Sacred Fire, resulting in their awakened talents predominantly being fire-based. If one were fortunate enough to awaken with a flame, their talent would be no less than D-grade. At this point, Xiao Xiaoma's tone was tinged with envy. The Qiao family, thus named, is also a lineage of weaponsmiths residing in the Hongyan Mountain Villa, which is in fact a volcanic site. They are a truly prestigious family, capable of standing alone amidst the wasteland. Their sixth-tier sanctuary provides vast arable land and an array of sanctuary facilities, their depth unfathomable. Tang Ping nodded, sighing lightly. Indeed, they are formidable. It is no simple feat to establish a clan in the wasteland. Yet this Qiao family is also a family of weaponsmiths. Weaponsmithing naturally pertains to extraordinary weapons and artifacts, which, aside from those produced by the system, can also be crafted by individuals, albeit requiring considerable effort to learn and practice. Undoubtedly, even becoming a mere F-grade weaponsmith would render one a sought-after figure, holding a position of great esteem among talent-bearers, comparable to that of an apothecary. What is the background of that young master? Tang Ping Yin Guit. He is the fifth son of the Qiao family leader. Although he possesses B-grade fire talent, he is a frivolous youth, disinterested in cultivation. Were it not for the experience stones provided by the system, he likely wouldn't have achieved even the fourth tier, Xiao Xiaoma lamented, reflecting on how her father, a figure she had scarcely seen, had to toil for half his life to reach such power, while it seemed others could attain similar prowess merely through indulgence. It is not merely the extraordinary talents of the individual in question that command admiration and fear. Rather, it is the formidable presence that looms behind them, evoking both envy and awe. Xiao Xiaoma pondered the nature of the system experience stones, which, when utilized directly, could elevate one's level without the slightest need for meditation. What, she wondered, could such a phenomenon possibly resemble? It is truly perplexing to contemplate the world in the initial stages of the apocalypse, a time she sometimes envies. For every individual then possessed opportunities to awaken their talents, to secure sanctuaries, and to effortlessly advance their levels. These aspirations, deemed unattainable by the present generation, were within easy reach for those living at the dawn of the cataclysm. Reaching level 4 necessitates a considerable number of system experience stones. Yet it is astonishing that there exists a family capable of readily producing such a bounty. Tang Ping couldn't help but speculate whether there were methods or facilities that could directly yield system experience stones. At that moment, a figure approached from outside the courtyard. It was Xiao Sheng. Here are the experience stones you requested, along with a D-grade talent upgrade stone and a C-grade defensive extraordinary artifact that can automatically shield its master, capable of withstanding even the assaults of a level 4 powerhouse. Tang Ping accepted the D-grade talent experience stone, though he had no use for it. However, it would be unreasonable to return something that had found its way into his possession. He opened another pocket, revealing a treasure trove of diamond-shaped experience stones, each the size of a fingernail, amounting to 2,000 small experience stones, each capable of providing a slight enhancement. It must be acknowledged that the Xiao family is genuinely committed to preserving their sanctuary, and they are willing to invest significantly to do so. The 2,000 small experience stones, the D-grade talent upgrade stone, the C-grade defensive extraordinary artifact, and the previous C-grade mental extraordinary artifact. Each of these, if taken individually, constitutes a remarkably valuable possession. The Xiao family has indeed made substantial sacrifices to ensure their survival. Things have been rather unstable outside. You should remain here quietly, Xiao Sheng remarked, weariness evident in his eyes. Unstable? Xiao Sheng nodded in affirmation. Yes, it pertains to the Old Days sect, a group of cultists that the Star Council has officially warned against. These individuals have likely infiltrated the 3 secure zones under the auspices of the Star Council. The Old Days sect. Tang Ping felt a flicker of recognition within his memory. He retrieved his phone and began to search online. Soon, information regarding this notorious organization, which was being jointly hunted by the Daxia Secure Zone, appeared before him. The Old Days sect, also known as the Salvation Society or the Old World Society, strives to save the world and restore the order of the old world. But Chapter 86. The water merchants of the wasteland, but what they bring is not order and peace, but chaos and disorder. This is a group of mad cultists who, unable to alter the realities of the world, aspire to construct a realm of the spirit. Thus, they roam about, sowing chaos, committing slaughter, and capturing the spiritual essences of humanity, claiming it is to lead them to the so-called dreamland, when in truth, they merely serve as raw materials for that dream. The Old Days Society? The Dreamland? Tang Ping furrowed his brow. This organization appeared to be a formidable adversary. As he continued to peruse, he soon stumbled upon a symbol associated with this church within the post. This emblem seemed eerily familiar. Tang Ping's heart raced as he struggled to recall where he had encountered it before. It dawned on him swiftly. The Toxic Empress. During his previous visit, while researching the history of the Taohai base, he had come across references to the Toxic Empress, who bore this very symbol upon her wrist. Tang Ping's heart raced with trepidation. He had not anticipated that the Toxic Empress was affiliated with the Old Days Society. No wonder she had been pursued by the Dachau safe zone in a united effort. Just her presence had once decimated half of the safe zone's populace. Thankfully, this Toxic Empress had been nipped in the bud. Tang Ping felt a surge of relief. Had she remained alive, she would undoubtedly be a ticking time bomb. Pondering these revelations, Tang Ping's curiosity was piqued regarding the origins of the Old Days Society and its members. His search yielded little more than speculation, with no concrete confirmations. Some claimed they were devotees of the Calamity Beasts. Others insisted they were a band of deranged zealots. There were even whispers suggesting that high-level infectors lurked behind them. However, the most credible theory posited that these individuals were under the influence of a player possessing the unique SSS-level characteristics of a sanctuary, and that the so-called Dreamland was intricately connected to this sanctuary. This was validated by powerful figures from dominant factions, asserting that the alleged spiritual realm, the Dreamland, was not a mere illusion, but a tangible reality. When human spiritual essences entered this realm, they would exist within it, akin to dreaming, yet devoid of physical bodies. Those who entered the Dreamland would never awaken. Upon their demise, they would transform into the very materials for the Dreamland. Nonetheless, there remained no definitive evidence to confirm the existence of a player with SSS-level sanctuary traits behind it all. The only indisputable truth was that the Old Days Society was indeed a collective of deranged cultists. Wherever they appeared, chaos, disorder, slaughter, and darkness followed in their wake. Tang Ping mused quietly to himself, uncertain whether the emergence of the Old Days Society bore any relation to him. This time, by preemptively eliminating the Toxic Empress, he had thwarted the society's harvesting within this region and caused them to lose their fearsome figure. Thus, they had remained dormant until now. This hypothesis was not without merit. He felt a sense of vigilance. If the Old Days Society was now resurfacing, could it signify the emergence of another individual akin to the Toxic Empress? Perhaps even stronger and more numerous. It is essential to recognize that presently, the three major safe zones, Xingyao, Xingho, and Taohai, are graced by 8 formidable sovereigns and goddesses, among whom is the illustrious Queen Yueshi, ranked 8th among the celestial deities. This situation stands in stark contrast to the previous historical context, where the Taohai safe zone could hardly be compared. The resurgence of the Old Days Society certainly implies the presence of some hidden cards. What might these cards entail? And who are the individuals involved? These are uncertainties that Tang Ping grapples with, especially as he finds himself with little more than a day left before departure. Given such a brief time frame, it appears unlikely that the Old Days Society would take any significant actions. Nevertheless, he refrains from the folly of probing further. After all, should his identity meet an untimely demise, he might lose the advantage he possesses. Thus, Tang Ping concludes that it is prudent to remain discreetly concealed, ensuring that none discover his ability to traverse time and space. With a heightened vigilance toward the Old Days Society, Tang Ping feels an increasing urgency to enhance his own capabilities. Relying on the experience stones of the secret realm, it may take an eternity to achieve even level 4. Currently, his S-class talent is merely at level 2, and meditative practices with the experience stones would require at least half a year, if not longer, to reach level 3, especially since he has yet to master the meditation techniques. Throughout the subsequent half-day, Tang Ping keenly senses an inexplicable tension enveloping the Xiao family. In the shadows, a level 4 talent seems to be surveilling him. It is evident that the old-day society has instilled a profound psychological pressure on the inhabitants of this locale. One wonders what kind of devastation this latest occurrence will inflict upon the Xingyao safe zone. Whether it will result in mere thunderous warnings or a catastrophic blow remains uncertain. Amidst the wasteland, there exists a unique cadre of individuals who survive by trafficking water. The Taohai safe zone, boasting 2 sovereign-level water talent bearers, possesses the cleanest and most abundant water sources. Consequently, water trafficking teams have emerged, radiating from Taohai to surrounding areas. The wasteland is not solely inhabited by safe zones. There are also survivor bases scattered throughout. These individuals either reside underground, within caves, or in rudimentary stone dwellings. Their existence is marked by a primitive lifestyle, relying predominantly on hunting for sustenance, targeting creatures such as earthworms and gray rats. Additionally, these small bases may host some aberrants, who represent the highest combat strength within the community, typically engaging in the hunt for formidable mutated beasts. Beyond sustenance, some precious body parts are preserved for barter with trading caravans in exchange for essential resources, such as water. Damn it, today is truly unfortunate, grumbled a man bearing several intersecting scars across his face, lamenting the encounter with a bone-eroding wind that reduced his 30 carts of water to a mere half. Quickly, let us take this remaining water to trade with those bases, then return to the safe zone with the goods. I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss outside, remarked the one-armed leader, his visage clouded with concern. The scarred-faced man remained unfazed. In this wasteland, is there ever a day that feels right? We are but souls who carry our lives precariously, earning our keep in a manner that could cost us dearly. Sighing, the one-armed man extinguished his cigarette, stowing away the remnants. The bone-chilling winds outside have abated. We must hasten our journey. It is imperative that we reach the next survival